Chapter 1 Rebirth. Zhao Xian, the SS-level contracted spirit body in me, you can only choose one. The sharp female voice cut through the noise at the gate of Tianhai University in Southwest Province. It was exactly the time after school, the school gate was crowded with heads. All eyes focused in an instant. Luhan stood there, her eye rims red, looking like pear blossoms with rain. Opposite her stood a thin and handsome young boy. Zhao Xian, the only SS-level genius at this year's awakening ceremony. Just yesterday, he had awakened the legendary SS-level spirit body, Holy Mother Mary. That was a top talent enough to shake the entire Southwest Province. But at this moment, this boy with top talent was forced into a corner. Zhao Xian, say something. My dad is waiting for money to save his life, that buyer has already been contacted, as long as you transfer Holy Mother Mary out, 30 million will arrive at once. You also promised me, you would take care of me for a lifetime, would help me save dad. Zhao Xian frowned tightly, looking at the childhood sweetheart who had grown up with him since small. He did not understand. Han, calm down. I will definitely save uncle's illness. But since I awakened an SS-level spirit controller, the school has already approved a full scholarship, and also the special allowance from the Spirit Controller Association. As long as I grow a little, go to the wilderness area to take a few bounty tasks, the medical fee is not a problem at all. Sell the spirit body? That is killing the chicken to take the eggs, destroying my own future. This was not only a money problem. On this blue star where strange beasts run wild, losing the contracted spirit body would cause irreversible heavy damage to a spirit controller's spirit sea, even fall into a useless person. Lu Han did not listen at all. She suddenly shook off Zhao Xian's hand and pointed at his nose and screamed. Excuses. All excuses. You just cannot give up your future, you are just a selfish ghost. If you really love me, not to mention your future, even your life you should give me. In vain I stayed with you since small, Zhao Xian, I saw you wrong, you are just a liar. With her accusation, the crowd watching around began to point and whisper. Even a few students wearing famous brand school uniforms squeezed to the front row with bad intentions. Those were rich family sons who were jealous of Zhao Xian's talent on ordinary days. TSK, so what if SS level? He is not even willing to give the life-saving money for his girlfriend's dad. With this kind of character, even if he becomes strong in the future he will be a disaster. If it were me with SS level, for the one I love, why not sell it? An ungrateful wolf, got talent and floated, wants to dump the wife who shared hardship. The mocking voices surged like a tide. Zhao Xian looked at Lu Han's twisted face and was about to open his mouth to refute. Buzz. A violent stabbing pain suddenly came from deep in his brain. Like a burning red steel needle fiercely stabbed into his brain marrow. The sky and earth spun. Zhao Xian's body swayed and he almost fell down. Ding, the host's unwilling obsession traveled through and triggered the system. God-level spirit body evolution system activated, the host can only contract ordinary spirit beasts, through special evolution paths become God-level spirit beasts. Ding. Current contract slot 0, please strip your own spirit body within 1 day, otherwise carry out erasure. The system's voice, carrying countless broken pictures, forcibly poured into his memory sea. That was memory belonging to the future. In the memory. Also at this school gate. In order to prove his love to Lu Han, in order to save that so-called seriously ill future father-in-law. He not only signed the spirit body transfer agreement, but also endured the humiliation of transferring the Holy Mother at the contract ceremony. His spirit sea was injured, he fainted on the spot. After waking up, what waited for him was not Lu Han's gratitude, but the school's expulsion notice. Because he lost the spirit body, he was no longer a genius, only a useless person. And what about Lu Han? The memory picture turned. That was at the gate of the most luxurious club in Tianhai City. Lu Han wore a sexy sling dress, leaning in the arms of a rich second generation driving a sports car, laughing like branches shaking in flowers. In the hand of that rich second generation playing with, was exactly the Holy Mother Mary strip from Zhao Xian. Facing Zhao Xian's question, Lu Han seemed like a completely different person. Zhao Xian, you fool. You really thought my dad was sick? I was lying to you. That SS-level spiritual body? It's just a token for me to marry into a wealthy family. If I didn't do this, how would young Master Li ever look at me? The scene shifts again. Having lost his talent, Zhao Xian, in order to survive, was forced to contract with a low-level spirit beast that no one wanted, a black hole worm. A useless bug that only knew how to eat, doing nothing else. It couldn't fight, nor could it assist. Zhao Xian took it with him, struggling at the bottom of society, enduring all sorts of disdain. At the age of 30. Broke and desperate, he joined a death-defying expedition team. In the moment of dying, the unremarkable black hole worm finally awakened its ultimate power. It didn't devour, it twisted time and space. The black hole worm, at the cost of its life, reversed Zhao Xian's soul back 10 years in time. Boom! In the real world. Zhao Xian suddenly opened his eyes. The excruciating pain vanished, replaced by coldness. He looked at Lu Han in front of him, still talking non-stop, still using moral coercion. His gaze changed. No longer filled with helplessness or indulgence, but only a detached indifference, as if seeing a clown. Zhao Xian, don't play dead. Seeing he didn't speak, Lu Han thought he was scared, and her arrogance grew even more. Save me or not, just say something. If you don't agree today, we're breaking up. We'll never speak to each other again in this lifetime. The noise around them grew louder. Break up. Break up. A scumbag doesn't deserve a girlfriend. Zhao Xian rubbed his forehead, digesting all the memories. So that's how it is. What childhood sweethearts, what standing by each other. In the face of benefits, even dog feces is worth more than that. He smiled coldly, slowly exhaled. Since fate gave me another chance. Since this low-level spirit beast, the black hole worm, gave me a second chance. Then this time. Even if I have to turn the world against me, I will never be that pathetic dog again. Zhao Xian raised his head, his gaze sharp as a knife, piercing Lu Han. Lu Han. His voice was not loud, but carried a chilling coldness that made hearts tremble. The surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Look at me seriously. Zhao Xian took a step forward, staring at Lu Han's panicked eyes. You really want me to give up the SS-level spirit body? Really want me to destroy my future and become a cripple just to save your sick father? Lu Han was startled by his gaze. This was a Zhao Xian she had never seen before. Strange, dangerous. She felt inexplicably uneasy. Did he find something out? Impossible. That thing was done flawlessly. Young Masterly had arranged everything. Thinking of the mansion and sports car promised by young Masterly, Lu Han's greed instantly overshadowed her fear. She tilted her chin, trying to appear calm. Zhao Xian, of course I'm telling the truth. Didn't you always say I was the most important person to you? Can't you make this small sacrifice? If you can't even do this, then what's the point of talking about loving me? After saying that, she squeezed out a few tears, trying to gain sympathy again. Zhao Xian watched her clumsy performance. The last spark of old feelings in his heart was completely extinguished. I truly loved you before, willing to give everything for you. But now? I don't love you anymore. I gave you one last chance. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. Zhao Xian lowered his eyelids, hiding the fleeting killing intent in his eyes. He suddenly laughed. The smile was dazzling, yet extremely cold. Fine. Zhao Xian's voice echoed at the school gate, clearly reaching everyone's ears. I agree. I'll give up the spirit body. Chapter 2, Betrayal of the Saint. As soon as Zhao Xian spoke, the entire school gate erupted. Everyone stared at Zhao Xian in disbelief. He's gone mad. This is definitely madness. That's an SS-level spirit body. In the entire Southwest province, or even among the hundreds of millions in Dragon Country, there might not be a few top talents like that. It's the ticket to the upper class, the foundation to becoming a powerful person. And now, he's giving it up for a woman. Don't want it, then just don't want it? Someone's mouth dropped wide open, their jaw almost hitting the floor. Should I say he's devoted, or should I just call him a pure idiot? Giving up the chance to become a god for love? This script wouldn't even dare to write that in a novel. TSK, is this the highest level of a loyal dog? Turning himself into a worthless fool? Mockery, confusion, regret, all sorts of voices mixed together. The few rich young men laughed so hard that they almost fell over, looking at Zhao Xian as if he were a mindless idiot. Zhao Xian turned a deaf ear to all of this. He calmly took the transfer agreement that Lu Han handed over. Only he knew how relieved he felt behind this seemingly foolish decision. Outsiders only knew that Saint Mary was an SS-level spirit, possessing strong healing and purification abilities. But they didn't know that this thing was a real Saint Mary. From the memories of his past life, this Buddha-like figure was basically a disaster waiting to happen. In battle, she would show mercy to the beastmen, refusing to attack at critical moments, even healing the enemy. When cultivating, she would only drink water from the snow lotus of Mount Tian, only eat top-level crystals, and if she wasn't served properly, she would go on strike and protest. Even worse, she had obsessive-compulsive cleanliness. She hated the poor and adored the rich, despising the weak. If there wasn't enough financial support, she would immediately betray her contract partner. The rich second-generation Li Fu from his previous life was also ruined by this Saint Mary, losing his entire family. This was not a spiritual body, it was clearly an ancestor waiting to drain the host's flesh and blood. Such a thing, always ready to backfire, whoever wants it, let them have it. The system's suggestion to strip her away was exactly what he wanted. Swish swish swish. Zhao Xian picked up the pen and quickly signed his name on the agreement. Without the slightest hesitation. Lu Han watched the name being written down and felt immense joy in her heart. She snatched the agreement from him, as if afraid Zhao Xian would change his mind, holding it tightly to her chest. Then, she put on a fake, moved expression. Thank you, Zhao Xian. I knew you were the best to me. She reached out, wanting to pull Zhao Xian's sleeve like before, but he calmly avoided it. Lu Han wasn't embarrassed. Instead, she excitedly waved the document in her hand. I'll take it to the school's ceremony hall right away. The buyer said that once the procedure is completed, the money will be transferred immediately. At that time, you transfer the money to me. After saving my dad, we'll get married. I'll marry you with peace of mind and give you children. With that, she didn't even look at Zhao Xian again, turning around and running away. That hasty back, if he didn't know the future, he wouldn't even be able to recognize it. Zhao Xian stood still and sneered softly. Save your imaginary dad with money? Dream on. This 30 million for selling the spiritual body was mine from the start, what does it have to do with you? He turned around and walked toward the spirit contract office on the west side of the school. At this moment, the contract hall was hosting a contract ceremony for freshmen. Ding dong. His phone in his pocket vibrated once. Your account ending in 5200 received 3,000,000 dragon coins at 1730. Note, spirit transfer fee. Looking at that long string of zeros, Zhao Xian stopped in his tracks. There was no heartache as he had imagined. Instead, there was a feeling of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. 30 million. To him now, it was a huge sum of money. Not only had he successfully gotten rid of that vampire-like spirit, which would betray him at any time. He had completely seen through and escaped that greedy, shallow girlfriend who adored the rich and despised the poor. Now, he still held the seed money that in his previous life, he could never have dreamed of. A triple win. Black hole worm, old buddy. You suffered with me in the last life, so in this one, just wait for me. You can lie back and enjoy. Thinking this, Zhao Xian pushed open the door to the contract hall. Immediately, tens of thousands of eyes focused on him. The news of giving up the SS-level spirit for a woman had spread throughout the entire school. Everyone was waiting to see the scene, and the hall, which could hold 30,000 people, was packed with onlookers. On the high platform, the principal and several enrollment directors, who had originally placed high hopes on Zhao Xian, were now staring in surprise, but they didn't really care. No matter who contracted this SS-level spiritual entity, as long as it's in their school, that's all that matters. Zhao Xian paid no attention to any of the gazes and casually found a corner to sit down. If others wanted to watch him make a fool of himself, Zhao Xian didn't mind treating these people as the joke instead. Only he knew, deep in his mind, how monstrous the system called evolution of all things really was. The core logic of the system was simple and brutal: contract the most garbage spirit beast, then evolve it infinitely. The spiritual entities controlled by spiritual controllers were generally divided into two categories: spiritual bodies and spirit beasts. Spiritual bodies were the mainstream, the beloved of the powerful. They came from mythological legends, historical heroes, and even anime works from the previous era. For example, the top expert from the neighboring cherry blossom country had awakened the spiritual entity named Amaterasu from an ancient text by sheer luck. She could burn the heavens and boil the seas, her power was terrifying beyond belief. Spiritual bodies had wisdom and personality, they had skills, and could even fight independently, but they required an immense amount of soul power. Most people could only contract one. On the other hand, spirit beasts required less soul power, and people could contract multiple, but the strength difference compared to spiritual bodies was vast. Especially for low-level spirit beasts, they were universally considered trash. The so-called spirit beasts were actually animals like cats, dogs, pigs, tigers, and lions, affected by the awakening of spiritual energy, and some of them maintained their original forms without any special abilities. These were low-level spirit beasts. Those with special abilities and mutations were called contracted spirit beasts. Those that underwent extreme changes were called alien beasts, demons. They had no intelligence, couldn't cooperate, and relied solely on wild instincts to tear and bite. They had no special abilities. Though the alien beasts in the wild were powerful, their chaotic nature made them demand soul power similar to spiritual bodies, making their contract incredibly difficult. Except for those who hadn't awakened a spiritual body, most people would choose to contract spirit beasts at least for some fighting power. Low-level spirit beasts, however, were ignored by everyone. Once contracted, it was basically a dead end. One would spend their whole life crawling at the bottom of society. Contracting a low-level spirit beast is equivalent to self-destruction. This was the first line in textbooks. But Zhao Xian looked at the system's description, and he was extremely eager to see what changes contracting an ordinary spirit beast would bring. Zhao Xian. Half an hour later, the host's voice echoed through the hall. Zhao Xian stood up. The entire hall fell silent once again, countless pairs of eyes fixed on him. Zhao Xian's expression remained unchanged, his steps steady. However, he didn't walk toward the dazzling contract array in the center. Instead, he walked toward the farthest edge of the stage, toward the black stone platform covered in dust, which had been abandoned for years. The stripping platform. That was specifically designed for those who, for various reasons, couldn't contract and needed to strip away their spiritual entities. Once one stood on it, it meant that their soul would be violently torn apart as the awakened spiritual entity was forcibly expelled from their body. The pain was comparable to death by slow slicing. A stir broke out in the crowd. The host looked at Zhao Xian, who had approached the platform, and double-checked. Zhao Xian, once you step onto the stripping platform, there's no turning back. Are you sure you want to expel your SS-level spiritual entity, the Virgin Mary, for that small transfer fee? Zhao Xian didn't even lift his eyelids. Let's begin. He extended his right hand and pressed it firmly onto the cold black stone platform. Buzz. The stone platform instantly trembled, and a dark red light shot up to the sky, enveloping Zhao Xian completely. Pain. The kind of pain that felt like his heart was being torn apart. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. The light grew stronger and stronger, and finally, a female shadow appeared, with 6 pure white wings growing from her back, her entire body radiating holy light. She was unbelievably beautiful, with a noble aura, her eyes closed as if pitying the world. SS-level spiritual entity, the Virgin Mary. This was the top-tier talent that countless people dreamed of. The compassionate Virgin Mother, with her eyes closed, had now appeared and opened her eyes to gaze at Zhao Xian. There was no trace of attachment. No trace of reluctance. In those golden eyes, there was only intense hatred and disdain. She looked down from above at Zhao Xian, whose face was as pale as paper, her voice cold and arrogant, echoing throughout the hall. You dirty, poor ant, you have finally made a correct decision. Your worthless soul is completely unworthy of carrying my divine radiance. Every second spent with you makes me feel utterly disgusted. Chapter 3, Contract a Dog. Boom. As that malicious and disgusting remark landed, the entire room erupted. What the hell? Did I hear that right? A spirit actually insulted its host? But this is the Virgin Mary. Isn't she supposed to be loving to all, incapable of even stepping on an ant? I've lived long enough to see this. Normally when a spirit is separated, it's all about wailing, crying, and the heart-wrenching pain of parting. What's going on here? The crowd whispered to each other, stunned, as a spirit rebelling against its host was an unheard of rarity, even in textbooks. On the high platform, Zhao Xian endured the excruciating pain of his soul tearing apart, his face as white as a sheet. But as he listened to the harsh insults, there was not a trace of shock on his face. He sneered coldly in his heart. What compassionate Virgin Mother! She was nothing more than a top-tier egoist wrapped in the guise of holiness. A being like this, and she dares to call herself a goddess? Quit putting on your high and mighty face. Your so-called compassion is only based on the premise that the host provides top-tier resources. Once there's no benefit, your compassion turns into bitterness. The Virgin Mary froze in mid-air. She didn't expect this poor little ant, whom she had looked down on, would dare to retort. What did you say? Her golden pupils suddenly contracted, and the pressure from her SS-level spirit burst out with overwhelming force. Zhao Xian's body staggered, but he didn't bow even a little. I said, stop flattering yourself. It's not that you look down on me. It's I, Zhao Xian, who no longer want you. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Everyone looked at Zhao Xian as though he were a madman. A poor student with nothing but talent actually dared to say he didn't want an SS-level spirit? The Virgin Mary seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, her beautiful face slightly twisted in anger. You worthless. Shut up. Zhao Xian suddenly interrupted her, his gaze sharp as a blade. What's noble and what's not? You're just a trash who despises the poor and loves the rich. So what if you have money? In my eyes, you're even worse than a stray dog by the roadside. I'd rather contract a dog than leave a hypocritical piece of trash like you in my body. Zhao Xian's words landed like a loud slap, harshly striking the Virgin Mary's noble face. The Virgin Mary trembled with fury, her chest rising and falling violently. The gentle holy light that surrounded her now turned violent with anger. You're seeking death. The Virgin Mary roared, raising her scepter, ready to teach this ignorant mortal a lesson. Clap. 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 At that moment, a sudden, crisp sound of applause echoed from the direction of the VIP passage. The violent holy light pressure slightly faltered under the sound of the clapping. Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes and turned his head to look. He saw a young man in a custom-tailored suit, walking elegantly toward the separation platform. Li Fu. The son of the richest man in Tianhai City, the sole heir to the Li conglomerate. He was also the one who, in the past life, took everything away from Zhao Xian. Upon seeing that face, Zhao Xian's eyes flashed with cold light. Li Fu completely ignored Zhao Xian, his gaze greedily sweeping over the Virgin Mary in mid-air, as if admiring a piece of art that was about to be his. Good, so a dog contract is stronger than an SS-level holy body. Good, so what's the big deal with having money? Li Fu walked up to Zhao Xian, looking down at him from a high position. Then I ask, do you dare to contract a dog now and compete with my Virgin Mary? Li Fu, with 3 parts jealousy and 7 parts disdain, slowly spoke. In terms of family background, he was like the clouds in the sky, while Zhao Xian was like the mud on the ground. In terms of resources, his meal money could support Zhao Xian for 10 years. But during the awakening ceremony, he only awakened an A-level spiritual body, while this poor fool awakened an SS level 1. Even the campus beauty, Lu Han, whom he had his eyes on, had fallen head over heels for this poor fool. Why? This thorn had been stuck in his heart for 3 whole years. Now, he was finally going to pull this thorn out and stomp it into the mud. Dare to bet? I'll add 2 million. Li Fu sneered and pulled out a document from his chest, waving it in front of Zhao Xian. It was the final confirmation for the transfer of the spiritual body. It's a pity, this top-tier talent is garbage in your hands, but in mine, it's the ladder to godhood. He turned around and flashed what he thought was a charming smile at the Virgin Mary in the air. Dear Virgin, from now on, you will be my spiritual body. Whatever you want, just ask, and I'll fulfill it. The Virgin Mary looked at this wealthy man and smiled with satisfaction. Only someone like you deserves to be with me, the Virgin. Having received the Virgin's approval, Li Fu turned back to Zhao Xian, his face full of superiority. He lowered his voice and said to Zhao Xian, "Didn't you say there's nothing special about having money? Let me tell you, it's all about money. Your woman now belongs to me. Your spiritual body now belongs to me. This is reality, Zhao Xian. With money, you can do whatever you want. You, a poor loser, aren't even qualified to stand on this stage." Ha! Not qualified? A light laugh suddenly interrupted Li Fu's arrogance. I can easily sign a contract with a dog and it would be better than that hypocritical bitch. Contract a dog? Ha 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 ha. Oh, I just remembered. The old man at the back gate of the school used to have a mischievous dog called Big Yellow. Zhao Xian, if you're so capable, why don't you contract it? The taunting immediately sparked a round of loud laughter. Li Fu, upon hearing this, his eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, his subordinates rushed out. A moment later, they dragged in an old dog. Big Yellow had never seen such a scene. It curled up on the cold ground of the high platform, trembling uncontrollably. Its murky eyes were filled with fear of humans. Li Fu, disgusted, covered his nose with a handkerchief and took 2 steps back. It really is a cheap dog, a perfect match for certain people. A contract, huh? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you win, not only will I give you 2 million, but I'll also kneel down and give you 3 kowtows. As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into applause. Everyone watched with the mindset of seeing a spectacle. No one thought Zhao Xian would win. No one thought Zhao Xian would actually contract this nearly dying stray dog. However, Zhao Xian did not care about Li Fu's ridicule. His gaze fell on the trembling Big Yellow dog. In his past life, this dog had been wandering around the school. It was originally the old doorman's dog. After the old man died, his family abandoned the dog because it was dirty. But the dog was stupid. It remembered that the old man had died at this post. So, it stayed here, guarding. Rain, wind, scorching heat, freezing cold. Even if its legs were broken, even if it starved to the bone, it never left that post. It guarded there for 7 whole years, until it eventually froze to death beside the post. Compared to that gold-digging, backstabbing virgin, the soul of this dog was so clean it could make one cry. Okay. Zhao Xian suddenly spoke. The noisy crowd immediately quieted down. Zhao Xian raised his head and said calmly, "I accept your challenge. A month from now, I will bring Big Yellow and personally shatter your bitch's divine halo." With that said, in the eyes of all the disbelieving onlookers, Zhao Xian slowly crouched down. He didn't mind the dirt or the smell. His long hands gently placed on Big Yellow's scabby head. Big Yellow, who had been about to bare its teeth in fear. The action suddenly froze. It sensed it. The person in front held no malice. The fierce light in the Big Yellow eyes faded. It carefully stuck out its tongue and, in a submissive manner, licked Zhao Xian's palm. Its tail was pressed to the ground, wagging humbly. Zhao Xian looked into its eyes and softly asked, "Do you want to come with me? If you do, just bark." Woof. The next second, A blue light curtain, visible only to Zhao Xian, appeared. Ding. BR. Detected that the host has successfully contracted a spirit beast Chinese rural dog, Big Yellow, but now formulating a divine level evolution path for the spirit beast. Plan 1, SSS level spirit beast Jing Yuan Miaodao Jinjun subordinate sun swallowing howling sky dog. Plan 2, SSS level spirit beast ancient divine beast Tengu Panhu. Plan 3, SS level spirit beast hell gatekeeper three-headed dog Cerberus. Plan 4, SSS level spirit beast guide of the dead Egyptian god of death Anubis. Chapter 4, Big Yellow's evolution. Sun-swallowing howling sky dog, Tengu Panhu, god of death Anubis. Looking at the names of these three SSS level spirit beasts on the light screen, Zhao Xian's heart raced wildly. SSS level, that's right. As long as it is nurtured all the way, each one is a pillar of blue star. I already have an SSS level, and you, a trashy saint, do I still care about you? Zhao Xian didn't hesitate for a moment. System, I choose Plan 1. Howling Sky Dog. A divine beast under the seat of Qingyuan Miaodao Jinjuan, one that has loyalty carved into its very bones. Not to mention its terrifying sense of smell, capable of tracking across the worlds, and that legendary viciousness that could even bite the sun. Only such an extremely loyal and fierce beast deserves to survive in this cannibalistic world. As his thoughts solidified, the trembling Big Yellow at his feet suddenly stopped shaking. An ancient, desolate aura quietly revived within its withered body. Zhao Xian took a deep breath and turned around. He looked at the arrogant Li Fu on the stage and spoke. I regret this bet. Li Fu froze, then burst into loud, mocking laughter. Haha, scared? It's good that you're scared. As long as you kneel down and apologize now, saying I was wrong, I can forgive you. But Zhao Xian cracked a grin. I don't regret agreeing to this bet, I regret that the stakes are too small. Li Fu paused, then seemed to hear the biggest joke in the world. Alright. You've got guts. Then tell me, what else do you want to add to the bet? Since you want to die in a more miserable way, this young master will fulfill your wish. 2 million is too little, I want to add another 20 million. Li Fu was instantly stunned. 20 million. Even though he was a rich second generation, he couldn't come up with that much. After all, his money came from his father. But Li Fu also wanted face, so he agreed immediately. Fine. I agree. Seeing Li Fu fall for it, Zhao Xian sneered. Words are not enough, let's set a contract. The contract was the most binding thing on Blue Star. Once violated, one would face punishment from the Blue Star Alliance, or even death. Li Fu didn't expect Zhao Xian to be so ruthless, so he gritted his teeth and nodded. Fine, I agree. The matter of the 2 million plus bet quickly spread throughout the entire Tianhai University. Some even set up betting odds, betting whether Zhao Xian could withstand one move. Zhao Xian couldn't be bothered with those fly-like discussions. He took Big Yellow and directly went to the highest level spirit beast training hall in the school. I want the best single room, rent for a day. The receptionist was about to say that it cost 3,000 yuan per hour, but then saw Zhao Xian flip out a black card. The receptionist's eyes instantly lit up, and her tone became soft and sweet. Sir, the room is already prepared for you. If you need anything, feel free to tell the front desk. I'm at your service anytime. As she spoke, the receptionist blinked her sparkling eyes, but Zhao Xian completely ignored her. He swiped his card, entered the room, closed the door, and locked it. Zhao Xian eagerly turned his attention to Big Yellow. Open the panel. A light blue screen instantly popped up. Spirit Beast, Big Yellow. Spirit Body, D, can evolve, Sun-swallowing howling sky dog, incomplete. Level 1. Skills, Devour, Level 1, Search, Level 1, Iron Claw, Level 1. Evolution requirements, Black Goldstone X1, Doghead Grass X3, Fire Dog Bone X1. Zhao Xian stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. As long as you meet the evolution requirement, you can upgrade the spirit body? This system is truly powerful. And this Big Yellow's Devour skill is a little interesting, it is probably the prototype of the sky howling dog swallowing the sun divine power. As for evolution materials, Zhao Xian lowered his head and looked at the balance on his phone with several zeros. Money is a bastard, after spending it we will earn it again. With strength, are we still afraid of not getting money? He directly opened the campus network resource mall. Before, he only dared to look at pictures outside this place, the things inside were deadly expensive. But now? Search Black Gold Stone, place order. Search Dog Head Grass, place order. Search Fire Dog Bone, place order. He casually swept a pile of D-level alien beast crystals, as snacks to nourish Big Yellow's body. Payment successful. Urgent delivery, arrive within 10 minutes. Zhao Xian threw the phone to the side and looked toward the test dummy in the corner. It was made of special steel, specially used to test the attack power of beast pets below sea level. Big Yellow, go. Use Iron Claw, try whether that thing is hard or not. Big Yellow, who was lying on the ground, suddenly raised its ears. It did not even take a running start. Its hind legs slightly bent, its body shot out like a withered yellow lightning. Swish. There was not any fancy movement. Its front claw cut through the air, leaving a shadow. Clang. The alloy dummy that could withstand several tons of impact actually slid down neatly from the waist like tofu. The cut surface was smooth like a mirror. Zhao Xian's pupils slightly shrank. This the hell is D level? This is still that stray dog that picked up trash and ate at the school gate? You must know that even sea level finds the target very hard to destroy. Big Yellow ruined it with one claw? Zhao Xian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The fire in his heart burned even stronger. This is the foundation of an SSS level divine beast. Even if it is an incomplete version, it is not something those ordinary people can imagine. At this time. Woof! Big Yellow suddenly gave a low growl toward the direction of the door, the fur on its whole body slightly bristled. That was vigilance, also a reminder. Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, subconsciously looked at the phone. 3 seconds later. The ringtone rang. Hello classmate, your urgent resources have arrived, at the door. Zhao Xian hung up the phone, the look in his eyes toward Big Yellow completely changed. Across the thick soundproof door, across dozens of meters of corridor. The person has not arrived, the dog already knows. This perception ability is amazing. If in the future he goes to the wild to explore secret realms, this is simply a human-shaped radar who can ambush him. Zhao Xian quickly took back the package. Open it. Black goldstone, black like ink, dog head grass giving off a fishy smell, and a bone faintly showing red light. Eat. Zhao Xian pushed the things to the ground. Big Yellow did not hesitate at all, opened its big mouth. Crack. Crack. That extremely hard black gold stone in its mouth was as crisp as crunchy beans. As the last piece of fire dog bone went into the belly, a scorching airwave suddenly burst out from Big Yellow's body. The originally dry and split yellow fur instantly became glossy and smooth, faintly showing a color of gold and iron. Its body size did not become bigger, but that kind of oppressive feeling became more than 1 time stronger. Ding! Detected host spirit body, sun-swallowing sky-howling dog, completed first evolution. Current spirit body level, sea level. Base skill power greatly increased. Awaken new skill, roar. Sea level. Not enough, continue to upgrade. B level requirement, red fox tail, yin yang wood, roan dragon fong. Just now that round of spending cost 200,000, Zhao Xian did not feel heartache. But looking at this time's materials, Zhao Xian found that these 30 million probably will not last. Only red fox tail already costs 500,000, yin yang wood 1 million, and roan dragon fong actually needs 8 million. Good guy, this one time goes out 9,500,000. Adding 20,000 more, just from D level to B level, 1/3 of his 30 million is used up. This where is some sun-swallowing divine beast, this is a gold-swallowing beast. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, bye. No matter how much money, it is not as important as strength. Decisively place order. And this time's order made the delivery of the resource room stunned. Which rich second generation is this, spending like this? In great haste, quickly prepare the goods. Chapter 5. You cannot compare to Big Yellow. Staring at the deduction message on his phone, Zhao Xian casually threw the bag of glowing crystal stones onto the floor. D-grade beast crystals, worth 5,000 each in the market. For an ordinary beast tamer, these things are a luxury. Because the energy is chaotic and violent, usually, a D-grade beast tamer needs to lie in their den and digest a single crystal for a whole day. If they're not careful, they might explode and die from energy overload. Zhao Xian casually picked up a crystal and tossed it in his hand. Devouring, a gift for you. The crystal flew through the air in a parabolic arc. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed. Devouring didn't even chew much, just swallowed it down with a roll of his throat. Zhao Xian's eyelids twitched sharply. Swallowed? He swallowed it just like that? No digestion process at all? Instinctively, he reached out to dig into Devouring's throat, afraid that the 10,000 yuan supplement would kill this old dog. But the moment his hand reached out, Zhao Xian froze. He saw a number flashing on the light screen in front of him. Level 3. There were no negative reactions, no signs of explosion. Zhao Xian took a sharp breath. Is this the power of a mythical level skill? Devour. Ignoring chaotic energy, ignoring digestion time, forcibly stealing. As long as there are resources, it's like there are no bottlenecks. Zhao Xian looked at the mud in front of him, whose fur had only become shinier, but otherwise looked no different. His gaze grew fiery. Since it can eat, let's feed it to its heart's content. He grabbed a handful of crystals and scattered them across the specially made rubber floor, like feeding chickens. Crunch! 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 The training room was filled with the sound of teeth grinding. Devouring, like a starving ghost reborn, rejected nothing, swallowing it all in a flash. With each crystal swallowed, the numbers on the light screen began to jump wildly. Level 4. Level 6. Level 7. Until the 15th crystal was swallowed, the level was fixed at level 8. When Zhao Xian offered the last 2 crystals, Devouring turned his head and burped a fiery, sour-scented belch. Not wanting to eat anymore? Or had it reached a limit? Zhao Xian thoughtfully pulled his hand back. It seemed that although the devouring skill was domineering, it still had a limit, constrained by the current physical strength. If it could truly level up infinitely, he could take it to slaughter gods tonight. Even so, this was enough to shock the world. 10 minutes, from level 1 to level 8. If this speed spread, the old men in the Beast Tamer Association would have a stroke right on the spot. Zhao Xian squatted down and stroked the golden fur, as hard as steel needles, that had just grown on Devouring's back. The feel was solid, the muscles tense, full of explosive power. This was no longer the stray dog waiting for death in the wind and snow. This was clearly the embryonic form of a lurking fierce beast. Just as Zhao Xian was pondering whether to buy some strengthening bone potions. Bang! A loud crash slammed against the thick soundproof door. The specially made blast-proof wall trembled slightly. Then, there was a sharp and ear-piercing female soprano voice, highly penetrating. Get out of the way. Let's see who dares stop me. This is a public facility of the school, I'm a student here, why can't I enter? At the door, 2 part-time girls responsible for maintaining order looked troubled, blocking the door tightly. This training room has been booked for private use, please respect it. Private? Private my ass. My boyfriend's inside. Lu Han pushed aside the girl blocking her way and was about to enter. She was furious, very furious. Just now, her best friend messaged her, saying she saw Zhao Xian, that waste, enter this top-tier training hall. She checked the price, 3,000 per hour. That was the money she originally planned to use to buy the latest LV bag. In her twisted logic, Zhao Xian's 30 million from selling the spirit body was actually hers. It was to treat her imaginary father's illness. Every penny Zhao Xian spent was like cutting her flesh, drinking her blood. He was using her money to raise a dying, useless dog? He is worthy too. Thinking of this, Lu Han became even more reckless, and she crazily slapped the tightly closed door. Zhao Xian. You turtle that hides your head, get the hell out here. I know you are inside, don't think hiding will make it fine. Holding the life-saving money for my dad and wasting it here, do you still have any conscience? Didn't you want to make a bet? I think you just want to spend all the money and refuse to pay the debt. Around them, many students had already gathered to watch the fun, pointing and whispering. Inside the house. Zhao Xian listened to that noisy voice, and his brows slowly twisted into a deep frown. This woman, she really is like dogskin plaster. Like a ghost that will not go away. He slowly stood up and patted Devouring's head. Devouring, let's go. I'll let you see something in this world that is even uglier than strange beasts. Devouring seemed to feel the suppressed anger of his master, a low growl coming out from his throat, and fierce light bursting out of his dog eyes. Zhao Xian walked to the door. He suddenly pulled it open. Crash! Lu Han, who was about to raise her foot to kick the door again, almost stepped into empty air and fell flat like a dog eating shit. She staggered and steadied her body, just about to open her mouth to curse loudly. But the moment she lifted her head, she forcefully swallowed back the dirty words that had reached her lips. An invisible pressure rushed toward her face. That was the pressure from a sea-level spirit controller. Lu Han's sight passed over Zhao Xian's expressionless face and landed on the big yellow dog half-squatting on the ground. Although it still looked like a local dog, under that glossy and smooth fur, the muscles were knotted and tight. Those eyes staring at her were cold and cruel, as if in the next second it would leap up and tear open her throat. Lu Han instinctively stepped back half a step, her face pale as paper. But very soon, greed crushed fear. She saw the black card pinched in Zhao Xian's hand, the symbol that only top members could hold. So many pairs of eyes were watching around. If she showed weakness now, would she still want that 30 million? Lu Han's eyes turned, and the arrogant look from before disappeared, turning into pitiful and delicate. Zhao Xian, did you forget what you promised me? Weren't you going to use this 30 million to treat my dad? My dad urgently needs this money now, how can you waste the money in this kind of place? Zhao Xian looked at Lu Han without expression, knowing she wanted to morally kidnap him. But Zhao Xian, who had seen her true face clearly, how could he fall for it? The money from selling my spirit body is mine. I will spend it however I want. Hearing these words, Lu Han froze at once. Was this still the Zhao Xian who obeyed every word and followed her in everything? Not daring to believe her own ears, Lu Han tested and said. Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? Didn't you say that after using this money to cure my dad's illness, we would get married? As she spoke, Lu Han walked to Zhao Xian, wanting to hold his arm and act spoiled. But before she could reach him, a pair of fierce eyes stared tightly at her. Whoa! 1. A low roar sounded beside Zhao Xian's leg, and De Huang bared his big teeth and roared at Lu Han. The instinct of an animal made it feel that the woman in front of it was not a good person. Lu Han was frightened by the fierce De Huang and became pitiful and weak. Brother Xian, control it. I am your girlfriend, I am its master. How can it bare its teeth at me? Zhao Xian showed disdain and glanced at Lu Han. You think you are worthy to be mentioned together with my De Huang? Chapter 6 Tearing the Face Apart. What did you say? You say I am not as good as this local dog that eats trash? Zhao Xian did not even bother to look at her directly, only casually taking the half-piece of crystal stone residue that De Huang carried back. Be confident and remove the question mark. De Huang eats trash, but it protects its master and knows who feeds it. It will guard in wind and snow until it freezes to death, and it will never bark wildly at its master. And you? Zhao Xian glanced at her coldly, his voice not loud, but every word pierced the heart. Like a poisonous snake that cannot be tamed, eating mine and drinking mine in normal times, and at the critical moment still biting back. Even beasts have feelings. You are not even as good as a beast. Lu Han was struck like by thunder, her whole body stiff in place. The whispers and mocking laughter around stabbed into her ears like needles. How did he change? That Zhao Xian who once obeyed her in every way, like a little lapdog, where did he go? Could it be that he knew something? Just when Lu Han was shocked and unsure, a rush of hurried footsteps broke the deadlock. Mr. Zhao. The urgent supplies you ordered have arrived. Several staff members in mall uniforms ran over carefully, holding a few delicate ebony boxes in their hands. The leading manager was covered in sweat, yet his face was full of flattering smiles. Red foxtail, 100-year yin-yang wood, and that roan dragon tooth. The total value is 9.5 million. Please check. The boxes were opened. Glowing light spilled out in brilliant colors. That red foxtail gave off a heart-shaking fire element wave. One look and you knew it was not an ordinary item. Lu Han's eyeballs were about to pop out. 9.5 million. In just these short few minutes, he had spent nearly 10 million. That was her dad's life-saving money. Zhao Xian. Are you crazy? Lu Han screamed out, her voice so sharp it broke out of tune. Things worth several million, you use them to feed a dog? This kind of low and cheap spirit beast, even if it eats dragon meat, it is still just a dog. Not only Lu Han, the students watching the show around them were also full of shock at this moment. In this world, the chain of contempt and spirit control was deeply rooted. Spirit bodies were noble, with endless potential. Spirit beasts were low and cheap, with an extremely low upper limit. To smash nearly 10 million resources onto a D-grade talent Chinese rural dog? This was just like pouring aviation fuel into a scrapped tractor. Pure brain-damaged behavior. What a waste of heavenly treasure. With this money you could buy a high-level beast pet egg. Is this revenge spending? Too ruinous. Listening to the discussions around her, Lu Han's heart ached so much she kept trembling. In her twisted values, the money in Zhao Xian's hand was her money. Every single cent Zhao Xian spent now was cutting her flesh. No. Absolutely not. Brother Xian, my dad is still in the hospital waiting to save his life. How can you be so selfish? Give me the card. As she spoke, she rushed up like a crazy woman, stretching out her hand to snatch the black card in Zhao Xian's hand. Zhao Xian did not move at all. He did not even lift his eyelids. At the very instant Lu Han's fingers were about to touch the black card. Roar! An extremely brutal roar exploded in the corridor without any warning. That was not a simple dog bark. C-grade skill roar. Visible sound waves wrapped with fierce airflow and slammed directly into Lu Han's chest. Ah! Lu Han let out a miserable scream. Her whole body was directly blown 3 or 4 meters away by the airwave. With a heavy thud she crashed onto the ground. Her delicate makeup was smeared, her hair was messy like a chicken nest, and one high heel was gone. She was embarrassed to the extreme. Lu Han struggled to crawl up. At this very moment, she could no longer pretend. That layer of pitiful human skin mask was completely torn apart. She pointed at Zhao Xian, her face twisted and fierce, her eyes full of hatred and poison. Zhao Xian. You bastard. You promised that after selling the spirit body you would give the money. Since you sold it for 30 million, why don't you fulfill your promise? This is fraud. Zhao Xian looked at the hysterical woman on the ground and sneered in his heart. Promise? Lu Han, we are both thousand-year foxes. What strange tales are you playing with me? Your so-called critically ill father, right now he should be holding the reward money Li Fu gave him, losing with red eyes in the underground casino, right? As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell into dead silence. Lu Han's face turned deathly pale in an instant, her pupils shrinking violently. Zhao Xian stepped forward, his voice cold and piercing to the bone. What? Not talking anymore? Or do you want me to expose in public the matter of you hooking up with Li Fu? Selling the spirit body to save your father? Ha! It was nothing but a trap set by you two dogman and dogwoman, wanting to cheat away my SS-grade spirit body. The truth was torn open, dripping with blood. The onlookers who just felt Zhao Xian was too heartless, now looked at Lu Han with eyes full of contempt. Damn, this is too vicious. To cheat her boyfriend's spirit body, she even cursed her own father with serious illness? I was wondering how Li Fu would go on stage to contract the spirit body Holy Mother. It was all planned from the start. Lu Han's whole body trembled, her face shifting from red to pale. Since the mask had been ripped off, she decided to completely throw away her shame. Yes. I set up the trap. So what? Lu Han got up from the ground, straightened her back, and shouted with confidence. No matter how it happened, the result is that you got 30 million. If it weren't for me forcing you, would you sell St. Mary? Could you have gotten this huge amount of money? In the end, this business was made possible by me. I was the middleman. I deserve the commission. I deserve half. This outrageous and ridiculous logic directly fried everyone's brains in the room. They had never seen such a shameless person. Zhao Xian looked at the hysterical woman before him, and the last shred of goodwill he had for her completely vanished. Arguing with someone like this made him feel like he was lowering his own value. He couldn't even be bothered to argue back. He simply spat out two words in extreme disdain. Idiot. After saying that, he turned to look at the training center manager, who had already been scared silly. I am a VIP client, and I only have one request. Zhao Xian pointed at Lu Han at the door. If there's a dog barking outside, I will complain about your security and demand a full refund. The manager trembled and immediately reacted. If he lost such a big client, the boss would skin him alive. Security. Where the hell are the security guards? Get this crazy woman out of here. Two muscular security guards immediately rushed up. How dare you? I am a student. I have the right to be here. Lu Han still wanted to throw a tantrum, but when she saw the big yellow dog baring its sharp, shiny teeth, growling in a low, rumbling tone, ready to pounce, she froze in fear. Her legs went weak, and the curse on the tip of her tongue was swallowed back down. Zhao Xian. You wait for me. This isn't over. Young Master Li won't let you go. While shouting, Lu Han hurriedly ran out, fearing that if she was a second too late, the crazy dog would tear her apart. Bang! Finally, the world was quiet again. Chapter 7, Another Upgrade. Zhao Xian had no time to care about how embarrassed Lu Han looked at that moment. In his eyes, there were only the three priceless boxes in his hands. The red fox tail, the 100-year-old yin-yang wood, and the dragon fong. Nearly 10 million in resources, treasures that ordinary beast masters might never see in their lifetime. Big Yellow, it's time to eat. Zhao Xian opened the boxes one by one, and the rich elemental energy instantly filled the entire training room. Big Yellow had already been itching for a while, its bright black eyes gleaming with desire. Without hesitation, it opened its blood-red mouth and bit down on the hard dragon fong. Crunch! The material, which could be used to make B-grade weapons, was as fragile as a cucumber in its mouth. Next came the red fox tail and the yin-yang wood. If it had been an ordinary beast master, the chaotic and violent energy entering their body would have exploded them to death. But Big Yellow was different. It was a mutated species with the Devour talent. There was nothing it couldn't digest, no matter how unimaginable it was. Roar! Woo! Big Yellow let out a painful yet excited low growl. Its body began to tremble violently, and its bones cracked with popping sounds. Its previously dry and messy yellow fur started falling off, replaced by fur as tough as black gold. Its body swelled up like a balloon, growing from a skinny stray dog to a giant beast more than 2 meters tall in the blink of an eye. The sense of pressure was even more real than the St. Mary's apparition just now. Ding! Contract beast, Big Yellow, remnant body of the sun-eating howling sky dog. Level 8, growth stage. Quality, C level B level, evolving. Skill update. Devour Advanced Devour, the ability to digest is greatly enhanced, capable of consuming materials up to 10 levels higher than its own and converting them into pure energy. Find Object Treasure Hunt, enhanced sense of smell, can sense rare materials and treasures within a 5-kilometer radius. Iron Claw Sky Rift Claw, claw attacks now come with a space-rending effect. Ignore 50% physical defense. Roar Tengu's howl, sound waves cause physical damage, accompanied by mental deterrence. Looking at the newly refreshed Big Yellow, Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. This is the joy of a player with money. But when he glanced at his account balance and then at Big Yellow's mere level 8, his brow furrowed. This golden beast eats too much. Nearly 10 million had been spent, the talent was up, but the level was still lacking. To establish oneself in this world, just having talent is not enough, you also need real combat power. Keep spending money to buy crystals for leveling, but there are bottlenecks, and the cost is even higher than for talents? No, it's not worth it. And he still had a portion of the money reserved for the future black hole insect. That was his companion from his past life, and it was the trump card that changed his fate. Especially when thinking about the black hole insect's abilities, Zhao Wei knew that raising the black hole insect was the real bottomless pit. The remaining 20 million must be kept for its startup funds. Since I can't upgrade through spending money, I'll have to go back to the old way. A glint flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. Grind. In this era of spiritual energy revival, the blue star was covered with countless space rifts connecting to other worlds, known as the spiritual realms. There, it was a dangerous restricted zone, but also a paradise for the strong. In the current social system, whether it's university credits or social status, they all have to be fought for with lives in the spiritual realms. The university they were in even had a guild hall specifically for posting tasks and forming teams to enter dungeons. Big Yellow, change back. Zhao Xian patted Big Yellow on the head. The majestic black gold giant beast whined in compliance, its body rapidly shrinking. In the blink of an eye, it transformed back into the harmless Big Yellow dog, only its fur was much shinier and it looked much more energetic. The man and the dog left the training hall and headed straight for the guild hall in the center of the school. It was peak hour for accepting tasks. The enormous guild hall was bustling with noise, with thousands of students gathered in front of the giant electronic screens, selecting tasks. The moment Zhao Xian stepped into the hall, the noisy entrance area suddenly fell eerily silent for a moment. No choice, his fame was too great now. Look! Isn't that Zhao Xian? Which Zhao Xian? Oh. That fool who gave up the SS level Saint Mother and contracted a stray dog? Damn, it really is him. He actually has the nerve to come to the guild? Is he out of money to buy dog food and planning to work for the guild now? Harsh sarcastic voices came from all directions. Many people pointed at Zhao Xian, as if they were watching a circus monkey. In this school where strength was supreme, contracting a trashy pet beast meant being at the very bottom of the social hierarchy. Zhao Xian remained expressionless, as if these people were nothing more than air. He walked straight to the self-service task publishing machine, took out his black card. Beep. Paid a 100,000 deposit. His fingers swiftly moved across the screen, posting a bounty task. Task type, power leveling/escort. Task goal, sweep the outskirts of the low-level spiritual realm, Dark Forest. Task requirement, a strong output team is needed to weaken the monsters, with my contracted beast delivering the final blow. Reward, 50,000 Federation coins/hour. As Zhao Xian clicked confirm, the task instantly rolled to the top of the giant screen in the center of the hall. The crowd that had been mocking Zhao Xian reflexively looked up. Then, the hall exploded. 50,000 per hour? Damn, that's even higher than carrying a girl. Wait, did you see the requirements? The final blow must be done by his contracted beast? Isn't his contracted beast that dog from earlier? Several senior students from the third year, who had originally been tempted, immediately changed their expressions. They were short on money, but they cared more about their reputation. To have a group of elites with C-level and even B-level beast tamers act as babysitters for a dog? And even having to weaken the monsters and feed them to the dog to kill? This is not just a task. This is an insult. A burly, bald man saw the task and immediately slammed the axe he was holding into the ground. He was notorious for his bad temper in his third year, and now he was pointing at Zhao Xian, cursing. Zhao Xian. What the hell do you mean? You think throwing some stinking money around will disgust people? I'm a B-class beast master, a fierce flame tiger, and you want me to help you with your dog? If I take this job, how can I still show my face at school? This is too humiliating. Taking a dog to level up? You've got to be kidding. I wouldn't take this trash job for 100,000. I can't afford this disgrace. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone thought Zhao Xian had gone crazy. This was practically dragging the dignity of beast masters through the mud. Zhao Xian leaned against the counter, watching these righteous elites, and shook his head lightly. He casually pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, but before he could take a drag, the big yellow dog beside him bit the cigarette right off. Zhao Xian wasn't angry, only giving the whole scene a cold, indifferent glance. If he didn't need a team to enter the secret realm, he would have gone in alone. 10 minutes passed. The huge electronic screen still displayed the high reward bounty, lonely and unclaimed. Seems like some people have too much money and no place to spend it. Zhao Xian casually clicked the cancel button on the screen. Since no one was willing to lower themselves for money, he would change his approach. No one would protect me? Fine, I'll protect someone else instead. After all, it's just a dungeon. As long as he could get in, how he cleared the monsters was his business. His finger slid quickly across the screen, and soon a small, unnoticed bounty caught his attention. Task type, gathering/protection. Task objective, gather moonlight grass from the outskirts of the dark forest. Task requirement, needs a battle-type beast master to escort and clear low-level wild monsters along the way. Reward, 2,000 Federation coins per completion. The reward was pitifully low, not even enough to buy a potion. This one will do. Ding. Task accepted successfully. The crisp notification sound rang out. The crowd, who had been waiting to laugh at Zhao Xian, exploded in an instant. At this moment, an extremely sharp and furious shout came from the crowd. Aya! What the hell are you doing? If you insist on letting this useless guy follow, I'll quit. Teaming up with a dog for an escort mission? I can't afford this shame. The one speaking was from the team that posted the gathering task. The employer was a petite girl with thick glasses, looking delicate, named Leah. The one shouting was Lu Kai, a notorious troublemaker in the school, with an A-class spirit. He was only taking this low-level task to pursue Leah, lowering himself to do so. Now, seeing Zhao Xian, who had brought a mutt, joining the team, it made him feel as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Leah pushed up her glasses, speaking softly but firmly, but he's the only one who will take the job. There was actually something she didn't say. She knew Zhao Xian. The one who, to save his girlfriend's father, was willing to sell his SS-level talent. Although everyone at school was mocking him, Leah felt that a person so loyal and righteous shouldn't be trampled in the dirt. If she could help, she would. Looking at Zhao Xian walking over with the big yellow dog, Leah gave a friendly smile. Hello Zhao Xian, welcome to the team. Zhao Xian was slightly surprised, glancing at this girl. In a world where people judge others based on their status, such pure kindness was a rare thing. However, before he could say anything, Lu Kai, with two henchmen, stepped between them, his face showing hostility. Zhao, if you know what's good for you, cancel the task and get lost. Don't think you can get by just because Aya is soft-hearted. You think you can accept a bounty with a dog? I think you've gone mad for money, go home and eat shit. Faced with this low-level provocation, Zhao Xian didn't even bat an eyelash. How come the employer isn't anxious, but I've got 3 stray dogs barking here? What did you say? Lu Kai's face instantly turned as red as a pig's liver. He had been bullying others in school for so long, when had anyone ever dared to insult him like this? I think you're looking for death. Lu Kai's spiritual energy surged within him, and he was about to strike. Lu Kai! What are you doing? Leah panicked and quickly stood in front of Zhao Xian. This is the guild hall, private fights are forbidden. And Zhao Xian is my teammate that I invited. Seeing the woman he loved protect another man, Lu Kai's jealousy burned hotter in his eyes. But he didn't want to appear rude in front of Leah. Fine, Aya, for your sake, I won't stoop to the level of this trash. I don't need you to protect me. Zhao Xian suddenly spoke, directly retorting. If you think I don't deserve to protect her, then feel free to try. Let's see who really ends up embarrassed. This was not just a provocation. This was outright contempt. Before Lu Kai could even react, one of his lackeys couldn't hold back anymore. The lackey stepped forward and stood in front of Lu Kai. Young Master Lu, you are a genius who awakened an A-level spiritual body. It's beneath you to argue with this trash. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Since you want to die, I'll make it happen. Let's head to the training room and settle it. Zhao Xian didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he were looking at an idiot. The training room requires a queue, it's too much of a waste of time. He casually pointed toward the door. There's an open-air arena right outside the guild hall. As long as no one dies, feel free to fight. With that, he shoved his hands into his pockets and turned to walk out. Big Yellow wagged his tail, slowly following his master. All right. You've got guts. Since you want to embarrass yourself in broad daylight, I'll grant your wish. The lackey laughed in anger and followed behind. The group stormed out of the guild hall. The idle spirit masters who had been taking care of business in the hall immediately gathered around when they heard there was going to be a spectacle. The open-air arena was small, specifically used to settle personal grievances between spirit masters. Zhao Xian casually found a corner and stood still. On the arena, the lackey named Zhang Wei, enjoying the attention of the crowd below, had his vanity greatly satisfied. He suddenly slapped his spiritual bag on his waist. Come out, my partner. Let them witness the pressure of a B-level talent. V-room. A red light flashed. A creature, entirely crimson with flames burning at its tail, landed at the center of the arena. Damn. It's really a B-level spiritual beast. Is this the legendary fire immortal? Its appearance is so flashy. The crowd below gasped in awe. However, Zhao Xian only glanced at it indifferently. This so-called fire immortal had a sharp snout, a monkey-like face, and a slender body. Apart from the fire at its tail, it was essentially just a mutated fiery weasel. Only these inexperienced students would treat such a creature, which could only fart and sneak attack, as a treasure. Zhang Wei pointed smugly at Zhao Xian. Now, kneel and kowtow 3 times to young Master Lu. If you do, I'll let you off easy. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Zhao Xian yawned and reached out to pat Big Yellow's forehead. Go ahead, finish this quickly. Don't waste time, I still have to make money. Big Yellow couldn't even be bothered to bark. He slowly walked to the center of the arena. To the untrained eye, it looked like a dirty street dog that hadn't bathed yet. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. Does this dog look like it hasn't woken up? Look at it acting so scared. It must be stunned by the fire immortal's pressure. Laughter echoed from the crowd. A ruthless gleam flashed in Zhang Wei's eyes. Since you're looking for death, fire immortal. Attack! Shred it with your fiery claws. Screech! The fiery weasel let out a sharp screech. It pushed off the ground with its limbs and pounced directly at Big Yellow's face. The burning claws drew 3 scorching trails through the air. The speed and explosive power of a B-level spiritual body were indeed no joke. Leah was so scared that she closed her eyes, unwilling to witness the upcoming bloody scene. However, at that moment, when the fiery claws were less than 10 centimeters from the big yellow dog's nose, the lazy big yellow dog suddenly flicked its eyelids open. In its murky dog eyes, a fierce light, belonging to a top predator, suddenly shot out. It did not dodge. It didn't even use its claws to fight back. It simply slightly opened its mouth and, facing the weasel charging at its face, let out a low growl from deep within its throat. Grr! This was not a dog's bark. The sound was like the roar of an ancient giant beast waking up, carrying a terrifying pressure from the depths of its bloodline. The visible shockwaves of sound hit the weasel in midair with full force. Boom! A dull thud. The fire-wielding weasel, once so fierce, didn't even have time to scream. The flames, which had been burning intensely, instantly extinguished. Its slender body twitched violently in midair before its eyes rolled back. With a thud, it fell stiffly to the ground. From start to finish. Less than 2 seconds. Chapter 9, A Mouse Bigger Than a Cow? The big yellow dog closed its mouth, lazily shook its ears, and yawned. Silence. An eerie stillness. The arena, which had just been buzzing with noise, was now so quiet that even a pin dropping could be heard. Zhang Wei was completely stunned, his legs went weak, and he collapsed directly to the ground. His proud B-class spirit beast, the fire immortal. Defeated by a mutt. With a single roar, knocked out? This is impossible. It must be an illusion, my fire immortal could never lose to a dog. His lips trembled as he stared at the mutt nearby, lazily licking its paws. No one paid attention to his breakdown. The battle was over, and reality was this cruel. Zhao Xian didn't have time to watch the losing dog's misery, turning to look at Lu Kai, who had yellow hair. You bet, you lose. His voice was calm, but it slapped Lu Kai's face like a hard slap. Lu Kai's yellow-dyed hair gleamed under the sunlight, making it especially glaring. He glared at Zhao Xian, grinding his teeth. Now, do I qualify to join the team? Zhao Xian looked at Leah, who stood beside him. Leah was still lost in the shock from that roar. Hearing this, she instinctively nodded hard. Of course. Your strength is more than enough. Meanwhile, Lu Kai, who stood next to Leah, had a face so dark it seemed like it could drip water. But right now, he had no reason to refuse. How could he, Lu Xiao, refuse in front of so many people? How could he continue to live in the school? Fine, you win. Since you want to die, I'll let you follow along. A flicker of undetectable malice flashed in Lu Kai's eyes. There were rules in the arena that prohibited killing. But once inside the secret realm, if a few people died and it was said they were eaten by magical beasts, who would be able to investigate? Just wait. The next morning. At the entrance of the primary fire element's secret realm. It was located in the western suburbs of the city, a place usually quiet with few people. But today, the square in front of the secret realm's gate was crowded with people. Looking around, all the students were wearing blue and white school uniforms. Clearly, this was a collective training activity organized by the school. Zhao Xian arrived early, leaning against a tree on the side of the road, resting his eyes. Before long, Liette and her group of 4 also arrived. When the 5 of them met, the atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. No greetings. The air was thick with tension, like a sword drawn, ready to strike. The yellow-haired Lu Kai, along with his 2 followers, stared at Zhao Xian with unfriendly eyes. Zhao Xian ignored them. Anyway, once they entered, they would go their separate ways. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a wad of freshly minted Federation currency. A full 20,000. Smack. He slapped the money directly into Lia's hand. I took one of your spots, this is compensation. Once inside the secret realm, I won't follow the team. I'll act alone. Lia stared at the money in her hand, hesitating for a moment before trying to push it back. I don't want your money. I just wanted to help you, and we're all classmates. Take it. Zhao Xian didn't take it, merely saying 2 words in a calm, unquestionable tone. I don't like owing favors. Especially when it comes to such a favor. If you have other plans, it's up to you. Anyway, I've given you the money. The yellow-haired man glanced at the thick stack of cash, a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. Oh, so having money makes you amazing? You're the type to act like a big shot with money earned from selling spirit bodies. It's disgusting. Lia suddenly turned her head and gave the yellow-haired man a fierce glare. Shut up. She sighed, helplessly putting the money away, her expression mixed as she looked at Zhao Xian. Although this is a low-level secret realm, it's not as safe as you think. If you're going to act alone, be extra careful. Zhao Xian nodded, as if acknowledging her words. Let's go. The group went through identity checks and then entered the glowing blue portal one by one. Buzz. A sensation of weightlessness hit, and the world spun around. As his vision cleared, the once blue sky disappeared without a trace. In its place was a heavy, oppressive dark red sky. Hot. Stiflingly hot. The air was thick with a pungent sulfur smell. What greeted his eyes was a desolate world filled with red-hot lava and charred black rocks. Is this the secret realm? In his past life, Zhao Xian had contracted a powerless black hole worm, so he had never entered a secret realm. This was his first time. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, the scorching air filling his lungs, and instead of feeling uncomfortable, his blood seemed to boil. Finally, it had come. You're just a country bumpkin, never seen the world, huh? The yellow-haired man sneered when he saw Zhao Xian looking around. Zhao Xian ignored him, and was about to walk away when Lia called out to him. She pulled a piece of parchment map from her backpack and shoved it into Zhao Xian's hands. This is an internal map. She pointed to several marks on the map, speaking quickly. If you want to level up and increase your battle power, head west. There's a lava pool over there, with low-level fire mice, perfect for your spirit to level up. As she spoke, her finger moved to the southwest corner of the map, where a glaring blood-red skull was drawn. You must, absolutely must, avoid this place. The lake in the southwest is said to be sealed with a terrifying beast king. Though it's sealed, the released aura is very dangerous. Many students have wandered in and never returned alive. Do you remember? Zhao Xian glanced at the map and nodded. Thank you. Lia gave him a deep look before turning to catch up with the yellow-haired group. Once Lia's figure disappeared behind the stone forest, Zhao Xian patted the head of the big yellow dog beside him. Alright, stop playing dead. Time to eat. Upon hearing those words, the previously sluggish big yellow dog instantly tensed up. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds rang out, making one's teeth ache. Its body swelled in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed from a small dog into a massive black gold beast, 2 meters tall at the shoulders. The pressure from its presence even caused the surrounding flowing lava to momentarily freeze. Zhao Xian hopped onto the wide back of the dog. Let's go, head west. Roar. The big yellow dog let out a low growl, its paws pushing off the ground as it shot forward like black lightning. With no one else around, it completely let loose. Along the way, any living creature it saw, whether it was a fire lizard hiding in a crack or a fire dung beetle rolling a ball of dung by the lava, it would take a bite as it passed. Crunch! It didn't even chew, just swallowing it straight down. Its ravenous look made Zhao Xian shake his head in disbelief. The pair, man and dog, ran wildly across the wasteland for 10 minutes. Ahead, a rolling lava pool came into view. Is this the place Lia mentioned, the leveling spot? Zhao Xian knew about fire mice from the Exotic Beast Basics class. They were level 9, rank 9 secret realm beasts, among the weakest. They were just a bit larger than a regular house mouse, smaller than an adult rabbit. For Big Yellow, such exotic beasts were no challenge at all, just one bite, like cracking sunflower seeds. But when Zhao Xian arrived and looked closely, he was stunned. The rabbit-like fire mice disappeared, one by one, the rats as big as buffaloes roared in the magma. It seemed as if something was torturing them, each one shaking their heads in pain, rolling in the magma. But then, with Zhao Xian's sudden arrival, the endless fire mice seemed to have found a point to vent their anger. Each one stared with burning red eyes, fixating on Zhao Xian. Damn! Danger! Chapter 10, The Rat Tide. Run! Zhao Xian shouted sharply, slapping hard on Big Huang's neck. There was no need for any extra words, the tacit understanding between the man and the dog was fully displayed at that moment. In the instant those dozens of blood-red beast eyes locked on them, Big Huang's hind leg muscles suddenly tensed, like a bow being drawn taut. Boom! The scorched black rock beneath them shattered instantly, with flying debris. Big Huang turned into a black and gold streak of light, skimming close to the scorching ground, deflecting at an impossible sharp angle, instantly breaking out of the encirclement. Boom, boom, boom. A dull crashing sound came from behind. That was the sound of several huge mutated fire mice, as large as water buffaloes, crashing into each other. The area by the magma pool was in chaos, the roaring sound deafening. The wind howled in their ears, and the heat wave slammed into their faces. Zhao Xian crouched on Big Huang's back, glancing back. That glance sent a chill down his spine. The mutated fire mice did not stop after losing their target, instead, it seemed as if they had been infected by some kind of wild virus, starting to madly attack everything around them. Some were tearing at each other, while others, their eyes glowing red, drooled foul-smelling saliva, running wildly in all directions of the secret realm. They had completely lost their minds. This was not the normal behavior of alien beasts. Fire mice, such low-level alien beasts, are usually timid, social, and would hide in burrows when facing strong enemies. But now, they had turned into bloodthirsty mad dogs. Ah! A faint, tragic scream came from the distance, followed by several weak explosions, then silence. Clearly, some unlucky students had encountered these mad creatures. The entire beginner's secret realm was turning into a giant slaughterhouse. Big Huang ran for 2 to 3 kilometers in one go, stopping behind a towering stone forest, panting heavily, with a look in his eyes that seemed like he hadn't eaten enough. Zhao Xian ignored the dog's greedy nature, furrowing his brows. Something was wrong. Leah had said before that there was a seal by the lake in the southwest, but it seemed the problem with the seal was far worse than expected. Such a large-scale mutation could not have formed naturally. Let's go, let's find another place to level up. We can't stay here. Zhao Xian patted Big Huang on the head, preparing to detour towards the exit of the secret realm. Just as he took 2 steps, he paused. In his mind, Leah's slightly worried face appeared, along with the cautiousness when she handed him the map. Though that woman had a bit of a messiah complex, that money was real. And that map. Zhao Xian felt the parchment in his pocket. He was a man with a black heart and cruel hands, but the one thing he didn't like was owing a favor. Especially the favor of the dead. TCH, troublesome. Zhao Xian spat. Big Huang, smell that woman's scent. Woof. Big Huang tilted his head with a look that seemed to say, are you sick? Less talk, the woman who gave you money to buy meat. Big Huang twitched his nose, sniffing the air a few times, then turned to look southeast, giving a low growl. Let's go. Zhao Xian mounted the dog. We return the favor, and then we leave. In the southeast, a relatively open area of rubble. Leah and her group were resting under a large rock. The atmosphere was a bit gloomy. The tragic scream they had heard from afar earlier made them uneasy. Brother Kai, was there an incident with that sound just now? One of the followers asked, shrinking his neck. Lu Kai, who was feeding his mutated yellow weasel with an expensive supplement, snorted disdainfully at the question. What could have happened? This is just a beginner's secret realm, at most there are a few 9th-tier exotic beasts. Probably some rookie made a mistake and got burned in the butt. As he spoke, he glanced at Leah and said sarcastically, just like some people, bringing a useless baggage along, even paying for the map. Not afraid of wasting money on a dog. Leah's face turned ugly, and she was about to retort. Bang! A dull sound echoed. A shadow jumped down from the stone pillar above and landed firmly in front of everyone. Dust flew everywhere. Lu Kai was startled, almost spilling the supplement in his hand. When he saw that the person who arrived was Zhao Xian, riding a dirt dog, his panic instantly turned into anger. Zhao Xian? Are you crazy? You scared the hell out of me. Zhao Xian looked down at the group, completely ignoring Lu Kai, and his gaze directly landed on Leah. Retreat immediately. Zhao Xian spoke quickly, his voice cold and firm. The fire mice ahead have mutated, their size is as big as water buffaloes, completely losing their minds, extremely aggressive. The secret realm is no longer safe. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The big yellow dog lowered its body in cooperation, growling a warning, its fur bristling slightly. Leah was stunned. She looked at Zhao Xian's serious expression and subconsciously stood up. Mutated? As big as a water buffalo? Yes. Zhao Xian nodded, there are many of them, and they are spreading towards here. Pfft, ha 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 ha. A harsh burst of laughter interrupted the conversation. Lu Kai held his stomach, laughing so hard he was almost in tears. Mice as big as water buffaloes? Zhao Xian, can you make up a better story? Are you scared by those few rats? Or? Lu Kai straightened up, his eyes filled with contempt and malice. You found something good ahead and want to trick us into leaving so you can take it all for yourself? The two lackeys beside him also came to their senses and quickly chimed in. Yeah, if fire mice can grow as big as water buffaloes, I'll eat this rock on the spot. Running away with a mythical beast as a mount, you're really embarrassing beast masters. Yeah, don't listen to him, this guy definitely has bad intentions. Leah looked at Zhao Xian, then at the confident Lu Kai, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. Zhao Xian, did you get it wrong? How could fire mice? Zhao Xian looked at these idiots, the last bit of patience in his eyes vanished. Good advice can never persuade a dead man. I've said what I needed to say, whether you believe it or not. The 20,000 yuan debt is cleared. After saying that, he tugged on Big Yellow's collar and turned to leave. You're acting tough and still want to leave? Lu Kai stepped forward, blocking Zhao Xian's way, a mocking smile on his face. You want to run after being exposed? You. Boom. The ground suddenly shook. A rock wall at the edge of the gravel beach exploded with a loud bang. Through the billowing smoke and dust, three massive black shadows rushed out like out-of-control tanks, bringing with them a suffocating, fishy wind. Their crimson eyes, black fur like steel needles, and two tusks glinting coldly in the sunlight. Each one was more than 3 meters long. It really was, mice as big as water buffaloes. Lu Kai's smile instantly froze, like a cheap mask hanging on his face. His mocking words got stuck in his throat, turning into a shrill scream like a duck's quack. What the hell? Without giving anyone time to react, the three mutated fire mice charged into the crowd like wild beasts. Defend! Defend quickly! Lu Kai yelled in fear, frantically signaling his fire fairy to cast fireballs. However, those fireballs, which usually seemed imposing, only released a puff of black smoke when they hit the mutated mice's thick fur. They didn't even break the skin. Instead, they completely enraged the beasts. Roar! The lead mutated mouse suddenly charged forward. It rammed into the defensive lackey in front, along with his rock turtle, sending them flying like ragdolls over 10 meters before crashing into the rock wall, their life or death unknown. The formation instantly collapsed. Help! Another lackey, scared out of his wits, screamed and scrambled to run backward. Lu Kai, even more terrified, turned pale, his legs shaking, as he stood in the front. At this moment, he instinctively pushed Leah forward, then turned and ran. Block them! Leah, block them! Leah was caught off guard, stumbling and falling to the ground. She looked up. A massive bloody mouth was already just inches away. The stinking saliva dripped onto her face. The madness and cruelty in the mutated rat's eyes made her brain go blank, unable to even scream. It's over. Just as the sharp fangs were about to pierce Leah's throat, a shadow fell like a towering mountain, crashing down in front of her. Zhao Xian's face was expressionless, his eyes cold as knives. He didn't even look at the beast that was so close, only calmly uttering a word. Roar! The big yellow dog suddenly opened its massive mouth. Roar! This roar was no longer the low growl from before. It was a roar filled with cruelty and authority, originating from an ancient bloodline. The visible sound waves surged in a fan-shaped explosion. The air seemed to be compressed to its limit in that moment, then exploded. Boom! The mutated rat, midair, was struck by an invisible heavy hammer. Its eyeballs bulged out instantly, blood gushing from its 7 orifices. Its massive body flew back faster than it came, slamming into the pile of rubble behind it, twitching twice, then lying still. The other 2 mutated rats, preparing to kill Lu Kai, were also stunned by the terrifying shockwave, shaking their heads in pain, falling into temporary paralysis. The whole area was dead silent. Only the heavy breathing of the big yellow dog could be heard, like thunder. Seize the moment, take your life. The vicious light in the big yellow dog's eyes was obvious, without needing Zhao Xian to command. Whoosh! The black-gold figure flashed past. Its claws extended, gleaming coldly. Splat! The closest mutated rat's throat was instantly ripped open, blood gushing like a column. Then, the big yellow dog swung its tail like a dragon's tail. Its tail, thick like a steel whip, cracked the air and struck the last mutated rat's spine fiercely. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking made one's teeth ache. The mutated rat didn't even have time to scream, its spine broken, it collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of mush. 2 seconds. Only 2 seconds. The three mutated giant beasts that had instantly crushed Liu Kai's team were all destroyed. The big yellow dog shook the blood off its claws in disdain, not even glancing at the corpses on the ground. These things were too big to bother with now. At this moment, Liu Kai remained frozen in his running posture, his pants soaked with a large wet patch. He stared blankly at the imposing black gold beast, then glanced at Zhao Xian, who sat calmly on the dog's back. A choking sound came from his throat, but he couldn't speak a complete sentence. Is this really a street dog? Leah collapsed on the ground, watching the figure blocking in front of her, tears flowing uncontrollably. Shock, fear, gratitude. However, there was no sign of relief on Zhao Xian's face. He looked around at the dark corners, his brows furrowing deeper. Stop spacing out. Zhao Xian's voice shattered the silence. The smell of blood is spreading. Before his words had finished, countless pairs of crimson eyes began to glow from the cracks in the rocks, from the shadows. Dense, like ghost flames. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The sound of grinding teeth sent chills down everyone's spine. Dozens, no, hundreds of mutated fire rats surged from all directions, surrounding the rocky beach tightly. That nauseating stench instantly filled every inch of space. The big yellow dog lowered its body, a threatening low growl coming from its throat, but the ease in its eyes had vanished, replaced by seriousness. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, staring at the hopeless tide of beasts. It seems that we can't leave this time. The countless pairs of crimson eyes in the shadows of the surrounding rocks rose and fell in the darkness, like hellish flowers blooming in the night. The grinding of teeth gathered into a tsunami, crashing against everyone's eardrums. It's over, it's all over. Liu Kai's face was as pale as death, his legs uncontrollably jerking. The family background he was so proud of, his A-grade talent, were as fragile as paper in front of this group of insane beasts. The two lackeys had long collapsed on the ground, their pants soaked, with no strength left to run. Shut up if you don't want to die. A sharp yell, like thunder, exploded in everyone's ears. Zhao Xian, riding on Big Yellow's back, looked down from a high vantage point, gazing at these useless fools. His eyes colder than the surrounding lava, with no panic, only calculations as precise as a machine. Save your crying for the graveyard. Now, follow my orders. Zhao Xian's voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable pressure, forcefully stopping the panic in everyone's hearts. His finger moved like a blade, quickly drawing out positions. Liu Kai, stop playing dead. Summon your spirit and protect the left wing. You two useless fools, if you don't want to feed the rats, summon your beast spirits and hold the right. Leah, your light butterfly will handle rear interference, don't let them sneak up on us. Big Yellow and I will lead the charge, tear a gap open. Anyone who dares fall behind, I won't turn back to save them, got it? At the brink of life and death, fear was forcibly suppressed by the will to survive. Liu Kai, though hating Zhao Xian to the bone, knew that at this moment, there was no choice but to listen to this madman. Come out. Guardian Angel. Liu Kai gritted his teeth and shouted, his hands forming seals. Buzz. A holy white light shot up into the sky. In midair, a female spirit clad in silver armor, holding a light shield and with wings on her back, slowly appeared. An A-grade spirit, the Guardian Angel. Though not as powerful as the SS-ranked Virgin Mary, she was still a top-tier defense spirit. The light shield opened, and a semi-transparent barrier instantly covered the left side. The other two lackeys shakily summoned their rock turtle and iron-skinned pig. Although their levels were low, they were still tank-like beasts, barely holding the right side gap. Leah took a deep breath, and with a flick of her finger, a butterfly glowing with soft light appeared, scattering faint glowing spots, slightly dispelling the fear in everyone's hearts. The formation was set. Big Yellow, charge. Zhao Xian squeezed his legs against the dog's belly. Roar. Big Yellow could no longer hold back its bloodthirsty instincts. It roared, its forepaws smashing the ground, its massive black and gold body like a heavy tank, charging forward with unstoppable momentum, crashing violently into the tide of red mice in front of them. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The battle escalated to a fever pitch the moment they made contact. Eek! 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 The mutated fire mice went wild. They ignored death, stepping over the bodies of their companions, surging forward like a tidal wave towards the group. Ah! We can't hold them off. Too many. Liu Kai screamed in despair. Though his guardian angel had an incredible defense, facing the frenzied attacks of dozens of mutated mice, the light shield was instantly covered in cracks. The mutated mice even climbed on top of the shield like stacked bricks, using their fangs to gnaw at the spirit's energy. The guardian angel swung her light sword, slashing through a few mice, but soon, she was overwhelmed by more. Liu Kai, as the host, felt it all. His face turned pale instantly, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The two lackeys were in a worse state. The rock turtle's shell had been shattered, and the iron-skinned pig had a huge chunk of meat torn off, howling in agony. Looking ahead. It was a battlefield from hell. Big Yellow didn't need any defense. It was the sharpest spear. Swish! With a swipe of its claws, 3 mutated mice rushing at it were instantly severed in half, their insides spilling everywhere. Big Yellow didn't even look back, biting down on a mutated mouse trying to sneak up on it. The terrifying biting force exploded instantly. Crack! The mutated mouse, the size of a buffalo, had its head explode like a watermelon. Its black and gold fur was stained red with blood, making it appear even more ferocious. Big Yellow charged through the beast swarm, every strike creating a bloody storm. With its sheer strength, it single-handedly bore the brunt of 80% of the pressure from the front. Lu Kai, trailing behind, watched in stunned silence. Is this a dog? This is simply a ferocious beast disguised in a dog's skin. His guardian angel could only passively endure the beating in front of these rats, while this mutt was slaughtering. Such a huge contrast made an absurd despair rise in his heart. Watch out! Ahead! Leah suddenly screamed. In the depths of the rat tide, a mutated rat king, as big as an elephant, suddenly slammed through its own kind and, with a suffocating pressure, opened its bloody mouth wide, charging straight at Zhao Xian's face. This was an elite mutated rat. Its 2 tusks glowed with a ghostly blue poison, moving at an incredible speed. Zhao Xian! Leah closed her eyes in despair. At such a close distance, there was no way to dodge. However, Zhao Xian didn't even blink. He simply coldly patted Big Yellow's neck. You must be hungry, huh? Here's a snack. Big Yellow suddenly stopped, facing the charging giant beast. It didn't dodge, instead, it opened its mouth. That mouth stretched to an exaggerated angle. A chilling black wave suddenly gathered deep in its throat. Devour! Voom! The space seemed to twist for a moment. A pitch-black vortex formed in Big Yellow's mouth, and the terrifying suction exploded in an instant. The elite Rat King, mid-air and charging, had its fierce expression instantly turn into terror. Its massive body was as if gripped by an invisible giant hand, struggling but unable to escape. Then, a bizarre scene occurred. In the horrified gazes of everyone, the elephant-sized Rat King's body began to twist, elongate, and compress. It was like a star being sucked into a black hole. In the blink of an eye, it was compressed into a black ball of flesh the size of a fist. Gulp! Big Yellow raised its head, its throat moving. It swallowed. That elite monster, enough to wipe out their entire team, was swallowed just like that? Not even a burp? The whole place was silent. Even the surrounding rat tide, as if stunned by this supernatural scene, temporarily froze in place. Lu Kai opened his mouth wide, almost dislocating his jaw. His eyes on Big Yellow were no longer those of looking at a dog, but at a monster. What are you dazed for? Run! Zhao Xian's roar shattered the silence. Taking advantage of the confusion in the rat tide, Big Yellow made another move, forcefully tearing open a gap in the airtight encirclement. Follow me! The group rushed out of the encirclement in a disheveled state, running wildly across the barren, red land. Behind them, the rat tide, having regained its senses, let out an even angrier screech, relentlessly chasing after them. The hot wind howled, and their lungs felt as though they were burning with fire. Everyone had injuries. Lu Kai's suit had become rags, Leah had lost her glasses, and the 2 lackeys were drenched in blood. Only the figure ahead, riding the black dog, stood towering like a mountain, becoming their only pillar of support. Where to run? Everywhere is full of rats. Lu Kai shouted with a sobbing tone. Shut up, follow me. Zhao Xian's eyes were sharp, his mind racing. Fragments of past life memories pieced together in his mind. He remembered there was a narrow cave nearby, the only path to survival. 2 o'clock direction, that mountain pass. 5 minutes later. The group stumbled into a narrow cave located halfway up a mountain. The entrance was so narrow that only 2 people could pass through side by side. Big Yellow blocked the door. Zhao Xian dismounted and, with a command, ordered. Roar! Big Yellow turned around, its body expanding once more, like a black gold gatekeeper, standing firm in the entrance. Several of the closest chasing mutated rats just poked their heads in when Big Yellow swatted them to pieces with a single paw. The narrow terrain instantly neutralized the advantage of numbers. 1 man holds the pass, no one can get through. Huff, huff. Everyone collapsed on the damp ground, gasping for breath, feeling the exhaustion of surviving a catastrophe. They were safe, for now. Quick, quick, call for help. Leah trembled as she took out the emergency rescue terminal from her backpack. This was a life-saving token issued by the school. As soon as the button was pressed, the teachers outside would receive the signal. However, the next second, Leah's face turned as pale as paper. No signal. She desperately slapped the terminal, but the glaring red no signal on the screen hit everyone like a heavy hammer on their hearts. How could there be no signal? This is a military frequency. Lu Kai grabbed the terminal like a madman, holding it above his head and shaking it wildly, but still, no response. Zhao Xian leaned against the rock wall, coldly watching this scene, his gaze dark and unclear. Stop wasting your effort. This isn't a natural malfunction. The secret realm does have magnetic interference, but it should never completely block military signals. Unless. Zhao Xian paused, spitting out a few cold words. Someone outside has set up a signal jammer. What? Everyone felt like they had fallen into an icy pit. Man-made interference? What did that mean? It meant this was a premeditated hunt. Zzzzzzz. At this moment, a loud buzzing noise suddenly came from the terminal in Lia's hand. Then, a shrill cry for help exploded from the public channel. Help! Help! So many rats! Teacher! Teacher, where are you? Ah! Don't eat me! The voice was intermittent, mixed with the sounds of flesh and bone being torn apart, sending chills down everyone's spine. It's from Class 3. That's the voice of Class 3's leader. Lia covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Although the signal to the outside was cut off, the short-range communication within the secret realm was still working. This further confirmed Zhao Xian's guess. This was a huge cage, and someone wanted to trap them all here to die. It's over. We're all going to die here. Lu Kai completely broke down, crouching in a corner, shaking with his hands on his head. Lia was at a loss, instinctively looking toward Zhao Xian. Throughout this journey, the man she once viewed as pitiable had shown an unsettling calmness and strength. Zhao Xian. What should we do? Everyone's gaze turned toward Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian didn't answer immediately. He glanced at the big yellow beast blocking the cave entrance. Although the big yellow beast now looked majestic, Zhao Xian could see its stamina bar was slowly decreasing. Devouring might replenish its energy, but the intense battle and maintaining its giant form were draining it at an alarming rate. Once the big yellow beast collapsed, the cave entrance would be breached. At that point, they would all die. Someone must share the pressure. Zhao Xian's gaze swept over the useless people in front of him, finally landing on the terminal in Lia's hand. A ruthless plan formed in his mind. Give me the terminal. Zhao Xian stretched out his hand. Lia hurriedly handed it over. Zhao Xian pressed the call button, switched to the public channel, his voice calm and clear. All survivors, listen up. I am Zhao Xian. I am currently at the cave base located at coordinates 342-118. This place is easy to defend and hard to attack, temporarily safe. If you want to survive, come here immediately. After speaking, he cut off the communication directly. Lia was stunned. She stared at Zhao Xian, her eyes flashing with a touch of admiration. Zhao Xian, you. At a time like this, you're still thinking about saving others. Lia sniffled, filled with guilt. Earlier, everyone had mocked him, but now, only he was willing to step up and become a beacon for everyone. This was truly returning good for evil. Even Lu Kai was stunned, looking at Zhao Xian with a complicated expression. Zhao Xian leaned against the rock wall, ignoring Lia's adoring gaze. He lowered his eyelids, hiding the cold indifference in his eyes. Save people? Ha! Zhao Xian was never some kind of saint. The big yellow beast was about to collapse. He needed more spiritual beasts to block the door. He needed more people to draw the rat's fire. To put it plainly, what he needed wasn't classmates. He needed cannon fodder. He needed meat shields. Hope more meat shields come. Zhao Xian silently calculated in his heart. After all, the price of surviving is very high. Chapter 12, The Source. A rancid wind blew into the narrow cave entrance, carrying a disgusting smell of sulfur and blood. Roar! The big yellow beast was drenched in blood, its body trembling violently. The black and gold fur was clumped together by a thick liquid, yet it still stood up like steel needles. It fiercely guarded the narrow defense line at the cave entrance, which could barely allow two people to pass, showing no sign of retreat as it faced two mutated flame rats that had intruded during the chaos. These were two elite monsters of the 8th tier, with fangs stained with fragments of unknown flesh. The yellow eyes glowed with a fierce light, not retreating but advancing instead. Puff! Its claws, like a hot knife through butter, instantly tore open the throat of the rat on the left. Then, it twisted its body, using the momentum to swing its thick tail like a battering ram, slamming the rat on the right hard against the rock wall. Crack! The brittle sound of bones shattering echoed through the cave. With the last intruder's spine crushed, the yellow beast howled to the sky. Buzz! A visible shockwave exploded outward from it. Although its size didn't continue to expand, the muscles on its body seemed to have been forged through countless hammer strikes, becoming tighter and denser. The once black and gold fur now had a faint dark red glow at its tips. The system panel flashed wildly in Zhao Xian's retina. Ding! Energy conversion complete. The Sun-Devouring Howling Celestial Hound, damaged form, level increased. Current level, 9, peak of the 9th tier. Status, physical exhaustion, nearing the limit. The yellow beast staggered, and its overwhelming ferocity slowly retreated like a receding tide. It opened its mouth wide, its tongue hanging out, its chest heaving violently as it gasped, producing sounds like a windbox. Even with a divine beast's bloodline, after continuous high-intensity bursts and level-crossing kills, it had reached its breaking point. Come back. Zhao Xian's voice was cold, with no emotional fluctuations. The yellow beast whimpered, obediently shrinking its body and slowly retreating behind Zhao Xian, lying on the ground, licking its wounds frantically. The entrance was suddenly wide open. The squeaking from outside instantly became sharp and piercing, countless pairs of blood-red eyes moving in the dark, greedily staring at the fresh blood and flesh inside the cave. Ah! It retreated. Why did it retreat? Lu Kai, crouched in the corner, let out a high-pitched scream, pressing his body against the rock wall, wishing he could bury himself in it. Zhao Xian turned around, his gaze falling on Lu Kai. That look was colder than the mutated beasts outside. Bang! Without warning, Zhao Xian kicked Lu Kai hard in the butt. The force was so great that Lu Kai was sent rolling 2 circles on the ground, stopping right at the entrance. Stop playing dead. Zhao Xian looked down at him from above, playing with a sharp shard of stone in his hand, his tone chilling. De Huang is tired, it's your turn now. I can't. Lu Kai looked at the grotesque rat head up close, terrified, his face covered in snot and tears as he scrambled to crawl back. I'm a mage. I'm fragile. Why would a mage go up front? A mage? Zhao Xian sneered, his eyes full of mockery. You have an A-grade spiritual body with a guardian angel, a holy light shield that's 10 times stronger than those turtle shells. If you don't take the front, who will? But. No buts. Zhao Xian threw the shard of stone with a snap, it whizzed past Lu Kai's ear. Either you hold them off, or I throw you out to feed the rats. Pick one. Lu Kai trembled all over. He saw real killing intent in Zhao Xian's eyes. This madman would really kill him. Come out. Guardian angel. Under the threat of death, Lu Kai screamed in desperation. Buzz. Holy white light once again shone brightly. The female spirit in silver armor, holding a light shield, appeared once more. But at this moment, this guardian angel, who should have been dignified and sacred, moved awkwardly, even her light shield trembling slightly in her hands. Spirits were an extension of their host's will. If the host was a coward, the spirit would naturally be weak. Squeak. 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 Several mutated flame rats were completely unafraid of this hollow display of holy light. They pounced madly, their sharp tusks gnawing at the light shield, making a chilling, teeth-grinding sound. The light shield flickered, as if it could shatter at any moment. Go away! Go away! Lu Kai closed his eyes, waving his arms wildly, completely aimless. The guardian angel mechanically raised the shield, being pushed back repeatedly by several D-grade rats, nearly breaking the defense line several times. One rat even squeezed through a gap in the light shield and bit toward Lu Kai's calf. Ah! Lu Kai let out a scream like a dying pig, sitting down on the ground, his pants instantly soaked. Before the rat could bite, a hand reached from behind and grabbed its neck. Crack! Zhao Xian expressionlessly crushed the rat's neck bone and casually tossed it out of the hole like garbage. He looked at Lu Kai, who was collapsed on the ground, his eyes filled not with pity, but with deep disgust. Is this what they call an A-grade genius? Zhao Xian's voice was soft, yet it slapped Lu Kai's face like a loud smack. Holding a trump card and playing it poorly. Where's the guardian angel's holy light thorn passive? Where's the holy fear? If you had even a shred of battle intent, these low-level rats wouldn't dare get close. Zhao Xian squatted down, slapped Lu Kai's pale cheek, his tone dripping with disdain. The strength of a spirit body is never determined by its rating, it's determined by whether the master is a fool. Give you a dragon-slaying sword, and you're afraid it will break while slicing vegetables. Pathetic. Lu Kai's face flushed red, humiliated and enraged. He wanted to retort, to curse back, but as he looked at the flickering light shield, no sound came from his throat. The facts spoke louder than any argument. His proud A-grade spirit body now performed worse than a D-grade turtle. Just as the defense line was about to collapse completely. Light butterfly, confusion dust. A soft shout came from behind. Leah gritted her teeth, her face pale, standing up. Her fingers danced, and the butterfly glowing with soft light fluttered and flew above the cave entrance. Whoosh! A large amount of crystal-clear phosphorus powder scattered down. The mutated flame rats, which had been madly gnawing at the light shield, froze the moment they inhaled the dust. They started spinning in place, as if drunk, even biting each other. The once precarious defense line suddenly had much less pressure. Lu Kai gasped for air, watching the chaotic rat swarm before him, feeling a sense of relief as if surviving a disaster. Zhao Xian turned to look at Leah, raising an eyebrow slightly. An auxiliary spirit beast, used well, is more useful than a useless offensive type. This sentence was both a compliment and a sharp jab at Lu Kai. Leah forced out a smile, her body swaying. Controlling the light butterfly for large-scale disruption drained a huge amount of mental energy. At that moment, ZZZZ. The distress terminal that Zhao Xian had been holding suddenly shook violently. It wasn't the usual chaotic static, but a clear text message. It was a response he had received after broadcasting the coordinates earlier. Zhao Xian retreated to the rock wall and opened the marked message. The sender's ID was a string of random characters, but the content made Zhao Xian's pupils contract slightly. Hello, Survivor. I am Wang Bo, a lecturer from the Exotic Beast Research Department at Tianhai University. From my observations, this beast tide did not occur naturally. Although the movement patterns of the mutated flame rats are chaotic, they all have the same general direction. They are spreading outwards. This behavior seems less like hunting and more like fleeing. They are fleeing from a central point. The energy fluctuations from that central point have caused their genetic mutations and loss of reason. If we can cut off that source, the beast tide may dissipate on its own. I am currently trapped in the eastern stone forest. If you have the ability, please try to find the source. Fleeing? The source? Zhao Xian stared at the text on the screen, his mind working at full speed. The fragments of memories from his past life and the information of this life perfectly meshed at this moment. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze seeming to pierce through the thick rock walls, looking toward the western side of the secret realm. There, a pool of rolling magma lay. Earlier, when he and Leah passed by there, they had seen countless giant mutated rats writhing in agony in the magma. At that time, he thought it was a monster's nest. Now, it seemed. It wasn't a nest at all. It was a radiation source. It was the epicenter of the entire secret realm's mutation. So that's it. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a wild grin, the cold light in his eyes gradually replaced by a raw, naked greed. For ordinary people, the radiation source that causes biological mutations is a deadly poison, a disaster to avoid at all costs. But in the eyes of a beastmaster, especially in the eyes of Zhao Xian, who had a system. The source that allowed a D-level trashfire rat to evolve to the peak of the 9th rank in a short time, even breaking its racial limitations and growing to the size of a water buffalo. That source was definitely a rare treasure. Leah. Zhao Xian suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of uncontrollable excitement. Ha! Leah, who was controlling the light butterfly, turned around instinctively when she heard him. Give me that map of yours. Leah was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't understand, she still took out the crumpled parchment from her chest and handed it over. Zhao Xian unfolded the map, his finger quickly sliding over it, finally stopping and heavily tapping the location marked with a blood-red skull in the southwest corner. The magma pool. That was the absolute forbidden zone, according to Leah. What are you going to do? Leah looked at Zhao Xian's chilling gaze, an ominous premonition rising in her heart. Zhao Xian put away the map and glanced at the big yellow dog, who was quickly recovering its stamina. Big Yellow seemed to sense its master's intentions. Its body, which had been lying on the ground, slightly arched, and a low, growling sound came from its throat, the sound of hunger. What am I going to do? Zhao Xian licked his cracked lips, revealing a set of bright white teeth. Since we can't leave, let's think of another way. Think of another way? Leah looked at Zhao Xian's finger pressing on the glaring, blood-red skull on the map. Her pupils contracted sharply, and her voice changed pitch. You want to go to the magma lake? That's the source of the mutations. Even the teacher said it's an absolute forbidden zone, going there is certain death. Certain death? Zhao Xian put away the map, his lips curling into a cold, hard arc. Waiting to die here is what's called certain death. Lu Kai, who had been listening nearby, instantly lost all color from his already pale face. He scrambled like a dog without a spine, crawling over and trying to grab Zhao Xian's pant leg. No! You can't go. Lu Kai, tears streaming down his face, had lost any trace of the arrogance of an A-level genius. At this moment, he looked as ugly as a giant baby. If Big Yellow leaves, who will block the door? You'll kill us all. We're all classmates, you can't be so selfish. If you leave, what will we do? Ha! The other two lackeys were also terrified, their faces pale, trembling as they echoed, Xian Ge, no, Xian Yi, please don't leave us, we beg you. Zhao Xian took a step back in disgust, avoiding Lu Kai's muddy hands. Selfish? Zhao Xian looked down from above at this group of useless people, his gaze colder than the outside wind. The current defense is just a slow death. Big Yellow's stamina is limited. Once it gets tired, how long do you useless fools, who can't even release your skills properly, think you can last? Only by dealing with the source will the rat tide disperse. Zhao Xian's voice was calm to the point of cruelty, each word like a hammer pounding on everyone's heart. As for whether I'll die, that's my problem. What you need to do is not to die too horribly before I come back. In truth, Zhao Xian's mind was as clear as a mirror. Anything about solving the source for everyone's sake was just formal talk. The real logic was simple: the defense here couldn't hold, someone had to stir things up. As long as enough people fill the hole, it can turn into a meat grinder, drawing most of the firepower. And he can take this opportunity to bring Devouring and seize the chance that mutated the mice for himself. As for the danger? Zhao Xian glanced at Devouring, who was quickly catching its breath and recovering. With this sun-eater howling heavily, Hound, who possessed the instinct of a divine beast, as long as they didn't do something foolish and fight the boss head-on, survival was more than guaranteed. I won't listen. You just want to run. Lu Kai screamed hysterically, trying to cover up his inner fear with moral blackmail. Zhao Xian couldn't be bothered to deal with this idiot anymore. He leaned against the rock wall, closing his eyes to rest. Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll throw you out to feed the rats right now. A faint sentence made Lu Kai's screams halt abruptly, and he could only shrink in the corner, letting out hopeless sobs. The cave fell into a brief and oppressive silence. Only the heavy breathing of Devouring and the eerie squeaking sounds from outside mixed together. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Suddenly, Zhao Xian's eyes snapped open. At the same time, Devouring, who was lying on the ground, twitched its ears, stood up suddenly, and let out a low growl toward the cave entrance. The originally dense squealing from the rats at the entrance became sparse. Then, from a distance, the sound of chaotic human voices could be heard, mixed with the explosive roar of spiritual power and the chilling sound of screams. Help! There's a cave here. Captain! We can't hold them off. Run to the coordinates. Quick! The voices grew closer, full of the last desperate will to survive. Zhao Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and a glint flashed in his eyes. They're here. The bait was in place. It was an entire class of students, following the coordinates Zhao Xian had broadcasted earlier, retreating while fighting toward the area nearby. The appearance of a large amount of fresh flesh instantly attracted the main force of the rat tide, like dumping a bucket of blood into a shark tank. The pressure on Zhao Xian and the others suddenly decreased. That's the people from Class 3. Leah recognized the voices from outside, stomping her feet anxiously. They're surrounded. Through the narrow cave entrance, they could see the brutal scene outside. More than 30 students formed a circular formation, back to back, with various colors of spiritual power dimly flashing within the rat tide. But under the impact of hundreds of mutated rats, their defense was like a candle in a storm, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Zhao Xian. Leah instinctively looked at Zhao Xian, her eyes full of pleading. Zhao Xian didn't say anything, just silently calculating the distance and timing. It was almost time. If he didn't act soon, this group of meat shields he had barely tricked would be wiped out. Da Huang. Zhao Xian gave a low command. Roar. Devouring, who had been holding back, suddenly erupted. It didn't choose to stay and defend, but instead, like a black and gold lightning bolt, charged out of the cave. At this moment, it was no longer the mutt people mocked, but a hellish demon dog. Boom! Devouring's massive body slammed into the side of the rat tide. The terrifying impact directly turned a dozen mutated rats into minced meat. It opened its bloody maw and bit down on an elite rat trying to ambush the students, then its thick tail swept across thousands of enemies, forcibly tearing a bloody gap in the tightly packed encirclement. Over here! Zhao Xian stood at the cave entrance, his voice thundering. The students from Class 3, who were in despair, saw the giant black and gold beast descend from the heavens, and then saw the towering figure at the cave entrance. In an instant, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. It's Zhao Xian. Quick! Rush over! Driven by the will to survive, the students unleashed incredible potential, rushing toward the narrow cave, following the gap Devouring had torn open. Into the cave! Quick! Zhao Xian stepped aside, like a cold-hearted shepherd, herding the flock into the pen. 1, 2, 10. The originally empty cave was instantly packed. More than 30 people were crammed into the small space, it was difficult to even turn around. Because of this, dozens of spirit beasts were summoned, stacking layer upon layer at the cave entrance, instantly forming a thick and terrifying flesh and blood wall. Even if the rat tide outside was fiercer, facing such a dense defense, they could only watch in awe. Phew, we survived. The class leader of the third class, a boy wearing glasses, collapsed to the ground, covered in blood, his eyes full of gratitude as he looked at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, thank you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you sending the signal and letting Big Yellow come to help, our entire class would have been done for outside. You are our lifesaver. The surrounding students also echoed, their gazes filled with admiration and awe as they looked at Zhao Xian. Especially when they saw Big Yellow's blood-soaked, demonic-like body, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect. Previously, in school, they might have mocked Zhao Xian for contracting a dog. But now? Who would dare say that was just a dog? They'd pick a fight with anyone who did. That was a divine beast. A divine beast that saves the suffering. Zhao Xian accepted everyone's gratitude with a blank expression, but secretly sneered in his heart. Thank me? If you knew that I made you all come here to fill the line, I wonder if you would still be this sincere in your thanks. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the defense line is set. With these dozens of people and their spirit beasts, this stronghold can hold out for a few hours at least. That's enough. Zhao Xian glanced at Big Yellow. After the previous outburst and consumption, Big Yellow's stamina had been drained, but his momentum was even more ferocious. Alright, enough of the nonsense. Zhao Xian interrupted everyone's gratitude and started organizing his equipment. Since you guys have come in, stay and guard this place. As long as you don't fight among yourselves, this place won't fall for a while. With that, he mounted Big Yellow's back, his gaze directed at the red sky outside the cave. Leah was stunned, quickly stepping forward. Zhao Xian, are you really going? I'll go with you. Leah gritted her teeth, though scared, her eyes were firm. My light butterfly can help you disturb their vision, the more people, the more strength. The surrounding students were terrified when they heard Zhao Xian was going to the so-called forbidden zone. Their eyes looked at him as if he were a madman. That was a lava lake. Even the teachers said it was a death trap, and he was actually planning to go there voluntarily? Zhao Xian looked down, coldly glancing at Leah. No need. He refused crisply, with no hesitation or lingering. What I need is speed. Bringing you would be a burden. Leah's face paled, and she bit her lip as she stepped back. Although the words were harsh, she knew Zhao Xian was speaking the truth. In such a desperate situation, her support-type abilities would only slow them down. But Zhao Xian changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. I'm going to deal with the source, and it's for your survival. Since I'm not bringing anyone, I'll take something. Take out all your recovery potions and trapping tools. He said this with righteous authority, even carrying a bit of a bandit-like domineering attitude. But no one there felt that it was wrong. He was risking his life to save everyone. What was wrong with asking for supplies? I have 2 bottles of intermediate stamina potions. The class leader of the 3rd class was the first to respond, pulling out his savings without hesitation. I have a trapping doll that can attract beast aggro for 3 minutes. Xiangu, this is the blood explosion pill my dad bought for me. It can save my life in a critical moment. Under Leah's lead, the survivors hurriedly emptied their backpacks. In an instant, various precious potions and tools were piled up in front of Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian didn't hold back, waving his hand and taking everything. He picked out a bottle of high-level stamina potion glowing with faint golden light, a life-saving trump card contributed by a rich second-generation student, worth tens of thousands. Big Yellow, open your mouth. Zhao Xian twisted open the cap and directly poured the potion into Big Yellow's mouth. Gulp. As the liquid entered its stomach, De Huang's body shook. The originally dull black golden fur instantly burst into brilliant light, its muscles bulging, and a powerful force erupted from within. The state returned to its peak. It was even stronger than before. Let's go. Zhao Xian stuffed the remaining supplies into his backpack and took a final look at the shivering sheep. Guard the home. Wait for my return. With that, he squeezed his legs hard against the dog's belly. Roar. De Huang howled to the sky, the sound crashing, shaking the stones from the cave ceiling. The next second, man and dog turned into a black golden streak of light, rushing out of the relatively safe cave without any hesitation, under the awe, admiration, and complex gazes of the crowd. The wind and sand filled the sky. The rat tide surged. On that hopeless crimson wasteland, the silhouette of the man riding the black dog appeared so small, yet so arrogant. He was like a sharp blade, fiercely stabbing into the heart of this apocalypse. Target, the Magma Lake. Chapter 14, Good and Evil are just a matter of choice. On the crimson wasteland, the wild wind whipped the sand, cutting like a knife. Roar. A brutal roar tore through the noise of the battlefield. De Huang's limbs exerted force, its black golden body turning into a streak of light, slamming into the dense rat tide. The bottle of high-grade stamina potion worth hundreds of thousands of dollars was burning wildly within it, the potion's power rushing through its veins, tinting every hair on its body with a faint golden glow. It was like a moving lighthouse, so glaring in the dark and oppressive secret realm that it could not be ignored. Zhao Xian lay on De Huang's back, one hand gripping its mane, his eyes cold as ice. He didn't choose to go around, instead, he charged straight into the most concentrated core of the rat tide. Louder, Zhao Xian coldly ordered. De Huang understood, its throat erupting with a thunderous growl, the pressure of a top predator being released without reservation. This provocation, for the mutated fire rats already in a state of frenzy, was like throwing a match into a barrel of gunpowder. The hundreds of mutated rats originally surrounding the cave entrance froze for a moment, then turned in unison. In their blood-red eyes, the arrogant figure of the man and dog was reflected. The next second, the rat tide boiled. Compared to the hard-to-chew bones hiding in their shells, this challenger, who emitted powerful spiritual fluctuations and posed a clear threat, obviously made them even crazier. Screech! Screech! The piercing screams merged into one, like a tsunami, piercing their eardrums. The main force that had been blocking the cave entrance actually turned around, like a black, murky flow, wildly chasing after Zhao Xian. At the cave entrance, the pressure suddenly decreased. The defense line that had been on the brink of collapse now had an oddly calm moment. The remaining few scattered mutated rats, having lost the support of the main force, were quickly slaughtered by the students who had regained their strength. Retreat, retreat? The class leader pushed up his cracked glasses, staring in disbelief at the empty rubble. Just seconds ago, they had been struggling on the edge of life and death, prepared for total annihilation. And now, that hopeless black tide had really receded. Look over there! Leah's trembling voice rang out. The group looked in the direction she pointed. Amid the endless sandstorm, a black golden streak of light was rushing toward certain death. Behind that streak of light was a terrifying rat tide, chasing relentlessly. That figure, solitary, small, yet carrying a kind of resolute tragic determination. He's doing it for us. Lu Kai, huddled in the corner, looked at the figure he had once humiliated so much, his lips trembling, unable to say a word of mockery. A feeling called shame spread through the crowd. Zhao Xian intentionally led them away. The class leader clenched his fists. His eyes were red. He knew that if he didn't lead the main force away, we wouldn't be able to hold the line. He's using his life to give us a chance to survive. Whoa whoa. Brother Xian is a real man. If anyone dares to speak ill of Brother Xian again, I'll be the first to cripple them. Is this what a hero looks like? Even if there are 1,000 enemies, I'll go forward. Leah covered her mouth, tears streaming from her eyes. In her eyes, the figure of the man riding the black dog, disappearing into the distance, now appeared to be bathed in a layer of sacred golden light, towering and majestic. These naive students, caught between extreme fear and the relief of surviving, automatically filled in the blanks to create an epic hero story of self-sacrifice. The wind howled. Zhao Xian naturally couldn't hear the self-pitying emotions of the group behind him. He glanced back at the cave that had already shrunk to a mocking curve appearing on his lips. A hero? Zhao Xian sneered in his heart. There is no such thing as a hero in this world, it's just about taking what you need. He needed these people alive, because only if they lived could they form a defense line of enough density at the narrow cave entrance, sharing some of the firepower, so he wouldn't have to face all the monsters of the secret realm. In exchange, he drew away the main force, leaving them a slim chance of survival. It was a fair trade. I don't save Bo Ren, but Bo Ren lives because of me. Zhao Xian whispered to himself, the indifference in his eyes not softened by the gratitude behind him. That's enough. He wasn't a saint, and he wouldn't sacrifice himself to save others. But he wasn't the kind of beast who would use his companions as stepping stones for his own gain without a bottom line. Chaos and order. This was the survival rule Zhao Xian set for himself in this rebirth. Da Huang, speed up. Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze and looked ahead at the dense blockades. Although he had led away most of the pursuers, there were still many mutated rats wandering along the road leading to the magma lake. Roar! Da Huang responded with an excited roar. The effects of the high-grade stamina potion exploded at this moment. It felt as if there was a volcano erupting within its body, an endless stream of power flooding its limbs, unable to hold back. Facing the dozen mutated rats blocking the road, De Huang had no intention of slowing down. Boom! The black golden figure crashed forward like a heavy tank. Iron claws. De Huang swung its front claws, and the air instantly filled with the sharp tearing sound. Several golden claw lights, like the scythe of death, instantly cut through the rat group. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered, and severed limbs and broken arms flew through the air. Those mutated fire rats, with tough skin and thick flesh, which even normal sea-level spirit beasts had difficulty breaking through, were as fragile as paper toys in front of De Huang's sharp claws. There was no need for a second move. With just one clash, the dozen mutated rats were torn into pieces. De Huang's speed didn't slow down in the slightest, treading on the bloody, muddy ground, like a black whirlwind, carving out a bloody path through the dense rat group. So satisfying. Zhao Xian could clearly feel the emotions De Huang was transmitting. That feeling of crushing everything, being invincible, was exactly the posture a top predator should have. This is the power of spending money. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes. Hundreds of thousands of recovery potions were poured down, and in exchange for that, he got these brief but invincible few minutes. Worth it. As De Huang charged forward madly, the surrounding environment began to change drastically. The originally dark red gravel beach gradually disappeared, replaced by cracked, blackened rock ground. The temperature in the air rose sharply, and each breath felt like swallowing burning coal. The pungent smell of sulfur was so strong it was suffocating. Ahead, a giant sunken basin appeared at the end of his view. Above the basin, dark red smoke and clouds swirled and surged, as if connecting to the entrance of hell. We're here. Zhao Xian patted De Huang's neck. That place was the Skullhead Forbidden Zone marked on the map. Lava Lake. It is also the source of this mutation. The speed of De Huang gradually slowed down. Its muscles were taut like iron, and a low whimper came from its throat. It was the beast's instinct, a warning sound made when facing an extremely dangerous presence. At this moment, a chilling scene unfolded. The rat tide, which had been relentlessly chasing them like a bone-deep infestation, suddenly braked at around 100 meters from the edge of the lava lake basin. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Countless mutated rats squeezed together, letting out terrified screams. Their eyes were bloodshot, fixated on Zhao Xian and De Huang, with drooling mouths filled with greedy saliva, but they seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, too scared to take another step forward. Thousands of mutated rats formed a huge semicircle along that invisible line. They were trembling. It was a fear that came from the deepest parts of their souls. It felt as though something more terrifying than death was lurking in the seemingly calm basin ahead. As expected. Zhao Xian's eyes flashed with intense brilliance as he watched the scene. Although these beasts were mutated and violent, their instinct to seek benefit and avoid danger was still present. Their hesitation to approach meant that whatever was inside held an extremely high status. Let's go. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xian squeezed his legs together. De Huang, though cautious, was loyal to its master, overpowering its instinctive fear. It growled lowly and stepped forward, carrying Zhao Xian across the invisible line. The moment they stepped in, the world seemed to fall into complete silence. The rat sounds and the wind seemed to be shut out. Man and dog stood at the edge of the lava lake. There wasn't a single mutated creature in sight. In the vast lake, the dark red magma slowly wriggled, occasionally bubbling up and bursting with a muted gurgle. Dead silence. Oppressive. De Huang's fur stood on end, its eyes fixed on the center of the lake, its body low, ready to pounce or flee at any moment. Zhao Xian dismounted the dog, the rocks underfoot shockingly hot. No guards. Zhao Xian surveyed the surroundings, furrowing his brows slightly. According to common sense, precious resources like this should be guarded by extraordinary beasts. But this place was unnervingly clean, not even a fly in sight. Unless. What was in this lake itself was the greatest terror. Just as Zhao Xian was about to approach the lake's edge to investigate. Boom! 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 The ground beneath his feet suddenly shook violently. The magma lake, which had been as calm as dead water, seemed to be provoked by some force and instantly boiled. Retreat! Zhao Xian's pupils shrank suddenly, he yelled sharply, grabbing De Huang's mane to retreat. But, it was too late. Boom! Countless crimson magma columns shot up into the sky from the lake, piercing the clouds. These magma columns did not fall back to strike, but instead twisted, intertwined, and solidified in midair in a strange manner. In the blink of an eye. A massive, hemispherical magma dome, like an overturned giant bull, crashed down, trapping Zhao Xian and De Huang tightly inside. The retreat was sealed off. The temperature around them instantly spiked to a terrifying level, the air itself twisted and deformed from the heat. Trapping a turtle in a jar? Zhao Xian wiped the sweat that instantly appeared on his forehead, but there was no sign of panic on his face. He did not try to attack the seemingly indestructible magma cage but suddenly turned his head, his gaze burning as he looked toward the center of the lake. As the magma erupted and formed the cage, the once overflowing lava lake began to visibly dry up, retreating rapidly. It was as if all the energy had been drained. Seconds later. The lake's bottom was exposed. At the center of the scorched, cracked lake bed, a fist-sized orb floated. It was a reddish-gold color, emitting extreme heat and blinding light, the surrounding space constantly collapsing and reassembling under its scorching influence. It floated there quietly, like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire enclosed cage space. This is the source of all the mutations. Chapter 15, Stop holding back, blow it up. The moment the magma cage closed, the world seemed to have been pressed on mute. The winds and sands outside, the screeches of the rat tide, all disappeared, replaced by a suffocating silence and scorching heat that could evaporate moisture in an instant. The air was burned so intensely that it twisted violently, and everywhere the eye could see, everything seemed to be shaking as though through a cheap funhouse mirror. Whew. Zhao Xian exhaled a mouthful of stale air, his lungs feeling as though they'd inhaled a ball of fire cotton. He didn't panic and attack the seemingly fragile yet unbreakable magma wall. Instead, he reached out and pressed his hand on Big Yellow's back, signaling the restless beast to stay calm. Don't rush, it's not time to fight yet. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes, his gaze piercing through the distorted heat waves, locking onto the floating red-gold sphere at the center of the lake. Upon getting closer, he realized that it wasn't a lifeless object. The surface of the sphere was covered in golden vein-like patterns, pulsing in an erratic rhythm. Each time it contracted and expanded, it sent out a visible ripple, stirring the air. V-room. A ripple swept across Zhao Xian's body. There was no expected physical harm, nor the sharp pain of a mental attack. Zhao Xian only felt an overwhelming sadness surge in his mind. It was a feeling of extreme repression, pain, and deep fear. No killing intent? Zhao Xian frowned deeply. The mutated fire rats outside had become bloodthirsty and violent because of this energy, but the emotions transmitted by its source felt like a child crying in a corner, wronged. This was illogical. If it were a beast ruling over its territory, it should have been enraged, crushing the intruder, not releasing such a I'm in pain signal. System, scan. Zhao Xian focused his mind, and a blue light curtain immediately unfolded on his retina. Analyzing target organism. Analysis complete. When he saw the information on the panel, Zhao Xian's eyes, usually sharp with calculation, suddenly contracted into needlepoint slits. Name, mutated fire golden fur rat, extremely unstable state. Species level, SS level, juvenile stage. Current status, energy accumulation / near self-destruction. Attributes, fire / lightning / mental. Skills? Description, originally a docile ornamental spirit beast, the golden fur rat, due to an unknown cause, underwent a genetic mutation. It has accumulated vast amounts of destructive energy inside, and is on the verge of self-collapse due to its unwillingness to release it. Note, the external rat-tide mutation is caused by radiation contamination from its energy overflow. Zhao Xian was stunned. He had imagined countless possibilities. Maybe it was the legendary fire Qilin cub, or perhaps a remnant soul of an ancient ferocious beast. But he never expected that the culprit behind all this chaos, the one who nearly turned the entire secret realm upside down, even putting hundreds of students in danger, was actually a chinchilla? Through the semi-transparent red-golden light shell, Zhao Xian vaguely saw the true form inside. It was a tiny creature, no bigger than a palm. Its entire body was covered with smooth golden fur, and its round ears were curled up in a ball, its tiny paws clutching its head, its body trembling violently from the pain. This is SS level? This is the monster that even the mutated rats, defying their instincts, dare not approach? Ding! Triggered emergency mission, save the dying SS level golden fur rat. Mission description, this little one, with the potential of a divine beast, is trying to use its tiny willpower to suppress the violent energy inside it, which is as dangerous as a nuclear reactor. It doesn't want to destroy its home, nor harm anyone. Please, before it self-destructs, solve the energy accumulation problem. Doesn't want to destroy its home. Zhao Xian looked at the little thing trembling in the light sphere, the corner of his mouth curving into a complex arc. What a foolishly cute little thing. In this world, where people devour each other. Possessing this world-destroying power, yet choosing to suffocate oneself due to fear of harming the surroundings? This kind of sane attribute, if it were found in a human, Zhao Xian would definitely scoff at it, or even turn around and kill it. But placed in a spiritual beast. That's the best of the best. Zhao Xian's greed was unmasked in his eyes. Loyal, kind, powerful. This was the perfect second Beastmaster template. Compared to Lu Han, a poisonous snake in human skin, this rat was simply delicate and elegant to the extreme. Squeak! The golden fur rat inside the sphere seemed to sense Zhao Xian's gaze and emitted a faint cry of sadness. The golden patterns on its body began to crack, and blinding white light shot out from the cracks. It was about to collapse. It was like an overinflated balloon, its skin stretched to the limit. By normal logic, this should be the time to strike while it was weak, or turn around and run. But Zhao Xian's thinking was never normal. Blockage is worse than letting it flow. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, the scorching air made his throat ache. He patted the head of Big Yellow beside him. Big Yellow, get ready to work. Woof! Big Yellow tilted its head, looking at the glowing orb that could explode at any moment. A hint of confusion flashed in its eyes, but more was the absolute trust in its master. When it explodes, you eat it. Zhao Xian's command was simple and brutal. Eat as much as you can, and if you can't die, eat until you're full. Big Yellow's black and gold fur instantly bristled, and a deep rumble came from its throat. That was a battle roar. After arranging Big Yellow, Zhao Xian, with his eyebrows nearly singed by the heat wave, took a step forward. This step took him into the golden fur rat's mental radiation field. A huge mental pressure surged in like a tide. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, activating his powerful soul energy from his 2 lifetimes, and forced his way into that mental ripple. He didn't use the usual coercion or temptations of beast masters, nor did he suppress it with his mental power. He simply transmitted his thoughts over, in a tone almost like an old friend chatting. "Hey, little guy. Stop holding back." The pulsating inside the orb suddenly stagnated. The curled-up golden fur rat slowly raised its head, its big, watery eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. It heard the human's voice, and in that voice, there was no greed, no murderous intent, only a sense of calm, a kind of calm that made it feel at ease. "If you keep holding on, you will die." Zhao Xian stared directly at the blinding light, his eyes as firm as a boulder. "If you die, the energy will still explode, and everything here will still be reduced to dust. Your persistence now is meaningless." The golden fur rat's body trembled even more violently. It knew. Of course it knew. But it couldn't control it. The power was too terrifying. Once released, it feared it would become a demon. "What are you afraid of?" Zhao Xian's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of arrogant laughter. "Power itself has no right or wrong, the key is how you use it. Release it. Let all the pain, all the energy, pour out." Zhao Xian opened his arms, as if embracing the destruction that was about to come. "I will catch your power. I promise you, you won't die. I won't let you destroy this place." If anyone else said this, it would sound like the ramblings of a madman. But Zhao Xian stood there, behind him was a black gold giant dog, like a demon god. The aura exuding from him and the dog, a sense of "I am the greatest in the world," miraculously calmed the golden fur rat's near-collapsing nerves. "Really, can it be done?" The golden fur rat looked at Zhao Xian, then at the black dog that was baring its teeth but meant no harm. It was too tired. The pain of fighting against the torrent inside its body every second had tortured it for far too long. "Since this human says it's possible, then, let's trust him just this once." Squeak! The explosion erupted from inside the light sphere. The golden striped mouse closed its eyes, completely letting go of the energy trapped inside its body. Crack! The surface of the reddish gold light sphere instantly covered in a spiderweb-like pattern of cracks. The next second. Boom! The unsuppressed SS-level fire energy surged out like a flood that broke through a dam, or a volcano that had been dormant for millions of years, finally finding its release. The light sphere shattered. A blindingly bright white-hot light beam shot up into the sky, instantly swallowing the entire magma prison. The terrifying energy storm, mixed with thunder and fierce fire, poured out wildly in all directions, as if it wanted to erase this world completely. It was a devastating strike capable of killing any A-level, or even S-level creature. Facing this world-destroying scene, Zhao Xian not only did not retreat, but instead showed a crazy and ferocious grin. "I bet right." Although this energy was violent, because it was actively released, it did not have the fatal aura of mutual destruction. "Big Yellow, go!" Zhao Xian shouted fiercely, his voice insignificant amidst the thunder, but it clearly reached Big Yellow's ears. Roar! Big Yellow, who had long been ready, now fully revealed its terrifying side as the sun-devouring sky-howling dog. It did not retreat, but instead violently stomped on the ground, crushing the hard rock beneath its paws. Its huge black gold body transformed into a black lightning bolt, rushing upstream against the energy torrent, opening its mouth that seemed capable of devouring the heavens and earth, charging directly at the destructive force. The black devouring force collided with the white destructive light in mid-air, and the battle exploded in an instant. The black vortex and the white-hot light beam collided in mid-air. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the painful sound of steel plates being forcibly twisted and torn. Big Yellow's giant mouth, filled with sharp fangs, opened to an exaggerated angle, its upper and lower jaws like hydraulic pincers, tightly biting down on the front end of the energy torrent that could pierce the Earth's crust. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The terrifying heat instantly scorched the tendrils and fur around Big Yellow's mouth, and the smell of burning flesh filled the enclosed magma prison. The black gold skin began to char and crack as it made contact with the light beam, exposing the crimson muscle fibers beneath. Pain. It was a pain that reached into the marrow, as if the soul were being crushed on a millstone. But Big Yellow did not retreat. This stray dog, who had spent half its life fighting over food in garbage heaps, now dug its claws deep into the hard obsidian ground, carving 4 deep, bottomless trenches into the earth. In its throat, a low growl rumbled like thunder, and in its blood-red eyes, there was no fear, but rather an almost crazed greed and excitement. That was the instinct deeply engraved in the genes of the sun-devouring sky-howling dog: everything can be devoured. In midair, the golden-striped mouse, which had originally kept its eyes shut, waiting for death to arrive, seemed to sense something unusual and opened its eyes in confusion. It saw the black giant beast, pushing against the destructive torrent, step by step, getting closer to it. The violet energy it had desperately tried to suppress, even willing to self-destruct to lock it down, was actually being eaten by this black dog? Squeak! The golden-striped mouse let out a terrified scream. It could feel that the black dog's body had already reached its limit. Its bones were crying out in pain, muscles tearing apart. If it continued to release energy, the black dog would explode from the pressure. Out of instinctive kindness, the golden-striped mouse subconsciously wanted to retract its strength, forcibly cutting off the energy flow. Don't stop. Keep spitting it out. A cold, ruthless voice broke through the heat wave, slamming hard into the golden-striped mouse's eardrums. Zhao Xian stood behind Big Yellow, his protective suit already curled and deformed from the high temperature, his skin scorched red, but he did not retreat a single step. He stared fiercely at the little creature in mid-air. His gaze was as fierce as a debt-collecting demon. Stop now, the energy backlash will instantly destroy this place, and we three will die. Zhao Xian's voice was devoid of warmth, only absolute rationality and calculation. It won't die, make it spit everything out. The golden silk mouse was stunned by this murderous aura, and the energy core that was about to shrink lost control again. Boom! As if to respond to Zhao Xian's provocation, the diameter of the light beam instantly doubled. The big yellow dog, which had been barely holding on, suddenly sank, and its knees slammed heavily into the ground, smashing countless rocks. Crack! A clear sound of bone cracking echoed. Several shocking cracks appeared on the back of the big yellow dog, and golden blood oozed out, only to be evaporated into blood mist by the high temperature. The temperature inside the magma cage skyrocketed exponentially, and the oxygen in the air was almost depleted. Every breath felt like swallowing a red-hot blade. One person, one dog, seemed to have really messed up. This was the foundation of an SS-level creature. Even in its juvenile stage, even in a near-death state, the energy it contained was not something a B-level spirit beast could easily absorb. Zhao Xian squinted, looking at the trembling back of the big yellow dog, his palm pressing against the tactical dagger on his waist. If the big yellow dog couldn't hold on, he would not hesitate to sever the contract and use the system's final survival mechanism to forcefully escape. But he bet the big yellow dog wouldn't lose. Because it was that dog, the one who had guarded its master's corpse in the snowstorm for 7 years, and it was a myth species certified by the system. Roar! Just as the big yellow dog was about to be completely crushed by the light beam, a roar from the ancient wilderness exploded from its shattered throat. The big yellow dog suddenly raised its head, and its originally crimson eyes turned into an eerie pure black, like two bottomless black holes. Its abdomen suddenly bulged and then violently contracted. Innate skill Devour evolved. The big yellow dog, which was originally passively enduring the energy infusion, now had its black golden fur standing on end. An invisible suction force, centered on its massive mouth, formed a visible black vortex. The violent and chaotic destructive light beam, upon contact with the vortex, began to twist and compress. It was like noodles being sucked into a vacuum cleaner. The energy, which was enough to melt steel, was forcibly compressed into high-density light spheres, one after another, swallowed by the big yellow dog. Gulp! The sound of swallowing was clearly audible. The pained expression on the big yellow dog's face disappeared, replaced by an extremely human-like enjoyment. It was like a starving ghost seeing a lavish feast, like a junkie taking their first hit of smoke. It was feeding. It was treating the nuclear explosion-level energy, capable of destroying the secret realm, as a buffet. The golden silk mouse, suspended in midair, was completely stunned. Its tiny brain couldn't comprehend the scene before it. The power that had tormented it for countless days and nights, making it suffer unbearably, was now delicious in this big black dog's mouth. System, monitor data. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a crazed smile as the blue light screen on his retina flickered wildly. Warning! Beastmaster's Devouring Day Howling Dog Energy Overload. Converting. Conversion rate 100%. Detected target creature's mutated flaming golden silk mouse energy level undergoing drastic changes. Zhao Xian turned his gaze to the golden little mouse. As the massive energy accumulated in its body was swallowed by the big yellow dog, the golden silk mouse's body, once as dazzling as a small sun, began to quickly dim. The data on the system panel was performing a heart-stopping dive. Species level, SS, endangered. Flicker. Species level, S. Flicker again. Species level, A. The overwhelming pressure that had made the entire secret realm's creatures tremble dissipated quickly, like receding tides. The golden patterns on the golden silk mouse's body began to fade, and the divine brilliance that once filled it gradually became ordinary. In just 3 minutes. This originally SS-grade divine beast, which had the potential to grow into a dominant ruler, saw its level plummet. D grade. C grade. In the end, the red letters on the data panel froze at a jaw-dropping rank. Race level, D grade, weak. From the altar to the mud, it happened in the time it takes to eat a meal. If there were any other high-level beast masters present, they'd probably be so enraged they'd vomit blood on the spot, pointing at Zhao Xian's nose and cursing him as a prodigal. This was an SS grade. Even if it meant heavy injury, one should try to seal it or soothe it, but how could someone drain its power and reduce this divine beast to scrap? This was waste on an unimaginable scale. But Zhao Xian, looking at the pitiful D grade, showed no regret at all. Instead, a cold, satisfied smile appeared on his face. Just puffed up, it's a disaster to keep alive. He understood better than anyone. This golden-furred rat's so-called SS grade was nothing but an illusion created by overdrawing its life force and genetic mutation. It was like a balloon that had been forcefully inflated. Though it looked huge, it could burst at any moment. Such uncontrollable power, Zhao Xian didn't care for. What he wanted was the purest foundation of this little creature. As long as its life was preserved, as long as the genetic lock remained. Talent? Level? With the system at his disposal, he never lacked the means to turn trash into a divine beast. If he could turn a dying stray dog into a world-devouring giant beast, he could surely bring this discarded rat back to its divine beast status. And besides, it was only after it became a D grade that it was easy for him, a low-level beast master, to contract it, wasn't it? Burp. A loud and long burp broke the eerie silence in the magma cage. De Huang smacked its lips in satisfaction, taking one final gulp of the remaining embers in the air. As the last bit of energy was consumed, the magma cage that had sealed off the world lost its support, cracking with a sound that made teeth ache, and then collapsed, turning into countless black volcanic rocks that fell. The murky air from outside rushed in, bringing with it the scent of sulfur and dust, but Zhao Xian felt incredibly refreshed. De Huang's body had swollen up a lot, its shoulder height nearly reaching 3 meters. Its once pure black fur now flowed with dark red patterns like magma, with sparks spitting out with every breath. It shook its massive head, its eyes becoming somewhat dazed. It had eaten too much. This massive energy needed time to be digested, and its current state was like a fat person who had just eaten a buffet, only wanting to find a place to sleep deeply. In midair, the golden-furred rat, now devoid of any energy, fell like a withered yellow leaf, helplessly dropping. Its once smooth, satin-like golden fur had become dry and dull, and its size had shrunk by half, looking like a malnourished ordinary hamster. It weakly opened its eyes, and during its fall, its gaze coincidentally met Zhao Xian's. In its large eyes, there was no longer the fear and wariness from before. What replaced it was a deep exhaustion and relief. Although it couldn't understand human language and lacked the higher intelligence to think through complex pros and cons, it knew that the terrifying monster that could blow it into pieces at any moment had disappeared from its body. It was alive. Squeak. A faint squeak, almost inaudible, full of pure gratitude. Zhao Xian expressionlessly took a step forward and extended his hand. Slap. The little creature landed steadily in the palm of his hand. It felt scorching hot to the touch, like holding a freshly baked piece of charcoal. The golden-furred rat had completely fainted, its tiny chest heaving violently, breathing weakly, like a thread that could snap at any moment. Lucky you. Zhao Xian took out a low-level recovery potion from his pocket, bit open the cap with his teeth, and carefully dripped a few drops into the golden-furred rat's mouth. Just as he was about to stuff the newly acquired worthless divine beast into his pocket, his finger accidentally brushed over the golden-furred rat's neck. A strange sensation traveled through his fingertips. It was hard. It didn't feel like bone, but rather, metal. Zhao Xian furrowed his brows, and with a rough motion, he pushed aside the scorched golden fur on the back of the golden-furred rat's neck. The next moment, his pupils shrank sharply into needle-like slits. Between the fragile vertebrae of the golden-furred rat, there was deeply embedded a broken piece of silver metal. The break of the metal shard still flickered with a faint blue glow, and clearly etched on it was a string of numbers smaller than a rice grain, along with a black skull symbol. This was not a natural mutation at all. This was a full-scale, human experiment targeting spirit beasts. Zhao Xian stared at the piece of metal clearly marked with traces of modern industry, and the coldness in his eyes was even more intense than the temperature at the bottom of the magma lake. Looks like it was man-made. Chapter 17, The Rescue Arrives. In the instant the magma prison collapsed, it felt as though the world had undergone a drastic shift from extreme heat to extreme cold. Without the support of its core energy source, the once indestructible rock walls, flowing with crimson liquid, rapidly cooled into gray-black volcanic rock, and then, under the pull of gravity, they collapsed with a thunderous crash. Boom, boom, boom. Massive stones fell, dust swirling in the air. Zhao Xian stood in the center of the ruins, his body swaying slightly. A strong dizziness hit the back of his head like a heavy hammer. This was a sign of spiritual exhaustion. De Huang's earlier gluttonous feast, though satisfying, had forced Zhao Xian, as a beastmaster, to shoulder the mental shock brought on by the violent energy. Had it not been for his soul's strength from 2 lifetimes, he would likely have died from blood pouring out of his 7 orifices by now. Ha! Zhao Xian bit his tongue, using the pain to force himself back to a moment of clarity. He looked down at his palm, where the once proud SS-level mutated flame gold thread rat now lay curled up, its breath faint like a flickering candle in the wind. It had fallen to D-rank, on the brink of death. But in Zhao Xian's eyes, this was no waste, it was clearly a gold mine waiting to be excavated. Take advantage of your sickness, and take your life. No, it's to give you a home. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cold smile, and there was no hesitation in his actions. He raised his still bleeding finger and pressed it firmly against the golden-furred rat's warm forehead. His spiritual power pierced in like a probe. There was no resistance. The little guy's consciousness had long since fallen into a deep coma, and with the previous soothing actions from Zhao Xian, there was no rejection in its subconscious towards him. Buzz. A faint golden contract formation glowed between man and rat, then immediately vanished. Contract successful. Congratulations, host has acquired a second beast, mutated flame gold thread rat, D-rank weak. The system's prompt sounded like music from the heavens. Zhao Xian swiftly stuffed his new pet into his inner pocket, his movements so quick they seemed like a magic trick. Immediately afterward, he calmly picked up the metal chip, with the black skull symbol, that he had removed from the rat's neck, and tucked it into the compartment of his tactical boots. Everything was done in just 2 seconds. De Huang, let's go. Zhao Xian swung onto De Huang's back. At this moment, De Huang's size had surged to a height of 3 meters at the shoulders, its black and golden fur standing upright like steel needles, muscles bulging, and dark red magma patterns faintly visible beneath its skin, emitting a suffocating heat and pressure. It snorted loudly, expelling a cloud of sulphurous white smoke, and took heavy steps, crushing the scalding rubble beneath its feet as it moved towards the outside. With the collapse of the final magma wall, the outside world finally lay before Zhao Xian without any obstruction. It was hell. The once red wasteland was now covered with a dense black tide. Thousands of mutated fire rats were crowded together. Countless scarlet eyes flickered in the smoke and dust, like endless ghostly fires in the night. They did not scatter. Without the energy suppression of the king, these low-level mutated beasts should have fallen into complete madness. Roar! The deep roar rumbled from Big Yellow's throat, and its front paws uneasily scratched at the ground. Even though it had just evolved, facing a beast tide of this magnitude, it instinctively felt a sense of caution. Zhao Xian gripped the dagger in his hand, his eyes cold and sharp. Looks like we have to kill our way out. There was no retreat for him. Man and dog, they suddenly appeared at the center of the beast tide. However, the expected blood and gore-filled massacre did not occur. When Zhao Xian took the first step forward on Big Yellow, the previously restless rat swarm suddenly quieted down. A deathly silence. Then, something that made Zhao Xian's pupils contract occurred. The few elite mutated rats, as large as cows, in the front, after sniffing the scent emanating from Big Yellow. Or more precisely, after sensing the lingering power from the golden rat in Zhao Xian's arms, began to tremble violently. They did not attack. Instead, their front legs weakened, and they crawled on the ground, burying their heads deeply into the dust. It was as if they were subjects bowing to their king. This fear was contagious. As Zhao Xian moved forward, the black rat tide began to stir. They were not charging, they were retreating. Crash! The dense rat swarm squeezed and retreated madly to both sides, forcefully clearing a wide path in the crowded battlefield. This path led directly to the outer rim of the cave. Zhao Xian, riding on the black gold giant beast, expressionless, walked through the path where thousands of rats were bowing. On both sides were countless ferocious giant rats, their heads lowered, not daring to even breathe loudly. At that moment, he seemed to be the ruler of this purgatory. So this is the suppressive power of a divine beast. Zhao Xian thought to himself, although the one in his arms was just a D-class useless thing, the pressure carved into his bloodline was real. Using the tiger's might? No, this was a human using a dog's might, and a dog using a rat's might. At this moment, a muffled booming sound came from the distance. Boom! 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 The glaring spotlight beams pierced the dark sky, and the roar of machine guns mixed with the explosions of psychic cannons. The official rescue team from Tianhai City had finally arrived. Several armed helicopters circled low in the sky, and high-ranking instructors in exoskeleton armor descended like shooting stars onto the outer battlefield, beginning to clean up the remaining mutant beasts. Toward the cave. Leah, Lu Kai, and the few surviving students were now being escorted behind the rescue team, looking ragged. Each of them was injured, their faces filled with the terror and exhaustion of having survived. Look! That's... Someone shouted, and everyone's eyes immediately turned toward the forbidden zone. The smoke and dust cleared. A figure riding the black gold giant beast slowly walked out from the depths of the beast tide. Behind him, the thousands of mutant beasts retreated like waves. Before him, a clear path to safety lay ahead. The flames reflected off Zhao Xian's cold face, stretching his shadow long. It's Zhao Xian. Leah covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face instantly. He's not dead, he really isn't dead. Even Lu Kai, who had always been arrogant, seeing Zhao Xian as a thorn in his side, was now staring with his mouth open and a dazed look in his eyes. He watched the figure riding the terrifying beast, his legs feeling weak. From their perspective, the story was like this. Zhao Xian had saved everyone by drawing away the main force of the most terrifying beast tide, charging into the certain death forbidden zone. He single-handedly quelled the riot, ended the disaster, and then returned unscathed like a war god. What is this? This is a hero. This is the gallant spirit of one going forward regardless of how many others oppose. In comparison, the previous mockery, jealousy, and even thoughts of harming him. How despicable and ridiculous it is. Zhao Gu. Zhao Xian, classmate. As Zhao Xian walked closer, a long-suppressed cheer erupted from the crowd. Leah ignored the rescue team's attempts to stop her and staggered forward. She looked at Zhao Xian's protective suit, burnt black by the high temperature, her eyes filled with both heartache and admiration. Zhao Xian, you're fine, thank goodness. We all thought you. Zhao Xian looked down at the tearful girl, then glanced around at the students whose eyes were filled with fervor. Even Lu Kai lowered his head, not daring to make eye contact, muttering as though he wanted to apologize. Zhao Xian's heart was unmoved, even a bit amused. What would their expressions be like if he told them that he was only there to snatch a treasure and use them as bait and shields? But he wouldn't say that. In this world, reputation is also a kind of resource. Since they shoved the title of hero onto him, he might as well wear it. We're all classmates, it's nothing. Zhao Xian spoke indifferently, his voice hoarse and calm. He didn't offer many explanations, nor did he give an emotional speech. This perfectly timed indifference actually fit the image of the lone hero in everyone's minds, aloof, powerful, hiding both achievements and fame. De Huang's tired, make way. Zhao Xian lightly patted De Huang's neck. De Huang responded with a low growl, causing the crowd to instinctively step back in fear. Zhao Xian rode De Huang and made his way through the crowd, not sparing Leah a second glance, nor acknowledging Lu Kai's complex gaze. He just wanted to leave this place of trouble as quickly as possible, find a quiet spot to study the chip, and check on the golden silk rat's condition. However, just as he was about to leave the restricted zone and board the rescue transport vehicle. Ding ding! A shrill alarm suddenly blared. A member of the official rescue team, dressed in black and fully armed, held an energy detector that was flashing a red light. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Zhao Xian like a hawk. Please wait a moment, student. The team member stepped forward quickly, his weapon still lowered, but his body already tensed in a combat-ready stance. He stared at the over-the-limit readings on his device, his brow furrowing, eyes filled with curiosity and doubt. Are you carrying something? Chapter 18, How to Save a Dead Person. Ding ding ding. The shrill alarm echoed across the barren wasteland, and the red signal lights flashed wildly, casting an eerie light on the pale faces of the surviving students. The atmosphere instantly froze. Leah and the others, who had just been celebrating their survival, now had their smiles frozen on their faces. The black-clad, fully armed rescue team member stood firmly in front of Zhao Xian, holding the energy detector so close that its tip was almost touching Zhao Xian's nose. Although the gun was lowered, his finger was already on the trigger guard. Don't move. The voice of the black-clad man was muffled and cold, filtered through his mask. The air around them seemed to drop to freezing point. Lu Kai swallowed nervously and instinctively took a step back, afraid that Zhao Xian was carrying something illegal and that they might be held responsible by the authorities. Zhao Xian's expression remained calm. He looked down at the dutiful team member, the corners of his mouth curving slightly downward in a barely noticeable sneer. Without offering any defense, Zhao Xian slowly bent down. His movement was slow, signaling that he posed no threat. His long fingers reached into the dusty compartment of his tactical boots, pinching out a small silver metal chip. It was a chip the size of a fingernail, with a menacing black skull symbol etched on it. Under the spotlight, it glinted with a cold, eerie light. Are you referring to this? Zhao Xian opened his palm and held the chip out in front of the team member, speaking casually as if discussing the weather. Looks pretty unique, doesn't it? Take it as a souvenir. Since the authorities are going to reclaim it, take it. The man in black suddenly reached out and grabbed the metallic chip violently. The movement was rough and urgent. Through the tactical scope, Zhao Xian keenly caught a fleeting madness in the man's eyes. It was the look of a gambler when the dice settle, not the calm demeanor a government worker should have when carrying out a mission. The man in black gripped the chip tightly, as if it were a ticket to heaven. But he did not step back. On the contrary, he raised the detector again, his cold, sharp eyes glaring through the mask at Zhao Xian, his voice turning sinister and greedy. Is this all? What about the core energy source of that rat? And the other biological samples, you didn't take them? Zhao Xian's pupils contracted slightly. Core energy source. Biological samples. These two words were like daggers, piercing through the disguise with precision. A normal rescue team's first priority would be to rescue survivors, and then eliminate exotic beasts. Even if they were recovering materials, they would only care about high-risk contaminants. Only the ones who caused this disaster would know that the golden hamster had a core inside and that it was a biological sample. Do you want it? Zhao Xian's eyes burst with cold light in an instant, and the killing intent in his heart erupted like a flood. Since they were not a rescue team, they were enemies to the death. In this lawless secret land, the first strike is the only rule of survival. Take it yourself. Before his voice faded, Zhao Xian's soul command was already transmitted like lightning. Roar! The originally calm and still big yellow suddenly erupted without warning. This attack had been carefully planned. The black gold beast shot forward like a cannonball, carrying a nauseating stench of blood and sulfur, its giant mouth opening wide, aiming directly for the throat of the man in black. The distance was too close. Less than 2 meters. At this range, even a high-level beast master wouldn't be able to chant incantations in time. Zhao Xian, you're crazy! Leah screamed, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes nearly popping out. Lu Kai was so frightened that his legs went weak, collapsing directly to the ground. In their eyes, Zhao Xian was simply insane. Having private contraband discovered, and still daring to openly attack the federal official rescue team? This was treason. He should be shot on the spot. It's over. This madman is going to get us killed. Some students despairingly hugged their heads. However, the expected scene of blood splattering did not appear. Just as the sharp teeth of the big yellow were about to close, the man in black made a move that defied human mechanics. His upper body bent backward at an eerie 90-degree angle, as if it had no bones, and then, like a spring, he shot backward. Screech! Although the big yellow's claws missed, they ruthlessly tore through the man's thick protective suit. The special explosive-resistant fabric seemed like paper under the beast's claws. With a tearing sound, fragments of the black suit flew into the air. The spotlight's pale beam illuminated the figure. The entire scene was deathly silent. That was not a human body. Beneath the protective suit was a pale, bloodless torso. The skin was covered with dark purple corpse spots, and on the chest, there were even dark red sutures, like a poorly stitched doll. The face was even more terrifying. The mask was shattered, revealing a stiff, iron-blue face. The corners of the mouth were slashed open and sewn into an eternally upward, eerie smile with black thread. No breath. No heartbeat. Only those eyes, flashing with the malicious light of a living person. Fast reaction. The man let out an eerie laugh like a night owl, his voice no longer modulated by a voice changer, becoming sharp and piercing. No wonder you're the kid who destroyed my lab, your sense of smell is sharper than a dog's. He casually tore off his tattered uniform, revealing a shriveled chest. With one hand, he made a gesture. Buzz. A blood-red circle of light exploded beneath his feet. A nauseating stench filled the air. A blood-red bat with a wingspan of over 3 meters appeared. With a sharp, ear-piercing shriek, it shot up from the light circle. Its whole body was surrounded by a thick, bloodthirsty aura, and its eyes were like 2 red lanterns, firmly locking onto Big Yellow. 8th rank. The terrifying spiritual pressure instantly swept across the entire area. The aura of this blood-red bat was even higher than Big Yellow, who had just ascended to the 9th rank, by a full rank. Level suppression. What kind of monster is this? Leah's voice trembled, her brain a blank. Is this, your so-called official rescue team, these dead men? Zhao Xian sneered, pointing sharply towards the back. As the leader was exposed, the dozen or so rescue team members who had been on alert with guns suddenly collapsed like puppets with broken strings, all falling to the ground. Their bodies quickly shriveled and rotted, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. A few brave boys, gathering their courage, stepped forward to lift one man's face mask. Ah! A terrified scream pierced the night sky. Under the mask was a highly decayed face, with maggots crawling in the eye sockets. Dead, they're all dead. The students' psychological defenses completely crumbled. What they had thought was a path to survival was actually a meticulously planned death trap. Zhao Xian, riding on Big Yellow's back, had a cold, sharp gaze, locking onto the undead leader. The crisis had just been averted, and you arrive right on time. Zhao Xian's voice was clear in the night wind, each word piercing to the heart, and the fact that you immediately mention the needle shows you know the source of the mutation is a man-made experiment. You're not a rescue team, you're the mastermind behind this disaster. Clap, clap, clap. The leader elegantly clapped his hands, twisting his stiff face into an even more sinister smile. Clever. He praised, his eyes gleaming as if looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. It's a pity, clever people usually don't live long. Now that you know secrets you shouldn't, none of you will leave today. Kill him. The leader gave the order. Screech. The blood-red bat in midair let out a shrill scream, turning into a red lightning bolt as it dove down. The sound waves, like solid blades, instantly shattered the surrounding rocks. Roar. Big Yellow showed no fear, charging head-on. The black golden claws clashed fiercely with the blood-red wings in midair. Clang! Sparks flew, making a loud crash like metal clashing. However, the gap in their levels was insurmountable. Although Big Yellow possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, it had just evolved, and its strength had not fully recovered. Meanwhile, the Blood Red Bat was not only at the 8th rank but was also an agile beast known for its speed and soundwave attacks. Bang! Big Yellow's huge body was knocked back several meters, its claws digging deep grooves into the ground. It had 3 deep bloodstains on its shoulder, and its black golden fur was stained with blood. Big Yellow! Zhao Xian's gaze tightened. Is this your trump card? A just evolved mutt? The mysterious figure saw that Zhao Xian was still resisting, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. He no longer wanted to waste time. The real official rescue team could arrive at any moment, it had to be a quick resolution. Enough playing, it's time to send you on your way. The mysterious figure took out a glass bottle carved with strange runes from his pocket. The bottle contained dark red liquid, like concentrated blood. He looked at Zhao Xian, his eyes full of mockery, then suddenly smashed the glass bottle onto the ground. Crash! The crisp sound of breaking glass was especially harsh on the silent battlefield. A thick, nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell instantly spread with incredible speed. It was a high-concentration berserk drug. It was also the key to controlling the beast tide. Roar! Squeak! The rat tide, which had originally retreated 100 meters away from fear of Big Yellow's pressure, began to tremble violently as soon as they caught the scent. The fear in their eyes quickly faded, replaced by extreme madness and bloodlust. Those pairs of scarlet eyes lit up again in the darkness, dense and numerous like hellish stars. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled again. It was even more frenzied and massive than before, a tidal wave of rats like a black tsunami, coming again with the force to destroy everything. Chapter 19, The Weird Spirit Society. Bang! The sharp sound of shattering glass was like the starting gun of death itself. That thick, nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell, carried by the night wind, instantly penetrated the nostrils of every mutated creature. Squeak! The shrill screeching rose and fell, merging into a piercing sound wave that tore through the eardrums. Countless pairs of eyes, which had once been fearful, became bloodshot and swollen in this moment, turning into irrational crimson. Enjoy this feast, little mice. The mysterious figure let out a strange laugh like that of an owl in the night, and the blood-red circle under his feet suddenly shrank. The 8th-stage blood-red bat, which had been hovering in midair, swooped down like a red lightning bolt, its bony claws accurately gripping the mysterious figure's shoulders. Whoosh! The bat's wings flapped, sending a gust of wind. Using the force, the mysterious figure soared into the air, rising rapidly like a ghost toward the sky. Trying to run? Zhao Xian's eyes flashed coldly, and with a swift motion, his left hand slapped the back of De Huang's neck. Roar! De Huang understood instantly. Ignoring its injuries, its chest violently expanded, and a visible golden sound wave began to form deep in its throat. However, the mysterious figure was clearly an expert. In the moment he ascended, he pulled out a pitch-black orb from his pocket, without even looking, and flung it toward the entrance of the cave behind him. The movement was smooth, ruthless in its execution. Not good. Zhao Xian's pupils contracted sharply. That wasn't an attack on him, it was aimed at the only escape route. Boom! An orange-red fireball exploded above the cave. The terrifying shockwave, mixed with the unique high temperature of alchemical explosives, instantly collapsed the fragile rock walls. Tons of massive boulders fell with a thunderous crash, sending dust soaring up to tens of meters. The cave entrance, which had once sheltered over 100 students, was completely sealed off in the wake of this explosion. Goodbye, geniuses of Tianhai University. The mysterious figure's manic laughter faded into the night sky. De Huang's roar was released, but it was blocked by countless low-level flying mutant beasts startled into flight, only scattering feathers and broken flesh to the ground. The blood-red figure had already disappeared without a trace, blending into the night and chaos. Zhao Xian held back the restless De Huang, not pursuing. Don't chase a desperate enemy, especially in a situation where death is inevitable. He turned to look at the blocked cave entrance again, then at the violent rat tide surging toward them like a wave, and his lips curled into a cold, faint smile. It's not to silence them, it's to torture them. Zhao Xian whispered to himself, his voice frighteningly calm. If it was just to cover up a secret, it would be easiest to kill everyone with a single explosion. But the other side had first triggered the beast tide with potions, then blocked the escape route, clearly intending to tear apart these sheltered flowers, piece by piece, in despair and fear. This was a meticulously planned execution broadcast live. Ah! The entrance collapsed. There's no way out. Help! They're coming! The loud explosion woke up all the students who had been hoping for a miracle. When they saw that the only path to safety had turned into ruins, and ahead of them were countless blood-eyed monsters, the string of rationality snapped completely. The defense formation, which had barely held together, turned into a joke in that moment. Fear spread like a plague. Run! No one knew who started shouting, but the crowd instantly broke apart. No one listened to the commands anymore, no one cared for their comrades. Everyone, like headless flies, scrambled in all directions, trying to break out toward the wilderness. But this was exactly the way to death. Without the support of a formation, the students fighting alone were like tofu thrown into a meat grinder in front of the violet rat tide. Splat! Blood splattered. A male student, who had tried to break out alone, was immediately knocked down by 5 or 6 fire rats. His screams lasted only half a second. The sound of bones being chewed drowned out everything else. The bloody smell further triggered the ferocity of the rat swarm. Don't run around. Gather around Zhao Xian. Form a circle. Quickly, form a circle. Amidst the chaos, Leah screamed hoarsely. She tried to guide everyone, the light butterfly above her head desperately flapping its wings, scattering tiny sparks of light. She wanted to save them. Even in this moment, she still naively believed that as long as they united, they could hold on, just like before. But she had forgotten they had held on before because they had a way out, there was hope. Now, there was only despair. Get out of the way. Don't block the path. A tall boy with red eyes charged at her. Behind him were 2 elite mutated rats. To escape, he had already lost his sense of direction. Seeing Leah blocking his way, instead of stopping, he grew bolder, suddenly stretching out his hand and pushing Leah hard. You. Leah was caught off guard and stumbled sideways. Sorry. Block them for me. The boy shouted viciously, using the momentum from the push to accelerate into the shadows at the side. Leah fell heavily onto a pile of rubble, her knee scraped and bleeding. She stared in disbelief at the boy's retreating figure, the same classmate who used to smile and call her a goddess. Is this human nature? Before she could snap out of her shock, a nauseating, hot wave hit her face. Because her light skills were too conspicuous and she had become isolated, she immediately drew the attention of nearby enemies. Squeak! 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 3 elite fire rats, as large as calves, surrounded her in a triangular formation. Saliva mixed with blood dripped from their mouths, and their sharp fangs gleamed coldly in the firelight. Leah instinctively tried to cast a spell but found that the spiritual power within her had already been exhausted from earlier battles. The light butterfly dropped weakly. It was over. Staring at the claws that were almost within reach, Leah closed her eyes in despair. Countless images flashed through her mind, finally freezing on the image of the man riding the black gold beast, coldly turning away. If it were him, he would never let her fall into this situation, right? Whoosh! The expected pain didn't come. Instead, there was a dull thud like thunder, followed by the crisp sound of bones breaking. Boom! Hot, disgusting liquid splattered across Leah's face. She trembled and opened her eyes. A giant black gold iron claw, like swatting a fly, slammed the fire rat, which had been leaping in the air, hard into the ground. It was a bloody mess, turning into a pile of meat paste. On the back of the giant beast, a boy in a tattered protective suit looked down at her. The firelight reflected on his cold profile, his gaze as indifferent as if he were looking at a rock. Zhao. Zhao Xian? Leah's voice trembled with sobs. Zhao Xian didn't waste any words. He leaned forward slightly, extended his hand, and grabbed the back of Leah's collar like lifting a chick, jerking her upwards. In a spin, Leah was thrown onto the broad back of the giant yellow beast. Hold on. Zhao Xian's voice was cold and hard. Zhao Xian. Please, save them. Leah lay on the giant yellow beast's back, tears uncontrollably flowing as she watched her classmates being slaughtered around her. Everyone is going to die. You have the giant yellow beast, you can save them, right? Zhao Xian, while commanding the giant yellow beast to tear apart the incoming rat swarm with its claws, coldly glanced at her. Save? He pointed towards the distant crowd, where people were shoving each other, even turning on their companions in desperation to escape. Look clearly, it's not the rats killing them, it's themselves. Zhao Xian's voice had no warmth. When their mentality breaks, no god can save them. If I rush in now, all I'll do is add a few more deaths, and it will serve no other purpose. But... Shut up. Keep talking, and I'll throw you off. Zhao Xian interrupted her bleeding heart. He wasn't a savior, saving Leah was purely because this woman, though a little foolish. But he wasn't malicious, and since he had given the map earlier, it could be considered as returning a favor. As for the others? That was their own choice. Just as Leah was about to say something, a sudden light appeared on the horizon. It wasn't the light of dawn. It was several blinding white beams of light, so intense they were impossible to look at, tearing through the heavy night sky, with a chilling sound of air being torn, precisely striking the most concentrated area of the beast swarm. The earth trembled. The terrifying explosion instantly drowned out the shrieks of the rat swarm. That wasn't just an ordinary spiritual energy attack, it was the massive bombardment of a large-caliber spiritual energy cannon. Immediately after, the deafening sound of helicopter propellers grew louder, approaching rapidly. Dozens of heavy-armed helicopters, painted in deep gray, hovered low in the sky like steel giants. The six-barrel Gatling gun beneath their bellies roared, spewing flames several meters long. Da-da-da-da-da-da. A metal storm poured down. The mutated rat swarm, which had driven the students to despair, was as fragile as paper before this steel torrent. Flesh and blood splattered, and severed limbs and arms covered the wasteland. It's the military. The official rescue has arrived. Real help has arrived. The surviving students stared blankly at the scene, before bursting into heart-wrenching cries. And higher up in the sky, several figures exuding terrifying auras floated in mid-air. They didn't rely on any flying tools, they floated in the air solely by their powerful spiritual energy fields. High-level beast masters. One of them casually waved their hand, and frost fell from the sky, instantly freezing hundreds of flame rats that had tried to escape into ice sculptures. This was the power of the national machinery. Before this power, the so-called beast swarm was nothing more than a farce. The battle ended faster than expected. In just 10 minutes, the once noisy battlefield was left with only the smell of gunpowder and burnt flesh. A large number of soldiers wearing exoskeleton armor quickly descended by rope, beginning to clean up the battlefield and treat the wounded. Zhao Xian patted Big Yellow's neck, signaling it to calm down. He knew it was safe now. But it also meant that trouble had arrived. As the only student on the scene who still had full combat power and had even repelled the mysterious person, Zhao Xian was almost immediately invited to the makeshift command post by several officers. Rather than a command post, it was more like a heavily armored command vehicle that had been modified. The inside of the vehicle was spacious, and the walls were covered with screens displaying various data. A middle-aged man in deep green military uniform with 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulder was facing away from him, watching the battlefield replay on the screen. It was the scene where Big Yellow collided with the blood-red bats. Sit. The middle-aged man turned around. A hideous scar ran from his eyebrow to his chin, his eyes sharp like knives, and he carried the iron-blooded aura of a battle-hardened soldier. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate and sat down, pulling out the chair. Big Yellow obediently squatted by his feet, its eyes still vigilantly scanning the surroundings. I'm Lei Dong, the leader of the Special Operations Group of the Tianhai Combat Zone. The middle-aged man went straight to the point, his eyes scanning Zhao Xian once over. Finally, his gaze stopped at Big Yellow, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes, a D-class spiritual beast evolving the bloodline of a divine beast, and able to withstand a single blow from an 8th-level mutant beast. Kid, you're quite impressive. Just lucky. Zhao Xian replied indifferently, neither humble nor arrogant. Lei Dong smiled and didn't dwell on the issue. He picked up the black skull chip Zhao Xian had handed over from the table, gently rubbing it with his fingers. Where did you get this thing? From a mutated golden silk rat. Zhao Xian stared directly into Lei Dong's eyes. Sir, more than this, I want to know, who is the lunatic that can control corpses, create beast swarms, and even dare to carry out massacres right under the Alliance's nose? The air in the cabin seemed to freeze for a moment. Lei Dong's smile faded from his face. He was silent for a moment, as if weighing whether Zhao Xian was qualified to know the secret. Finally, he sighed and slammed the chip heavily onto the table. Since you've already faced them, even destroyed their test subjects, some things, you really should know. Lei Dong leaned forward, lowering his voice. Every word seemed squeezed out from between his teeth. They are not ordinary criminals, nor are they after wealth. This is an extreme and terrifying organization that worships strange beasts and is anti-human. They believe humans should hand the world back to the beasts. It's a malignant organization. Zhao Xian frowned slightly. What's the name? Lei Dong took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and spoke 3 words. The Beast Spirit Society. Chapter 20, The Madness of the Beast Spirit Society. The air in the armored command vehicle seemed to freeze. The Beast Spirit Society. Zhao Xian sat in the tactical chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the cold metal tabletop, chewing on the 3 words in his mouth. Memories from his past life surged like a tide. He searched his mind countless times but could find no trace of this organization. In his previous life, he was betrayed by Lu Han and Li Xiao, reduced to a cripple, living at the bottom of society, struggling daily for food. The information he had access to was mostly just street rumors. At that level, he clearly couldn't access secrets so deep that even the leader of the Warzone Special Task Force had to keep them hidden. I've never heard of them. Zhao Xian looked up, his gaze clear, without the slightest hint of disguise. De Huan lay by his military boots, licking the dried blood on its paws, but suddenly stopped its movements. Its dark golden eyes fixed intently on Lei Dong, and it let out a low, growling whimper from its throat. As a descendant of divine beasts, it could sense murderous intent and evil thoughts far more acutely than humans. Just as Lei Dong uttered those 3 words, the giant beast detected a suffocatingly strong smell of blood. Lei Dong had been watching Zhao Xian's micro-expressions closely. Upon seeing the real confusion in Zhao Xian's eyes, the iron-willed soldier's tense shoulders relaxed slightly. If Zhao Xian had shown any recognition, he would have suspected the boy's true nature. Adjutant. Lei Dong waved his hand without turning around. The adjutant, standing at the door, immediately stood at attention, his fingers quickly operating the control panel. A low electric hum swept through the cabin. The previously lit communication frequency indicators all went dark, replaced by a glaring red light. A thin layer of light blue soundproofing barrier rose from the heavy armored walls, completely isolating the noise from the outside. The highest level of silent mode. Lei Dong turned around, pulled a cigarette from the box on the table, and just as he was about to light it, he glanced at Zhao Xian and casually tossed it back onto the table. He braced his hands on the edge of the table, leaning forward, the scar running across his face looking especially grotesque in the dim light. Zhao Xian, in your view, what is the relationship between a beast master and the beasts they control? Lei Dong didn't directly explain but threw out a seemingly basic question. Zhao Xian paused for a moment, then calmly answered, a contractual relationship. To go deeper, they are partners fighting side by side. To simplify, they are tools for human dominance. This was the standard answer from the Federation's textbooks, and the consensus of most beast masters. Correct. Lei Dong nodded, his voice deep and forceful. This is the cornerstone of Federation law, and the foundation that allows human civilization to survive amidst the encirclement of strange beasts. No matter how much we pamper our beasts, no matter how many rights we give them, the core rule is simple: humans are the leaders. We are the embers of civilization, and they are the kindling that protects the fire. At this point, Lei Dong's tone shifted, a flash of extreme disgust passing through his eyes, as if he were referring to something filthy. But those lunatics from the Beast Spirit Society don't think that way. He reached out, pointing at the air. A holographic screen popped up, displaying a series of photos. Zhao Xian's pupils shrank slightly. The backgrounds of the photos were diverse: luxurious villa basements, abandoned factories, and even altars in deep mountains. But the content of the pictures was strangely consistent, bloody, eerie. Countless human bodies were arranged in twisted postures, kneeling before giant beast statues. Some bodies had been gutted, their organs offered up on plates, others had their skin removed, hanging like livestock on iron hooks. And in the center of these corpses stood a few humans dressed in splendid robes, their faces twisted into fervent smiles, worshipping the beasts. In their doctrine, the alien beasts are the true rulers of this planet, the ultimate evolution, the sacred higher beings. The thunderous voice turned cold and piercing, each word as if pulled from an ice cellar. And humans? In their eyes, humans are thieves who stole the world's power, despicable vassals, servants, even feed for the beasts. This is not just the extremism of animal rights activists who treat cats and dogs like children. Lei Dong pointed to a photo showing a half-eaten human arm. This is religious fanaticism. They believe that through human sacrifice, offering the flesh and blood of their kind to the beasts, they can cleanse humanity's original sin and gain the beast's power and immortality. Zhao Xian looked at the shocking images, his brows furrowed tightly. Absurd. He coldly muttered 2 words: who would believe in this anti-human logic? Unless it's a group of brainwashed beggars or addicts. Quite the opposite. Lei Dong sneered, sliding his finger across the screen to bring up an encrypted file. The photos in the file were mostly taken from covert angles, blurry, but still identifiable by the clothing and demeanor of some individuals. Members of the spirit cult are not beggars. Lei Dong pointed to one of the photos, showing a middle-aged man in a suit, standing on a podium giving a speech, with the logo of a well-known corporation in the background. They are executives of corporations, professors from prestigious universities, government officials, and even military officers. Lei Dong's tone carried deep helplessness and anger. They possess powerful spiritual bodies, control top-tier resources, hold high positions, and enjoy the greatest benefits of human civilization. But beneath that shiny human exterior, their souls have long been kneeling at the feet of the alien beasts. The pressure in the carriage suddenly dropped. Zhao Xian felt a sense of absurdity. A group of elites standing at the top of the human pyramid, yet longing to destroy human civilization and hand the world over to alien beasts? This was scarier than simply being bad. This was a betrayal at its very core. This is the most chilling part. Lei Dong closed the file and brought up a world map again. They are lurking among us, using human resources to nourish the alien beasts, planning massacre after massacre. On the map, areas that were once pitch black suddenly lit up with dense red dots. These red dots covered all the major battle zones of the Federation, from bustling urban areas to remote borderlines, without exception. Did you think tonight's secret realm riot was an isolated case? Lei Dong pointed to the location of Tianhai City, which was flashing with bright red light. This is just the tip of the iceberg. In the past decade, at least 30% of the so-called alien beast riots worldwide have been fueled by the spirit cult. They create chaos, gather sacrifices, and conveniently eliminate dissenters. Zhao Xian looked at the map, which seemed to be stained with blood, a chill rising in his heart. The life-and-death situation he had just experienced was nothing but a drop in the ocean compared to that map. Pay attention here. Lei Dong adjusted the map's timeline to this year. The scattered red dots suddenly showed a strange trend of concentration. What do you see? Lei Dong asked. Zhao Xian's eyes shot like lightning, quickly scanning the data. The density of the red dots is increasing. And the marked victims are mostly first-year freshmen or awakening phase youths. That's right. Lei Dong nodded heavily, his face dark as if it could drip water. This year's situation is particularly special. In just a few months, hundreds of freshmen like you have died or gone missing under mysterious circumstances in various trials, secret realms, or even inside the campus. Why? Zhao Xian keenly seized the logical gap, asking back, since the alien spirit faction has high-level combat power, and even infiltrates the upper ranks, why target a bunch of newbies who haven't even grown up yet? If their goal is to destroy humanity, wouldn't it be more efficient to directly assassinate federal members or sabotage core energy facilities? Chapter 21, The Kill List. Using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. This does not align with the logic of terrorist organizations. Lei Dong glanced at Zhao Xian with appreciation. To quickly calm down and spot the problem in the face of such shocking information, this young man's psychological resilience is terrifyingly strong. Because of the game. Lei Dong explained, the Federation monitors high-level energy fluctuations very tightly. Once a high-level master releases power outside of the battle zones, the Heavenly Eye system will lock in within 3 seconds, and the orbital cannon will strike within 5 seconds. Although the higher-ups of the alien spirit faction are crazy, they fear death and don't dare expose themselves easily. On the other hand, hunting freshmen often only requires the use of mid to low-tier forces. Lei Dong pointed to the black skull chip in Zhao Xian's hand, just like the living dead tonight, and that 8th-tier bat. The energy fluctuations of this level are easily disguised as accidents in the secret realm. Moreover, Lei Dong paused, his eyes becoming incredibly deep. This is a root-cutting tactic. Humanity's ability to resist alien beasts relies on the inheritance of strong individuals from generation to generation. If the pillars of our generation are still standing, they dare not fight head-on. But what if you eliminate all the potential seeds of our generation in the cradle? 10 years later, 20 years later, when the older generation of strong individuals withers, and the new generation is left with no foundation, humanity's civilization will crumble without a fight. Zhao Xian fell silent. This is an extremely insidious and long-term strategy. He looked at Lei Dong and asked the most critical question, Sir, these are not just secrets, they are top-secret information that could cause social panic. Why are you telling me, a freshman just starting school? The more you know, the faster you die. Zhao Xian understood this logic from 2 lifetimes. Lei Dong suddenly raised his hand, turning off the holographic screen. The cabin was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the faint green light from the dashboard illuminating their faces. Lei Dong's sharp eyes fixed firmly on Zhao Xian, and the air was filled with an oppressive tension. Because you have no choice. Lei Dong extended his finger and heavily tapped the black skull chip on the table. Thud. The muffled sound was like a heavy hammer smashing into Zhao Xian's heart. This chip is the control hub of the alien spirit faction's core experiment. Not only did you survive in the secret realm, but you also sabotaged their plan. Lei Dong's tone was no longer an explanation but a verdict. You destroyed the alien spirit faction's 3-year plan in Tianhai City. Although that living dead man escaped, he must have sent your information back before leaving. Zhao Xian, on the alien spirit faction's list, you've gone from being a random prey to a must-kill target. Lei Dong leaned back in his chair, his gaze cold. I'm telling you all of this in advance, not to educate you, but to give you a cruel shot of prevention. From the moment you step out of this car, the hunt can come at any time. Maybe it's during tomorrow's breakfast, maybe it's the next trial, or even one of your classmates. Inside the armored command car, a deathly silence lasted for a full 10 seconds. The faint green light from the dashboard illuminated Zhao Xian's face. The young face showed no fear, panic, or even the slightest twitch of muscle that Lei Dong had expected. Zhao Xian simply calmly adjusted his cuff, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly, forming a faint smile, as though mocking fate. Hit list? He softly repeated the 4 words, his tone as relaxed as if discussing tomorrow's cafeteria menu. Sir, in this damn world, the weak don't even have the right to make the list. Since they want to play, let them come. Compared to the random prey that could die at any moment, I prefer the feeling of being noticed. At least, this proves that my life has increased in value. Lei Dong's sharp, tiger-like eyes suddenly contracted. He had seen too many geniuses who, upon learning that they were targeted by a terrorist organization, either broke down in tears or kneeled before the military begging for protection. But this young man before him treated the death notice, which could crush an adult, as a badge of honor. What is this kid's heart made of? Good. Lei Dong extinguished the unlit cigarette in his hand, his voice hoarse but filled with appreciation. You've got guts. Go on, don't die too quickly, or it'll be a waste of all the words I've said to you today. Zhao Xian didn't say anything more, stood up, and pushed open the door. As the heavy armored vehicle door slowly opened, the cold wind from the outside rushed in, dispersing the heavy atmosphere inside the vehicle. De Huang shook its fur, which looked like black gold, and coldly scanned the fully armed soldiers around. Then, with heavy steps, it followed closely behind Zhao Xian. Outside the blockade zone, the once bustling temporary camp now seemed somewhat empty. Most of the students who had been through the beast-tide ordeal had been taken away by the school and their parents after completing their statements. The air was filled with a pungent smell, the bloodstained scent that high-concentration disinfectant couldn't cover up. Several searchlights shone pale white on the muddy ground, casting long shadows of Zhao Xian and De Huang. Zhao Xian shoved his hands in his pockets, his gaze indifferent as he scanned his surroundings. The sense of desolation, like the end of a performance, gave him a feeling of long-lost comfort. In his past life, for 10 years, he had grown accustomed to walking alone amidst ruins and corpses. Noise and warmth were the most poisonous things to him. Just as he was about to leave with De Huang, his steps faltered slightly. At the outermost perimeter of the warning line, a slender figure stood stubbornly in the cold wind. Li Ya. Her combat uniform was covered in dirt and grass, her originally smooth long hair was messily sticking to her cheek. Her hands were tightly twisted together, her knuckles white from the force. The moment she saw Zhao Xian walk out, her dull eyes immediately brightened, like a drowning person grasping the last straw. Without caring about the staff trying to stop her, she staggered toward him. Zhao Xian. Her voice trembled with a hint of crying. The few remaining logistics staff around them cast surprised glances. At this moment, Zhao Xian exuded an aura that warned others to stay away. With a terrifying beast the size of a small mountain by his side, he looked like a hellish warrior. Yet Li Ya's concerned expression seemed completely out of place in the chilling atmosphere. De Huang let out a low growl from its throat, but under Zhao Xian's reassurance, it did not assume an aggressive stance. Are you okay? Li Ya stopped 2 meters in front of Zhao Xian, her eyes scanning him up and down, and only after confirming he wasn't missing any limbs did she let out a long breath. That officer called you away, what did he say? Is it because of what happened in the secret realm? Her eyes were full of concern, clearly afraid that Zhao Xian would be held accountable by the military for attracting monsters or hoarding opportunities. Zhao Xian looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes full of concern, but the block of ice in his heart did not melt. He slightly turned his body, avoiding her hand that was reaching out towards him. Tell her the truth. Tell her that I've already been marked as a must-kill target by the world's largest terrorist organization? Tell her that the officer just now was delivering my death sentence? That's something only a fool would do. In this world, the more you know, the faster you die. For someone like Li Ya, who lives in an ivory tower, ignorance is the greatest happiness. Nothing. Zhao Xian lied flatly, his tone so calm that it was impossible to detect a hint of emotion. Routine stuff. Just verifying some battle details. After all, De Huang's performance was a bit over the top, the military needs to file a report. Really? Li Ya looked at him with some suspicion. Believe it or not. Zhao Xian didn't want to dwell on this topic, raising his foot to leave. Wait. Li Ya bit her lip, seemingly gathering great courage. She took out her light brain from her pocket, pulled up the QR code, and handed it to Zhao Xian. Can we add each other as friends? In the future, if you need help, I'll be there anytime. Although my combat power isn't strong, my light butterfly dust can do control, and I can. Her voice grew softer and softer, clearly realizing how flimsy her attempt to sell her support abilities was in front of someone capable of single-handedly killing a mutated beast king. Zhao Xian stopped walking, his gaze falling on the QR code. Refuse? Based on his usual personality, this kind of meaningless social interaction would have been tossed into the trash long ago. But then he thought, memories from his past life told him that in the future, some high-level secret realms did indeed have restrictions that required a team to enter. Moreover, although Li Ya's light butterflies were weak in attack, their wide-range blinding and control effects in certain specific environments could save a lot of trouble. An obedient tool, with some functional use, and doesn't require splitting too much loot. Still valuable. Beep. Zhao Xian raised his wrist, scanned the code, and added her. Request accepted. He coldly threw out a sentence, not even looking at Li Ya's delighted expression, and turned to walk into the night with De Huang. Let's go. Tianhai University, elite student dormitory area. Returning to his private apartment, the first thing Zhao Xian did was activate the highest-level spiritual energy barrier in the room. As a faint blue light curtain enveloped the windows and door gaps, all external surveillance was blocked. Who? Only then did Zhao Xian slowly exhale a breath of turbid air. He sat down on the sofa, carefully taking out the little creature he had contracted at the bottom of the magma lake in the secret realm. At this moment, the mutated fire gold rat had already lost the terrifying might it had when it triggered the nuclear explosion. Due to energy depletion and a forced drop in level, it was now only the size of a palm, curled up into a fluffy golden ball, looking like a harmless pet chinchilla. Only its occasionally twitching whiskers proved it was still alive. Woof! De Huang leaned over, its huge nostrils exhaling hot air, curiously sniffing the little creature that had almost suffocated it. It seemed hard to understand how that world-destroying energy source had turned into this state. Don't look at it. From now on, it's your wingman. Zhao Xian swatted De Huang's big head away, skillfully opening his light brain. Since the Alien Spirit Society had set its sights on him, the regular training speed would be tantamount to suicide. He had to raise this infinitely potentially useless rat in the shortest time possible. Search, Fire System Advancement Materials, Mental System Repair Liquid, Myth Species Inducement Agent. Zhao Xian's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard, and rows of shocking price data rushed across the screen like a waterfall. Earth Core Fire Lotus Seed, 500-year-old 800,000 per seed. Stardust, High Purity 1.2 million/gram. S-Class Beast Bone Marrow Extraction Liquid, 500,000 per vial. Watching the millions just obtained from Luhan evaporate like water flowing away in his account, Zhao Xian didn't even blink. Money is a bastard, once it's gone, earn it again. Life only comes once it's gone, nothing is left. Place the order. Rush delivery. Just 10 minutes later, a slight buzzing sound came from the drone pad outside the window. Zhao Xian retrieved a sealed metal box, and as he opened it, a scorching and pure energy filled the entire room in an instant. System, time to work. Zhao Xian silently chanted in his mind. Buzz. That familiar blue light curtain unfolded on his retina, countless data streams crazily analyzing the golden silk rat on the table and the pile of expensive materials. Detected contract beast, mutated fire rat, D-class weak state. Detected high-level fire/spirit material. Divine evolution scheme in progress? Moments later, 3 options, each glowing with different lusters, appeared before Zhao Xian. Option 1, Greek mythology followers of light. Evolution direction, rat god Apollo, Apollo Smintheus. Features, dual cultivation of light and fire, excelling in long-range attacks and plague spreading, highly resilient. Option 2, Indian mythology tamer of giant elephants. Evolution direction, divine rat Mushak, Mushak. Features, massive body size, maximized strength and defense, possesses the ability to devour obstacles at a conceptual level. Option 3, Chinese mythology head of the zodiac. Evolution direction, rat god, heavenly stems and earthly branches rat. Features, extreme young fire, the beginning of all things, possesses skills such as stealing the will of heaven and avoiding death's tribulations, and holds the emperor's dominance over all rats. Zhao Xian's gaze lingered on the 3 options for less than a second, then firmly locked onto the third one. Greek mythology? Indian mythology? In the memories from his past life, while these pantheons did produce powerful beings, when it comes to mystery and potential, Chinese mythology will always stand at the top of the pyramid. Especially the 12 Zodiac series, which represents the primal power of the laws of heaven and earth. The rat is the first of the 12 earthly branches, the first cry of heaven and earth. A flash of madness appeared in Zhao Xian's eyes. Since we're playing, let's play big. I don't want just a rat that spits fire, I want a god that can crush the heavens. System, choose option 3. Option confirmed. Please follow the steps below to proceed. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, his actions precise like a surgeon. He crushed the Earth Fire Lotus seed, mixed it with stardust, and then poured in the S-Class Bone Marrow Extraction Liquid, gathering spiritual power in his palm and transforming it into a thick, brilliant golden liquid. Little guy, open your mouth. Zhao Xian pinched the golden silk rat's jaw and forcibly poured the priceless liquid into its mouth. Squeak! The golden silk rat, which had been sleeping, suddenly stiffened and let out a shrill scream. Its body began to tremble violently, the blood vessels under its fur wriggling like earthworms, as if a volcano was erupting inside it, trying to reshape its body completely. Big Yellow walked uneasily around, sensing an ancient, noble, even more bizarre aura than its own celestial dog bloodline was awakening within the tiny body. Hang in there. Zhao Xian stared intensely at the golden silk rat, sweat beading on his forehead. If you make it through, you'll be a god. If you don't, tonight's extra food. Time ticked by. The golden silk rat's stray fur began to fall off, replaced by almost transparent golden fur flowing with magma-like patterns. Its bones cracked loudly, and though its size didn't grow, the density of its body, compressed to the extreme, made one's heart race with fear. Finally. As the last golden light entered its body, the violent energy fluctuations in the room abruptly stopped. On the table, the once nearly lifeless little rat suddenly opened its eyes. Those were no longer the murky eyes of a rodent. It was a pair of pure vertical pupils, as if burning with 2 golden suns. It slowly stood up, its front paws off the ground, standing on its hind legs. Though it was no bigger than the size of a palm, it exuded a domineering aura as if it ruled the world. Squeak! A crisp and piercing call echoed through the room, like the sound of an ancient bell ringing, formally announcing its awakening. Chapter 23, Mythical Breeding. The golden light in the room gradually retracted, and the once violent energy fluctuations seemed to be swallowed by a black hole, disappearing without a trace. Zhao Xian sat on the sofa, slightly leaning forward, his gaze fixed firmly on the small figure on the table. At this moment, Little Fire had completely completed its magnificent transformation from a mutated golden hamster to a subgod. Its once somewhat messy golden fur had disappeared, replaced by a nearly translucent golden fluff, with each hair resembling the finest spun gold thread. On its back, a fiery red flame pattern extended from the back of its neck to the base of its tail, and with each breath it took, the pattern seemed to flicker, like an eternal fire that would never go out. Squeak! Little Fire tilted its head, its golden sun-like vertical pupils curiously surveying its surroundings. It first glanced at Zhao Xian, a look of familial affection reflected in its eyes, then turned to look at the large yellow dog beside it. Woof! The large yellow dog felt a chill run through its body as it was stared at by the little creature, instinctively stepping back half a step. Its massive body appeared like a black and gold mountain before Little Fire, yet the large yellow dog was unusually cautious at this moment. As a descendant of a divine beast, its instincts told it that this tiny creature, barely the size of a palm, hid an ancient aura within its body that even made it feel a shiver of fear. That aura was not about the strength of power but about an absolute suppression in terms of rank. Don't be scared, Big Yellow, it's way weaker than you right now. Zhao Xian chuckled lightly, extending his finger and gently tapping Little Fire on the head. Little Fire obediently squinted its eyes, rubbing its furry little head against Zhao Xian's fingertip. Its movements were light, but Zhao Xian could feel the warmth transmitted through his fingertip, a pure fire-type energy that was gentle yet heavy. System, open the panel. Zhao Xian silently chanted in his mind. With a hum, a faint blue data flow intertwined in the void, displaying Little Fire's brand new attributes. Beast name, Subgod, Heavenly Stems and Earthly Branches Rat. Current level, Level 1. Race quality, D grade, Mythical Bloodline Seal in place. Attributes, Extreme Young Fire, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Innate skills. 1. Thunderfire Breath, spits fire imbued with divine thunder power, dealing 200% extra damage to evil and soul-type creatures. 2. Subgod Protection, releases a shield that can block a deadly blow, with cooldown time decreasing as level increases. 3. Supreme Mouse Dominion, as the highest god of the rodent race, it has absolute bloodline suppression over all rodent-like creatures and can issue commands forcefully. For mythical breeding, core, the subrat is the beginning of all things, symbolizing reproduction and vitality. Consuming energy can refine ordinary creatures, causing them to undergo extraordinary metamorphosis and forcibly shorten their growth cycle. Zhao Xian stared at the words on the panel, especially the last entry, mythical breeding, and his breathing involuntarily became heavier. Breeding, this is the ability? Zhao Xian leaned back on the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping on his knee. In his previous life, he had heard of many strange beast taming skills, some adept at treasure hunting, some skilled in cursing, and even some that could transform. But he had never heard of any beast tamer whose beast could directly interfere with the rules of reproduction, which involved the very essence of life. In the ancient mythological logic of China, the subrat ranks first in the 12 zodiac signs, representing the time between 11 o'clock at night and 1 o'clock in the morning, a time when yin and yang alternate and all things begin to sprout. In some ancient texts, the word Z itself is linked to the uterus, symbolizing the nurturing and beginning of life. Thunderfire and Guardians are just its battle methods, this breeding is the real trump card. Zhao Xian's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He knew too well the worth of this ability. Big Yellow is strong, but Big Yellow follows the path of solo combat to the extreme. Once it gets caught in a large-scale war of attrition or faces endless waves of beasts, it will also get tired and injured. But with Little Fire, the situation is completely different. Little Fire, come. Zhao Xian waved his hand, and Little Fire instantly turned into a streak of golden light, leaping lightly into his palm. Can you feel any of your kind nearby? Zhao Xian asked softly. Little Fire closed its eyes, its small nose twitching slightly. After a moment, it suddenly opened its eyes wide and extended its slender front paw, pointing to a drainage pipe in the shadow of the dormitory balcony. Squeak! With Little Fire's soft call, the rustling sound came from behind the iron fence of the drainage pipe. A few seconds later, 3 large, dirty gray female sewer rats crawled out, trembling in fear. The moment they saw Little Fire, they immediately flattened their bellies on the ground, shivering in terror, not daring to raise their heads. These were just the most ordinary creatures, not even considered exotic beasts. In the age of spiritual energy recovery, they were at the very bottom of the food chain. Try your ability, show me the miracle. Zhao Xian gave the command. Little Fire stood in Zhao Xian's palm, its expression becoming solemn. It slowly raised its right paw, and a faint but dazzling red-gold light spot began to form at its fingertips. The light spot contained both the heat of flames and a slight arc of electricity. Whoosh! 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 3 red lights precisely entered the bodies of the 3 female rats. The once trembling rats suddenly stopped shaking, their eyes turning bright red. Their gray fur began to fall off, replaced by a dark red hard skin. What shocked Zhao Xian the most was that the bellies of these 3 rats began to swell at a visible speed, as if a rapidly expanding balloon had been stuffed inside them. This speed. Zhao Xian subconsciously stood up. In less than 3 minutes, the 3 rats emitted painful yet excited low moans. The air was filled with a strong bloody smell and a strange, burning odor. Under Zhao Xian's astonished gaze, the rats' birth canals cracked open, and small creatures covered in light red fur, 3 times the size of normal baby rats, wriggled out. These little rats, after landing, didn't struggle with closed eyes like normal offspring. Instead, they immediately stood up, shook off the mucus from their bodies, and their pupils flickered with faint electric arcs. They didn't even need to nurse, they started running rapidly around the room, searching for anything they could gnaw on. Squeak! Little Fire called again. Those little Thunderfire rats, barely 5 minutes old, immediately stopped moving, lined up neatly in 3 rows, and knelt down in the direction of Little Fire. Zhao Xian squatted down and casually grabbed one of the Thunderfire rats. Name, Thunderfire's minion. Level, 9th stage, Level 1, Common Exotic Beast. Evaluation, a battle unit formed through Divine Blessing, possessing weak fire and lightning resistance, absolutely obedient to the divine will. Although the level is low, this is just the result of using ordinary rats for the transformation. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with shock. If we provide Little Fire with higher level mothers or a large amount of exotic beast corpses for energy supply, could it raise an army in a day? Once this thought appeared, it couldn't be shaken off. Big Yellow is the general charging into battle, while Little Fire is the commander stationed behind. Explosion-type troop formation. Zhao Xian rubbed his temple, looking at the scattered, wriggling rats. The little Thunderfire mouse, already starting to gnaw on the wooden furniture, let out a helpless sigh. Big Yellow, keep an eye on these little things. Don't let them tear apart my dorm. Big Yellow snorted loudly in annoyance, extending its massive claws and, like pushing toys, swatting the mice trying to get near the sofa aside. Zhao Xian walked over to the window and turned on the apartment's air purification system. The strong wind quickly carried away the stench in the room, but his heart still couldn't settle. The threat from the alien spirit society hung like a sword over his head, with Lei Dong's words still ringing in his ears. The names on the kill list were not so easy to bear. But now, looking at the little fire on the desk, proudly taking credit, Zhao Xian felt more confident inside. Since you want to play, I'll play along with you, but I'll make it a big game. Zhao Xian coldly muttered to himself. When I enter the secret realm, I'll make every inch of its land my territory. At that moment, his wrist's light brain suddenly shook violently. Beep beep beep. A series of urgent logistics messages popped up. Your package has arrived at the downstairs sensing area. Please collect it with the access code. Zhao Xian glanced at the list, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. That was the second batch of materials he had just ordered, expensive supplements prepared for the little fire's next upgrade. Money can be spent and stolen again, but strength, it cannot stop for even a second. He stood up, put on his jacket, and waved at Big Yellow and the little fire. Let's go, time to pick up the goods. Chapter 24, The Threshold of the City Security Bureau. In the late night at Tianhai University, the glow of streetlights seemed somewhat blurry through the thick fog. Zhao Xian wore a black coat, his hands in his pockets, walking slowly down from the dormitory building. Big Yellow didn't follow, it stayed in the room, keeping an eye on the newborn, energetic Thunderfire mice. Meanwhile, the newly evolved sub-god Little Fire transformed into a faint golden light, slipping into the inside pocket of Zhao Xian's coat, falling into a deep sleep. Arriving at the downstairs sensing pickup area, a silver-gray painted heavy drone sat quietly on the landing pad. The sensing light blinked red, indicating the goods were locked. Zhao Xian stepped forward and input the complex access code into the light brain. Identity verification successful, goods unlocked. The mechanical synthesized voice echoed, and the alloy hatch beneath the drone slowly opened. A cold chain metal box, exuding a faint chill, slid out. Zhao Xian reached out and took the box. It felt heavy in his hand. Inside were the second batch of advanced materials he had prepared for the little fire, along with some auxiliary potions for Big Yellow's future evolution. For these things, his bank account, which once had millions, had almost shrunk by half in an instant. Money really doesn't last when it's spent, Zhao Xian laughed self-mockingly. Just as he was about to turn and carry the box upstairs, his sharp senses caused him to pause his steps. In the shadow of a row of dense ornamental trees in front of the dormitory, there were a few people standing. They didn't hide their presence, instead, they carried a sense of scrutiny, their gazes firmly locked on Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian, out so late to pick up a package, you're quite hardworking, a deep voice came from the shadows. Immediately after, 4 men in dark blue custom uniforms stepped out. The material of their uniforms was special, reflecting a metallic cold light under the street lamps, with a badge of a shield and sword embroidered on their chest. That was the symbol of Tianhai City's security bureau. Zhao Xian stopped in his tracks, his body slightly turned, maintaining an angle where he could spring into action or counterattack at any moment. His gaze was indifferent, and he calmly asked, "City Security Bureau? Do you need something from me?" The leader was a young man, about 25 or 26, with an ordinary face. But his gaze was unusually sharp. He sized up Zhao Xian, a friendly smile at the corner of his mouth. "Don't be nervous, we mean no harm. Let me introduce myself, I'm Zhou Ping from the City's Security Bureau Operations Department." Zhou Ping took 2 steps forward and stopped 3 meters away from Zhao Xian, maintaining a respectful distance. "We noticed your performance during the aftermath of the Secret Realm riot investigation. You led a large-scale rat tied away by yourself, survived in the heart of the Forbidden Zone, and even quelled the chaos. Zhao Xian, we've looked at your file, it's very interesting." Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow but did not respond. Zhou Ping continued, "The City Security Bureau has always been watching geniuses like you. To be honest, although university is good, it's more like an ivory tower, but the City Security Bureau is the real place for someone like you, where the blade meets the blood. We have a special training program inside, and if you're willing to join, we can offer you many conveniences." Zhao Xian's heart stirred slightly. What was he most lacking now? Aside from money, it was high-level materials. Dehuang's Sun Devouring Howling Skydog bloodline was extremely domineering, and the evolution it needed required many core materials like Sun Essence Gold and 9 Nether Dark Iron, which were completely banned from the market. Even if you had all the money in the world, without official backing and authority, you wouldn't even have the qualifications to take a look at them. If he could enter an elite unit like the City Security Bureau, these issues might be solved easily. "What benefits are there to joining you?" Zhao Xian asked directly. Zhou Ping smiled, liking the straightforwardness of the person. "High allowances are just the basics. The most important thing is that the City Security Bureau has the most complete exotic beast material database in the entire Federation, and members can exchange points for many strategic resources that aren't available on the market. And we have independent rights to explore secret realms, where the resources are much richer than the educational realms in universities." Zhao Xian was silent for a moment before asking again, "How can I join?" At that moment, the middle-aged man who had been standing behind Zhou Ping, and had kept a stern expression, suddenly spoke up. "If you want to join us, you have to see if you're qualified." The middle-aged man took a step forward, and an oppressive aura immediately spread out. He was burly, with a sinister look, and his small eyes carried a disturbing sense of scrutiny. "Zhou Ping, you're still too young, easily deceived by appearances. Although his performance in the secret realm sounds fine, we haven't seen it with our own eyes. Today's young people will do anything to get famous." The middle-aged man snorted coldly and looked at Zhao Xian. "I'm Li Wang, deputy leader of the City's Security Bureau 3rd Team. Kid, don't say we didn't give you a chance. The City Security Bureau doesn't raise idle people, and definitely not frauds. Now, summon your spirit beast and let us inspect it. If you can't even pass my test, then go back to school and continue being a good little boy." Zhao Xian furrowed his brow. He could sense that this man named Li Wang had an inexplicable hostility towards him. This hostility wasn't the strictness of an elder towards a junior, but a kind of personal rejection filled with emotion. "Inspect?" Zhao Xian sneered, "Fine." He casually placed the metal box on the ground and focused his thoughts. Buzz. A dark red light flashed across the open space. De Huang's huge body appeared out of nowhere. However, at this moment, De Huang was not in battle form, nor did it exude the pressure unique to divine beasts. It looked like a stray dog, slightly larger than a regular street dog, with a somewhat messy coat. It crouched on the ground, tilting its head, yawning lazily, even stretching its hind legs to scratch its ear. The scene fell into a dead silence. Zhou Ping was stunned, and the 2 team members behind him showed strange expressions. Li Wang froze for a moment, then, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world, he suddenly burst out with a sharp and mocking laugh. "Ha ha ha! A dog? Zhao Xian, are you kidding me?" Li Wang pointed at the big yellow dog, laughing so hard that tears almost came out. "I heard from Zhou Ping that you contracted a mutated beast, and I thought it was some amazing, magical species. What do I get? This? A street dog?" The big yellow dog seemed to understand the mockery, stopping its ear scratching and coldly glancing at Li Wang with its dark golden eyes. In that instant, Li Wang felt a strange chill rising up his spine, but he quickly dismissed it as an illusion. "Let me speak frankly, Zhao Xian." Li Wang stopped laughing, and his tone became incredibly harsh. "Maybe you have a bit of cleverness, and got lucky picking up a little treasure in the secret realm. But the essence of being a spirit master is the quality of the spirit beast. You contracted a street dog. Even if it shows a little combat ability in the early stages, later on, it will just be a complete waste. With this kind of trash qualification, it's not even worthy of guarding the door for our city security bureau. You have no right to join us. Zhao Xian squinted his eyes, looking at the deputy team leader who was jumping around in front of him. He was almost certain now, this guy definitely had some problem. A deputy team leader in the city security bureau, no matter how much he looked down on a new recruit's spirit beast, wouldn't behave this badly and harshly. This felt more like someone intentionally picking a fight, trying to cut off his path into the city security bureau. You came to find me, and now you're jumping out to mock me? Zhao Xian bent down to pick up the metal box on the ground, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This is the deputy team leader of the city security bureau? Looks like this place isn't as high-end as I thought. Since you think I'm not qualified, fine, I have no interest in working with a bunch of fools. What did you say? Li Wang's face changed, and a flash of anger appeared in his eyes. I said, the city security bureau is just like this. Zhao Xian couldn't be bothered to look at him again, turning around and heading straight toward the dormitory building with the big yellow dog. Big Yellow, let's go. If I stay with people like this, I'm afraid you'll get stupid too. Woof. Big Yellow barked in agreement, and before leaving, it even showed its teeth at Li Wang, displaying an extremely human-like disdain. You. Stop. Li Wang was so angry he was shaking, instinctively wanting to make a move. Deputy Team Leader Li. Zhou Ping quickly stepped forward, blocking Li Wang, his face also turning a little unpleasant. The team leader has said that Zhao Xian is an important candidate for assessment. What you said just now was too much. Li Wang gritted his teeth and snorted coldly, too much? I'm being responsible for the bureau. If we recruit a useless person who contracted a street dog, that's wasting the country's resources. I'll personally report this to the team leader, and I'll take any responsibility. With that, he flicked his sleeve and turned away with a dark expression. Zhou Ping watched Zhao Xian's back disappear into the corridor, sighing helplessly. Zhou Good, what's wrong with Deputy Team Leader Li today? Did he eat some explosives? One of the team members murmured softly. Even though the kid's spirit beast seems to have a low tier, his real combat data in the secret realm is solid. And didn't the team leader say that as long as he's willing to join, the bureau will fund him to buy an A-rank spiritual body as his second contracted beast? Enough, don't say anymore. Zhou Ping waved his hand, a trace of doubt in his eyes. Let's go, we need to report back. The group quickly disappeared into the night. However, no one noticed that Li Wang, who was walking last, quickly pulled out his phone the moment he climbed into the car, tapping swiftly on the screen. His movements were discreet, and the angry expression on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold, calculating look. The message was successfully sent. Recipient, Li Fu. Nephew, that kid's mud is a little strange, not ordinary, you should be careful. I've already blocked his way into the city security bureau, don't worry. At that moment, in the center of Tianhai City, inside a high-end bar called Zhao, the sound of heavy metal music was deafening, and the colorful lights were flashing wildly. Li Fu was sitting on a large leather sofa, holding two heavily made-up women in his arms, shaking a glass of expensive foreign liquor in his hand. Ding dong. His phone vibrated once. Li Fu lazily picked up his phone and took a glance, then snorted with a disdainful laugh. Second uncle really is something, the older he gets, the bolder he becomes. He casually tossed the phone on the table, his eyes filled with cruelty and arrogance. A mud is nothing, how could it possibly turn the world upside down? In front of my Saint Mary, all spirit beasts are trash. Pa. He remembered the incident earlier at school, where Zhao Xian had turned the tables and forced him to make a 20 million bet, and his face turned sinister. Zhao Xian, just hold on to your dead dog and wait for your doom. When the actual combat drills begin, I will make you understand what true despair is. Li Fu picked up his phone and quickly replied to the message. Second uncle, don't worry. A mutt, how could it compare to my Saint Mary? It's just trash. You just focus on keeping an eye on him, don't let that guy join any high-level organizations. Chapter 25, Burning Money. Zhao Xian carried the heavy cold chain metal box, but didn't go back to the dorm directly. Li Wang's clumsy performance earlier had sounded the alarm in his heart. Although he had made Li Wang lose face in public, this kid was tricky. Who knows if the other side would arrange any spies in the dorm area? What he needed to do now, he absolutely couldn't let anyone see. He found a high-end private training center near the school gate, called Tranquil Space. Places like this are expensive, but they offer high privacy. Each room is equipped with a unique spiritual barrier formation, making it the top choice for many spirit masters to secretly break through or experiment with skills. Boss, a top-tier meditation room, for 3 hours. Zhao Xian slapped a black card on the counter. The front desk manager glanced at the card, and his smile instantly became incredibly bright. This black card is a symbol of status in Tianhai City, and he immediately led Zhao Xian deep into the facility himself. Rest assured, our barrier level is the highest. Unless it's an S-class expert forcibly breaking the door, nothing happening inside will be heard outside. The manager spoke while walking, showing great hospitality. Zhao Xian nodded without speaking. After entering the room, he locked the door behind him and activated the room's defensive barrier. Phew, finally some peace. Zhao Xian placed the metal box on the specially designed experimental table and opened it with a click. A strong medicinal aroma and a scorching heat instantly filled the air. He patted his pocket, and a flash of golden light appeared, with Xiaohua lightly landing on the experimental table. Its golden vertical pupils stared at the materials inside the box, and a drop of sparkling saliva actually dripped from its mouth. Don't rush, these are all for you. Zhao Xian patted its head. He first took out a piece of bright red ore from the box, its surface covered in cracks. This is core magma essence, an excellent material for the advancement of fire-type spirit beasts. System, activate the evolution guidance. Contracted beast detected, Zishin, D-level. Advancement materials detected, core magma essence, thunder grass liquid, 100-year fire spirit mushroom. Evolution route locked, Chinese mythology son of the mouse. Current upgrade, D-level C-level. Let's begin. With Zhao Xian's command, his spiritual power surged like a tide, enveloping the materials on the experimental table. Under the system's precise control, the materials quickly melted into a dark red liquid and slowly seeped into Xiaohua's body. Squeak! Little Fire let out a sharp cry, and its body began to expand violently. Its originally golden fur started to sprout tiny red, sharp thorns, and the fiery patterns on its back grew deeper, with faint flashes of lightning within. After a moment, the golden light retracted. Evolution successful. Current quality, level C. Level upgrade, 9th stage level 1, 9th stage level 4. Zhao Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, not stopping. He took out a sealed jade bottle from the bottom of the box, inside which was a viscous, pale purple liquid. This was a diluted version of the Nine Heavens Thunder liquid, and this small bottle alone had cost him a whopping 1.5 million. Continue, push for level B. A fierce determination gleamed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He knew that in this world where the strong devour the weak, any hesitation would be irresponsible to life itself. The second round of evolution began. The temperature in the room suddenly soared, and the air filled with violent thunder and fire elements. Little Fire's body was constantly reshaped in the thunderlight, its bones cracking loudly. Though its body didn't noticeably grow larger, the oppressive force, refined to its extreme, caused the nearby guardian dog, Devouring, to show a look of wariness. Half an hour later, everything returned to calm. Little Fire stood on the experiment table, its fur completely turned dark gold, each strand shimmering with a metallic luster. At the tip of its tail, a cluster of purple thunder fire blazed, never to extinguish. Evolution successful. Current quality, level B. Level upgrade, 9th stage level 4, 9th stage level 7. Skill enhancement, Thunderfire Breath evolved into Purple Sky Thunderfire, power increased by 100%. Skill enhancement, control over 10,000 rats expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. Zhao Xian looked at the data on the panel, letting out a long sigh of relief. From level D to level B, a leap of 2 levels, if this speed were to spread, it would likely shake the entire Tianhai city. But he didn't show too much excitement, instead frowning. He flipped through the follow-up evolution plans provided by the system, his face darkening. To reach level A quality, it actually requires Solar Essence Gold and Lunar Divine Water? Zhao Xian rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. These two items, he had never even heard of being sold in his past life. They were truly mythical level materials, probably only found in the most elite forbidden zones or the deepest vaults of the Federation. Moreover, even if they were sold, the price would likely be in the billions. He opened his light brain and glanced at his bank account balance. Originally, the 30 million from selling the spirit body had been reduced to just under 5 million after 2 rounds of crazy purchases and the previous evolution consumption. Tisk, cultivating spirit beasts really is expensive, Zhao Xian sighed helplessly. 30 million, for ordinary people, was a sum that could last a lifetime. But for a spirit master striving for ultimate evolution, it wasn't even enough to hear a sound. He looked at Little Fire, happily licking its paw on the experiment table, and flicked its head with annoyance. You little thing, you're worse than Devouring when it comes to eating money. Little Fire let out a disgruntled cry and rubbed its head against Zhao Xian's palm. Zhao Xian stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the bright lights of Tianhai City outside. Little Fire, go. Go to the shadows of this city and establish your kingdom. He opened a crack in the window. Little Fire understood immediately, turning into a streak of golden light and disappearing into the night. With its current B-level quality and 9th stage level 7, plus the terrifying bloodline suppression, the ordinary rats and low-level beasts in the sewers of Tianhai City wouldn't even dare to breathe in front of it. Zhao Xian gave it a deadly command: find a safe, hidden place and slowly breed its subordinates. He didn't need Little Fire to form an army right away, what he needed was an intelligence network. Squeak, squeak. He heard Little Fire's response in his mind. It had already entered the complex underground pipeline system, the city's veins, the dirtiest and most easily ignored corner. Zhao Xian, through the contract sensing, could clearly feel Xiao's movements. It quickly took over an abandoned old subway hub. It was dark and damp, filled with a rotting smell, yet it was the perfect habitat for rodents. Xiao stood high up, releasing a silent aura of pressure. Within a few kilometers, all the rats, whether house rats, field mice, or mutated scavenger rats, seemed to have received an imperial decree, crazily gathering towards that spot. Zhao Xian sensed Xiao was breeding speed. With its current ability, it could only breed about a dozen litters of first-generation followers each day. Although these Thunderfire mice were born as beasts, it would still take a long time to form an army strong enough to influence the battlefield. No hurry, take it slow. The seed has been planted, and it will bear fruit one day. Zhao Xian retracted his thoughts and left the training hall. On his way back, he casually flipped through the news on his phone. The official report on tonight's secret realm riot was very brief. A small-scale energy fluctuation occurred in the primary secret realm of Tianhai University. The university and military promptly dealt with it, no casualties, and the secret realm is now in a closed maintenance state. Reading these grandiose words, Zhao Xian sneered. No casualties? He had personally seen several students drowned by the rat tide in the cave, not even a bone fragment left. It was obvious the authorities were suppressing the news, not wanting to cause social panic, and even less wanting the existence of the Alien Spirit Association to be exposed to the public too soon. He turned off these useless messages and stood under a streetlight, thinking for a while. Now, there was still one thing he hadn't done. That was, the black hole worm. This was the top priority that had been on his mind since his rebirth. De Huang was his comrade, Xiaowo was his commander, and the black hole worm, that was his life. In his past life, he was betrayed by Lu Han, losing his spiritual body and becoming a cripple. In that darkest and most hopeless decade, the only one who stayed with him was the black hole worm, which everyone saw as garbage, even lacking a tier of classification, sold by a wicked street vendor as a decorative meatworm. Zhao Xian, being poor in his past life, spent only a few $100 to buy it as a companion. Who would have thought, it was actually the only forbidden creature in the world with the potential to devour spacetime. Looking at the time, it should be around now that the vendor would appear at the black market with his goods. I'll go there tomorrow to check, I must buy the black hole worm, and the remaining money is specifically for that guy. Chapter 26, The Hidden Hand. Inside the bar, Li Fu picked up the glass of foreign liquor worth 5 figures and gently swirled it. The amber liquid left traces on the glass wall, reflecting his slightly feminine yet full of hostility face. Second uncle, this person has been in the system for too long, his courage is all gone. Li Fu sneered and tilted his head back, downing the liquor in one gulp. The spicy taste slid down his throat, but it couldn't suppress the inexplicable irritation in his heart. Country dog? Odd. What a joke. In this bloodline first era, even if a stray dog mutated, even at best, he was just a D or C grade defective product. His Virgin Mary, however, was a genuine SS-level spirit, destined to stand at the top of the pyramid. To compare a dog with his god was itself an insult. Young Master Li, what's wrong? Who upset you? A sweet voice that made one uneasy came from beside him. Lu Han, like a boneless water snake, coiled up Li Fu's arm. She wore heavy smoky makeup today, dressed in a sequin spaghetti strap dress that barely covered anything, her whole body emitting a cheap yet seductive perfume scent. She was smiling, but deep in her eyes hid an unmistakable bitterness. Ever since the day she was publicly humiliated by Zhao Xian at school, and then yelled away by Big Yellow, Lu Han had been living through days that felt like years. She originally thought that climbing up Li Fu's high branch would let her fly and become a phoenix, but now the entire school was watching her become the joke. Nothing, just a bit of nagging from the elders at home. Li Fu casually reached out and patted Lu Han's thigh, the touch slippery, but a trace of subtle disgust flashed in his eyes. Is it about that useless Zhao Xian? Lu Han was extremely sharp, catching the shift in Li Fu's mood. She knew how to read him well, especially when it came to the topic of Zhao Xian, her radar was more accurate than anyone else's. Seeing that Li Fu didn't deny it, Lu Han's eyes flickered, and she immediately pressed herself closer, her chest nearly pressing out of shape. Young Master Li, you don't know, Zhao Xian has been so arrogant recently. Lu Han gritted her teeth and said, her voice filled with a sour, hateful tone. I heard from the sisters in my old dorm that guy has been spending money like water these past few days. He's renting top private training gyms, buying all kinds of expensive materials, and the delivery drones are almost filling the boys' dormitory balconies. As she said this, Lu Han's features twisted slightly from jealousy. In her strange logic, the 30 million Zhao Xian got from selling his spirit was essentially meant to save her sick father. Although it was a scam in her eyes, since that money passed through her hands, it was hers. Now Zhao Xian was wasting her money, raising that dog that bit her. It felt worse than killing her. He spends money like it's nothing, doesn't even treat it as money. Young Master Li, just think about it, he's a poor orphan, where does he get the guts to do this? Isn't it all money he tricked from you to play rich? Lu Han kept observing Li Fu's face as she continued to add fuel to the fire. And I also heard some very unpleasant rumors. Li Fu raised an eyebrow, glancing at her sideways. What rumors? Lu Han put on an expression of holding back, as if deeply wronged, and said indignantly, he's been telling everyone at school that the SS-level spirit you're contracted to is just trash that he got bored with and didn't want anymore. He said you're just picking up scraps, and also said, you're a fool with too much money. Bang! Did he really say that? Li Fu's voice was as cold as if it had come from an ice cellar. Whether Zhao Xian actually said it didn't matter, what mattered was that those words had hit Li Fu's most sensitive spot. He was the son of the richest man, from a young age, having everything he wanted. But in the matter of Zhao Xian, he felt like a fool. Though he had obtained the SS-level spirit, the feeling of being a rebound guy never left him. Absolutely certain. Lu Han raised 3 fingers solemnly. Although the post on the school forum was deleted, it's still being passed around secretly. Young Master Li, can you tolerate this? I can't stand it. What is Zhao Xian? What makes him worthy of stepping on your reputation to rise? And look at him now, acting so smug. If we don't teach him a lesson now, who knows what kind of trouble he will cause a month later with the bet, trying to disgust you even more. Lu Han said this while secretly watching Li Fu's reaction. She really wanted to see Zhao Xian get into trouble. It would be best if his hands and feet were broken, and he knelt like a dead dog begging her for mercy. Only then could it prove that her choice back then wasn't wrong, and that would calm the anger and humiliation inside her. Li Fu took a deep breath, the hostility in his eyes slowly turning into something solid. You're right. He leaned back slowly against the sofa, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. This kid has been jumping around too much lately. Although I'll personally ruin him a month from now, the fact that he's been living too comfortably during this time really doesn't sit well with me. So, Mr. Li, what do you plan to do? Lu Han's eyes lit up, asking eagerly. Should we get a few people and smash his training hall? Or, find an opportunity to kill his dog? Smash the training hall? That's illegal. Do you have brain matter or just mushing your head? Li Fu gave Lu Han a look as if she was an idiot. And doing something in school would make too much noise. It's easy to give people a reason to talk. My Li family may be rich, but we don't do things like this. Lu Han shrank her neck, too scared to argue. She could only smile apologetically. Yes, you're right, Mr. Li. I was too narrow-minded. So, what do you mean? Li Fu didn't answer right away. He picked up his phone again, unlocked the screen, and found a contact named Old Black. His finger hovered over the screen for a moment, then quickly edited a message and sent it. Help me deal with someone, Zhao Xian, a first-year student at Tianhai University. As long as he doesn't die, you can do whatever you want with him. It would be best to ruin his beast so he knows what rules are. Price is the same as usual. The message was sent successfully. Less than half a minute later, the phone vibrated. Got it. Should we act tonight? No rush, find a chance when he's alone. This kid is a bit tricky, he has a mutated dog with him, so be careful not to mess up. Don't worry, Mr. Li. A dog raised by a student, what trouble can it cause? Wait for the good news. Looking at the reply on the screen, a cruel smile curled up at the corner of Li Fu's mouth. Lu Han had been craning her neck to secretly look, although she couldn't see the exact content, she knew from the expression on Li Fu's face that things were going as planned. Mr. Li, is the person you found reliable? Lu Han asked cautiously. Zhao Xian's dog seems quite strong. Last time, even I. If he wasn't reliable, why would I be asking him to do this? Li Fu sneered, interrupting Lu Han's doubts. You think I'm like you? Doing things without using my brain? He picked up a bottle of liquor and took a swig directly from the bottle. The sharp alcohol made him feel more energized. The guy I hired this time isn't some sheltered flower from school. He's a true social criminal, has fought in underground boxing rings for 3 years, and the number of lives he's taken is more than one. Li Fu raised a finger and waved it in front of Lu Han. Old Black is a seasoned beast master. Although his beast is only B-class, a bone-breaking demon bear, its level has already reached the 8th rank. And it's a true 8th rank from real combat. 8th rank? Lu Han couldn't help but exclaim, covering her mouth. Although she wasn't very knowledgeable, she knew how terrifying the level suppression of beast masters was. A first-year student's spirit beast typically hovers around the 9th rank, and those who reach rank 5 or higher are considered geniuses. Even if Zhao Xian's dog took all sorts of medicine, it would only be a peak 9th rank at best. And the 8th rank, that was a whole leap into another realm. Moreover, it was a B-class bone-breaking demon bear. The beast, known for its strength and defense, could probably crush even steel with one slap. Dealing with someone like Zhao Xian, who just awakened, this setup is like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Li Fu's face showed a hint of disdain. If it weren't for my second uncle specifically warning me to be careful, I wouldn't even bother using Old Black as a card. Great. Now Zhao Xian is as good as dead. Lu Han was so excited her face turned red, as if she had already seen Zhao Xian being beaten to a pulp. She eagerly grabbed Li Fu's arm, nearly hanging on him. Young Master Li, you're truly amazing. This kind of move, Zhao Xian, that poor fool, could never have imagined it in his dreams. Oomph, let him be arrogant, let him show off. This time, let's see how he can still act so cocky. Lu Han bit her lip, her eyes shining with venomous light. Once he's crippled, I wonder if anyone at school will even spare him a glance. By then, I'll make him pay back that 30 million, 1 penny at a time. Looking at Lu Han's smug face, Li Fu's mocking gaze deepened. He let her rub against him, but in his heart, he saw her as nothing more than a clown. This woman, apart from her face and somewhat passable figure, was utterly useless. Greedy, foolish, short-sighted, and self-righteous. Alright, stop making a scene here. Li Fu, feeling a little impatient, pushed Lu Han away and stood up to straighten his slightly wrinkled shirt collar. The plan's set. Just wait and watch. But I warn you, keep your mouth shut outside. If the school finds out I'm behind it, although I'm not afraid, it will cause trouble. Got it. I got it. Don't worry, young Master Li, I'm very good at keeping my mouth shut. Lu Han quickly nodded, her face filled with flattering smiles. Li Fu ignored her and turned to walk toward the bar's exit. The heavy metal music blared behind him, drowning out all the sins and schemes. He stepped out of the bar's door, and the cold wind of early morning hit him, blowing away some of the alcohol smell. Li Fu turned around and glanced at Lu Han, who was staggering behind him in high heels, trying to catch up. He sneered inwardly. This stupid woman really thinks she's important. Once I'm done with her, I'll throw her to Old Black and his crew for fun. As for Zhao Xian, Li Fu raised his eyes toward the direction of Tianhai University, his gaze as venomous as a snake's. Enjoy your last peaceful days. In the early morning of Tianhai City, the fog hadn't cleared yet. Zhao Xian sat on a shabby early morning bus, surrounded by vendors rushing to the market and sleepy workers. The air was thick with a mix of cheap cigarettes, steamed buns, and sweat. He wore a faded black hoodie, with the hood pulled low, his hands stuffed in his pockets. He looked no different from the other young people around him who were struggling to make a living. The bus rattled and stopped at the terminal in the Western District. This was the old town of Tianhai, with narrow streets and electric poles plastered with small ads offering miracle cures or ways to get pregnant. Zhao Xian got off the bus and walked down a narrow alley filled with puddles. Before long, he could hear loud, chaotic shouts. The Free Trade Market, that's the official name. But in the spirit master circles of Tianhai City, everyone called it the Black Market. There were no fancy glass counters, no uniformed sales assistants. Instead, there were small, shabby stalls lined up next to each other, with most of the vendors squatting on the ground. In front of them, there were greasy plastic sheets laid out, covered with strange beast bones, muddy spirit beast eggs, and bottles of murky potions. Take a look. Authentic flame hound pups, just pulled out of the secret realm, only 8,000. Ancestral strength recovery medicine, just 1 gulp, only 100. Protect your spirit beast, make it come alive and thriving. Zhao Xian walked expressionlessly through the crowd. In places like this, 9 out of 10 things are fake, and the one that's real is usually a defective product. He had been here in his past life. It was the darkest period of his life. His spirit was stripped away, his childhood sweetheart betrayed him, and he wandered through Tianhai City like a stray dog. At that time, he only had a few $100s left in his pocket, and by a twist of fate, he walked into this black market, hoping to buy a cheap spirit beast egg to keep him company. He remembered it clearly, he was in a daze and couldn't focus enough to pick anything. At an inconspicuous stall in a corner, he randomly pointed at an egg that looked dull and stone-like, paid 300 yuan, and left. Who would have thought that what the vendor treated as a dead egg would hatch into a black hole worm? Old buddy, this time, I'll bring you home early. Zhao Xian silently whispered this in his heart. He began to search through the stalls methodically. Although he remembered it was somewhere in the back rows of the market, the black market stalls were highly mobile, and his memory from 10 years ago had become a bit blurry. He crouched in front of a stall selling snake-type spirit beast eggs and casually picked up an egg to inspect. Young man, good eye. The vendor was a middle-aged man with a face full of rough flesh, grinning widely and revealing a set of yellow teeth. This is a Qinglin python's egg, which can evolve into a B-level Qingjiao in the future. Only 30,000 yuan. Take it, no thanks needed. Zhao Xian sneered, tossing the egg back onto the plastic cloth. It's got mold spots on the shell, the embryo inside has long died, 30,000? You might as well keep it for yourself and cook it. Hey! Kid, don't talk nonsense if you're not buying. The vendor's expression changed, and he made a move as if to curse him. Zhao Xian didn't even glance at him, getting up and continuing to walk forward. Just as he passed a stall selling low-quality metal utensils, a sudden chill ran down the back of his neck. The feeling was strange, not like killing intent, but more like a slippery poisonous snake crawling across his skin, leaving behind a nauseating, sticky sensation. Chapter 28, Searching. Someone was watching him. Zhao Xian's eyes narrowed, but he didn't turn around. He squatted down at a nearby stall, pretending to inspect a shriveled spirit beast egg, using the worn copper mirror on the stall to quietly glance backward. In the crowd about 10 meters behind, a man wearing a black cap and a gray hoodie was sneaking behind a streetlight pole. The man's eyes remained locked on Zhao Xian's back, holding a cell phone, seemingly recording something. Li Fu's people? A cold smirk appeared on Zhao Xian's lips. It seemed that after the idiot Li Wang returned last night, he hadn't been idle. At this moment, the guy in the black cap, standing in the back of the crowd, looked at Zhao Xian with disdain. He was a little brother of Old Hay, nicknamed Mouse. Last night, Old Hay had received a big order from Li Fu, sending their gang to search the entire city for Zhao Xian's whereabouts. Damn it, is this guy out of his mind? Mouse took a photo of Zhao Xian squatting in front of the stall, picking through things. To him, Zhao Xian, who could casually take out millions to buy materials, should be at high-end auction houses, not digging through trash in the black market early in the morning. Mouse hid behind a giant billboard, quickly sent the photo to Li Fu, along with a voice message. Young Master Li, the target is at the West District Black Market. This kid looks like he's gone crazy from poverty, squatting in front of those cheap dead egg stalls trying to pick up bargains. I think, from the looks of him, he must have spent all his money last night and is now trying his luck here. After sending the message, Mouse spat on the ground. TCH, thought he was some big shot. Turns out he's just a poor bastard. Li Xiao is really something. Does he really need Old Hay and Old D to personally handle this kind of trash? Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment in the center of Tianhai City, Li Fu was lying on the large leather bed, holding the still sleeping Lu Han in his arms. He had partied too hard at the bar last night, and now his head was still throbbing with pain. Ding dong. The phone's notification sound made him frown in irritation. He reached out and grabbed the phone, glancing at the screen. When he saw the photo and voice message from Mouse, the sleepiness instantly disappeared, replaced by wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Xian, today's your day. Li Fu suddenly sat up, his movement so abrupt that it startled Lu Han awake. Li Xiao, what's wrong? Lu Han rubbed her eyes, her voice sweet to the point of being sickening. You see for yourself. Li Fu threw the phone in front of Lu Han, his face twisted with pleasure. Look at your ex-boyfriend, now he's digging through the trash in the black market like a beggar. Lu Han leaned over to look at the photo. In the photo, Zhao Xian's thin back could be seen squatting in front of a shabby street stall, holding a dull gray egg in his hand. Oh my, how did he end up like this? Lu Han froze for a moment, then let out a sharp, sneering laugh. I told you, how could he keep that 30 million? He must have spent all of it on that dead dog last night to show off. Now he doesn't have money for a proper spirit beast, so he's digging through the black market for trash. It's hilarious. Lu Han laughed so hard that her body shook, the resentment she had for Zhao Xian evaporating somewhat. Li Xiao, look at how poor he looks. He must be trying to buy something cheap to make do for the bet a month later, right? Li Fu snorted coldly, his eyes gleaming with a cruel glint. Trying to pick up a bargain? Let him keep dreaming. He had originally been a little concerned about his uncle Li Wang's warning, thinking that Zhao Xian might have some hidden trump card. But now it seemed that the guy was just a fool, puffing himself up with no real strength. Mouse, keep an eye on him. Li Fu sent a voice message back to his phone, his tone dripping with a cruel sense of playing with his prey. Don't act yet, I'm going to handle this myself. I want to crush his dignity bit by bit in front of everyone when he buys that trash. He was eager to see the look of despair and anger on Zhao Xian's face when he saw him. Li Xiao, I want to go too. Lu Han tugged at Li Fu's hand, acting cute. I want to see him kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Alright, I'll take you to see it. Li Fu pinched Lu Han's face and then rolled off the bed to start getting dressed. In the black market, Zhao Xian was still walking slowly. He could feel the presence of a follower behind him, but he didn't care at all. To him, that mouse was nothing more than a fly that could be easily swatted. Right now, the most urgent thing was finding that egg. He had reached the last few rows of the market. The stalls here were even more shabby than the ones before, with no plastic sheets, and the vendors just laid their goods directly on the dirt. Most of the spirit beast eggs here had no spiritual energy fluctuation at all, and some even emitted a faint smell of rot. Zhao Xian patiently looked through each stall one by one. Not this one either. He remembered the vendor was a thin old man, dressed in tattered clothes, and the stall was filled with not only spirit beast eggs but also some unknown dried herbs. Hey, buddy, take a look at this. It's a deep-sea black turtle egg. If raised well, it can live for hundreds of years. A vendor grabbed Zhao Xian's sleeve. Zhao Xian looked down briefly. The egg was round and looked quite convincing. But with a single glance, he could tell that it was just a painted ostrich egg. Go away. Zhao Xian coldly spat out a single word. The stall owner was startled by the coldness in his eyes, shrinking his neck, too scared to make another sound. Zhao Xian continued walking forward, his eyes repeatedly scanning the gray, round objects on display. The egg from his past life looked very ordinary on the outside, even having some irregular black spots, resembling a smooth river stone worn by water. In that desperate environment, he never expected anything powerful to hatch from it. He simply felt that its cool touch could calm his restless heart a little. It's almost here, it should be nearby. Zhao Xian lowered the brim of his hat, avoiding a group of vendors arguing. He could feel it, that fateful pull growing stronger with each step. And a few dozen meters behind him, the rat was hiding behind a meat stall, typing furiously on his phone. Young Masterly, he's in the last few rows. They're all dead goods. This guy must really be crazy. He's checking out a bunch of broken stones. Li Fu's reply came quickly, guard the exit, I'll be there in 5 minutes. The air in the black market was still thick and murky, dark currents surging wildly amidst the noisy voices. Zhao Xian stopped in his tracks. His gaze locked onto a corner where a street vendor had set up his stall. It was a very simple stall, and the vendor was an old man, dozing off in his worn cotton coat. Among the clutter in front of him, a nondescript, black-spotted gray stone ball lay quietly in the dirt. Chapter 29, Obstruction. Zhao Xian stood in front of the stall, his heart skipped a beat. That feeling was too familiar. It wasn't the excitement of encountering a rare treasure, but a deep, aching sense of reunion. It was like walking down the streets of a foreign town and suddenly smelling the braised pork that your grandmother used to make. His gaze passed over the messy clutter and locked onto the gray egg, no bigger than a fist, in the corner. This egg was truly ugly. Its surface was pockmarked, covered with black spots like mold, and its color was a lifeless, dull gray. If thrown on the roadside, not even stray dogs would bother with it. There were no signs of spiritual energy, not even a hint of life. It felt just like a pebble that had been washed on the riverbank for countless years. Zhao Xian crouched down and stretched out his hand, his fingertips trembling slightly as they touched the cold eggshell. Cold. The coldness penetrated to the bone. But as the chill traveled up his fingers to his heart, Zhao Xian felt his eyes begin to sting. In his past life, when he had been deceived by Lu Han, stripped of everything, and left to die like a dead dog in his rented room, it was this egg that kept him company. Back then, he had no money to buy food for spirit beasts, yet this little creature didn't mind, it ate anything. Rotten vegetables, expired bread, even plastic bottles he picked up off the street, it ate them all with relish. It didn't have any earth-shattering abilities, nor could it speak, it only ate like a bottomless pit, then lay on his lap, using its soft body to warm him. It was the black hole worm. In this world, it was considered trash, a worthless thing that couldn't even be rated as F-class. But in Zhao Xian's heart, it was his only family. Old buddy, I've come to get you. Zhao Xian whispered to himself, gently rubbing the rough eggshell with his fingers. It seemed like the old man had felt someone meddling with his stall, and he suddenly woke up. He slurped at the drool about to spill out and squinted his cloudy old eyes at Zhao Xian. Ah, young man, what have you taken a fancy to? The old man's voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together, carrying a strong rural accent. Zhao Xian held the gray egg in his hand. He weighed it in his hand. It was still as light as ever, like an empty shell. Old man, how much for this egg? Zhao Xian asked, trying to keep his tone as calm as possible. The old man rubbed his eyes, and after seeing what Zhao Xian was holding, he froze for a moment. Then he awkwardly grinned, revealing a mouthful of broken yellow teeth. That's a dead egg. The old man was honest, not like those deceitful merchants outside who would boast about it being some rare beast's egg. He scratched his messy hair inside, saying, I found it 3 years ago by a collapsed mine. At the time, it looked round and fun, so I just pocketed it. It's been sitting here for so many years, hasn't made a sound, not even a crack. If you want a display piece, just give me some money and take it. Zhao Xian felt a little bitter in his heart. This old man was probably the only one telling the truth in this black market. He looked around at the shabby stall. The other eggs all had price tags, the most expensive was only 800 yuan, and the cheapest was just over 100. This place sold low-quality goods, specifically to scam poor students who didn't have much money but were willing to gamble on luck. Old man, you name your price. Zhao Xian gripped the egg tightly in his hand, afraid it might run away. The old man stretched out a withered hand, opened his 5 fingers, hesitated for a moment, then pulled back 2 fingers, and finally opened all 5 again. 500. The old man looked at Zhao Xian somewhat sheepishly, seemingly afraid of scaring away his only customer, and quickly added, "Young man, if that's too expensive, 300 is fine. Even though it's a dead egg, look at how hard the shell is. You could use it to crack walnuts, really." Zhao Xian couldn't help but laugh. Crack walnuts? If this old man knew that whatever hatches from this egg would one day be able to chew through space itself, he probably would have a heart attack. No need for 300, just 500. Zhao Xian took out his phone, ready to scan the payment code. 500 yuan to buy back the only family he had in his past life. This was the most worthwhile deal in the world. He even thought he might have offered too little, planning to send more later, just to thank the old man for keeping it for so long. "Oh, that's great. That's great." The old man grinned so much his eyes turned into slits, scrambling to pull out a crumpled payment code from his coat pocket. The QR code was printed on a piece of stiff cardboard, its corners worn and faded. Beep. Zhao Xian had just opened the scanner, but before he could aim it, suddenly a foot wearing shiny leather shoes stepped forward and stomped down on the stool in front of the old man, kicking the payment code away. "Wait." A lazy voice came from behind, carrying a nauseating air of superiority. Zhao Xian's finger froze in midair. He didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. The sharp scent of cologne mixed with the foul smell of the black market was worse than a sewer. The old man was startled, pulling back so suddenly that he almost fell off the stool. He raised his head in fear and saw 2 well-dressed young men who looked completely out of place here. "I want this egg." Li Fu put his hands in his pockets, looking down at Zhao Xian squatting on the ground, with a mocking cold smile on his lips. Lu Han hooked her arm through his, walking like a proud peacock and glancing at Zhao Xian and the old man with disdainful eyes, as if they were garbage. "Boss, this junk, I'll offer 3,000. Li Fu pulled out a stack of brand new bills from his chest, red and glaring, looking especially bright in the dim black market. He didn't hand the money to the old man. Instead, he casually tossed the money onto the greasy plastic sheet, like tossing out a piece of trash. The bills scattered all over the place, covering the animal bones and low-quality spirit beast eggs. The crowd, who had been haggling just moments ago, suddenly went quiet. In this low-end area, where people could argue for hours over a few bucks, the visual impact of 3,000 cash was huge. Many people gathered around, pointing and whispering about what was happening. "Damn, who is that? So extravagant? Looks like there's going to be a good show now." The old man stared at the cash scattered across the ground, completely stunned. He had never seen anyone spend 3,000 bucks on a dead egg in his life. Shaking, he tried to pick up the money but hesitated, not daring to do so. He could only look toward Zhao Xian for help. Zhao Xian slowly stood up, turned around, and looked at Li Fu with a cold, expressionless face. "Li Fu, are you sick?" Zhao Xian's voice was cold, like a biting autumn wind. "I'm sick?" Li Fu burst out laughing, exaggeratedly pointing at Zhao Xian's nose. "Zhao Xian, I think you're the one who's sick, huh? You've got a good life, but here you are, digging through this trash heap? What, did you blow through the 30 million? Or did your mutt starve to death, and you want to buy a dead egg to feed it?" Chapter 30, Forced to the Edge. "Young Master Li, please don't say that." Lu Han, standing nearby, covered her mouth and giggled, her voice shrill and piercing. "Zhao Xian is a famous person now. Maybe he has a unique vision, thinking this dead egg could hatch some divine beast? After all, he's the type of person who treats stray dogs like treasures." She then deliberately looked at Zhao Xian with a pitiful expression. "Zhao Xian, if you really have no money, you can beg young Master Li. For the sake of our past relationship, young Master Li could spare you enough to eat for a year with just a little from his fingertips. Why embarrass yourself here?" Zhao Xian didn't even glance at Lu Han. A woman like that, just looking at her for a second would feel like dirt on your eyes. He kept his eyes fixed on Li Fu, his gaze unnervingly calm. He knew Li Fu didn't care about what the egg was. Li Fu only wanted to disgust him, to see him angry, helpless, and crushed beneath his feet like a dog. But what Li Fu didn't know was what this egg meant to Zhao Xian. It was life. "Boss." Zhao Xian turned to look at the old man, who was at a loss, his tone still steady. "I'll offer 5,000. Boom. The crowd of onlookers exploded in shock. 5,000? For a dead egg? Are these two crazy? The old man was so frightened that his dry tobacco pipe fell from his hands, his lips trembling as he said, young man, this isn't worth it. It's just a stone egg. I'm happy with it." Zhao Xian said, his voice calm. He took out his phone, ready to transfer the money to the old man directly. He didn't care about money. Even if he had to throw away the remaining few $100,000, he would still buy the black hole insect. 5,000? Li Fu laughed like he had heard the biggest joke, laughing so hard he bent over. He stepped forward, his expensive leather shoes landing on the old man's plastic sheet, grinding it hard and smashing the animal bone beneath it. Zhao Xian, haven't you figured out the situation yet? Li Fu stopped laughing, his expression turning into a grim and cold snarl. He reached out, grabbing Zhao Xian's wrist, the hand holding the phone. His grip was strong, a result of his body being cultivated with all kinds of potions from his family's powerful background. You think this is an auction? You think just because you have money, you can compete with me? Li Fu leaned into Zhao Xian's ear, lowering his voice, speaking slowly, word by word, in Tianhai City, if I, Li Fu, want something, even if it's a pile of shit, don't think you can touch it. Zhao Xian's wrist ached from the tight grip, but he remained still, coldly staring at Li Fu. Let go. This is a fair deal. The boss is free to sell to whoever he wants. Fair? Li Fu sneered, suddenly shaking off Zhao Xian's hand. He turned around, glaring at the old man, his eyes filled with the viciousness of a wolf ready to devour its prey. Old man, do you dare sell it to him? The old man shuddered at the shout, nearly falling to his knees. He looked at the $3,000 on the ground, frozen in fear. Zhao Xian looked again, his face full of fear and confusion. He was just a street vendor, how could he afford to mess with such a ruthless character who obviously came from a wealthy family? I won't sell it anymore. I won't sell it, is that okay? The old man said with a voice full of tears. Li Fu nodded in satisfaction, then looked back at Zhao Xian, his face filled with the arrogance of a winner. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the murderous intent surging in his heart. Li Fu, leave some room for others. This thing is useless to you, but to me. Shut up. Li Fu interrupted Zhao Xian's words rudely. He stretched out his index finger, almost poking Zhao Xian's nose. Zhao Xian, listen carefully. Li Fu scanned the crowd around them, raised his voice a few degrees, as if pronouncing Zhao Xian's death sentence. Don't talk about 5,000, even if you offer 50,000, 500,000, you can't take this thing. He sneered coldly, his eyes full of extreme disdain and contempt, the kind of absolute superiority a highborn person feels toward lowly ants. You can't do it. You don't have the right to pay that much, and that guy over there doesn't have the right to sell it to you. In the black market, chaos reigns, but there's one unspoken rule that's more effective than the law posted on the wall. That is, never mess with the rich, and never mess with those in power. In this mixed and disorderly world, money is courage, and power is life. Li Fu, the wealthy young master who treats thousands of dollars like scrap paper, with shoes more expensive than the entire stall owner's family's wealth, was like a local emperor in this place. The crowd around them discreetly took a few steps back, afraid of catching any bad luck. They looked at Zhao Xian the way you would look at an ignorant fool who didn't know he was walking to his death. Competing with the young master of the Li family over a thing? Wasn't that like lighting a lantern in the toilet, looking for death? The old vendor was already so scared his face had lost all color. He shrank his neck, his murky eyes full of fear, and his bony hands waved in the air randomly, as if trying to push away some terrifying beast. I won't sell it. I won't sell it anymore. The old man's voice was trembling, he didn't even dare to look at the money on the ground, let alone the phone Zhao Xian had handed him. Young man, please leave. I won't sell this egg anymore. Don't get me into trouble. He was truly afraid. He had spent most of his life in the black market and knew all too well the methods of these rich second-generation people. If he offended young Master Li for these few $100s today, tomorrow his stall would be turned over, and maybe even his old bones would be thrown into the moat to feed the fish. Li Fu looked at the old man's pitiful appearance, and his smile grew more and more arrogant. He turned his head, giving Zhao Xian a look of disgust, his lips stretching back almost to his ears. Did you hear that? Zhao Xian. Li Fu stretched out his toe and ground it over the scattered bills, making a harsh, screeching noise. He's not selling to you. What does this mean? This means those who know their place are the real wise ones. Lu Han was beside them, laughing so hard she nearly shook apart, her body almost hanging onto Li Fu. Her voice was full of mockery. Oh, Zhao Xian, don't blame the young master, he has to eat too. If you really care about him, just hurry up and leave. Don't make a fool of yourself here. Zhao Xian stood there, his face as dark as thunder. He ignored Lu Han's annoying chatter and kept his eyes fixed on the old man. Old man. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the fire in his heart, making his voice sound calmer. You don't have to be afraid of him. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Take responsibility? What are you going to use to take responsibility? Li Fu seemed to have heard the biggest joke, dramatically digging at his ears. With your useless dog that only eats rice? Or with that mouth of yours that only knows how to talk big? The old man, stuck in the middle, was so desperate that tears almost fell. He tremblingly picked up the dusty dead egg from the ground, as if he were holding a hot potato, wanting to quickly send this troublemaker away. Young man, please, I beg you, can you help me? The old man, with a voice full of sobs, bowed deeply toward Zhao Xian. I won't sell this broken stone anymore, I won't sell it to anyone. I just want to set up a small stall peacefully, you gods fighting your battles, but don't drag me, this little ghost, into it. Zhao Xian's heart sank. He understood the old man's fear, but he couldn't give up the black hole worm. It was the only companion from his past life, the hope of his rebirth, and the only comfort he had in this cold world. Just as the situation was at a stalemate, and Li Fu was about to call for people to clear the scene, a clear female voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Grandpa? Why are there so many people? The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a sharp, decisive tone. The crowd automatically parted, and a girl in Tianhai University uniform squeezed through. She was holding 2 thermal food containers, sweat beads hanging on her forehead, clearly having rushed from school to bring food. The girl had short hair just above her ears. She wasn't stunning, but her brows and eyes were delicate, carrying a certain kind of heroism. As soon as she entered, she saw her grandfather huddling in a corner, shaking, with red banknotes scattered all over the floor, and 2 well-dressed individuals aggressively confronting a young man in a black hoodie. What's going on? The girl frowned, quickly walked to her grandfather's side, placed the food containers on the ground, and helped the old man who was about to fall. Grandpa, who's bullying you? The old man, seeing his granddaughter, seemed to have found a pillar of support, but fearing she might be dragged in, quickly pushed her toward the exit. Xiaomin, don't get involved, go quickly. This is none of your business. The girl named Xiaomin didn't move. Her eyes scanned the scene, finally landing on Zhao Xian. Blocked by the crowd earlier, she hadn't seen clearly, but now that she was closer, she looked at Zhao Xian's cold, sharp profile, her eyes suddenly froze, and then brightened with recognition. It's you? Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, turning to look at the suddenly appearing girl. She seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. The girl, however, was so excited that her face turned red, pointing at Zhao Xian, her voice trembling. You're the one riding the big black dog, my savior. Savior? The word made everyone around them pause in confusion. Li Fu's smile froze for a moment, and he looked at the girl with suspicion. Zhao Xian's mind flashed with a sudden realization. He finally remembered. A couple of days ago, in the Junior Flame Secret Realm, he had saved a group of students from Class 3 who were surrounded by a tide of rats, all while leveling up by attracting monsters. The scene was chaotic, with dozens of people crowding in the cave, and he couldn't be bothered to remember faces. This girl must be one of the students from that class. Are you from Class 3? Zhao Xian asked casually. Yes. I'm Lin Min from Class 3. The girl nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. If it weren't for you and De Huang charging into that rat tide, our whole class would have ended up as rat food. That day, Zhao Xian riding the black golden beast into the rat tide had left an unforgettable shock on these freshman students. Lin Min was so excited she didn't know what to do with herself. She looked at her grandfather, then at Zhao Xian, and finally her gaze landed on the gray, dead egg in her grandfather's hand. Savior, are you planning to buy this? Lin Min asked, pointing at the egg. At this moment, the old man finally reacted. He stared wide-eyed at his granddaughter. Xiaomin, do you know this young man? He saved your life? Not just saving my life. Lin Min quickly summarized what had happened in the secret realm, although she left out the part where Zhao Xian had been looting potions, but she emphasized his bravery in blocking the rat tide with his dog alone. The old man was stunned as he listened, his expression shifting from fear to deep gratitude, even a bit of guilt. Oh. So it's the benefactor. The old man slapped his thigh, regretting it deeply as if his insides were twisted with remorse. You see, my old eyes are blurry, I almost kicked out the benefactor. Li Fu, who was standing beside them, turned pale with anger. What kind of ridiculous plot is this? He originally wanted to see Zhao Xian get humiliated, but now, out of nowhere, a new player appeared, and it's Zhao Xian's fangirl? Hey, are you guys done with the show? Li Fu impatiently interrupted the scene of the family recognition, his face dark as he pointed at the money on the floor. Old man, I don't care who he is, I want this egg. I've already thrown the money here. Give me the thing, or else. He didn't finish his sentence, but the threatening meaning was already very clear. Lin Min turned around and looked at Li Fu. She obviously recognized this rich second-generation famous throughout the school and knew about the conflict between Li Fu and Zhao Xian. At this moment, there was not a hint of fear on her face. She took the dead egg from her grandfather's hand and weighed it in her palm. Li young master, this thing belongs to my family, and we can sell it to whoever we want. Lin Min's voice was firm, not at all like the little girl who had just delivered food. What? Is the money too little? Li Fu sneered, took out a stack of money, around 5,000 yuan, and threw it directly at Lin Min's feet. 10,000. That should be enough to buy all your junk, right? Don't be so greedy. The crowd gasped in surprise. 10,000 yuan for a dead egg? Li young master is truly crazy. Lin Min didn't even glance at the money on the ground. She turned around directly, holding the egg with both hands, and offered it to Zhao Xian. Benefactor, this thing isn't worth much, it's just a decoration. Lin Min looked at Zhao Xian, her eyes clear. Since you like it, it's yours. Consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life. Give it away? The crowd went into an uproar. Zhao Xian looked at the black hole worm that was handed to him, feeling a warm current rise in his heart. He didn't hesitate, stretched out his hand, and took the cold egg. Thanks. Zhao Xian nodded, consider it a favor owed. No, we owe you. Lin Min quickly waved her hands. This scene felt more painful to Li Fu than if he had been killed. Damn it! Li Fu was completely enraged. He felt his dignity being dragged through the mud. If Zhao Xian took the item today, and news spread tomorrow, how would he, Li Fu, survive in this city? You don't know how to appreciate kindness, do you? Li Fu took a step forward, and his spiritual power erupted violently. Though he was a fool, he had been raised by a big family, so his spiritual power was not weak. He pointed a finger at Lin Min's nose, his eyes fierce like he wanted to eat her alive. Little girl, do you not want to live in Tianhai City anymore? Do you believe I can make a call and have your whole family disappear from here? The old man trembled in fear, instinctively reaching to grab his granddaughter. Lin Min was also startled by Li Fu's fierce look, her face turning a little pale, but she still stubbornly lifted her chin. This is a law-abiding society. You can't just do whatever you want. Law-abiding? Li Fu laughed as if he had heard a joke, grinning as he moved closer. In here, I am the law. Let's see who dares to take this thing away today. Lu Han also fanned the flames. Exactly. Don't even look at yourself in the mirror before trying to oppose Li Young Master. If you're smart, put the egg down, kneel, and give Li Young Master a bow. Maybe if he's in a good mood, he'll let you go. The crowd around them fell silent, no one daring to speak. It was clear to everyone that Li Fu was really enraged. Just when Li Fu's hand was about to grab Lin Min's shoulder, a hand suddenly intervened, firmly gripping Li Fu's wrist. It was Zhao Xian's hand. His hand was long and strong, with distinct knuckles, like a pair of iron pliers, tightly locking Li Fu's movements. Li Fu, are you deaf? Zhao Xian's voice was calm, but under that calm was the rage of a volcano about to erupt. He put the black hole worm into his pocket, his other hand in his pants pocket, and coldly looked at Li Fu. They've already said it. The things have been sent to me. This is a matter between us, what does it have to do with you? Let go. Li Fu struggled with all his might, but found he couldn't move at all. His wrist felt as though it might be crushed, the pain making him grimace. Zhao Xian. You're seeking death. Li Fu, furious and ashamed, swung his other fist fiercely toward Zhao Xian's face. I will cripple you today. Zhao Xian didn't even dodge. Just as Li Fu's fist was about to land, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the darkness behind Zhao Xian. Roar! A deep, commanding roar erupted in the narrow alley of the black market, filling the space. The sound wasn't like a dog's bark, but more like the roar of some ancient beast, carrying a chilling blood-stained aura and an overwhelming pressure. The once knee-high big yellow suddenly grew in size. Its muscles inflated like they were pumped with air, and its black fur stood on end, sharp as steel needles. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a black and gold giant beast, with its shoulder height now exceeding 1.5 meters. Those dark golden eyes locked onto Li Fu, and the hot breath it exhaled carried the scent of sulfur, spraying directly onto Li Fu's face. Its sharp fangs were less than 5 centimeters from Li Fu's throat. Li Fu's fist froze mid-air, his entire body as though paralyzed, not daring to move an inch. He could clearly feel that if he moved even a millimeter forward, this monster would not hesitate to snap his neck in an instant. The scorching, sulphurous, and bloody air was like a red-hot iron brush, scraping roughly across Li Fu's well-maintained face. Big Yellow's massive mouth full of fangs was right before him, and in its dark golden vertical pupils, there was not a trace of the gentleness expected from a dog, only a cold, cruel indifference from the top of an ancient food chain. Li Fu froze. He really froze. As the son of the richest man, he had seen many high-level exotic beasts, and even had a few defanged lion-tiger hybrids as pets at home. But never had any of these creatures instilled such a soul-chilling terror in him. It wasn't just a difference in size or strength. It was a crushing pressure of status. The SS-level spiritual entity, the Holy Mother Mary, that typically shone with divine light high above, was now trembling slightly deep within his consciousness, even conveying a sense of fear, as if wanting to curl up. How could this be? This was just a stray dog that grew up eating garbage. Young Master Li, your hand is shaking. Zhao Xian's voice rang out at the right moment, as calm as if he were stating an inconsequential fact. He still stood with one hand in his pocket, the other firmly gripping Li Fu's wrist, his eyes filled with a hint of mockery. Li Fu snapped back to reality. The surroundings were deathly silent. The vendors and passers-by who had been waiting to watch Zhao Xian's embarrassment were now all wide-eyed, staring in fear at the black-angled giant beast. Cold sweat slid down Li Fu's temple, dripping onto the collar of his expensive custom shirt. He wanted to make a threat, wanted to order his bodyguards to act, wanted to use money to crush this poor fool in front of him. But he didn't dare. The low rumbling from Big Yellow's throat sounded like the countdown of death. Li Fu had a strong intuition that if he dared to move again, this beast would truly snap his neck. At this distance, even if the King of Heaven arrived, no one could save him. Zhao Xian, you're something else. Li Fu gritted his teeth and squeezed out these few words from between them. He yanked his hand back with force, his movement clumsy, even stumbling a bit from the intensity. Big Yellow didn't pursue. It simply lowered its body slightly, its golden eyes still locking onto his throat. I'll remember this debt. Li Fu straightened his slightly messy collar. He struggled to maintain the last shred of dignity. He shot a vicious glare at Zhao Xian, then swept his eyes over Lin Min, who was trembling while clutching the dead egg, his gaze as cold and menacing as if it could drip with venom. In a month, during the live training, I'll make you understand what true despair is. With that ominous remark, Li Fu turned and left. His steps were quick, even frantic. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to understand how the once imperious Li Xiao had suddenly become so meek. She glanced at the terrifying beast ahead, screamed in fright, and stumbled after it, her high heels clacking against the ground. Li Xiao! Wait for me! Watching the two of them leave in a disheveled manner, the crowd in the black market burst into suppressed murmurs. Zhao Xian patted the big yellow dog's head. Good job! The black and gold aura on the big yellow dog quickly retracted, its form shrinking, and in the blink of an eye, it reverted to its humble appearance as a common Chinese rural dog. Wagging its tail, it rubbed affectionately against Zhao Xian's pant leg, as if the terrifying beast that had just chosen its prey was no longer part of it. Zhao Xian tucked the cold dead egg into his arms, nodded at Lin Min, and disappeared into the crowd. The black, extended Lincoln car sped down the road. The atmosphere inside the car was suffocating, almost unbearable. Li Fu sat in the back seat, his face a terrifying shade of dark. He held a glass of red wine, but his hand trembled slightly, spilling the wine and staining the white leather seats with red. Damn! 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 Bang! The driver in the front jumped in fright, the steering wheel swerving slightly, but he dared not make a sound, only silently raising the soundproof partition. Lu Han huddled in the corner, like a frightened quail, not daring to breathe. She had never seen Li Fu so enraged before, that ferocious expression making him look like a beast cornered and desperate. Li Fu breathed heavily, yanked off his tie, his eyes filled with doubt and confusion. The fear he felt just moments ago was like a sharp thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. That dog, there was definitely something wrong with it. Although judging by the fluctuations in spiritual energy, that beast was at most a B grade, maybe even lower. But the pressure coming from deep within its bloodline was undeniable. That was the aura of a divine beast. Damn it, what kind of luck did that kid hit? Li Fu gritted his teeth. Deep down, he felt very insecure. Extremely insecure. The outside world believed that Li Xiao had awakened an SS-level spirit body and was a child of destiny, destined to stand at the peak of the Federation. But only he knew the huge hidden dangers lurking behind this glory. The rules of this world were fair, but also cruel. Spirits and their masters were interdependent. Like water and a bucket. The spirit is the water, and the master's talent and mental strength are the bucket. Li Fu, although he had used his family's wealth to snatch the SS-level Holy Mary from Zhao Xian, his own awakening talent was only at the A level. An A-level bucket, carrying SS-level water. The result was obvious, it couldn't hold, and it would even burst. This was what they called a contract beyond one's grade. Although, with the help of top-tier stabilizing potions provided by his family, he barely managed to complete the contract without dying on the spot, the side effects were glaring. His cultivation speed was maddeningly slow. Every meditation, every time he used spiritual power, he had to endure the backlash from Holy Mary's immense mental strength. That feeling was like having a running blender shoved into his brain. Now, half a month had passed. Students who had awakened B-level and C-level spirit beasts had already reached level 8, or even level 9, on the 9th tier. Yet he, with an SS-level divine spirit and the top resources from across the Federation, was still stuck at level 5 on the 9th tier, unable to move forward. 1 month. Li Fu gazed out the window at the passing scenery. His gaze was gloomy. According to the current progress, by the time of the bet battle with Zhao Xian a month later, he would barely break through to level 1 of the 8th tier. Level 1 of the 8th tier would easily crush ordinary students. But against Zhao Xian, Li Fu's mind once again flashed with the dark golden vertical pupils of the big yellow dog. That dog's strength was already very strange, and if Zhao Xian was given another month, plus that reckless money-burning tactic of his, the outcome of the battle would be uncertain. If he loses, 20 million is a small matter, the Li family can afford it. But kneeling and kowtowing? That would be like throwing the Li family's face on the ground and stepping on it. If that really happens, his strict father would definitely peel off his skin, or even strip away his inheritance rights. No, I absolutely cannot lose. Li Fu's fingers tightly gripped the leather seat, his knuckles turning white. Since there's a risk in hard power, then he would have to play dirty. As long as he wins, the process doesn't matter. His eyes roamed the car, finally landing on Lu Han, who was curled up in the corner. Lu Han was dressed very seductively today, but in Li Fu's eyes, this body no longer held any appeal. What he needed now was not a woman, but a knife, a soft knife that could stab into Zhao Xian's heart. Lu Han. Li Fu suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse. Lu Han trembled all over, quickly straightened her body, and forced out a smile even more hideous than crying. Li Xiao, what do you command? Li Fu said nothing, just looked at her with the gaze of someone examining merchandise. This gaze made Lu Han feel an extreme sense of unease, as if she were stripped naked and laid out on a cutting board. Why are you following me? Li Fu suddenly asked. Lu Han was stunned for a moment, her mind rapidly turning. For money? For fame? Of course, it was for these. But she dared not say it directly. I'm here because I like you, Li Xiao. Lu Han lowered her head, pretending to be shy. Ha! Li Fu let out a cold laugh, ruthlessly exposing her disguise. Enough, stop acting. We're all ancient foxes, what's the point of playing this trick? He leaned forward, getting closer to Lu Han, and pinched her chin, forcing her to lift her head and look at him. I've seen plenty of women like you. Greedy, vain, willing to sell anything to climb up. Lu Han's face instantly turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. But I actually like your greed. Li Fu's fingers gently caressed her face, his tone turning playful. Because greedy people are the easiest to control. Li Xiao, Shut up, listen to me. Li Fu interrupted her words, his eyes becoming sharp as a knife. I know what you want from me. Money, status, or a ticket into high society. These things are just a drop in the ocean for me. I can give them to you. Li Fu let go of his grip and leaned back against the seat, speaking indifferently. As long as you listen, I can make you the woman everyone in Tianhai City envies. I can even give you a formal title, so you no longer have to be this shameful plaything. Lu Han's eyes instantly lit up. A title. This was the thing she had dreamed of. As long as she had the title of Mrs. Li, she would have completely turned her life around. All those who looked down on her before would have to kneel at her feet. Li Xiao. Please say it. As long as you give me a chance, I'll do anything. Even die. Lu Han spoke excitedly, incoherently, and threw herself at Li Fu's feet, tightly clutching his legs. At this moment, she had long thrown her dignity out the window. As long as she could rise to the top, even being a dog or a ghost would be fine. Li Fu looked at the humble woman at his feet, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is human nature. As long as the bait is big enough, even the proudest person will become an obedient animal. Death is unnecessary. Li Fu reached out and stroked Lu Han's hair. It was like stroking a pet dog. That Zhao Xian kid, he's been acting strange lately. His spiritual beast, his resources, and his mysterious methods, I can't see through any of them. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Li Fu's voice was very soft, but to Lu Han, it sounded like the whisper of a devil. I need you to do something for me. If you do it well, I will double what I promised you before. If you fail. Li Fu didn't finish his sentence, but the coldness in his eyes spoke volumes. Lu Han swallowed hard, her heart pounding wildly. She knew this was both an opportunity and a deep abyss. But she had no choice. Li Xiao, just tell me. I will get it done. Lu Han raised her head, her eyes filled with the crazy mindset of a gambler. Li Fu smiled. He pulled a black card from his chest pocket and gently slid it into Lu Han's deep cleavage. It's very simple. Li Fu leaned close to her ear, speaking slowly, word by word. I need you to go back to Li Xian's side. Inside the extended Lincoln, the air seemed to freeze. Lu Han widened her eyes. The pair of eyes that had just reddened from fear were now filled with disbelief. She even doubted if her ears were malfunctioning, or if Li Fu had been scared silly by that dog earlier. Li Xiao, are you joking? Lu Han's voice trembled, her lips barely pulling into a smile that was uglier than crying. Go back now? Zhao Xian, that madman just humiliated me in public. And the whole school knows I only followed you to save my father. If I go back now, won't it be just humiliation? What's more important was Zhao Xian's eyes now. She knew that gaze too well, it was the gaze of someone looking at garbage. Before, when Zhao Xian looked at her, there was light in his eyes, a kind of burning passion as if he wanted to give her his heart. But now, in those eyes, there was only coldness, even a trace of murderous intent that made her heart palpitate. To make her go back? Wasn't that like sending her to her death? What? You don't want to? Li Fu shook the wineglass in his hand, his eyes playful, watching Lu Han like a grasshopper trying to jump out of his grasp. It's not that I don't want to, it's impossible. Lu Han was almost in tears, grabbing Li Fu's pants leg with both hands. Li Xiao, Zhao Xian wants to kill me right now. How could I even get close to him? That dog will bite me to death. That's your problem. Li Fu coldly interrupted her, leaning forward, his handsome yet sinister face getting closer to Lu Han. Lu Han, you're a smart woman. Men, I understand them the most. Especially someone like Zhao Xian, a fool who is too sentimental. You are his first love, his childhood sweetheart. Even if you two have fallen out now, as long as you're willing to put in the effort, cry a little, play the victim, say that I forced you, that you have your reasons, do you really think he could harden his heart and not care about you? Lu Han froze. Forced? Having a reason? That was a good excuse. Zhao Xian had always been someone easy to soften up, as long as she shed a few tears, he would abandon all his principles. But, was Zhao Xian still the same Zhao Xian now? As long as you can return to his side and gain his trust. Li Fu's voice dropped lower, laced with a venomous coldness, like a snake ready to strike. Find an opportunity, put something in his spiritual beast's food, or at a critical moment, stab him in the back. Li Fu pulled out a small glass bottle, the size of his thumb, filled with half a bottle of eerie blue liquid, and casually tossed it into Lu Han's arms. This is spirit dissolution liquid, colorless and odorless. As soon as that dog drinks it, within 3 minutes, its spiritual power will collapse, and it will become a dog ready for slaughter. Lu Han held the cold little bottle, her palm slick with cold sweat. This was a dead end. If she refused, she would be kicked out of the car like trash by Li Fu. Without Li Fu's protection, she would be trapped at Tianhai University, unable to move an inch. The classmates who had once mocked her would now step on her and push her into the mud. Moreover, she understood the hidden meaning in Li Fu's words. If Li Fu could crush Zhao Xian without needing her, then she, Lu Han, would have no value left. A worthless plaything usually meets a miserable end. On the other hand, if she could help Li Fu disable Zhao Xian, it would be a great achievement. At that time, the position of the young lady of the Li family. She gambled. Lu Han took a deep breath, a trace of cruelty flashing in her eyes. Zhao Xian, don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame yourself for blocking my way, blame your bad luck. Li Xiao, I understand. Lu Han tightly grasped the glass bottle, raised her head, and put on a pitiful yet somewhat determined expression. I will do anything for you. I will find a way to get back to him, even if I have to kneel and beg him. That's more like it. Li Fu smiled with satisfaction, reaching out to pat Lu Han's cheek. His touch was neither too light nor too heavy, filled with a degrading appreciation. As long as that dog is disabled, Zhao Xian will be a toothless tiger. At that time, I'll let you take revenge with your own hands. The streetlights outside the car window quickly receded, casting distorted and sinister shadows of the two. Western District Black Market, still as noisy as ever. As Li Fu and Lu Han left in disgrace, the crowd around them gradually dispersed. Although everyone still feared the terrifying black gold beast from earlier, curiosity in a black market could get you killed. Zhao Xian stood in front of the simple stall, tightly gripping the cold gray egg in his hand. Finally, he got it. The old companion that had spent 10 years with him in the darkness, now, in this life, had finally returned to his hands in advance. Although it was still just a lifeless egg, Zhao Xian could clearly feel the faint yet resilient pulse of life deep within the shell, resonating with his soul. Who? Zhao Xian exhaled a long breath, pushing the stirring emotions back into his heart. He turned around and looked at the short-haired girl who was still somewhat awkward beside him. Thank you, just now. Zhao Xian's voice was sincere. Although even if Lin Min hadn't helped, he still would have found a way to forcefully buy the egg, even using force if necessary. But doing that would have changed the situation and caused endless trouble for the old man running the stall. Lin Min's appearance had helped him avoid some trouble, and he appreciated it. No. Lin Min hurriedly waved her hand, her face turning bright red. You're too polite. If it weren't for you that day in the secret realm, my classmates and I would have lost our lives. This egg isn't worth much, giving it to you is the least I could do. At this time, the old man also came back to his senses. Although his legs were still shaking, he trembled as he picked up the money on the ground and tried to hand it to Zhao Xian. Young man, oh no, benefactor, take this money back. Since you saved Xiaoman's life, how could I possibly accept your money? Zhao Xian blocked the old man's hand and shook his head. A deal is a deal. This money was thrown by Li Fu, you should keep it as compensation for your mental distress. After speaking, he turned his gaze to Lin Min, his eyes lingering on her for a moment. Where is your spirit beast? Summon it, let me see. Lin Min was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting Zhao Xian to suddenly ask for this. She scratched her head awkwardly, her eyes flickering. Well, my spirit beast's talent isn't very good, compared to your big yellow one, it's, well. Don't waste time, release it. Zhao Xian interrupted her. Lin Min bit her lip and stopped hesitating. She took a step back, formed a hand seal, and a faint green light appeared beneath her feet. Come out, little leopard. With a soft command, a slender, copper-colored spotted leopard cat leaped out from the light. The leopard cat was about 1 meter long, with strong limbs. The most striking feature was its claws. It unexpectedly presented a metallic silver-gray sheen, flashing with a cold light under the dim lighting. Species, cracked gold leopard cat. Quality, B grade. Level, 9th rank, level 7. Status, healthy, slightly malnourished. Zhao Xian glanced at the system panel and nodded slightly. B-grade quality is considered above average among ordinary students. And this leopard cat's claws have evolved quite well, clearly fed with gold element ores regularly, though its level isn't the highest, its combat strength should not be weak. But 9th rank, level 7, it's a bit slow. Zhao Xian spoke frankly. Lin Min's face turned redder, and she lowered her head, speaking softly. Well, recently, things have been tight at home. I couldn't afford higher-grade spirit beast food, so I could only feed it regular meat and low-level ores, so. Zhao Xian glanced at the old man next to him, dressed in a shabby cotton jacket, then looked at the simple street stall, and roughly understood. Poor in culture, rich in martial arts, taming beasts is even more of a bottomless money pit. For an ordinary family to raise a powerful beast tamer, it often requires depleting generations of savings. Lin Min had managed to get her spirit beast to this point just by setting up this stall, that alone was not easy. With today's incident, this stall might not last much longer. Zhao Xian shook his head slightly. Li Fu was more narrow-minded than a needlepoint. He lost face today, and he will definitely find someone to get revenge. If you keep setting up shop here, within 3 days, this stall will be smashed, and people will be sent to the hospital. The old man turned pale when he heard this. Then, what should we do? We depend on this stall to make a living. Lin Min's face also wore a worried expression. She certainly knew that Zhao Xian was speaking the truth. Who in Tianhai City didn't know the infamous reputation of young Master Li? Benefactor, then, what should we? Lin Min looked at Zhao Xian with a pleading look. Zhao Xian put the cigarette back in his pocket and looked at Lin Min with calm eyes. Do you want to make money? Ah. Lin Min was stunned. For beast tamers, the best way to make money is always through the secret realms. Zhao Xian pointed at the cracked gold leopard cat by her feet. Your spirit beast has a good foundation, it just lacks resources. Fortunately, I plan to clear a few secret realms recently and need someone to assist. Join my team. The loot will be distributed based on contribution. I'll eat the meat, and you'll surely get the soup. Zhao Xian wasn't speaking on a whim. First, he truly owed Lin Min a favor. The value of the black hole worm couldn't be measured in money, and the egg had been kept in Lin Min's hands for 3 years without spoiling. He had to repay this karma. Second, his next plans required a large amount of resources, which meant frequent trips to secret realms. But secret realms ultimately required team entries. With Leah from before, they were still short one person. A 3-person team was the minimum requirement. Adding Lin Min made just the right number for the minimum team size. Moreover, after the last secret realm incident, Zhao Xian could tell that this girl had a good character. She was grateful and reliable, never failing when it mattered. In this world full of betrayal, a trustworthy teammate was more important than anything. Form a team? Lin Min's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Form a team with Zhao Xian? He was the kind of person who could single-handedly fight beast waves and scare young Master Li into peeing his pants. How many people at school wanted to hitch a ride on Zhao Xian's coattails but couldn't find a way? Now, such good fortune had fallen into her lap? What's wrong? Don't want to? Zhao Xian raised an eyebrow. I do. I really do. Lin Min was so excited she almost jumped up, nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Benefactor, oh no, I mean, Captain. I'll definitely work hard and never drag the team down. I'll take on the dirty work and the tough jobs. She knew exactly what this meant. Following Zhao Xian, even if she only got a little soup, it was better than earning a whole month's worth of income at her stall. Moreover, with resources, her little leopard could continue evolving, and she'd have the chance to change her fate. Alright, don't call me Captain, it sounds awkward. Zhao Xian took out his phone and displayed the QR code. Add me as a friend. Beep. Friend request successfully added. Zhao Xian put his phone away. He glanced at the vendors around him, still sneaking glances this way, and lowered his voice, saying, "Tell your grandfather not to set up his stall these days. It's better to move to another place, to lay low for a while. I'll handle Li Fu, but until I deal with him, you all stay out of sight. Wait for my message. Next time we enter the secret realm, I'll contact you." After saying this, Zhao Xian didn't linger any longer. He turned around and walked into the bustling crowd with Big Yellow. Watching Zhao Xian's receding figure, Lin Min tightly gripped her phone, the simple black avatar on the screen seeming to hold some kind of magic. "Grandpa, let's go home. Pack up." Lin Min turned around, excitedly helping her grandfather pack up the stall while saying, "We don't have to suffer here anymore. I have a captain now." The old man looked at his granddaughter's face, full of hope, and tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. "Ah. Good. Good. Let's go home." Chapter 35, The Nature of the Black Hole. At Tianhai University, the boys' dormitory building. Zhao Xian walked swiftly, his steps fast enough to stir the air. He ignored the curious or probing gazes along the way, heading straight up to the third floor, pushing open the door, and then slamming it shut behind him. Click. The lock clicked into place, and the deadbolt was twisted tight. This wasn't enough. Zhao Xian walked to the window and pulled down the heavy blackout curtains, completely cutting off the blinding afternoon sun and any outside prying eyes. The once bright dorm room immediately fell into darkness, with only the cold light from the desk lamp faintly glowing. "Big Yellow, guard the door." Zhao Xian's voice was low and serious, carrying an undeniable weight. "Woof." Big Yellow growled deeply, without a second of hesitation. It walked with steady steps to the door, crouched low, muscles tensed, its dark golden eyes flashing with a chilling light in the darkness. At this moment, it was no longer the playful, cute dog, but a fierce guard beast, ready to tear anyone who dared intrude apart. Anyone who dared to enter at this time would be ruthlessly shredded by it. Once the environment was confirmed to be absolutely safe, Zhao Xian let out a long sigh. He walked to the desk, took out the box wrapped in old newspaper from his chest. His movements were gentle, as if cradling a fragile, priceless treasure. Peeling away the layers of newspaper, it revealed a grayish, moldy, dead egg. Under the dim light of the black market, it looked like a stubborn stone on the roadside. But now, under the light of the desk lamp, it was still ugly to the point of being revolting. Its surface was pitted, without any shine, and there wasn't even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuation. If it were thrown by the roadside, even the janitor would complain it's in the way. But in Zhao Xian's eyes, this was more dazzling than any SS-level spirit body. "Old buddy, we're home." Zhao Xian pulled out the chair and sat down, gently rubbing the rough, cold eggshell with his fingers, his eyes filled with an unprecedented tenderness and nostalgia. This kind of gaze, he had never given to Lu Han, nor to anyone else. Only after experiencing the kind of hopelessness of being abandoned by all in his past life, would one understand the weight of this companionship. System, scan. Zhao Xian silently thought in his mind. A pale blue light screen, visible only to him, appeared before his retina, and a waterfall of cold data scrolled down. Target scanning. Race, black hole worm/larvae, extremely weak. Tier, none, trash. Status, near death, life force about to extinguish. Evaluation, a worthless egg, the internal organism is naturally deficient, energy depleted, recommended to be discarded or used as organic fertilizer. Looking at the system's trash evaluation, Zhao Xian didn't get angry. Instead, he chuckled softly. The laughter carried a bit of mockery, and a bit of bitterness. Trash? Organic fertilizer? Zhao Xian shook his head, his finger tracing over the words near death. It was the same in his past life. Everyone said it was useless. It is garbage, even worse than an F-grade spectacle worm. Because it neither attacks nor defends, moves slower than a turtle, and spends its time either eating or sleeping. In this era that values strength and battle prowess, a bug with no combat skills is truly worse than trash. But who could have imagined that within this useless creature, there was a black hole that could devour everything? Since the system has sentenced you to death, let me change your verdict. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly turning sharp. He extended his right index finger, placed it against his lips, and bit down hard. Hiss. The pain shot through him like a dagger to the heart. Blood, crimson and thick, surged out and gathered at his fingertip, forming a full blood droplet. This was not just ordinary blood, but blood containing the pure spiritual energy of the Beastmaster. Without hesitation, Zhao Xian pressed the blood-covered finger firmly against the gray eggshell. With blood as the medium, contract, begin. He whispered loudly, his fingertip moving quickly across the eggshell, drawing an intricate and ancient contract formation. However, the expected red light did not appear. The blood, infused with spiritual power, spread across the eggshell like water on oilcloth, unable to penetrate at all. The blood slid down the rough pattern, dripping onto the table, making a sharp sound. It failed. Zhao Xian furrowed his brows tightly. It wasn't that the egg was resisting the contract, but that it was too weak. Weak enough that it didn't even have the strength to respond to the contract's resonance. It was like a patient who had stopped breathing. No matter how good the medicine, they couldn't open their mouth. Can't even reach the threshold of a contract. Zhao Xian looked at the lifeless egg, a heavy weight settling in his heart. In his past life, when he made a contract with the black hole worm, it was weak, but at least it had hatched. But in this life, due to the early intervention, it was still in its egg form, with vitality weaker than before by 100 times. If nothing was done, it would die within the egg. Since you won't open your mouth, I'll force-feed you. A fierce look flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. If conventional contract methods didn't work, then he would use unconventional ones. He closed his eyes, drawing upon the not-so-immense mental power in his mind. For a newly awakened freshman, mental power was an extremely precious resource. Overusing it could result in headaches, or worse, brain damage that turned one into a fool. But Zhao Xian couldn't care less. Eat, now. Boom. Zhao Xian's mental power surged like an invisible torrent, rushing through his fingertip, desperately trying to find that faint spiritual fluctuation deep within the egg. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhao Xian's face grew pale at a visible rate, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The sensation felt like slamming his mind against a wall, each impact accompanied by the sharp pain of needles. Just as he felt his mental power about to run dry, something happened. Suddenly, a faint yet greedy pulling force came from deep within the eggshell. It felt like a traveler on the verge of dying from thirst in the desert, who suddenly tasted a drop of sweet dew. It's here! Zhao Xian's heart surged with joy. The pulling force, initially reserved, quickly grew wild. It no longer passively accepted, but actively devoured. Whoosh! Zhao Xian felt his mental power being drained uncontrollably, like a dam breaking, as the dead egg sucked it in desperately. The previously sealed eggshell seemed to become an endless vortex, greedily devouring any energy that came near. The sensation was terrifying, as if even his soul was being pulled in. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have been too frightened to continue. But Zhao Xian didn't panic at all. Instead, he grinned, his face pale, yet his smile was radiant. Yes, just like that. Eat more. This is the black hole worm. This is the truth behind its being called garbage, and also the most extraordinary thing about it. Absolute hunger, absolute devouring. Its body is a massive container, a biological black hole. Because it is too weak, in order to survive in the cruel natural world, it has evolved this extreme survival strategy. To devour, compress, and store all energy, only to maintain that humble spark of life. It's not that it can't fight, it has put all its skill points into just staying alive. Chapter 36, New Friends, Old Friends. With the frantic injection of spiritual power, the originally dull eggshell finally began to change. A faint, eerie glow lit up from within the eggshell, and immediately, the black spots, like mold, began to move, as if they had come to life, greedily breathing in. Buzz! The air trembled slightly. The light of the contract formation finally lit up, no longer floating on the surface, but deeply imprinted into the eggshell, becoming one with the life inside. Zhao Xian's body swayed, almost falling onto the table. He felt as if his brain had been hollowed out, and his vision blackened in front of him. But he held on and didn't collapse, reaching back to take out a delicate crystal bottle from his storage space. It was the high-purity spirit liquid he had previously bought for a high price in the black market, originally intended for Big Yellow's advancement. You got lucky, little guy. Zhao Xian uncorked the bottle and poured the faintly green liquid, which emitted a strong fragrance, straight onto the eggshell. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. As soon as the spirit liquid touched the eggshell, it vanished without a trace, like water poured onto hot sand. The egg, like a starving ghost reincarnated, devoured anything that came, taking as much as it could. Watching the spirit liquid worth hundreds of thousands disappear in the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian didn't feel any pain. Instead, he sighed with relief. It can eat, that's good. If it can eat, it can live. With the nourishment from the spirit liquid, the gray color on the eggshell gradually faded, replaced by a deep, obsidian-like texture. A faint but persistent pulse of life, transmitted clearly through the contract's bond, reached Zhao Xian's heart. Thump, thump, thump. That was the sound of a heartbeat. Zhao Xian leaned on the table, listening to this weak heartbeat, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to that desperate past life. At that time, his spiritual body had been destroyed, and he was reduced to a useless person. Lu Han stood on the high platform, holding Li Fu's hand, mocking him. His classmates avoided him as if he were some kind of plague. Only this bug. This bug, laughed at by everyone as nothing more than a dung-making trash bug, would crawl onto his cold knees to keep him warm with its soft body. It was indeed very useless. When faced with danger, it would only curl up, unable to run away. Zhao Xian had raised it for 10 years, and it only ate and slept, its size never grew, and its level never increased, always remaining that F-grade waste. Until that day. The beasts attacked the city, and Tianhai City fell. Zhao Xian was trapped under the rubble, about to be devoured by a high-level beast. It was it. It was this waste, blocking in front of him. It detonated the energy it had accumulated for 10 whole years. At that moment, it was no longer a bug but a sun. It used its life to explode through time and space, sending Zhao Xian back to 10 years ago. Fool. Zhao Xian's eyes reddened slightly, his fingers gently brushing the gradually warming eggshell. So afraid of death, so greedy for food, in the end, you threw up everything you ate. This time, I won't let you self-destruct to save me. Zhao Xian's voice was soft, yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. I will fill your stomach with countless resources, and I will lead you to the true peak. I will make all those who look down on you shut their mouths and let them see what a real divine beast is. This was not just a promise. It was a resonance between two souls, transcending life, death, and time. It seemed to understand Zhao Xian's words, or perhaps it felt that heavy, sincere intention. The once still black egg suddenly trembled slightly. Crack! A faint, crisp sound, so clear in the quiet dormitory. Zhao Xian's heartbeat skipped a beat, his eyes fixed tightly on the desk. At the top of the obsidian-like eggshell, a tiny crack appeared. The crack quickly spread, like a spider web, covering the entire eggshell. Then, snap! A piece of eggshell, the size of a fingernail, fell off. A small, round, black head poked out from inside. It was only the size of a palm, with a dark, muted black color, resembling an enlarged version of a sacred beetle. But it did not have the hard, cold shell of an insect, instead, it was covered in a layer of flexible, leathery skin. It awkwardly wobbled out of the broken eggshell, its movements clumsy but adorable. Its large, shiny black eyes, pure and spotless, immediately looked at Zhao Xian. Squeak? It made a weak sound, with a hint of confusion and affection. Through the soul contract, a pure, unreserved feeling of closeness instantly filled Zhao Xian's heart. It was the dependence of a child on its father, the trust of life in its creator. Zhao Xian extended his hand, palm up, placing it on the desk. The little creature sniffed Zhao Xian's scent, then happily wiggled its round body, climbing up Zhao Xian's palm step by step. Its little paws were soft, and its belly pressed against Zhao Xian's palm, sending a warm sensation through him. Zhao Xian looked at the soft little creature in his hand, a sincere smile curving his lips. The regret of the past life, the reunion in this one. All the suffering and schemes became worth it in this moment. Welcome home, black hole. In the dim dormitory, the desk lamp emitted a warm yellow glow. Zhao Xian's palm was flat on the desk, and in the center of his hand, the little creature that had just hatched was struggling to crawl. It had a deep, matte black color, like the finest obsidian, yet with the soft texture unique to living beings. Woof! A low, curious whine broke the silence. Big Yellow, who had been guarding the door, could no longer contain itself. Although Zhao Xian had ordered it to stay alert, its ears had been upright the whole time, constantly watching its master's movements. Now, feeling the strange life force, it couldn't resist moving closer. Even in its shrunk state, Big Yellow was still half the size of a person, and its massive dog head came close to the desk, nearly blocking all the light from the lamp. Its wet nose twitched as it carefully sniffed the little black dot in Zhao Xian's palm. For Big Yellow, the scent was unfamiliar, but it also had an indescribable feeling of warmth. That was the resonance brought by the soul contract. The little black hole seemed to sense the massive presence above it. Instead of shrinking in fear like a typical insect, it struggled to raise its round little head. Its pure, flawless eyes reflected Big Yellow's furry face, showing no fear, only a naive boldness, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. It even reached out its soft little paw, trying to touch Big Yellow's wet nose. Don't move too much, be careful, it might bite your fingers. Zhao Xian smiled, gently tapping Big Yellow's forehead, his tone full of affection. Big Yellow whimpered pitifully, but its tail wagged like a propeller. It could feel its master's good mood, that genuine sense of ease and happiness, something it hadn't felt since following Zhao Xian. Big Yellow, take a good look. Zhao Xian extended a finger, gently stroking the black hole's smooth back. The voice grew more serious. This is the black hole. From now on, it will be a part of our family. Big Yellow tilted its head, the golden black pupils flickering with a light of thought. It glanced at the tiny creature that was smaller than its own nail, then at its serious-looking master, and finally gave a solemn nod. Woof! It barked softly, but there was a sense of promise in its voice. Since it's the master's family, it's also my Big Yellow's family. You're the big brother, you need to protect it from now on. Zhao Xian said with a smile. This little guy is still very weak, it can't even walk properly. If anyone dares to bully it, you bite them to death. Big Yellow immediately puffed out its chest, showing a protective stance. It stuck out its tongue, wanting to lick the new little brother, but was afraid of breaking this fragile little creature. Alright, don't get your drool on it. Chapter 37, No Bloodline, then evolved to the extreme. Zhao Xian smiled and pushed Big Yellow's big head away. With a thought, a golden flash shot out from his forehead and landed on the table, turning into a rat with dark golden lava-like patterns flowing across its body. It was the little fire that had just evolved into a sub-god. As soon as little fire appeared, it was still a bit dazed. It had been in its secret base in the sewer, giving a lecture to a group of newly recruited underlings, when suddenly it was summoned, thinking there was an urgent battle mission. Under the pressure of its B-level fierce beast aura, it instinctively wanted to release it, and the purple thunderfire crackled behind it. Put it away. Zhao Xian flicked its forehead with his finger. This is the dormitory, do you want to blow up the building? Little fire held its head in grievance, and its golden vertical pupils instantly became clear and foolish. It retracted its aura and finally noticed the tiny black dot in Zhao Xian's palm. Squeak? It curiously leaned in, its whiskers trembling. As the sub-god who ruled over tens of thousands of rats, it was extremely sensitive to life forces. Although this little thing in front of it seemed fragile and had no sign of any spiritual energy fluctuations, the connection from deep within its soul couldn't be mistaken. This was a companion. And it was the kind of companion bound by blood, life and death together. Look carefully. Zhao Xian pointed at the black hole bug in his palm, his tone softening. This is the black hole. From now on, it's the third member of our family, and your little brother. Little fire froze for a moment. It looked at the tiny black bug that was smaller than its claws, then at its serious master, and finally shifted its gaze to Big Yellow, who was happily wagging its tail. Big Yellow barked at it, and the meaning was clear, I've already accepted it, you take care of the rest. Little fire instantly understood the family hierarchy. It immediately put on a flattering expression, carefully moved closer, and gently nudged the black hole bug with its moist nose. Its movements were as delicate as if it were touching fragile porcelain. Squeak squeak. It called twice, thumping its chest to show, second brother's got your back. The black hole bug seemed to be taken aback by the sudden enthusiasm. Its large pure eyes blinked, looking left at Big Yellow's big dog head, then right at Little Fire's big rat form. Although its intelligence was not yet enough to understand complex social relationships like big brother or second brother, it could clearly feel the kindness emanating from both these auras. It was a protective feeling. It was no longer afraid, in fact, it felt a bit comfortable as it flipped over in Zhao Xian's palm, exposing its soft belly. This feeling of being surrounded by warmth was truly wonderful. Zhao Xian watched this scene, a trace of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. In his past life, he only had the black hole bug as a companion, the two of them barely surviving in the apocalypse. In this life, the house was bustling. There was the honest and loyal Big Yellow, the smart and capable Little Fire, and this little one who needed care. This is what a home feels like. Alright, you two go guard the door. Zhao Xian waved his hand, signaling De Huang and Xiaohua to step back. The two spirit beasts obeyed, immediately lying one on each side of the dorm door, standing guard like two door gods, vigilantly watching the movements outside. Zhao Xian shifted his focus back to the black hole worm in the palm of his hand. At this moment, the little creature seemed tired, lying motionless in the lines of his palm, only the faint sound of breathing proving it was still alive. System. Zhao Xian called out in his mind. Scan the black hole worm's detailed data. I need the most perfect cultivation plan. A light blue screen appeared once more, but this time, the system didn't respond as quickly as usual. The data stream on the screen flickered wildly, as if it were performing some extremely complex calculation. It took a full half-minute before the cold mechanical voice rang in Zhao Xian's mind. Target species, black hole worm, mutated juvenile, ... Talent, endless devouring, passive, ... Current status, extremely hungry. Cultivation plan analysis in progress. Zhao Xian furrowed his brow. Extremely hungry? Didn't I just feed it a whole bottle of high-purity spirit liquid? The energy in that bottle was enough to burst an ordinary D-grade spirit beast. But after this little guy swallowed it, it didn't even feel full, except for breaking the shell? Answering host, the black hole worm's stomach is connected to a miniature subspace singularity. Theoretically, its stomach can never be filled. The system's voice was devoid of any emotion, but it made Zhao Xian's heart sink. This is both its talent and its curse. To maintain the stability of that singularity, it must constantly devour energy. It is an eternal punishment. It will always feel hunger, always endure the emptiness of its stomach as if its walls were being torn apart. Zhao Xian's fingers trembled slightly. He looked at the little guy sleeping in his palm, his heart feeling as though an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. It was the same in his past life. No matter how much food he brought, the black hole worm was always eating. He thought it was just greedy, not realizing it was fighting against the instinct of death. Every time it ate, it was battling the pain of devouring itself. Is there no way to solve this? Zhao Xian's voice was a little hoarse. I don't want it to suffer anymore. I want it to grow stronger, but I don't want it to live in so much pain. The system remained silent for a long time. Based on database analysis, the black hole worm is an extremely rare species with no existing evolutionary path. If its black hole ability is forcibly enhanced, it will indeed increase its combat power, allowing it to devour everything. But the cost will be that the singularity will grow larger, and the hunger and pain it endures will multiply. Zhao Xian's gaze immediately turned cold. No. He rejected it firmly. If that's the case, I'd rather it be a useless creature forever. In his past life, the black hole worm, to save him, showed no fear in its eyes just before it self-destructed. Instead, there was a sense of relief. That was the relief from eternal hunger. In this life, he brought his old companion back, to let it enjoy life, not to make it suffer again. System, you are a god-level evolution system. Zhao Xian coldly said in his mind. Don't tell me you can't even handle a single worm. I want other plans. The data flow on the light screen surged wildly again. This time, the calculation took even longer. Just when Zhao Xian was about to lose patience, the system finally responded. Plan 2, return to the origin. The essence of the black hole worm is the ultimate form evolved by life to adapt to extreme environments. It does not need to awaken any divine beast bloodline, nor does it need to transplant any powerful organs. Its devouring itself is a great way. Zhao Xian's eyes lit up. Speak in human terms. Follow nature. Do not forcefully enhance the singularity. He didn't want to just strengthen its body, he wanted to strengthen its soul. When its life level becomes high enough that it no longer needs to rely on that singularity to survive, the black hole will turn from a curse into a tool. By cultivating a low-level spiritual beast to its extreme, breaking the shackles of species, perhaps a new form that others cannot understand can be achieved. Zhao Xian understood. It's like practicing martial arts. Some people pursue divine weapons, others pursue unparalleled martial techniques. But a true grandmaster, even with just the most basic long fist, can strike with earth-shattering effects. The black hole worm doesn't need to become a dragon, nor does it need to become a phoenix. It only needs to perfect the act of eating. Eating until its body becomes sacred, eating until its soul remains undying. By then, what hunger, what pain, will become stepping stones under its feet. Good. Zhao Xian looked at the little creature in his palm, his eyes filled with an unprecedented determination. Since there's no road, we'll carve one out. Isn't it just eating? I have plenty of money, plenty of resources. In this life, I'll make sure you're full. He extended his finger and gently tapped the black hole worm's little head. The little creature seemed to sense something, groggily rubbing its head against his fingertip, letting out a satisfied murmur in its sleep. Zhao Xian stood up, walked to the window, and pulled the curtains open with a single motion. The afternoon sunlight poured into the dormitory, driving away the gloom that had filled the room. He turned around, looked at Devouring and Xiaohua guarding the door, then glanced at the black hole in his palm. Since that's the case, from now on, the black hole must also level up together. Chapter 38, Revenge Consumption? Since Zhao Xian decided to pursue the ultimate path of the physical body, he didn't hesitate for a second. He sat in the slightly worn chair in his dorm, his fingers swiftly sliding across his phone screen. High concentration exotic beast meat canned, 500 boxes. D-grade spiritual energy compressed biscuits, these may taste like chewing wax, but their energy density is high. I'll take 1,000 servings. And this, deep-sea blue algae extract liquid, it said that one bottle can last an ordinary spiritual beast 3 days of consumption. Let's try 200 boxes first. Zhao Xian was like a customer in a market buying cabbage, frantically adding those high-end goods that ordinary students wouldn't even dare to glance at into his shopping cart. His gaze was focused and fanatical, as if the massive numbers on the screen were not huge sums of money but a series of meaningless codes. The 30 million he had earned from selling the Holy Mother Mary had already shrunk quite a bit after this period of indulgence, plus the evolution of Devouring and Xiaohua. But he didn't feel a bit of regret. Money, after all, comes with you when you're born, and leaves with you when you die. If it can't be converted into real combat power, then it's just a piece of useless paper in the bank card. Payment successful. With a vibration from his phone, the notification sound from the bank seemed particularly jarring. The balance displayed that his once quite substantial little treasury now only had less than 50,000 yuan left for living expenses. Several million had, in just 10 short minutes, turned into a series of logistics bills waiting to be shipped. Zhao Xian tossed his phone onto the bed and let out a long sigh. There was no panic in his heart, but rather a sense of fulfillment he had never felt before. The feeling of throwing all resources onto the blade was exhilarating. The next afternoon, a commotion suddenly broke out at the gate of Tianhai University. The once wide main road was now completely blocked by a massive heavy-duty truck. The truck wasn't an ordinary cargo vehicle but an armored transport vehicle used specifically for transporting hazardous materials or valuable goods. The truck had the golden logo of Tianhai Express on it, making it look especially domineering. Damn, who bought this stuff? Such a big setup? Look at the depth of the waterline on this truck, it's probably loaded with several tons of stuff. It was exactly the time when classes were over, and the students coming and going were immediately drawn to the giant truck. A lot of people stopped and pointed at the truck, their eyes full of curiosity and envy. At a place like Tianhai University, although there are quite a few rich second-generation students, there are really only a few who can have such a level of delivery truck driving directly into the school to deliver goods. As the crowd murmured, the truck door opened, and a delivery man in uniform jumped down, holding a long list in his hand and shouting loudly. Zhao Xian. Who is Zhao Xian? Your package has arrived, please sign for it. This loud shout immediately silenced the noisy crowd for a moment. Then, even louder voices of discussion erupted. Zhao Xian? The fool who sold an SS-level spiritual body and swapped it for 30 million? Who else could it be? TSK, this guy really hit it big, buying so many things. Hit it big? I think his brain must have been affected. I heard that recently he bought rotten eggs, raised a mutt, and now this? Seems like he knows he's ruined and started indulging in revenge spending. The crowd automatically parted to make a path. Zhao Xian casually walked out of the dormitory building, his hands in his pockets. He was wearing an ordinary tracksuit, his expression indifferent, as if the mocking and strange looks from the surrounding people didn't exist at all. I am Zhao Xian. He walked up to the delivery man and nodded. The delivery man sized him up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and handed over the list. Bro, are you opening a zoo? This truck is full of high-energy spiritual beast food, where do you want me to unload it? Unload it downstairs at the dorm, I'll carry it myself. Zhao Xian took the pen and quickly signed his name. You'll carry it yourself? The delivery man widened his eyes, glanced at the full truck, then at Zhao Xian's not-so-muscular build. This is a full 5 tons of goods, are you sure? Sure. Zhao Xian didn't bother explaining, just waved his hand to signal him to open the box. With the sound of the hydraulic lift, the huge rear door of the truck slowly opened. A rich, suffocating spiritual aura instantly spread through the air. It was the unique smell of high-level spiritual beast food, which might smell pleasant to beast masters, but to the beasts, this was simply a deadly temptation. Among the students watching, many of the summoned spiritual beasts started to get restless, and even a few low-level beasts with weaker self-control were drooling and trying to rush towards the truck. Oh my god, it's all high-energy compressed food from the Xingqian brand. One box must cost tens of thousands, right? Spoiled brat, such a spoiled brat. With so much money, why not buy something useful, instead of wasting it on consumables? Is this the face of a newly rich person? Wasting the money earned by selling his future? Those students who had once looked on with jealousy now had expressions of disdain. In their eyes, Zhao Xian's actions were simply incredibly foolish. The growth of spiritual beasts requires a gradual process. How can you just feed them like this in a cram style? What's more, he had contracted a mutt in some unknown breed of insect. Feeding them such good food was simply like putting flowers on cow dung. Zhao Xian ignored these rumors. He walked to the truck, effortlessly lifting 2 huge metal boxes with one hand, as if they were 2 bags of cotton. Thanks to system enhancement and spiritual energy infusion, his physical abilities had far surpassed ordinary people. Make way, don't block the path. He coldly glanced at the few boys in front of him. Those boys had originally wanted to say something sarcastic, but when they met Zhao Xian's cold gaze, for some reason, they felt a chill in their hearts and instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Xian moved back and forth like this, bringing all the goods from the truck into the dormitory while being watched by the crowd as though he were an idiot. When the dormitory door finally closed, the world became quiet again. The originally spacious single dorm room. The room was now completely filled, with only a narrow path leading to the bed and the bathroom. Even the window was half blocked by boxes, and the light inside the room seemed dim. Woof! Big Yellow could no longer hold back. It circled around the boxes, wagging its tail like a propeller, saliva dripping onto the floor and forming a little river. As a dog with the bloodline of a divine beast, its sense of smell was sharper than anyone else's. The things inside these boxes were a feast to it. Squeak! Little Fire was not to be outdone. It popped out of Zhao Xian's pocket, nimbly jumped onto a box, and started pawing at it, making loud knocking sounds. Its golden vertical pupils were full of desire. Though it had grown up eating thunder fire, that didn't mean it wasn't greedy. High-energy materials were a great supplement for any spirit beast. What's the rush? There's enough for everyone. Zhao Xian laughed and cursed, tearing open a box. Inside, dozens of dark red meat cans were neatly stacked. These were made from the finest meat of iron-backed wild oxen, each bite containing explosive vitality. Big Yellow, this is yours. Zhao Xian tossed 2 cans to it. Big Yellow excitedly leapt into the air, biting the cans, and chewed them down along with the tin, making crunching sounds that were painfully sharp to hear. Chapter 39, Eating alone isn't enough. Little Fire, these Thunder Elemental crystal powder pieces are for you. Zhao Xian opened another small box and poured out a handful of powder sparkling with blue electric arcs. Little Fire cheered, opened its mouth, and inhaled, sucking in all the powder like it was noodles, then burped a satisfied, fire-sparkling burp. After calming these 2 foodies, Zhao Xian finally picked up the black hole bug, which had been lying on his shoulder sleeping. Little one, it's your turn. He walked over to the massive pile of supplies, his eyes softening with affection. In this life, we won't hold back. Let's eat freely. He picked up a high-energy compressed biscuit, about the size of a brick, and brought it to the black hole bug's mouth. The black hole bug's eyes, which had been a bit dazed, suddenly brightened as it smelled the food. It didn't gobble down the food like Big Yellow, nor nibble it slowly like Little Fire. It simply opened its mouth lightly. Though its mouth was small, when it opened, the surrounding light seemed to warp. Whoosh! The biscuit, dozens of times larger than its body, was instantly pulled toward it, shrinking and vanishing into its seemingly bottomless mouth. Not even a crumb was left behind. After finishing this biscuit, the black hole bug seemed like it had just started eating. It looked up at Zhao Xian, its antennae gently twitching, conveying a sense of wanting more. As much as you want. Zhao Xian grinned and opened an entire box. For the next 2 days, Zhao Xian's dormitory was completely transformed into a bottomless pit. He was like a tireless feeding machine, constantly opening boxes and feeding. The black hole bug's eating speed was astonishing, and it didn't even need time to digest. No matter what it ate, once it entered its mouth, it disappeared in an instant. Its stomach seemed like a portal to another dimension, never to be filled. Big Yellow and Little Fire initially tried to eat along with it. But by noon on the second day, Big Yellow was already so full that its belly was round, lying on the floor with its legs splayed, groaning, unable to even roll over. Little Fire, even more so, had eaten itself drunk, with sparks of electricity popping from its body, curled up in a corner, snoring, and twitching occasionally. Only the black hole bug remained. It was still lying in Zhao Xian's hand, eating with mechanical precision and grace. 2 days and 2 nights. That truckload of supplies, enough to last a medium-sized guild for a month, was visibly over half gone. Only by the 3rd morning, when the last box of high-energy canned food was thrown to Devouring as a snack, did this crazy feeding frenzy finally come to an end? Zhao Xian looked at the room full of empty boxes and packaging bags, rubbed his sore arms, and opened the system panel. Beast name, Devouring, sun-eating howling heaven dog incomplete. Level, Stage 8, Level 1. Status, extremely full, digesting. Beast name, Xiaohua, child godchild mouse. Level, Stage 9, Level 8. Status, energy overflow, sleeping and evolving. Zhao Xian's gaze finally landed on the data of the black hole worm. Beast name, Black Hole, mutated black hole worm. Level, Stage 9, Level 2. Status, hungry. Zhao Xian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. After spending millions of resources, Devouring and Xiaohua, the freeloaders, ate until they were stuffed, and their levels were steadily rising. But as for the main beast, the black hole worm, it had only leveled up by 1 level? From Stage 9, Level 1 to Stage 9, Level 2. This conversion rate was simply outrageously low. It really is a money-sucking beast. Zhao Xian smiled bitterly and shook his head. Although he had already mentally prepared for this, the speed at which money was burning still made him feel a bit of pain. At this rate, in order to feed the black hole worm to adulthood, he'd probably have to sell the entire Tianhai city. Moreover, simply relying on eating these dead things was really too inefficient. The black hole worm's specialty is devouring. It needs to consume more energetic things, like the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, crystal cores containing fragments of laws, or even, the spirits of enemies. Only by devouring during battle will its growth rate reach its peak. It seems that relying on money alone won't build a divine beast. Zhao Xian looked at the little guy in his hand, still only the size of a palm, but its shell had clearly become darker and deeper, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I still have to kill. I still have to steal. Go to those human forbidden zones, eat those truly good things. He stood up and kicked an empty can next to his foot. Devouring, hearing the noise, immediately rolled over and got up. Although its belly was still round and full, its eyes had regained their clarity, even sharper than before. After 2 days of gluttony, the divine beast bloodline inside it seemed to have awakened a bit, emitting an oppressive feeling that made one's heart race. Burp. Devouring burped, letting out a puff of white smoke with a sulphurous smell, rubbing affectionately against Zhao Xian's leg. Alright, stop rubbing, you're all greasy. Zhao Xian pushed the dog's head away in disgust, his gaze turning toward the window. There were less than 20 days left until the bet with Li Fu. With this little time left, if he only trained in the school according to the usual routine, it would be impossible to make any qualitative breakthroughs. He had to use extreme methods. Since regular food won't fill you up, I'll take you to eat some wild game. Zhao Xian took a deep breath and made his decision. He would go to the secret realm again. And this time, he couldn't go to that low-level fire secret realm, he had to go to a more dangerous, resource-rich place. However, such places were too dangerous for one person to go alone, and they were easily targeted by the Spirit Society. He needed teammates. Teammates who were trustworthy and wouldn't stab him in the back at a critical moment. Having made up his mind to enter the secret realm, Zhao Xian was a man of action, never procrastinating. He picked up his phone, swiped his finger across the screen twice, and brought up Leah's avatar. It was a very cute cartoon rabbit, which matched her soft and gentle personality quite well. Are you there? There's a stage 9 jungle secret realm, and we're short of a healer, are you coming? Less than 2 seconds after sending the message, the top of the chat box displayed the other party is typing. Immediately, a voice message popped up. I'm coming. I'm free, Zhao Xian. Where are you? I'll pack my things right away. Hearing the slightly hurried and excited voice in the message, Zhao Xian's mouth curled up into a playful smile. This girl must have been keeping an eye on her phone the whole time. He replied with a "I'll send the location later," and then clicked on Lin Min's avatar. It was a pitch-black landscape photo, which felt somewhat oppressive. Ever since this girl was humiliated by Li Fu in the black market, a strong anger had been building up inside her. West Suburb Secret Realm, level grinding, loot division. Want to join? This time, the reply was even more straightforward, just one word. Coming. Then she added, I'll bring my gear, we'll be there in half an hour. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. This was the teammate he needed. A obedient and reliable healer, and a scout who needed to grow stronger and was quick on her feet. Adding Big Yellow, who could tank and fight, and himself, who coordinated everything, this hastily assembled team was now complete. Chapter 40, Being Watched. Alright, stop sleeping. Zhao Xian kicked Big Yellow, who was playing dead by the door. Time to work. As soon as Big Yellow heard they were going out, it immediately sprang up, its tail spinning like a propeller. It knew that following the master out meant there would be meat to eat. Zhao Xian turned to look at Little Fire, who was curled up in the corner of the wall. This rat, who had just evolved into a demigod, was currently gnawing happily on a lightning attribute crystal. When it saw Zhao Xian look over, it immediately hid the crystal behind its back and glared suspiciously with its golden vertical pupils. Stop hiding, I'm not going to fight you for that thing. Zhao Xian rolled his eyes in annoyance. You're not coming this time. You're too obvious, and the lightning and fire attributes will stand out in the humid forest environment. It'll attract unnecessary trouble. When Little Fire heard it didn't have to work, it immediately relaxed and pulled the crystal back out to hold in its arms. Don't slack off either. Zhao Xian lowered his voice and pointed to the sewer manhole cover outside the window. Go underground. Take care of your disciples and followers. I want you to take control of all the rat groups beneath Tianhai University in the shortest time possible. From now on, if anything happens at this school, I want to know first. Squeak. Little Fire nodded seriously. Though it loves to eat, it knew when to take things seriously. As a demigod, commanding the rats was its instinct, its mission. After arranging Little Fire, Zhao Xian reached for the inner pocket of his jacket. There, the recently hatched black hole insect was quietly lying there. Its body was too small and it wasn't emitting any spiritual energy, so as long as it didn't actively feed, no one would notice its presence. This was Zhao Xian's trump card. Let's go, Big Yellow. Zhao Xian adjusted his collar, pushed open the dormitory door, and walked out. Big Yellow proudly followed behind, its black and gold fur shimmering with a metallic shine under the corridor lights. Though it deliberately suppressed its aura, the pressure from its bloodline made a few students subconsciously press against the walls as they passed. Once outside the dorm building, the sunlight was somewhat blinding. It was the afternoon, class time, so there weren't many people on campus. Zhao Xian walked casually along the tree-lined path with his hands in his pockets, but every muscle in his body was already tensed. That feeling was back. It was like being stared at by a cold, venomous snake, the hairs on the back of his neck standing up slightly. Someone was watching. Zhao Xian didn't look back, not even changing the pace of his steps. He still maintained that lazy posture, as if unaware of everything around him. But in his mind, his spiritual sense was quietly expanding outward. Behind the large sycamore tree to his left rear. The breathing was very light, the heartbeat steady. It was someone with martial training. Li Fu's people? Zhao Xian sneered inwardly. Aside from that vengeful rich second generation, he hadn't offended any real tough characters at the school. It seemed that guy was really desperate, even resorting to such lowly tactics of stalking. If he were to make a move at the school, Li Fu didn't have the guts. After all, Tianhai University was a key federal university. The security forces are not just for show. Once caught, not even the Li family can protect him. So, this guy is waiting. Waiting for the moment he is alone, or waiting until he leaves the city. If you want to follow, then follow. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cruel smile. If it were in the city, he wouldn't dare to act. After all, there are cameras everywhere, and murder is illegal. But if it's in the secret realm, that's a lawless land. Killing a few people is as normal as it gets. If these fools really dare to follow him into the secret realm, then he wouldn't hesitate to be ruthless, turning them all into food for the black hole worms. At the thought of this, a bloodthirsty light flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. He stretched out his hand and stopped a taxi. Driver, to the western suburbs, the entrance to the Tsuweiwei Forest Sea secret realm. The driver, a middle-aged man, couldn't help but glance at Zhao Xian twice through the rearview mirror when he heard the place name. Young man, you're going there? That place hasn't been peaceful recently. The driver started the car and began to ramble. I heard a few students went in a couple of days ago, and they still haven't come out. The place is not very high level, but it's full of poisonous bugs, fierce beasts, and strange dangers. Are you going alone? I'm meeting some friends. Zhao Xian replied indifferently, with no interest in chatting more. He leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes to rest. De Huang obediently crouched at his feet, its watchful eyes fixed on the scenery rushing by outside the window. The car sped westward. As they gradually moved away from the city, the towering buildings became fewer and fewer, replaced by vast wilderness and abandoned factories. The noise of the city slowly faded away, replaced by a desolate, oppressive atmosphere. About 40 minutes later, the car stopped in front of a massive military fortress. This is the entrance to the Tsuweiwei Forest Sea secret realm. As a low-tier secret realm under official control, the security measures here are extremely strict. Tall walls are equipped with heavy machine guns, and armed soldiers patrol the entrance back and forth. Zhao Xian paid the fare and got out of the car with De Huang. He didn't rush in but instead found a shady corner, leaned against a pillar, and took out his phone to check the detailed information about this secret realm. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. As someone who had never stepped into a secret realm in his past life, he had never been here, so his memory was a bit fuzzy. Tsuweiwei Forest Sea, Level 9 Secret Realm. The internal environment is a primitive tropical rainforest, covering an area of about 3,000 square kilometers. Zhao Xian's finger swiped across the screen, quickly browsing through the key information. This secret realm is completely different from the previous Fire Realm. The Fire Realm is an elemental secret realm, with a simple environment and monsters mostly being straightforward elemental creatures. But this Tsuweiwei Forest Sea is a complete ecosystem. It's like transporting the ancient Amazon jungle to another dimension. Inside, not only are there all kinds of fierce beasts, but there are also countless poisonous bugs, poisonous plants, swamps, and miasma. Dangerous creatures, five-step snake, corrosive acid ant, ghost-face spider. Zhao Xian looked at the gruesome pictures on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. These creatures, when looked at individually, are not very high level, mostly around level 9 or 7 or 8. For someone with De Huang by his side, one paw would be enough to squash a bunch of them. But the problem is, these creatures never fight you one-on-one. They either come in swarms, overwhelming you, or hide in dark corners, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Especially the corrosive acid ant, which, once it bites, causes the wound to rapidly decay, and it can even turn your bones into liquid. Looks like I need to prepare some antidotes and insect repellent powder. Zhao Xian thought to himself. Bringing Li Ye and Lin Min here was also a well-thought-out decision. Li Ye's spirit body is a light butterfly, though her combat ability is weak, but her healing and purification abilities are unparalleled. In this environment full of poisons, having a wet nurse who can detoxify at any moment would increase the survival rate by at least 50%. As for Lin Min, her golden leopard cat is extremely fast and has a sharp sense of smell, making it perfect for scouting in complex terrains like jungles. Chapter 41, The Attack of Luhan. This place is indeed suitable for training. Zhao Xian closed his phone and gazed towards the distant space portal, which emitted a faint blue glow. Although the secret realm is an independent world, it is essentially a fragment of the main world. The laws here are relatively complete, and the ecological chain is even more brutal. Only in such an environment, where death can come at any moment, can the instinct of biological evolution be triggered. The black hole worm needs a lot of blood and flesh essence to fill its bottomless stomach. And the Great Yellow also needs to experience real battles to comprehend the fighting skills that belong to divine beasts. Simply eating canned food will never make one into a sun-swallowing howling sky dog. While Zhao Xian was lost in thought, a sudden, hurried sound of footsteps came from the distance. The footsteps were light, but to Zhao Xian, they were exceptionally clear. He instinctively looked up. He saw a petite figure sprinting towards him from the security checkpoint nearby. The person was running so fast that it seemed like they were dragging the wind behind them. Before Zhao Xian could even recognize who it was, the figure had already reached him. The person running toward him was incredibly fast, charging ahead with reckless abandon. At first glance, it seemed like an assassin was launching a suicidal attack. Zhao Xian's pupils shrank suddenly, and his muscles tensed up to the extreme. He instinctively raised his leg to kick, while the great yellow let out a low growl from its throat, its fangs half exposed. But the moment he saw the face, Zhao Xian immediately pulled back his strength. It wasn't because he felt sorry, but because it was simply disgusting. The face, though streaked with tears and makeup running down in black lines like a ghost, was unmistakably familiar to Zhao Xian, even if it turned to ashes. Lu Han. How could this woman be here? Before Zhao Xian could finish his thoughts, Lu Han had already rushed up to him. While running, she let out a piercing scream, her arms spread wide as if trying to hug Zhao Xian tightly. Zhao Xian. I was wrong. Whoa. Please save me. Her once elegant dress was now torn and ragged, with several large rips revealing large patches of her fair skin. Even the edges of her underwear were faintly visible. She looked exactly like a helpless young girl who had just been bullied. If it were a man who didn't know the truth, seeing such a beautiful woman crying and rushing over, even if he didn't reach out, he would likely be frozen in place, not knowing what to do. But Zhao Xian is no ordinary man. He has died once. He knows this woman better than the fleas on the Great Yellow. Just as Lu Han was about to throw herself into his arms, Zhao Xian looked at her as if seeing a pile of bird droppings falling from the sky, and his expression instantly changed from vigilance to utter disgust. He slid his foot, swiftly moving to the side. The movement was smooth and swift, without any hesitation. Ouch! Lu Han never expected Zhao Xian to dodge so decisively. She had used all her strength to lunge, originally thinking she would crash into Zhao Xian's arms and, with the momentum, have a soft embrace. But suddenly, the space ahead was empty. She felt like a kite with its string cut, slamming onto the hard cement ground. Bang! The muffled sound made one's teeth ache. Lu Han lay flat on the ground in a large V-shape, her face pressed to the ground, and her already torn dress flipped up halfway from the fall. A patch of purple and blue was visible on the inner thigh. It was unclear whether she had fallen or if it was something she had done earlier. The crowd that had been waiting to enter the secret realm was instantly drawn to the commotion here. Although the Tsuiwei Senhai secret realm was a low-level one, it attracted many beast masters because of its rich resources, most of whom were lone travelers or small mercenary groups. These people, apart from hunting monsters, loved nothing more than watching a good scene unfold. What the hell is going on? How did that woman fall like that? She looks so pitiful. It seems like she was going for that guy, but he dodged. TSK, this guy's heart is too cruel. A beautiful woman throws herself at him, and he dodges? Is he incapable in that way? Whispers spread through the crowd, eyes darting back and forth between Zhao Xian and the woman, Lu Han, sprawled on the ground, their gazes filled with gossiping fire. Lu Han lay on the ground, tears streaming from the pain. She was genuinely hurt. The fall had been hard, and she felt like her nose bridge might have broken, and her knees were on fire with pain. But she couldn't care about any of that. Li Fu had given her an order she couldn't refuse. If she failed, that pervert would definitely throw her to the black market to be fed to the dogs. Thinking of Li Fu's sinister gaze, Lu Han shuddered all over, forcing out more tears. She struggled to get up from the ground, not caring about the dirt on her body or any accidental exposure, and knelt there, looking up with a tragic, sorrowful gaze at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian. Do you still hate me? Her voice trembled, thick with the sound of crying, breaking anyone's heart who heard it. I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you. But I was forced. As she cried, she deliberately tugged at the torn collar of her clothes, revealing a red mark below her collarbone. The mark looked like it had been made by someone's grip, and with her current messy appearance, it immediately made people think of certain unspeakable violent scenes. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. Damn, this girl is being abused, right? Look at all those wounds, her clothes are ripped. This is too tragic. Who's this guy? He looks decent, but he's so cold-blooded? After all, this was the western suburbs, several dozen kilometers away from Tianhai University. Most of the people here were beast masters from society, and no one knew Zhao Xian, nor did they know the tragic backstory between him and Lu Han. To them, the scene before them was just a beautiful, barely clothed woman crying out in distress. And a cold-hearted man stood above her, looking down with utter disdain in his eyes. Human nature is to sympathize with the weak, especially the weak who are beautiful. In an instant, public opinion turned completely in Lu Han's favor. A few young beast masters, full of self-righteous justice, walked over and started pointing fingers at Zhao Xian. Hey, dude, that's a bit much, don't you think? The girl's crying like this, and no matter what, you should help her up. Yeah, you're a man, don't argue with a woman. Look at how badly she fell. Even a few well-dressed women, with looks full of disdain, stared at Zhao Xian and spoke mockingly. Oh, what a low-class man. Didn't you see that the girl was hurt? And you still dodged? No gentlemanly manners at all. A man like him will definitely die alone, deserves to stay single forever. Sister, stop crying. A jerk like him doesn't deserve your tears. Zhao Xian stood there, his hands in his pockets, his face expressionless. He seemed like he was watching a poorly done monkey show. De Huang squatted at his feet, tilting its head, looking at the crying Lu Han on the ground with confusion in its dog eyes. It was smart, but it just couldn't understand this complex human performance art. But it could feel its master's breath growing colder, so it cooperatively bared its teeth, letting out a low growl from its throat. Woof! This bark carried a hint of a divine beast's pressure. Though not strong, it was enough to startle the nearest few righteous warriors, who instinctively took a few steps back. Zhao Xian finally spoke. His voice was flat, with no emotional fluctuation, but in such a noisy environment, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Are you done? He slightly lowered his head, his gaze like two cold knives, stabbing straight into Lu Han. If you're done, then hurry up and leave. Don't disgust me here. Chapter 42, Can you turn back? Lu Han's crying abruptly stopped. She didn't expect Zhao Xian to be so heartless, giving her no face in front of so many people. She gritted her teeth, deciding to intensify her approach. Zhao Xian. How can you do this to me? She suddenly lunged forward, trying to grab Zhao Xian's leg, crying and shouting. I truly regret it. That Li Fu is not human. He beat me, he forced me to do those things. I have no one else but you, Zhao Xian, please take me away. I will be good to you from now on, I will work for you like an ox or a horse. This statement carried a lot of weight. The crowd around them instantly erupted. Damn, she was played by a rich kid and now wants to find a good guy to take over? Sounds like this guy is her ex-boyfriend? Even if he's an ex, he shouldn't just watch her suffer, right? Look at how pitiful the girl is. The few girls who spoke earlier were even more indignant, rushing directly to Zhao Xian and pointing at his nose, shouting. Do you have no conscience? She's begging you like this, and you're not even acting like a man? Exactly. Forget about the facts, can't you admit your own mistakes? Look how pitiful she is now, can't you be a little more generous? It's disgusting, if I were you, I'd take off my jacket and cover her, then take her to the hospital. But here you are acting all cold. Zhao Xian looked at these few spitting little fairies, and a flash of impatience crossed his eyes. He hated those who stood on moral high ground without knowing the truth and made judgments. Get lost. He uttered a single word softly. Immediately, a strong killing intent erupted from his body. It was the killing intent he had gained from rolling through a world of bloodshed in his previous life, the kind that had truly killed people and seen blood. Though he was only at the 9th level now, this aura was like a tangible substance, instantly enveloping the few girls. The girls, who were previously full of bravado, suddenly felt a chill, as if they were being eyed by a ferocious beast ready to devour them. Their hearts squeezed, and the curses that were on the tip of their tongues were swallowed back down. Their faces turned pale, and they instinctively took steps back. One of the more frightened ones even collapsed onto the ground. The crowd, which had been cheering before, fell completely silent. When a master makes a move, you know it. This killing intent was definitely not something a student who had never seen blood could possess. This man was a tough character. Having stunned the group of onlookers, Zhao Xian then turned his attention back to Lu Han, who was still lying on the ground. He squatted down, bringing his gaze level with hers. Lu Han shuddered under his cold stare, and the words she had prepared all stuck in her throat. Lu Han, do you think I've lost my mind? Zhao Xian's lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Or do you think Li Fu is a fool, who will just let you run here to find me? Lu Han's gaze flickered, not daring to look Zhao Xian in the eye. I ran away secretly, really, Zhao Xian, you have to believe me. Ran away secretly? Zhao Xian sneered, pointing at the tattered dress on her body. This dress is torn with quite an artistic flair. The places that should be exposed are, and the places that shouldn't are left untouched. Li Fu, that guy, although he's a pervert, his taste can't be this sophisticated, right? And your makeup, crying so badly, and yet the eyeshadow hasn't smudged into your eyes? What brand of waterproof makeup are you using? Please recommend it. Lu Han's face instantly became stiff beyond measure. She didn't expect Zhao Xian to observe so carefully, even noticing such small details. What are you here for? Zhao Xian's voice suddenly turned cold, with an unquestionable authority in his tone. Li Fu sent you, right? What do you want? Want to use a trick to get close to me and poison me when I'm not paying attention? Or do you want to stab me in the back in the secret realm? Lu Han shuddered, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. It was true. She didn't expect Zhao Xian to guess so accurately, as if he had entered her mind. No, that's not it. She was still trying to argue, but her voice clearly lacked strength now. I really love you. I realize the person I truly love is still you. Love me? Zhao Xian seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world, and couldn't help but laugh loudly. His laughter was full of sarcasm and bitterness. He suddenly stood up, looked around at the crowd still watching the commotion, and said loudly, "Everyone, since you all have such a sense of justice, let me tell you how valuable this woman's love is. Just half a month ago, it was this woman who knelt in front of me, crying her heart out, saying her father had a terminal illness and urgently needed 30 million for life-saving money. I've known her since childhood. To save her father, I sold my newly awakened SS-level spirit body, Saint Maria." At these words, the whole place was in an uproar. What the hell? SS-level spirit body? Sold? This guy is ruthless. He gave up his future for love? Zhao Xian looked coldly at Lu Han, whose face was as white as a sheet, and continued. And what happened? She immediately got together with that rich second generation who bought my spirit body. And in front of everyone, she humiliated me, calling me a brainless, pathetic loser. As for her so-called critically ill father? If I had really given her the money, he would probably be losing his shirt in a casino right now. The crowd exploded completely. Those who had sympathized with Lu Han now looked at her as if she were trash. Damn, this is shameless. She's cheating for money and love, and now she wants to destroy someone's soul? This woman is a scorpion with a venomous heart. What happened to those little fairies who defended her earlier? Come on, show yourselves. Is this the weak group you were talking about? The few girls who had just spoken in her defense were now so embarrassed that their faces were red, wishing they could dig a hole in the ground and hide in it, quickly retreating behind the crowd. Lu Han collapsed to the ground, her whole body trembling. It's over. Zhao Xian didn't buy any of it. Zhao Xian, listen to me, let me explain. She still tried to make a final struggle, reaching out to grab Zhao Xian's pant leg. Zhao Xian stepped back in disgust, avoiding her filthy hand. He looked down at the woman who had once made him give up everything, his eyes no longer carrying any warmth. Lu Han, your acting is terrible. A shameless, greedy woman like you could never turn back. It's just that Li Fu gave you a mission, right? Seeing my strength growing quickly, afraid I might lose the bet, so he sent you as an undercover agent? Now, when I think about the past, I feel disgusted. You used your father's critical condition to deceive me, making me sell my SS-level spirit body. Then you immediately threw yourself into the arms of some rich second generation. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, as if trying to expel all the accumulated resentment of 2 lifetimes from his chest. He turned around, no longer casting a glance at the woman on the ground, leaving only a resolute back. A piece of garbage like you, even if you run naked behind me, I wouldn't turn around to look. Zhao Xian stood still, watching Lu Han, who was slumped on the ground with a face alternating between blue and white. His eyes showed not even the slightest ripple. He even thought that speaking a few more words with this woman just now was a waste of his life. The surrounding discussions continued, but the wind had completely changed direction. Those who had been pointing fingers at Zhao Xian now looked at Lu Han with disdain and contempt. In this era where strength is paramount and danger lurks everywhere, deceiving feelings might still be considered a matter of personal morality. But using a loved one's serious illness to deceive and steal the core resources from the awakened was simply crossing everyone's bottom line. This kind of woman really has a beautiful face, but her heart is even crueler than a poisonous snake. She sold an SS-class spirit body to save her, and then turned around and sold her savior? This plot would be rejected by TV dramas. Those few who spoke for her earlier, why are they silent now? Keep protecting this vulnerable group. Hearing the harsh mockery around her, Lu Han kept her head low, her nails deeply digging into the earth of her palms. She hated Zhao Xian for becoming so smart, hated him for not caring about their past, and hated the spectators who changed sides with the wind. But she feared more. She feared the cold methods of Li Fu if the mission failed. Zhao Xian had no intention of continuing to tangle with this clown. He patted Di Huang's head, signaling it to calm down and restrain its fierce aura. De Huang snorted loudly, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Han, then obediently crouched by Zhao Xian's side, like a silent black and gold statue. At this moment, a stir came from the crowd in the distance again. Look, 2 beautiful women are coming over there. In school uniforms? They seem to be students from Tianhai University. Zhao Xian looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 figures walking quickly through the security checkpoint toward them. Leading the way was Leah. Today, she had changed into a sleek combat suit, its form-fitting material highlighting her nearly perfect curves. Her soft long hair was tied into a high ponytail, giving her a bold and heroic look. On her porcelain-like, delicate face, there was a hint of anxiety and search. Leah's appearance immediately made the already noisy entrance to the secret realm quiet down a few decibels. If Lu Han's beauty was of the cheap, seductive kind, then Leah's was the truly cold and noble beauty that radiated from the bones. The kind of aristocratic aura nurtured in a greenhouse, combined with her slightly hurried breathing, was shockingly powerful. Following behind Leah was Lin Min. She wore camouflage outdoor gear, carried a large tactical backpack, and held a short alloy crossbow in her hand. Although her appearance wasn't as stunning as Leah's, the sharpness honed from years of surviving in the black market made many veteran beast tamers take a second look. Zhao Xian. Leah immediately spotted Zhao Xian standing in the corner, and her eyes lit up. Without caring about the envious gazes around her, she jogged toward Zhao Xian. Phew! I finally caught up. I thought you'd already gone in. Leah stopped, breathing slightly unevenly, her chest rising and falling. She smiled somewhat apologetically, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Lin Min followed closely, saluting Zhao Xian briskly and speaking with excitement in her voice, "Captain. I'm not late, right?" Zhao Xian looked at his two teammates with vastly different styles. His previously cold expression softened slightly. He nodded and spoke calmly, just in time. "Did you bring everything?" "Got everything. Antidote, insect repellent powder, and compressed rations. It's all in the bag." Lin Min patted her heavy backpack confidently as she spoke. Leah also pulled out an exquisite medicine box from her chest and quietly said, "I've also brought some high-purity supplements to help De Huang regain energy at any time." Zhao Xian glanced at the two's equipment and was somewhat satisfied. He was about to lead them to the registration desk when Leah suddenly noticed Lu Han sitting not far away, glaring at them with a look full of resentment. Leah froze for a moment, then slightly furrowed her brows. She certainly recognized Lu Han, and she knew what this woman had done to Zhao Xian before. Seeing Lu Han's disheveled and miserable appearance, a flash of complexity crossed Leah's eyes, but it quickly turned into indifference. "What is she doing here?" Leah lowered her voice, her tone carrying a hint of instinctive disgust. "A fly you can't shake off." Zhao Xian didn't even turn his head, his voice as cold as ice. "Don't mind her, let's go." Leah nodded. Although she was kind, she wasn't foolish. She had no sympathy for a woman who had hurt Zhao Xian. She deliberately took a step forward, naturally standing next to Zhao Xian, even slightly turning her head to smile brightly at him. "Let's go register quickly. I heard a lot of people are entering today. If we're late, the good monster spots will be taken." The scene, in the eyes of the people around, was like a stab to the heart. Just moments ago, Lu Han had been crying and begging for reconciliation, but Zhao Xian didn't even spare her a glance. Now, a goddess like Leah was approaching him actively. Though Zhao Xian remained indifferent, the subtle atmosphere was undeniable. TSK, the gap is just too big. If I were that guy, I'd definitely pick the one behind. The grace, the looks, it's like heaven and earth. That woman is still acting pitiful, not even noticing who's standing next to her. Lu Han stared at Leah's flawless face and the back of her walking beside Zhao Xian, jealousy growing wildly inside her like a poisonous weed. Why? Why is Zhao Xian always surrounded by such outstanding women? Why is he thriving even after selling his spirit beast? She glared at Leah's back, her lips almost biting into blood. Zhao Xian, with Leah and Lin Min, walked directly toward the official registration window. Behind the window sat a half-asleep middle-aged clerk. When he saw someone approaching, he knocked on the desk without lifting his head and said, "Name, level, spirit beast rank, team or solo?" "Zhao Xian, level 8 spirit beast, De Huang, B rank." Zhao Xian replied calmly. "Leah, level 9 spirit beast, light butterfly, A rank." "Lin Min, level 9 spirit beast, golden split leopard cat, B rank." The clerk finally looked up when he heard 2 B ranks and 1 A rank configuration. When he saw De Huang's massive body, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. In Tianhai City, a team with this configuration wasn't rare, there were at least 80 or 100 every day. Suiwei Forest Sea Secret Realm, level 9 difficulty. Each person pays 1,000 yuan entry fee. Life and death are at your own risk. Do you understand? Understood. Zhao Xian quickly paid the fee. The clerk typed a few commands on the computer and handed out 3 blue induction cards. Take the cards and head to Portal 3. Good luck. Zhao Xian took the cards and handed them to Leah and Lin Min. The 3 didn't stop. Under the protection of De Huang, they passed through several checkpoints and walked toward the massive portal glowing with a ghostly blue light. Just before stepping into the portal, Zhao Xian suddenly stopped and looked back. In the distance, Lu Han had already gotten up from the ground. She was hiding in a dark corner, holding a phone, seemingly sending a message to someone. When she sensed Zhao Xian's gaze, she flinched, her eyes full of fear and resentment. Zhao Xian sneered. Retract your gaze. Let's go. As the three people and the dog disappeared into the blue light curtain, the noise at the entrance of the secret realm seemed to fade away. Luhan stood in the corner, staring at the empty, desolate portal. Her pitiful expression vanished in an instant. She wiped the tear stains from her face, and her eyes grew cold and frenzied. Zhao Xian, do you think you've won? She typed rapidly on her phone screen. Young Master Li, they've entered. 3 people, besides Zhao Xian, there are Li Ye and Lin Min. That Li Ye is indeed troublesome, her light butterflies have purification abilities. Soon, Li Fu's reply came, proceed as planned. Ignore the 2 women, your target is that dog. As long as Big Yellow is disabled, Zhao Xian will be a useless person. After the job is done, the position of the young mistress will be yours. Luhan looked at the words young mistress, and her breathing quickened. She pulled out a small makeup box from her chest, but inside were not foundations, but a set of extremely precise disguise tools. In less than 10 minutes, the disheveled Luhan disappeared. In her place was a dark-skinned, thin, seemingly ordinary female beastmaster. She put on an old grey cloak, lowered her head, and blended into a group of mercenaries preparing to enter the secret realm. She tightly gripped the small blue bottle containing the spirit liquid. Zhao Xian, you forced me into this. Luhan muttered softly, her voice carrying an eerie chill. She took a deep breath, imitating the crude mercenaries, swearing as she walked toward the registration window. She knew very well that in such a complex terrain like the jungle, getting close to Zhao Xian was not difficult. As long as Big Yellow drank a sip of water mixed with medicine, or was scratched by a poisoned hidden weapon, its proud divine beast bloodline would turn into a puddle of mud. At that time, she would watch Zhao Xian kneel on the ground, seeing the despair in his eyes. Luhan paid, received her card, and without hesitation, stepped into portal number 3. Her figure quickly disappeared into the eerie blue light. After a dizzying sensation of weightlessness, the air, damp and smelling of decaying leaves, hit her face. Zhao Xian opened his eyes, and before him was an overwhelming expanse of dark green. The trees here were ridiculously tall, with thick trunks covered in vines as thick as barrels, and occasionally, colorful poisonous insects flashed between the leaves. So, this is the Tsuweiwei Forest Sea? Feels much more oppressive than the school's simulation training ground. Leah tightly gripped her staff, her face slightly pale. Lin Min, on the other hand, seemed quite excited. The golden leopard cat beside her had already crouched down, its throat making low threatening growls. Captain, the terrain here is complicated. My leopard cat can sense movements within a 500-meter radius. I suggest we head northeast. The air there is less humid, and the distribution of exotic beasts should be more even. Lin Min suggested. Zhao Xian patted Big Yellow's head, and at this moment, Big Yellow had already transformed back into its black and gold giant beast form. Its dark red eyes flickered with a fierce light in the dim jungle, and the sulfuric smell emanating from its body made the surrounding poisonous insects retreat. Follow your lead, Zhao Xian said briefly. The 3 of them and the dog began to move through the dense forest. Lin Min's leopard cat moved quickly, leaping back and forth between the treetops, acting as a scout. Stop! Lin Min suddenly made a hand signal. A thicket ahead shook violently, and then, 3 massive wild pigs with bull-sized bodies and covered in green scales charged out. It's the level 9, rank 5 green-scaled wild boars. Their defense is very high, be careful of their charges. Leah immediately shouted the name of the monster. This was the basic knowledge of an excellent student. Zhao Xian didn't even lift his eyelids, simply spitting out a single word, kill. De Huang had long been unable to hold back. It let out a deep growl, its body turning into a streak of black lightning, instantly crashing into the nearest wild boar. Bang! A dull impact sound rang out, and the wild boar, weighing at least 1,000 pounds, was directly sent flying by De Huang, the sound of bones shattering echoing through the air. After landing, De Huang didn't stop at all. Its massive paw swung fiercely, sending a few streaks of dark red energy that ripped apart the throats of the remaining 2 wild boars. Blood sprayed onto the fallen leaves, emitting faint wisps of steam. De Huang excitedly wagged its tail, not stopping, and directly opened its bloody mouth, biting into one of the wild boar's corpses. Under Leah and Lin Min's astonished gazes, De Huang was like an endless pit, within just a few minutes, devouring the 3 massive wild boars until only a pile of white bones remained. This digestion speed is too fast, right? Leah couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Xian, doesn't De Huang need to rest? According to beast taming theory, when spiritual beasts consume high-energy flesh, they need at least half an hour to convert the energy, or it will cause meridian blockage. Zhao Xian glanced at the dark golden patterns faintly flowing on De Huang's body and casually answered, it has a good appetite, born with it. Actually, he knew in his heart that it was the swallowing bloodline of the sun-eating bloodline inside De Huang that was at play. For the descendants of divine beasts, the energy of these low-level mutated beasts was nothing. After devouring it, the energy would immediately convert into the experience needed for upgrading. Keep going, this little bit isn't enough to fill its teeth. Zhao Xian waved his hand. For the next 2 hours, the jungle turned into De Huang's buffet. Whether it was the ghost-faced spider hiding behind trees, or the swarming corrosive acid ants, as long as De Huang set its eyes on them, the outcome was the same, becoming manure. With the increase in killings and devouring, De Huang's aura became more and more violent. The originally black fur showed clearer golden patterns, and even faint sparks could be seen dancing. Incredible. Leah, while adding buffs to De Huang, couldn't help but sigh. I observed it. De Huang just ate 12 9th-tier mutated beasts. Its aura has increased by at least 30%. This speed of improvement has completely broken the Federation's published spiritual beast growth curve. Lin Min nodded in agreement. Yeah, De Huang feels like it's about to break through any time. Chapter 45, Semi-Spiritual Body. Zhao Xian said nothing. He was staring at the system panel. De Huang's experience bar was rising rapidly. The rewards from actual combat were indeed much higher than eating canned food in the dormitory. At this moment, De Huang let out a muffled grunt. A poisonous bee, lurking in the dark, stung its back. Although the tough skin didn't cause serious injury, a bruise appeared at the wound. De Huang is hurt. Let me. Leah quickly waved her staff. Light butterfly, appear. As Leah's soft call echoed, a butterfly, entirely white and glowing softly, flew out from her shoulder. Its wings fluttered, and specks of starlight fell on De Huang's wound. The originally bruised lump faded at a visible speed, and De Huang comfortably squinted its eyes. Zhao Xian stood by, his eyes fixed firmly on the light butterfly. He noticed something very strange. Under the sunlight, the butterfly's body actually appeared semi-transparent. It didn't seem like a physical being, more like a mass of energy condensed together, but he could still feel its breathing and heartbeat. Leah, your light butterfly, why does it feel a little unreal? Zhao Xian couldn't help but ask. Leah recalled the light butterfly and sighed helplessly. The tone carried a hint of loss. You're really observant. Actually, the light butterfly isn't fully evolved yet. Not fully evolved? Lin Min leaned in, curiously eyeing the beautiful little butterfly. Leah nodded, explaining, my teacher said the light butterfly is a very special spirit beast. Its current state is called semi-spirit, meaning it's between a physical form and a spiritual one. Although it has strong healing abilities, because it doesn't have a true physical form, its defense is very weak, and many high-level skills can't be used. So how can it become fully evolved? Zhao Xian asked, pressing further. Leah shook her head, her eyes a little lost. My teacher said, once it evolves again, it will completely shed its mortal form and become a true spiritual body. At that point, it won't only be immune to most physical attacks, its healing effects will also double. But, right now, the Federation's database has no clear plan for the evolution of the light butterfly. Many people have tried, but all have failed, some even causing the spirit beast to downgrade. Zhao Xian looked at the light butterfly dancing gracefully on Leah's fingertip, a thought stirring in his mind. Spiritual body? This seemed somewhat similar to the Virgin Mary he had separated before, but the light butterfly's aura was clearly much purer, without that false, selfish feeling. He subconsciously communicated with the system in his mind. System, can you scan the evolution path of the light butterfly? Ding. Non-host contracted spirit beast detected. System notice, this system currently only supports god-level evolution for host-owned summoned beasts. Zhao Xian cursed silently. As expected, it didn't work. This system was strong, but it had many limitations. It seemed that to help Leah improve her strength, they would have to rely on finding other opportunities in the future. However, the concept of spiritual evolution had given him a hint. If Leah's light butterfly really could evolve into a spiritual body, she would become the top-tier support in all of Tianhai City, or even the whole country. S-class spiritual body supports, there were only a few recorded cases. Don't be discouraged. Since evolution is possible, there will always be a way. Zhao Xian offered a rare word of comfort. Leah smiled sweetly and nodded hard. I believe that day will come. As long as I can go into more secret realms with you and earn more credits, maybe I can exchange for high-level evolution materials. Lin Min, watching them from the side, chuckled, hey, Leah, right now your eyes are all on the captain. But seriously, sticking with the captain is way better than just studying hard in school. Leah blushed and playfully glared at Lin Min, stop talking nonsense. Go scout ahead. The three of them continued deeper into the area. As the altitude rose, the vegetation around them became denser, and the miasma in the air grew thicker. Captain, there's a valley ahead. The spiritual energy fluctuations inside are strong, and it seems like a group of iron rhinoceroses resting there. Lin Min jumped down from a tree, her face somewhat serious. Those things are no joke. They're all peak level 9, with tough skin and thick flesh. It could be a huge strain for De Huang to handle a whole group on his own. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a slight, cold smile. The greater the pressure, the faster the breakthrough. He turned to look at Devouring, who, as if sensing something, tensed his muscles and let out an excited low growl. Let's go meet those iron lumps. Half an hour later, the valley echoed with earth-shattering roars and crashing sounds. Devouring charged into the group of more than 20 iron rhinoceros as if he were a tiger descending the mountain. He no longer relied solely on brute force but began using the terrain of the jungle to dodge and launch surprise attacks. Each swipe of his claws left deep bloody marks on the iron rhinoceros's proud armor. Lia's light butterfly fluttered in the air, its healing light accurately landing on the injured Devouring. Linmin wandered on the outskirts with the leopard cat, using crossbows to interfere with the rhinos attempting to surround Big Yellow. The battle lasted for a whole hour. When the last ironclad rhino fell heavily to the ground, Big Yellow was also panting heavily, its body covered in blood, some of it from the enemy, and some of it its own. It stood on top of the pile of corpses and let out a long howl to the sky. Buzz. A powerful aura exploded from within it, shattering the falling leaves around it with the shockwave. Zhao Xian looked at Big Yellow's noticeably thicker limbs and the overwhelming dominance in its eyes, smiling with satisfaction. Level 8, second grade now. Although it's just a level up, the foundation built through actual combat is far more stable than using medicine. He walked forward and gently stroked Big Yellow's slightly hot head. Well done, we're done for today. Big Yellow affectionately rubbed against Zhao Xian's palm, then plopped down on the ground, starting to tear into the ironclad rhino's corpse with large bites. Lia and Lin Min exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock in each other's eyes. In the secret realm, not only were they unharmed, but their levels had also increased. If this got back to the school, those so-called geniuses would probably be ashamed enough to bang their heads against the wall. As for Zhao Xian, he just quietly watched the sky gradually darkening in the distance, his gaze deep. This was just the beginning. The smell of blood in the valley hadn't dissipated yet, and Big Yellow was still buried in the pile of ironclad rhinos, eating heartily. The blood and flesh of these peak-grade 9th-level exotic beasts contained extremely strong vitality, making it the perfect supplement for Big Yellow, which was in the middle of a rapid growth phase. Zhao Xian sat on a clean blue stone, his fingertips lightly tapping on his knee. He watched Big Yellow's fluctuating data on the system panel, silently calculating in his mind. At this rate of slaughter and devouring, along with the resources I have left, pushing Big Yellow to level 7 within a month won't be difficult. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cold, sharp smile. Level 7, this would already place him among the top tier in the new student rankings across the country. Those so-called top geniuses would be considered lucky to raise their spirit beasts to the peak of level 8 by their first year. As for Li Fu, the SS-grade spirit body created with medicine, while it had a high rank, its combat ability and growth potential were nothing compared to Big Yellow. Captain, look at this. Lia's clear voice interrupted Zhao Xian's thoughts. She ran over, holding several herbs emitting a faint glow. They were spirit heartgrass, a core material for making intermediate recovery potions, and they were quite expensive in the market. The environment in this valley is really great. The quality of these herbs is much higher than those sold outside. Lia wiped the sweat from her forehead, her eyes sparkling. She had collected many rare materials today, and whether she used them to refine potions or sold them to the school's resource center, she could exchange them for a large sum of money. Lin Min also returned with the golden-breaking leopard cat. The little leopard seemed particularly spirited, and its size seemed to have grown a lot. Captain, my leopard cat has reached level 9, 8th grade. Lin Min excitedly waved her fist. I feel like if we kill a few more exotic beasts, it'll break through to level 8. Lin Min knew very well that, based on her original talent and family background, in a place like Tianhai University, full of geniuses, she would be considered below average. Without Zhao Xian leading her into such a high-difficulty secret realm, she probably wouldn't even have touched level 8 by the end of her freshman year. As long as I can reach level 8 in my first year, I can apply for the school's first-class scholarship and poverty subsidy. Lin Min smiled wistfully. At that time, my grandpa won't have to risk his life in the black market selling things anymore. The environment at home could also be greatly improved. Zhao Xian glanced at her, speaking calmly, following me, reaching level 8 is just the beginning. As long as you listen, it's not impossible for you to touch the edge of level 7 before the end of your freshman year. Lin Min nodded heavily, her eyes filled with gratitude. She knew Zhao Xian wasn't bragging. This man had a kind of magic that made people trust him blindly. Alright, Big Yellow has eaten enough. Let's get ready to leave. Zhao Xian stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. At this moment, Big Yellow had already gnawed the few armored rhinos down to nothing but bones. It let out a satisfied burp, releasing a pressure that made one's heart race. Although it was still level 8, stage 2, the oppressive feeling brought by its divine beast bloodline was growing stronger and stronger. The 3 humans and 1 dog began walking towards the exit of the secret realm. The light in the forest grew dimmer, and the miasma began to spread. Lia followed closely behind Zhao Xian, with the glowing butterflies flying around, emitting a soft light to drive away the surrounding poisonous insects. Zhao Xian, are you really planning to meet Li Fu in the arena a month from now? Leah asked, worried. That person is very insidious. I'm afraid he'll do something behind our backs. He's already starting to make moves. Zhao Xian sneered, his gaze subtly scanning a bush to his side and rear. Since entering the secret realm, he had felt someone was following them. Though the other side was hiding very well, under Zhao Xian's sharp perception, honed from 2 lifetimes, the tracking was still too immature. Just as they reached a narrow mountain pass, an unexpected change occurred. A gray figure suddenly rolled down from the slope beside them, right in front of Big Yellow. Ah! Help! It was an extremely disheveled female beast tamer, covered in dirt with her cloak torn in several places. She was lying on the ground, holding onto a blue bottle tightly, looking at Big Yellow with fear in her eyes. Again with this trick? Zhao Xian stopped and sneered. Although the person had changed appearance, the cheap perfume scent etched into her bones and the pair of eyes full of resentment, Zhao Xian recognized her immediately as Lu Han. Lu Han saw Zhao Xian stop and thought her disguise had worked. She struggled to crawl toward Big Yellow, shouting, "Big brother, please help me. There are strange beasts chasing me. I have top-grade spiritual liquid here, I'll give it to you all, please take me out." As she spoke, she twisted open the blue bottle in her hand. Inside was the scattered spiritual liquid that Li Fu had given her. As long as it touched the spirit beast's skin, it would instantly break down its internal spiritual energy. A trace of madness flashed in Lu Han's eyes. As long as she poured this bottle on Big Yellow, her mission would be complete. She could become the young mistress of the Li family. Die, you dog. Lu Han suddenly jumped up, her face twisted in anger as she hurled the bottle at Big Yellow's head. However, she vastly underestimated Big Yellow's reaction speed and overestimated her own strength. Big Yellow didn't even lift an eyelid, only slightly opening its mouth, and from deep within its throat came a roar like a muffled thunder. Roar! This roar, filled with the absolute pressure of a divine beast's descendant, directly created a visible soundwave shockwave in the air. Lu Han felt a force like a mountain crashing into her chest, and before the bottle could even fly out of her hand, it was shattered. The blue liquid spilled all over her, and she was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily into the rock wall behind her. Puff! Lu Han spat out a mouthful of blood, her face as white as paper. She was horrified to find that her spiritual energy was rapidly dissipating. The scattered spiritual liquid was also effective against beast tamers. Lu Han, your acting skills are getting worse and worse. Zhao Xian leisurely walked up to her, looking down at her from above. You? How did you know it was me? Lu Han's eyes widened in terror, her voice hoarse. The stench on you, I can smell it from 3 miles away. Zhao Xian wrinkled his brow in disgust. Li Fu sent such a useless person to die? No, it wasn't me. Li Fu forced me. Lu Han started her well-rehearsed begging routine again. Zhao Xian, for the sake of our past relationship, please save me. Relationship? Zhao Xian sneered, a murderous look flashing in his eyes. De Huang, tear her apart. De Huang let out an excited low growl, stepping heavily toward Lu Han. Its massive claws scratched deep grooves into the ground, each step feeling like it was stomping on Lu Han's very heart. No! Don't! Help! Lu Han screamed in despair, desperately shrinking back on the ground. Just as De Huang was about to pounce to end this woman, a shadow suddenly fell from the treetop above. The speed of the shadow was so fast that it even left a faint afterimage in the air. Zhao Xian's pupils shrank sharply. De Huang, back off. De Huang reacted quickly, leaping back to Zhao Xian's side in one swift move. The shadow landed beside Lu Han, its bony, withered hand, skin a strange bluish-purple, grabbed the back of Lu Han's neck. Before Lu Han could react, the shadow effortlessly lifted her up. In the dim light, Zhao Xian clearly saw the shadow's side profile. It was a face covered in stitches, expressionless, with hollow, lifeless eyes, emitting a strong stench of decay and death. A living dead. Leah gasped. The shadow did not seem to have any intention of attacking Zhao Xian, it merely gave him a cold glance, its eyes devoid of any human emotion, filled only with endless coldness and deathly silence. Then, with a push of its foot, the shadow flew up like a giant bat, carrying Lu Han and leaping over 10 meters high into the treetop, disappearing into the thick miasma with a few flaps. Captain, should we chase? Lin Min asked urgently. Zhao Xian stood still, his brows furrowed, watching the direction the shadow disappeared, slowly shaking his head. No need to chase, we can't catch up. His voice was deep and grave, and the unease in his heart grew stronger. That person, though he only appeared for a moment, Zhao Xian would never forget the unique aura he gave off. That was the same aura as the leader of the rescue team he met before in the Fire Secret Realm. The otherworldly spirits. Zhao Xian muttered under his breath, his fist involuntarily clenching. These guys had infiltrated here, and they even took Lu Han. It seemed that the conspiracy against him was far more complicated than he had imagined. Let's go, we need to leave here first. Zhao Xian took a deep breath and quickened his pace with Leah and Linmin following behind. When they stepped out of the dim blue portal of the Tsuiwei Forest secret realm, the sky outside had already started to darken. Compared to the damp, stifling air filled with the smell of rotting leaves and blood in the secret realm, the cool evening breeze outside felt like sweet dew on their faces. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, feeling like the stagnant air in his lungs had been replaced. De Huang followed behind him, its fierce, terrifying aura now completely retracted, now just panting as if it were an ordinary large black dog returning from a walk, its round belly showing how much good food it had eaten. Leah and Linmin followed behind, their faces showing visible fatigue, but more than that, there was excitement. Especially Linmin, she was carrying that bulging tactical backpack, walking as lightly as a little mouse that had just stolen some oil. Let's go, let's handle the stuff at the service station. Zhao Xian didn't waste any words, leading the two of them directly to the material recycling station next to the secret realm entrance. This was an official purchase point. Although the price was a bit lower than outside, it was safe, quick, and they paid in cash, so there was no risk of being cheated. The person handling the purchase was a middle-aged man wearing thick glasses. When he saw the pile of materials Zhao Xian poured out, his eyes widened. Wow! What a haul! The middle-aged man adjusted his glasses and picked up a rhinoceros horn glowing with a faint blue light. He couldn't help but admire it, the horn of a peaked 9th-tier ironclad rhinoceros? This cut, one strike and it's done. And this ghost-face spider's venom sac, it's kept so well? As he counted, he couldn't help but look up and size up the strangely mixed team. A handsome guy with a cold face, 2 pretty girls, and a big black dog. This configuration didn't look like it could sweep through a 9th-tier secret realm, but the real trophies on the table couldn't be faked. A total of 100,300. The middle-aged man tapped away on the calculator and finally reported the number. I'll round it up for you, 105,000. How does that sound? Fine. Zhao Xian nodded, took out his phone, and showed the payment code. With a light beep, 105,000 yuan instantly arrived. Walking out of the service station, Zhao Xian stopped, turned around, and looked at his two teammates. On this trip to the secret realm, De Huang ate most of the beast blood and flesh, that's the bulk of it. Zhao Xian's tone was calm, as if he were stating something very ordinary. The rest of the materials are mostly from the small monsters and herbs we gathered along the way. As per our previous agreement, I'll take half, and the other half you two can split. After speaking, he quickly tapped a few times on the screen. Ding! Ding! Almost simultaneously, both Leah and Lin Min's phones rang with notification sounds. Lin Min pulled out her phone and instantly froze in place. The string of numbers on the screen made her feel a little dizzy. 25,000 yuan. For rich kids, this might just be enough for a meal, or maybe a small portion of a bag. But for Lin Min, this was a huge sum. Her grandfather ran a stall on the black market, working from dawn to dusk every day, always fearful. After paying the protection fee and stall fees, he could only bring home 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. But now, just one afternoon. By following Zhao Xian into a secret realm, she earned her grandfather's yearly income. Captain. Lin Min's hand holding the phone was trembling slightly, her voice even more excited. This is too much, right? I really didn't do much, just scouted ahead, shot a few arrows. Although she loved money, she also knew her place. The main damage in this secret realm was done by De Huang. She and Leah were just supporting roles, or even more like being trained by Zhao Xian. According to the usual practice, in this case, the captain would take 90% of the loot, and they would be lucky to just get a taste. Take it if I'm giving it to you. Zhao Xian stuffed his hands in his pockets, watching Lin Min's embarrassed look with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This is what you deserve. Scouting is a skill. If it weren't for your early warning, De Huang wouldn't have killed so easily. And besides, you'll need money more in the future. This is just starting capital. He then turned to look at Leah. Although Leah came from a well-off family, seeing the transfer record on her phone, she also showed a genuine smile. This wasn't just about the money. It was a feeling of being recognized, a sense of accomplishment brought by teamwork. Thank you. Zhao Xian. Leah smiled sweetly, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Then I won't be polite and will gladly accept. It just so happens that I want to buy some high-quality evolution dust for Guangdie, and this amount is just enough. Zhao Xian nodded, saying nothing more. As the team leader, one must not only lead the team to victory but also understand the distribution of benefits. Only by letting the teammates taste the sweetness and see hope can the team truly come together, rather than remaining scattered. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. Zhao Xian waved his hand, signaling the team to disperse. The three of them walked back along the road, preparing to take a taxi. Just as they were about to reach the intersection, Leah, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly slowed her pace. She hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist asking, Zhao Xian, that Lu Han? As soon as that name was mentioned, the previously relaxed atmosphere froze in an instant. Lin Min also perked up her ears. Although she hated that woman, the scene she had just witnessed was too strange. A living person had been grabbed by a creature that looked like a zombie, and no one knew whether she was alive or dead. She was grabbed by that strange person, will she die? Li Yi's voice carried a hint of worry. This was due to her kind nature. Even when it came to enemies, seeing such a terrifying scene inevitably stirred her compassion. Die? Zhao Xian stopped and turned around, looking at the wasteland behind them, now shrouded in darkness. His eyes were deep and cold, as if they could pierce through the darkness and see the massive organization hidden in the shadows. The creature that grabbed Lu Han was a living dead. The appearance of such a being here was definitely not a coincidence. But he couldn't say it. The Spirit Society's waters were too deep, so deep that even his past self almost drowned in it. Li Ye and Lin Min were still too weak. If they learned too much about the Spirit Society, it would only bring them endless trouble and danger. Don't worry, those people have strong lives. Zhao Xian turned around, showing an indifferent expression, and spoke in a casual tone, as the saying goes, good people don't live long, and calamities last 1,000 years. Lu Han, a woman who would sell anything to climb up, isn't so easy to kill. Besides, she chose this path herself. Zhao Xian's voice grew colder. Since she chose to be Li Fu's dog and came to the secret realm to plot against me, she should be ready for backlash. As for who the person who grabbed her is or what they want, it's none of our business. Stop worrying about it. If you have that spare time, it's better to meditate more and improve your mental strength. Chapter 48, The Blood Rose, The Strange Reunion. After Zhao Xian's sharp remarks, Li Ye didn't ask any more questions. She nodded, though she still felt uneasy, but out of trust in Zhao Xian, she chose not to pursue the matter further. Then, we'll leave first. Li Ye and Lin Min hailed a taxi at the intersection. Before getting in, Li Ye even rolled down the car window and waved at Zhao Xian, see you tomorrow. Remember to rest well. Watching the taxi's taillights disappear into the night, Zhao Xian's relaxed expression instantly vanished without a trace. He didn't rush to take a taxi but, with Big Yellow by his side, walked slowly along the edge of the road. The last rays of the sunset had already sunk below the horizon, and the streetlights had not fully lit up yet, leaving the world in a grayish haze. Zhao Xian had his hands in his pockets, his brow furrowed deeply. Something's not right. He silently replayed everything that had happened today in his mind. Why did the Spirit Society want to capture Lu Han? Zhao Xian couldn't figure it out. Although Lu Han had awakened a spirit body, her talent wasn't top tier, and she had already been used up by Li Fu. To the Spirit Society, a cult organization that pursued ultimate power, she had no value at all. Could it be that they wanted to turn her into a new living dead? I always feel like I've missed some key information. Zhao Xian kicked a small stone by the roadside, and the stone rolled with a clink into the drain. De Huang seemed to sense his owner's frustration. Unlike usual, it didn't run freely but instead walked closely by Zhao Xian's side, occasionally letting out a low growl, cautiously observing the surroundings. Before he realized it, Zhao Xian had already walked back to the entrance of Tianhai University. It was the time when evening study sessions had just begun, and many students were coming and going through the gate. The streetlights finally lit up, casting long shadows of the passers-by in the dim yellow glow. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, intending to push these messy thoughts out of his mind and head home for a good night's sleep. However, just as he looked up, preparing to step through the school gate, his steps suddenly froze. It was as if he had been struck by some immobilizing spell, and his whole body stiffened in place. A chill ran up his spine, shooting straight to the top of his head, making every hair on his body stand on end in an instant. Woof! De Huang also suddenly stopped. Its previously gentle gaze turned fiercely hostile, staring ahead with its eyes fixed, letting out a growl, a sound only heard when facing extreme danger. By the giant stone pillar at the school gate, under the dim yellow streetlight, there stood a person. A woman. She wore a pure white dress, the hem of which fluttered lightly in the evening breeze, making her seem especially graceful. Her hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, and her face was painted with that kind of exquisitely done fake natural makeup, looking as pure as a freshly bloomed little white flower. In her arms, she held a huge and vibrant bunch of red roses. The roses were so red that they almost hurt the eyes. In the light, the petals seemed to shimmer with a nearly black crimson, like freshly congealed blood. It was Lu Han. Zhao Xian stared hard at the figure, his pupils shrinking violently. How is this possible? A few hours ago, in the secret realm, he had seen Lu Han, wearing a tattered cloak, covered in blood, being dragged away like a chicken by that terrifying undead statue. In that situation, even if she didn't die, she would have been badly hurt. But now, there she was, standing there, looking completely fine. No injuries, her clothes spotless, not even a trace of the panic or fear from earlier remained. She looked completely normal. Normal to the point of being eerie. The students passing by didn't notice anything unusual. Some boys even turned back to take another look at her, drawn to her pure appearance. As Zhao Xian was still in shock, Lu Han seemed to have spotted him. Her eyes suddenly lit up. That gaze was no longer filled with resentment, fear, or greed. Instead, it was a shy look, like first love. It was the same look she had given him 3 years ago when she first handed him water on the playground. Innocent, passionate, and a little cautiously eager to please. Zhao Xian. Lu Han called out, her voice clear and melodious, not a hint of hoarseness. Holding the blood-red roses, she skipped lightly toward Zhao Xian. Her posture, her expression, as if everything that happened in the secret realm, the deadly chase, being taken by monsters, even Zhao Xian's public humiliation, had never happened. Or perhaps something had erased all those memories from her mind. Zhao Xian didn't move. His hand had already quietly reached for his waist, and his spiritual power immediately locked onto Lu Han. He was searching for flaws. Looking for even the slightest spiritual fluctuation or signs of disguise. But there was nothing. The Lu Han in front of him was calm, her heartbeat normal, and even the cheap perfume smell had disappeared, replaced by a faint, gentle scent. The pleasant scent of roses. But within the fragrance, there seemed to be a faint, almost imperceptible, earthy smell. Like the scent of freshly dug soil from a grave. Lu Han ran up to Zhao Xian and stopped 3 steps away from him. This distance was just the most ambiguous one between lovers, and also the best distance for an assassin to strike. The last rays of the setting sun shone perfectly on her, coating her in a golden halo. This glow should have been sacred, but in Zhao Xian's eyes, it instead radiated a nauseating falseness and absurdity. Lu Han tilted her head, gazing at Zhao Xian, who was on high alert, and flashed him an incredibly sweet smile. That smile was perfect. Perfect, as though it had been painted on, every muscle movement so precise, yet something was missing. Anger. She held out the roses in her arms, the bright red petals almost touching Zhao Xian's chest. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Han blinked those large, clear, somewhat terrifying eyes, her tone soft and sweet as if water could drip from it. Don't you recognize me? I came here specially to apologize to you. Zhao Xian stood in the shadow of the stone pillar at the school gate, looking at this smiling woman in front of him, feeling an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Just a few hours ago, in the dark, damp, and rotting-filled secret realm of Tsuiwei Forest, he had seen Lu Han crawling on the ground like a homeless dog. She was covered in mud, her dress torn to shreds, and in order to survive, she had even poured spirit fluid on the large yellow beast. In the end, that stinking undead-like figure had grabbed her like a little chicken and dragged her away. According to reason, she should either be a cold corpse by now or enduring inhuman torture in some dark basement. But now? She was wearing a spotless white dress, her hair smooth as if just treated, her face lightly made up, and in her arms, she held a large bouquet of bright red roses. This scene was so jarring. It was as if a horror film had suddenly cut to a youth idol drama, giving him goosebumps all over. Zhao Xian, why aren't you saying anything? Lu Han tilted her head, blinking those big eyes, full of innocence and grievance. She took a step closer, the bouquet of red roses almost touching Zhao Xian's nose. I've been waiting here just for you. I know you must be tired from your journey to the secret realm today. Look, this is the flower I chose especially for you, your favorite red roses. Chapter 49, The Bloody Killing Intent Beneath the Roses. Zhao Xian didn't respond. He simply looked at Lu Han coldly, as if observing a mental patient. He was looking for a flaw. He searched for wounds, for bloodstains, for even the slightest sign of distress. But there was none. She was too perfect, perfect like an unwrapped inflatable doll, even the curve of her smile was so standard it seemed measured with a ruler. Vague yellow. Zhao Xian whispered softly. The large yellow dog didn't leap up to play as usual, but instead, it kept its body low, growling deeply in its throat. Its dark golden eyes were fixed on Lu Han, its fur standing on end, as if it had encountered a monster wearing human skin. Animal instincts were often sharper than human ones. Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze, not even bothering to investigate how she had escaped from that undead monster. For a woman who would sell anything for personal gain, he didn't even feel like exchanging a single punctuation mark with her. Move. Zhao Xian spat out 2 cold words, then turned to the side, preparing to walk past her into the school gate. His movements were swift and decisive, with not a trace of hesitation, like encountering a pile of disgusting trash on the side of the road. He just wanted to get away quickly, to avoid getting the foul smell on him. However, it was clear that Lu Han had no intention of letting him go so easily. Seeing Zhao Xian about to leave, her smile instantly crumbled, turning into a pitiful, sorrowful look. Zhao Xian. Don't be like this. She suddenly took a step forward and blocked his path again. This time, her voice rose, filled with a noticeable sob, immediately attracting the attention of everyone around. I know I was wrong before, I was confused, I hurt you. But I really want to start over with you. It was dinner time, and there were already many students coming in and out of the school gate. When she shouted like that, a crowd quickly gathered around to watch. What the hell is going on? A big breakup scene? That woman looks familiar. Hey! Isn't that Lu Han? Lu Han? The one who sold out her boyfriend for money? Yes. That's her. A while ago, she made a huge stir on the forum, saying that she dumped her ex-boyfriend Zhao Xian for the rich second-generation Li Fu, and publicly humiliated him. So what's she doing now? Trying to get him back? Get back together, my foot. I think that rich guy got tired of her and dumped her. Now she wants to go back to the honest guy to pick up the pieces. The gossiping voices in the crowd were growing louder, their words cutting like knives. If this had been the old Lu Han, hearing these words would have made her furious, or she would have fought back like a shrew. But today's Lu Han was strange. It was as if she couldn't hear any of the nasty things people were saying, not even a glance to the side. Her eyes were only on Zhao Xian. The intensity in her gaze was unsettling, almost unnerving. Zhao Xian, say something. Lu Han kept pressing forward, her tears falling rapidly down her cheeks, making her look pitiful. I know you still care about me, or why haven't you found a girlfriend? That Li Ye is just your teammate, right? The one you truly love is me, isn't it? If you forgive me, I will listen to you from now on. I won't see that Li Fu again. Let's go back to the way things were, okay? As she spoke, she reached out her hand, trying to grab Zhao Xian's sleeve. Zhao Xian looked at the hand that was reaching out. The hand was very white, the nails neatly trimmed and painted with light pink polish. But in Zhao Xian's eyes, that hand overlapped with the filthy hand from the secret realm that had tried to poison De Huan with spiritual liquid. It was disgusting. The nausea felt like it was flipping his insides. Get lost. Zhao Xian spoke again, his voice colder than before, carrying an unmistakable disgust. Lu Han, are you deaf, or did the door hit your head? I'll say it one last time, stop putting on an act here, and don't try to gross me out with your crocodile tears. It's over between us. The moment you climbed into Li Fu's bed for money, you were dead to me. Zhao Xian's words were harsh, showing no mercy to this childhood sweetheart. The crowd around them gasped. Damn, this guy's tough. That's how you deal with these kinds of fake women, no mercy. Exactly, why should she get to leave when she wants, and come back when she wants? Is this a public toilet? However, despite Zhao Xian's ruthless humiliation, Lu Han's expression didn't crumble or show any anger. On the contrary, the sorrow on her face deepened. Zhao Xian, how could you be so heartless? She muttered to herself, but her steps never stopped. In fact, taking advantage of the moment Zhao Xian was speaking, she pressed forward once again. This step made her entire body almost stick to Zhao Xian's. The distance between them instantly shrank to less than half a meter. This distance had already broken the normal social boundary of personal space. A rich fragrance of perfume rushed towards him. It was a high-end rose perfume, sweet to the point of being a bit overpowering. Zhao Xian instinctively held his breath, his brows furrowing even tighter. Something was wrong. Beneath the strong scent of perfume, there was another smell hiding. It was an extremely faint, yet extremely unique smell. The smell of earthiness. And the smell of decay. It was as if a piece of rotten meat, buried underground for several days, was dug up and then sprayed with a large amount of perfume to cover the stench. The two smells mixed together, forming a nauseating, weird odor. Zhao Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. This smell. It was exactly the same as the smell on the living dead that took Lu Han in the secret realm. You. Just as Zhao Xian was about to speak, Lu Han, who had been lowering her head, suddenly raised it. In that instant, the expression on her face, so tragic, resentful, and pitiful, seemed to be frozen as if someone pressed the pause button. Then, her mouth started to curl upward. It was not a natural smile, but an extremely stiff, extremely eerie pull. It was as if invisible threads were forcefully pulling the corners of her mouth to her ears. Those big eyes, which had once held tears, no longer showed any trace of affection. All that was there was a hollow, dead gray emptiness, and a mechanical feeling as if she was simply completing a task. Since you won't forgive me. Lu Han's voice changed. It was no longer the crisp, pleasant female voice from before, but became hoarse and low, as if there was a thick phlegm in her throat, or like two rusted iron sheets were scraping against each other. Then give me your life. Before the words even finished, the bouquet of bright red roses she had been holding exploded without warning. Boom! Countless red petals flew through the air like a storm, appearing both tragic and alluring under the dim streetlights. The students who had been watching the spectacle had not yet reacted to what had happened, but they felt as if they were witnessing a grand flower rain. However, amidst this beautiful flower rain, a blood-red afterimage shot out with a piercing scream. That was not a flower. It was a monster hiding in the very center of the bouquet. Chapter 50, Bloody Confession, Loyal Dog Saves the Master. It was only the size of a palm, completely blood-red, hairless, with its skin covered in fine barbed spines, looking like a skinned rat but with a pair of giant fleshy wings. A blood-red bat. Screech! A sharp, ear-piercing screech exploded between them. The bat's speed was at its peak, even surpassing the limit of a normal 9th-tier beast. Using the explosion of the petals as cover, it turned into a red flash of lightning, charging straight towards Zhao Xian's face. It was too close. The distance between them was already less than half a meter, and with this sudden change, even a god would be unable to react in time. The surrounding students, who had been laughing and gossiping, were instantly like ducks with their necks grabbed, all sounds suddenly stopping. Terror was written all over their faces. They watched helplessly as that hideous blood-red flash, like the scythe of death, sliced through the petals flying in the air, heading straight for Zhao Xian's throat. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Zhao Xian could even clearly see the bat's mouth wide open. There was no tongue inside, only 2 rows of fine, saw-like sharp teeth, and a tube sticking out from deep in its throat, dripping with thick, sticky venom. Its pea-sized eyes shone with a bloodthirsty red light. It was pure murderous intent. Lu Han stood in the flower rain, maintaining the pose of offering flowers with both hands, her smile still stiff and strange. There was no love, no hate, not even the pleasure of killing in her eyes. Only a chilling emptiness that made one shudder. It was like a puppet controlled by someone, quietly waiting for the next move after completing the master's orders. Die. Her lips, painted with bright red lipstick, slightly parted, silently uttering these 2 words. The sharp fangs of the blood-red bat were just 1 centimeter away from Zhao Xian's eyeball. Zhao Xian could even feel the foul, fishy breath spray onto his eyelashes. There was no way to avoid it. It was a hair-raising moment. The sharp fangs of the blood-red bat were less than a centimeter from Zhao Xian's eyeball, and even the nauseating smell had already entered his nostrils. Zhao Xian's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, and every muscle in his body tensed to the limit, but his reaction speed was still half a beat too slow. It was too close. At such a distance, even a beast master with agility skills might not be able to dodge in time. In that life-and-death moment, a black and gold shadow, without warning, suddenly cut in from the side. It was as fast as a black lightning bolt, so fast that even the air was torn with a sharp explosive sound. Roar! A deafening roar exploded in Zhao Xian's ear. Big Yellow didn't think at all, relying solely on its instinct to protect its master, and forcibly blocked Zhao Xian with its own body. Put! A dull sound of sharp teeth piercing through flesh. The blood-red bat, which was originally aimed at Zhao Xian's eyeball, bit fiercely into Big Yellow's left shoulder. Its sharp fangs instantly pierced through Big Yellow's iron-like fur and deeply into the muscle. A strange purple-black toxin quickly poured into the wound, and a terrifying black aura immediately spread around Big Yellow's originally black and gold fur. Big Yellow! Zhao Xian's eyes almost split, his heart seemed to be squeezed tightly by someone. He could clearly see Big Yellow's muscles twitching in agony, but this stupid dog didn't even whimper. Instead, it used the pain to grow fiercer. Its dark gold pupils instantly filled with blood and turned completely red. Dare to harm my master? You're asking for death. Kill! Zhao Xian roared, his voice filled with overwhelming killing intent. No command was needed from Zhao Xian, Big Yellow's huge blood-filled mouth had already opened wide. It didn't care about the wound on its shoulder and bit the blood-red bat that was still hanging on it at a vicious angle. Crack! The sound of bones crushing was enough to make one's teeth ache. The once ferocious and lightning-fast blood-red bat was like a fragile bone under Big Yellow's crushing bite. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. Before the bat could even scream, Big Yellow had shattered it, skin and bone, into pieces. The stinky blood sprayed all over Big Yellow's face and splattered onto Zhao Xian's body. But it wasn't over yet. Zhao Xian didn't even have time to check Big Yellow's injury, his gaze shot over Big Yellow and locked onto the woman still standing in the flower rain, still wearing that strange smile. Lu Han. This bitch. Stay here. Zhao Xian roared, and his body shot out like a leopard. His hand turned into a claw, cutting through the air with a sharp wind, going straight for Lu Han's throat. This grab left no room for mercy. It didn't matter if she was Lu Han or who was standing behind her, she had to die today. However, just as Zhao Xian's fingers were about to touch Lu Han's neck, a bizarre scene occurred. Lu Han's smile remained stiff, but her body suddenly seemed to lose all its bones. From an angle that humans could never achieve, it twisted back grotesquely by 90 degrees. It was like a slippery loach, or a snake without a spine. Zhao Xian's grab, he caught nothing. Kak. Lu Han's throat emitted a chilling laugh, a sound that didn't seem to come from vocal cords at all, but more like 2 bones grinding against each other. Her entire body fell to the ground, and using all 4 limbs, she swiftly and weirdly slithered into the panicked crowd. Ah! A monster! It's killing! Run! The surrounding students were already stunned by the bloody scene just moments ago. Now, seeing Lu Han crawl on the ground like a spider, they were even more terrified, screaming and scattering in all directions. The scene instantly became a chaotic mess. Zhao Xian was bumped by a few students running wild, causing him to pause for a moment. Just that brief second. The figure, wearing a white dress and covered in blood, had already made several swift movements through the crowd, like a gray mouse, darting into a dark alley, disappearing completely from sight. Damn it! Zhao Xian angrily slammed his fist against a nearby stone pillar, veins bulging on the back of his hand. That movement, that flexibility, no normal human could possess such a thing. A living dead. The creature that took Lu Han in the secret realm didn't want to kill her, it had turned her into something not quite human, not quite a ghost. Zhao Xian was about to chase after her when suddenly, a weak and agonizing low moan came from behind. Wang Wu. The sound made Zhao Xian's heart skip a beat. He turned sharply, looking back. He saw that the mighty, black gold beast, the large yellow dog, was now shrinking rapidly, like a deflated balloon. Its once iron-hard black gold fur was quickly losing its shine, reverting to a dull yellowish fur. In just a few seconds, it had turned from a fearsome beast into an ordinary Chinese rural dog. But that wasn't the worst part. The worst part was that the large yellow dog was now lying on the ground, trembling violently. Its skin had turned an abnormal reddish hue, like a boiled shrimp. A visible wave of heat was continuously radiating from its body. Chapter 51, A Life on the Edge. Big Yellow. Zhao Xian couldn't care about the fleeing monster anymore. He dashed to Big Yellow's side, reaching out to support it. Sizzle. The moment his hand touched Big Yellow's body, Zhao Xian immediately recoiled. Scalding. It was burning hot. The temperature was nothing like a living creature's body heat, it felt like touching a glowing iron. How could this be? Zhao Xian looked at his palm, and he found that blisters had already formed from the heat. Big Yellow was completely disoriented now. It lay on the ground, foam spilling from its mouth, its limbs twitching uncontrollably. Its once bright eyes were now tightly shut, with its eyeballs violently rolling beneath its eyelids. Its blood seemed to be boiling, and through the skin, Zhao Xian could see the veins pulsing, as if they might burst at any moment. The blood-red bat was poisonous. And not just any poison. This was a powerful fire poison specifically targeting spirit beast bloodlines. Damn. 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 Zhao Xian's mind buzzed, going blank. An overwhelming fear drowned him in an instant. Even when faced with the beast tide and being pushed to the edge by Li Fu in his past life, he had never panicked like this. Big Yellow wasn't just a spirit beast. It was family. It was the brother who had never left him during his lowest moments, the one who had risked its life to shield him when he was in danger. Hold on. Big Yellow, hold on. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and pulled the burning Big Yellow into his arms. Sizzling. The high temperature instantly burned through Zhao Xian's clothes, searing his chest and arms. The pain pierced deeply, as if his flesh and skin were being cooked in that very moment, emitting a faint burnt smell. But Zhao Xian didn't even furrow his brows, instead, he held on even tighter. He was afraid that if he loosened his grip, De Huan would be gone. Get away. Everyone, get away. Zhao Xian, holding De Huan, ran wildly towards the school gate like a crazed beast. His eyes were bloodshot, and his throat let out a hoarse roar. The students around, still watching and taking photos, were frightened by Zhao Xian's fierce appearance and quickly stepped back, clearing a path. The wind howled in his ears. Zhao Xian felt as if his lungs were about to explode, but he couldn't stop, not even slow down. De Huang in his arms was getting hotter and hotter, the heat feeling as if it would set him on fire. De Huang's breathing grew weaker, each agonizing whimper felt like a dull knife cutting at Zhao Xian's heart. Don't sleep. De Huang. Can you hear me? Don't sleep. Zhao Xian ran while shouting, his voice carrying a hint of crying he didn't even realize. I bought you so much good food. There are still 500 boxes of canned food left. If you dare die, I'll feed all of it to the stray dogs outside. Woof. Ugh. It seemed that De Huang heard his master's call, barely opening one eye slit, weakly letting out a sound, and wagging its tail tip slightly. But that one small movement made Zhao Xian even more anxious. Because he felt De Huang's body starting to swell. It was like a balloon blown to its limit, the skin tight, the veins underneath turning an eerie purple red. That was a sign of the internal energy running wild, unable to be released. The bat that injected not only poison but seemed like an explosive agent, igniting De Huang's unstable divine beast bloodline. Hurry! Faster! Zhao Xian desperately squeezed every bit of spiritual energy from his body, channeling it into his legs. His speed reached its peak, leaving a blurry afterimage on the main road of the campus. It was close. Ahead was the school's spiritual beast clinic. That white two-story building was brightly lit at this moment, and in Zhao Xian's eyes, it seemed like the only lifeline. Bang! Zhao Xian didn't even slow down, kicking the clinic's door wide open. The heavy glass door shattered from the kick, glass shards scattering all over the floor. In the clinic's lobby, several students and doctors who were treating cats and dogs were startled by the loud noise and turned their heads. They saw a blood-soaked man with messy hair, holding a steaming mud in his arms, rushing in. His eyes were as fierce as if he were going to eat someone, exuding an overwhelming murderous aura. "Doctor! Where's the doctor? Help!" Zhao Xian screamed hoarsely, his voice raspy like a broken windbox. An old professor wearing glasses furrowed his brows and walked out. He was about to scold, but when his gaze fell on Devouring in Zhao Xian's arms, his expression changed instantly. "Quick! Put it on the emergency table!" The old professor shouted, directing a few interns to push a metal table over. Zhao Xian carefully placed De Huang on the cold metal table. At this moment, De Huang had completely lost consciousness. Its body was still rising in temperature, and where the metal table touched its skin, it emitted a sizzling sound, releasing a puff of white smoke. What is happening?" The interns standing by were so scared that their faces turned white, not daring to touch it. "Stop talking. Save it." Zhao Xian grabbed the old professor by the collar, his eyes bloodshot. "Use whatever medicine you can. No matter how much it costs. If it can save it, I'll give you my life. Let go." "How can I save it if you keep doing this?" The old professor slapped Zhao Xian's hand away. Quickly put on the gloves, picked up the stethoscope, and pressed it to De Huang's chest. As soon as it made contact, the old professor's face turned extremely ugly. The heartbeat is over 300 times per minute, body temperature is 45 degrees, still rising. The old professor's voice trembled. "This is bloodline overload. Its blood vessels are about to burst." Zhao Xian stood by, gripping the edge of the metal table tightly, his knuckles turning white. He looked at De Huang, lying on the table. The once mighty and majestic black golden beast, capable of crushing iron-armored rhinos with a single bite, was now as fragile as a thin sheet of paper. Suddenly, drip! A drop of bright red liquid fell onto the metal table, making a crisp sound. Zhao Xian's body stiffened, slowly lowering his head. He saw 2 lines of blood tears slowly flowing down from the corner of De Huang's tightly shut eyes. Next, from its nostrils, the corners of its mouth, and ears. Fine blood droplets seeped out from every pore on its body, like sweat, instantly staining the white cloth beneath it. That was the sign that the blood vessels could no longer bear the immense internal pressure and were starting to rupture. "Da Huang!" Zhao Xian's voice choked in his throat, watching the scene with despair. The old professor suddenly raised his head and shouted at the nurse behind him, "Quick! Get the tranquilizer! Maximum dosage! And the ice attribute spiritual liquid! Bring it all here! Hurry!" The air in the emergency room felt as if it had frozen, with only the old heart rate monitor emitting a chilling, nerve-wracking shriek. Beep 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 beep. The sound was so fast, too fast to distinguish the intervals, like a straightened death red line, tightly choking every person's neck in the room. The air was filled with a strong disinfectant smell, but this odor couldn't mask the charred, bloody scent emanating from De Huang's body. "Hold it down. Don't let it move." Chapter 52, Boiling Blood Deadlock. The old professor was sweating profusely, his hands shaking with the stethoscope. He shouted while trying to fix De Huang's constantly twitching limbs onto the metal table. Several young interns had already been scared silly, frantically trying to help, but as soon as their hands touched De Huang's skin, they recoiled, burned by the heat. "Professor! The temperature is still rising. It's already 46 degrees. A female intern looked at the thermometer reading, her voice cracking. "This is not a temperature that a living being should have. Its internal organs will be cooked." Zhao Xian stood aside, his hands clutching the edge of the metal table, his knuckles turning white from the force. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely at De Huang, struggling in pain on the table. De Huang's condition was too tragic now. The once awe-inspiring black golden beast was now curled up into a ball, every pore on its body oozing blood. The blood droplets, as soon as they emerged, were evaporated by the high temperature, turning into a faint blood mist, enveloping its body. Its breath was rapid, like a broken bellows, each inhale accompanied by violent rises and falls in its chest, as if its lungs would burst any second. "Where's the tranquilizer? Has it been administered?" Zhao Xian roared, his voice hoarse, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of sand. "It's been administered. It's already been administered." The old professor suddenly lifted his head, his glasses fogged up, his eyes filled with fear and despair. "It's no use. It's completely useless. How can it be useless? That was the strongest tranquilizer, it could take down even an elephant." Zhao Xian didn't believe it. He grabbed the old professor's white coat, as if trying to lift the old man up. "Calm down." The old professor slapped Zhao Xian's hand away, pointing at the wave pattern on the monitor, shouting, "Look carefully. This is not poisoning. This is not ordinary poisoning. The old professor took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and explained quickly, I just tested its blood sample. The bat that injected it didn't use toxins at all, but an extremely rare biological enzyme. Biological enzyme? Zhao Xian was stunned. Yes. This enzyme is like throwing a burning bomb into a pile of dry wood. The old professor pointed at De Huang's blood vessels, which were almost about to burst. It is wildly overusing this spirit beast's life force. It has catalyzed the blood flow to more than 10 times the normal rate. 10 times the flow rate. What does this even mean? This is like forcing a car that could only go 100 miles per hour to suddenly speed up to 1,000 miles per hour with a rocket booster. The engine can't withstand such a load and could fall apart at any moment. That bat is a frenzied blood bat. The old professor seemed to remember something, and his face instantly turned as white as paper. I've seen this creature in ancient texts. It was listed as a forbidden biological weapon decades ago. Only those insane cults would breed such creatures. Frenzied blood bat. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and forced out those words from between his teeth. The otherworldly spirit society. So what do we do now? Since we know what it is, there must be a way to save it, right? Zhao Xian stared hard at the old professor, his eyes holding the last shred of hope. The old professor looked at Zhao Xian's bloodshot eyes. His lips moved, but in the end, he sadly lowered his head. There's no way. What did you say? Zhao Xian's voice turned cold, like a beast about to go wild. There really is no way. The old professor painfully grabbed his hair. Its heart is now beating like a machine gun. More than 400 beats per minute. If it weren't for its absurdly strong physique, a normal spirit beast would have had its blood vessels burst the moment it was bitten. But even with divine beast bloodlines, it won't last long. The old professor pointed at the foam of blood coming from De Huang's mouth. Do you see that? Those are internal organ fragments. Its blood vessel walls are being torn apart by the high-speed flowing blood. Internal hemorrhage is just a matter of time. Then stop the bleeding. Inject a coagulant. No matter how expensive the medicine, I can afford it. Zhao Xian yelled. No, you can't. The old professor almost screamed, interrupting him. The current blood flow is too fast. If we inject a coagulant, the blood will instantly clot in the blood vessels. Under that high-speed impact, those blood clots will flood through like a mudslide and directly destroy its heart valves. If that happens, it will die even faster. Zhao Xian froze. Stopping the bleeding is impossible. Then what about cooling it down? Freeze it. Use ice-type spirit liquid. Zhao Xian thought of another solution. That won't work either. The old professor shook his head in despair. Its metabolism is too fast. Even if we inject a sedative, it will be metabolized within 2 seconds. Freezing can only delay its death, it doesn't solve the core problem. As long as the biological enzyme inside it doesn't disappear, its blood will keep boiling until the last drop is drained. A deadlock. No matter if it's medication or physical cooling, it's like trying to stop boiling water by adding more heat, it won't save De Huang's life. Zhao Xian felt all his strength drain away, and his legs nearly gave way beneath him. He staggered over to the metal platform, reached out his hand, and trembled as he grabbed De Huang's scorching paw. The paw's cushion had already swollen due to blood congestion, hard as a rock, burning hot. Woof, woo. De Huang seemed to feel its master's touch. It struggled to open a slit of its eye. Those eyes, once clear and bright, were now filled with blood, the pupils scattered and unfocused. Yet it still tried hard to lift its head, wanting to nuzzle Zhao Xian's palm. But it was too exhausted, it didn't even have the strength to move a finger. It could only let out a weak, painful whine, as if saying goodbye to Zhao Xian, or saying, Master, it hurts so much. Zhao Xian's heart felt like it was being slowly sliced with a blunt knife. Pain. It hurts so much. This feeling of watching a close companion wait for death right in front of me, yet being powerless to help, is more unbearable than actually killing him. Silly dog. Zhao Xian lowered his head, pressing his forehead against De Huang's burning forehead. Tears uncontrollably fell, making a pattering sound as they hit the metal table. Why did you have to block that? If you didn't block it, I would have been the one to die, right? Zhao Xian suddenly raised his head, and a chilling gleam flashed in his eyes. He finally understood. This whole situation was never about De Huang from the start. It was about him. Lu Han, that bitch, or rather the alien spirit faction behind her, had calculated De Huang's loyalty perfectly, knowing that at such a critical moment, De Huang would definitely risk his life to protect his master. But what if it had been Zhao Xian who was bitten by the crazed blood bat? Human bodies are far weaker than spirit beasts. Even though he was a beast master, and his body was enhanced by spiritual energy, he would never have been able to withstand the blood flow speed 10 times that of normal. Had it been him, he would have probably exploded and died in that very instant, like a balloon filled with air. There would have been no chance to save him. This was a carefully planned murder. They had used De Huang's loyalty and Zhao Xian's emotions to trap them in this inescapable dead end. Lu Han. Li Fu. Alien Spirit Faction. Zhao Xian bit down on his teeth, so hard that his gums bled, filling his mouth with the taste of rust. Regret gnawed at his heart like a venomous snake. If only he had been more vigilant. If only he hadn't let Lu Han get so close. If only he had noticed the tricks in that bouquet of flowers sooner. Drip drip. The sound from the monitor suddenly changed. The once steady, rapid beeping now had interruptions. This was not a sign of improvement, it was the forewarning of the heart stopping. Chapter 53, A Glimmer of Life in Desperation, The Transformation of the Light Butterfly. Not good. Heart rate is dropping. The old professor gasped, his face paling. Its heart can't take it anymore. It's starting to fail. Defibrillator. Quickly, prepare the defibrillator. The clinic once again erupted into chaos. Zhao Xian watched as De Huang's face gradually turned a dull gray, saw its chest rising and falling weaker and weaker, and an unprecedented despair enveloped him. Is there really no way to save him? Is he really going to have to watch his most important companion die, even after living a second life? No. I won't accept it. Zhao Xian clenched his fist tightly, his nails digging deep into his palm. At that moment. Bang! The clinic door was suddenly slammed open from the outside. The loud noise startled everyone inside. A small figure rushed in. She was running so fast that her hair was tangled and stuck to her face, her chest heaving violently, clearly having run all the way here. It was Li Ye. She was still in the battle uniform she hadn't had time to change out of, with sweat still on her face, her eyes filled with anxiety and panic. Zhao Xian. How is De Huang? Li Ye rushed in and immediately saw De Huang lying on the metal table, covered in blood. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. Though she hadn't spent much time with De Huang, in the secret realm, this big, honest dog had shielded her from harm countless times. In her heart, De Huang was no longer just a normal spirit beast, he was a comrade in arms. Li Ye. Zhao Xian looked at her, his voice hoarse. The doctor said, there's no hope. The enzyme from the crazed blood bat, the blood flow is too fast, they can't stop the bleeding. Zhao Xian spoke in broken sentences, each word seeming to be squeezed out from his throat with great effort. Li Ye, hearing Zhao Xian's description, turned pale. As an outstanding student, she naturally knew what the crazed bloodbat meant. It was an incurable poison. It was a curse aimed at life itself. Conventional methods won't work. Li Ye looked at De Huang's suffering face, her eyes suddenly becoming firm. She took a deep breath. It was as if she had made some significant decision. She strode to the metal table and forcefully pushed away the old professor, who was about to grab the defibrillator. What are you doing? Don't mess around. The old professor panicked. Get out of the way. Li Ye's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Since medicine can't save it, then let's save it with a spirit beast. She turned her head and looked at Zhao Xian, her eyes flashing with an unprecedented brilliance. Zhao Xian, do you trust me? Zhao Xian was stunned for a moment, looking at Li Ye's firm eyes, instinctively nodding, I trust. Good. Li Ye stopped wasting time. She closed her eyes, and her hands formed a complicated seal in front of her chest. A soft and pure spiritual force radiated from her body, instantly dispersing the suffocating smell of blood in the clinic. Come out, light butterfly. With a soft command. The pure white, somewhat ethereal light butterfly flew out from the center of Li Ye's forehead. It seemed to sense its master's determination, and also sensed the pain the big fellow on the table was enduring. This time, it didn't flutter around like it usually did. It hovered above De Huang, and the light on its wings began to undergo some kind of qualitative change. The soft white light gradually took on a faint golden hue. The night was thick, like a dirty rag soaked in ink, heavily pressing down on the sky above Tianhai City. A black-stretched limousine glided silently along the seaside avenue. The car windows were covered with one-way reflective film, blocking out the noise from outside and the dim yellow light from the street lamps. Inside the car, the leather seats emitted a faint smell of leather, and the temperature was kept at a comfortable 22 degrees by the air conditioning. Li Fu shook a glass of bright red wine in his hand, while the other hand rested on the edge of the window, his fingers tapping absent-mindedly. He was in a great mood, even exhilarated. Just a moment ago, he had received the news. That Zhao Xian, the guy he hated so much, that poor boy who dared to steal his limelight, was probably crying like a stray dog in some corner right now. Is everything done? Li Fu took a sip of wine, looking at the woman sitting opposite him with a playful expression. Lu Han. At this moment, Lu Han had changed out of the blood-stained white dress and put on a high-fashion gown that Li Fu had prepared for her. Her makeup had been touched up, and she still looked like the pure and lovely campus beauty. However, she sat very straight. Too straight. She looked like a wooden post nailed to the seat, her back stiff, her hands neatly placed on her knees, and even her breathing seemed programmed. It's done. Lu Han's voice was hoarse, as if gravel was lodged in her throat. She forced a smile at the corner of her lips, but her eyes were fixed intently on the wineglass in Li Fu's hand. That dog is poisoned by the mad blood bat, it's a certain death. Li Fu raised an eyebrow, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Mad blood bat? You can even get something like that? He put down his wineglass and leaned slightly forward, as if he was meeting this woman for the first time, examining her up and down. In his impression, Lu Han was just a vase with a pretty face. Greedy, vain, and brainless. She could disgust Zhao Xian, but he never had high hopes for her when it came to doing technical tasks. Unexpectedly, this woman gave him such a big surprise. That enzyme is unstoppable. Li Fu clicked his tongue, his tone filled with admiration. Once it enters the body, the blood flow increases tenfold, and the heart will burst directly. Zhao Xian cares more about that dog than his own life. Once the dog dies, his heart will shatter. How did you do it? Don't tell me you came up with this yourself. Although Li Fu was a playboy, he wasn't a fool. Lu Han knew exactly how much she weighed. The smile on Lu Han's face didn't change in the slightest, it was still that stiff curve. Someone is helping me. She didn't go into detail, only gave a vague reply. In fact, her own memories were also confused right now. It felt like a tangled mess was shoved into her head. She only remembered the person who reeked of death handing her a bouquet and telling her that if she gave the flowers to Zhao Xian, everything would end. As for the rest, she couldn't remember, nor did she want to think about it. Someone is helping? Li Fu sneered and leaned back into his chair again. Who cares who it is? As long as you can kill that dog, Zhao Xian, even if you asked King Yin for help, I'd accept it. He didn't care about the secrets behind Lu Han. To him, Lu Han was just a tool. As long as the tool worked well, who cared where it came from? Young Master Li. Lu Han suddenly spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of urgent longing. Zhao Xian has been crippled. That dog is dead for sure, and he's finished. So, about the promise you made to me. Li Fu looked at the greedy look on her face, a trace of disgust flashing in his heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the thrill of impending victory. He stretched out his hand and, like teasing a pet, gently patted Lu Han's cheek. The touch was icy. That coldness wasn't like normal human body temperature, more like touching a piece of pork just taken out from the cold storage. Li Fu frowned but didn't think much of it, assuming she was just scared. Don't worry. Li Fu smiled coldly, his eyes full of condescension. As long as that dog really dies, and Zhao Xian kneels and begs me in the arena. The position of the Li family's young mistress is yours. After all, I need a loyal dog, don't I? Upon hearing these words, a strange red light flashed deep in Lu Han's eyes. She slowly lowered her head, pressing her face against Li Fu's palm, looking like she was acting coquettishly, but also sniffing something. Thank you, young Master Li. I will be very obedient. At the same time. At the Spirit Beast Clinic of Tianhai University. The atmosphere here was completely different from the luxury inside the sports car, suffocating with despair and urgency. Beep beep beep. The alarm of the heart rate monitor blared, so piercing it made one want to go mad. On the metal table, De Huan's body was still convulsing violently. Blood beads were seeping from its pores more and more, and they had already gathered into a horrifying pool of blood on the table. The high temperature was still persistent. The entire emergency room felt like a steam box, the hot air surging. No. Still no. The old professor looked at the constantly rising values on the instrument, his voice trembling. Heart rate 420. Blood pressure is off the charts. Its blood vessel walls are rupturing on a large scale. If this continues, it will die in 2 minutes from internal bleeding. Shut up. Zhao Xian shouted with red eyes. He fixed his gaze on Leah, who stood in front of the metal table. At this moment, Leah was in the worst state imaginable. Her face was as pale as paper, without a trace of color. Sweat was dripping down from her forehead like beads of water, wetting the strands of hair sticking to her cheeks. Her hands were still holding the intricate hand seal, her fingers trembling slightly from the strain. And above her head, the light butterfly, which had only been the size of a palm before, was now frantically flapping its wings. It was no longer floating leisurely, it was desperate. Each time it flapped its wings, it scattered a light golden powder. This golden powder fell on the violently convulsing De Huan, like cool raindrops falling into a boiling pot of oil. Sizzle! Sizzle! When the light powder made contact with the blood-colored steam covering De Huan's body, a faint popping sound was heard. Though faint, it was indeed effective. The blood vessels of Devouring, which were on the verge of exploding, were soothed by these light particles. Miraculously, it didn't continue to worsen, but instead remained at an extremely dangerous critical point. But the cost was enormous. Leah! Stop! Zhao Xian looked at Leah's body, which was swaying dangerously, and his heart felt as though it were being pierced by needles. He saw it. A drop of bright red blood was dripping from Leah's nose, falling onto the pristine white floor tiles, splashing into a glaring little red flower. This was a sign of excessive mental exhaustion. Although the light butterfly was a healing spirit beast, it was only at the 9th rank. To suppress a domineering biological enzyme like the mad bloodbat required a level of spiritual power that was astronomically high. Leah was sacrificing her life to save Big Yellow's. I won't stop. Leah gritted her teeth, her voice weak but extraordinarily firm. She didn't turn around but fixed her gaze firmly on Big Yellow, her eyes filled with stubbornness. Zhao Xian, you said it. We are teammates. Big Yellow has saved me so many times. This time, let me save it. Put. As soon as she finished speaking, Leah suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her body wobbled, almost collapsing to the ground. Leah! Zhao Xian rushed to help her, but was harshly stopped by Leah's shout. Don't come over. Don't interrupt me. Leah wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth, her gaze becoming even more frantic. Light butterfly! Hold on! She screamed, pouring the last bit of her spiritual power into the tiny butterfly above her head without hesitation. At that moment, in the cramped clinic, it seemed like a strange magnetic field had formed. On one side was Big Yellow, struggling in pain, hanging by a thread. On the other side was Leah, giving it her all, even risking her life. And standing beside them was Zhao Xian, fists clenched, eyes red. In that moment, the three souls shared an indescribable resonance. It was the thirst for life. It was the determination for their companion. It was the furious roar of refusing to bow to fate. Buzz. The air suddenly vibrated. The light butterfly, which had been hovering in midair, suddenly emitted an extremely clear, incredibly pleasant sound. The sound didn't seem like something an insect could make, it sounded more like a jade stone cracking. And then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The light butterfly, whose body had been semi-transparent and somewhat illusory, started to develop fine cracks. It was like a piece of glass about to shatter. What's happening? Is the spirit beast going to break apart? The old professor beside them was so startled that his glasses fell off, shouting in fear. A spirit beast breaking apart was the most terrifying thing for a beast master. It meant the spirit beast could no longer bear the pressure and would soon disintegrate. No! No! Zhao Xian suddenly widened his eyes, staring intensely at the light butterfly that was shattering. He felt it. Beneath those seemingly breaking cracks, there was no sign of death. On the contrary, a faint, yet incredibly pure, sacred aura was seeping out from those cracks. It was a pressure far beyond that of an A-rank spirit beast. It was even purer than the divine beast aura on Big Yellow. Crack! A crisp sound. The light butterfly completely shattered. It turned into countless tiny specks of fluorescent light, dissipating into the air. Leah's body suddenly stiffened, her eyes dimming in an instant. Had they failed? Just when everyone thought it was all over. Those fluorescent particles scattered in the air didn't vanish. It was as if they were drawn by some mysterious force, suddenly pausing in mid-air for a moment. Then, all the light points instantly turned emerald green. That green wasn't ordinary grass green, nor was it a ghastly, eerie green. It was as transparent as jade, like the first tender sprout breaking through the earth in spring. Whoosh! An invisible wind blew through the clinic. Those emerald green light points began to spin, gather, and reassemble wildly. A tremendous life force, like a volcanic eruption, burst out from the center of that green light. The blood-colored mist that had surrounded Big Yellow. Under the shine of this green light, it was as if the snow meeting the blazing sun, quickly melting and dispersing. The violent heartbeat of Devouring miraculously slowed down by a beat. This is... The old professor slumped to the ground, his mouth wide open, his murky old eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the light of evolution? Impossible. The evolutionary path of the light butterfly was clearly severed. No one in the Federation has researched it for hundreds of years. Zhao Xian ignored the old professor's rambling. He simply stared blankly at the green light, which was continuously changing shape. At the very center of that light, a brand new figure, never seen before, was slowly taking shape. It was no longer a simple butterfly shape. It had a more slender body, more complex and gorgeous wings, and even, faintly, a human-like outline. A terrifying fluctuation, belonging to an S-class spiritual body, was brewing, about to explode. Although Leah was already at her weakest, she couldn't help but smile with a hint of satisfaction when she looked at this scene. She had bet right. On the edge of life and death, in the gap between despair and hope, her light butterfly had finally broken through the barrier that had troubled countless people. It was about to break out of its cocoon. Chapter 55 Hidden Evolutionary Form. Just as the green light, representing hope, was about to fully take shape, a sudden change occurred. The light, which had been as transparent as jade, suddenly flickered violently twice, as if it were a faulty light bulb. Then, that overwhelming life force began to visibly fade at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a layer of deathly gray even appearing at the edges. Puff! Leah spat out a mouthful of fresh blood again, this time dark red, even mixed with some broken internal organs. Her body seemed to have had its bones drained, and she fell limply backward, her hands that had been forming seals now weakly hanging down, her fingertips as pale as paper. Not good. Spiritual power exhausted. Her sea of consciousness can't hold up. The old professor stared at the brainwave values on the instrument that had instantly dropped to zero, his soul nearly flying out of his body, his voice high-pitched and distorted. Quick, stop it. The evolution has been interrupted. If this continues, not only will the spiritual beast collapse, but this girl will become an idiot. Even brain dead. Damn it. Zhao Xian reacted swiftly and caught Leah's body, which was about to fall. The spot where he touched was icy cold, and Leah's body trembled violently, a sign that her sea of consciousness was about to collapse. Her eyes were tightly closed, blood tears oozing from the corners of her eyes, clearly enduring pain that ordinary people could not imagine. Zhao Xian. Leah's consciousness had already blurred. Her lips moved slightly, and the sound that came out was as faint as a thread of silk. I'm sorry. I'm useless. I couldn't save Devouring. Shut up. Don't speak. Zhao Xian looked at the girl in his arms, barely breathing, then glanced at Devouring, who was still struggling on the operating table, hanging between life and death, a flash of resolute ruthlessness in his eyes. In 2 lifetimes, Zhao Xian never owed anyone a favor. This silly girl risked her life to save his dog. How could he watch the evolution fail? Want to die? Not without my permission. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare take you. Zhao Xian growled, without hesitation, and pressed his forehead heavily against Leah's forehead. Boom! In the next moment, Zhao Xian unleashed his terrifying spiritual power, far surpassing that of any other beast master of the same rank. If Leah's spiritual power was a small stream about to dry up, then the spiritual power Zhao Xian unleashed was like a river bursting its banks. With an unstoppable, domineering force, it rushed into Leah's sea of consciousness, which was about to shatter. Stay steady. Zhao Xian gritted his teeth, veins popping on his forehead. This reckless act of forcing spiritual power into someone else was extremely dangerous, and with the slightest mistake, both of their seas of consciousness would be severely injured. But he couldn't care less. With this fresh influx of strength, the struggle. Leah, who was on the brink of collapse, suddenly shook all over. Her once dull sea of consciousness, like land parched from a long drought, greedily absorbed the energy transmitted by Zhao Xian. The once dissipating emerald green light orb seemed to be injected with a stimulant at that moment. Buzz. A clear buzzing sound echoed throughout the entire clinic. The emerald green light no longer flickered but instead expanded instantly in a more violent, more dazzling manner. The brilliance was so intense that it even pierced through the clinic's walls, casting a green glow in the hallway outside. What is this? The old professor had to raise his hand to shield his eyes, and through the gaps in his fingers, he saw a scene that would be etched in his mind forever. The emerald green light cocoon, after expanding to its limits, did not shatter into pieces like a normal spiritual beast's evolution, but instead opened like a blooming bud, slowly and elegantly. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a refreshing and delicate fragrance filled the air. It was not the scent of perfume, nor any known flower's fragrance. It carried the earthy aroma, the freshness of plants, and just one breath of it made one feel all their pores open up, the weariness of days past vanishing instantly. As the light faded, the small butterfly-shaped light that was once the size of a palm had disappeared without a trace. In its place was a humanoid spiritual body floating in mid-air. She seemed only half a meter tall, draped in a radiant, translucent robe, with a pair of crystal-clear little feet bare, treading in the void. Her face was unclear, as if shrouded in a light mist, but the compassionate aura, full of sympathy for all beings, was clearly felt in the hearts of everyone present. The most striking feature was the plant she held in her hand. It was a pink, multi-petaled peony flower. The petals were delicately beautiful, as if freshly plucked from the morning dew, each petal glowing faintly with soft light. What kind of spiritual beast is this? The old professor stared wide-eyed, his dentures almost falling out. He had studied spiritual beasts all his life but had never seen such a form of evolution. A humanoid spiritual body. In the Beastmaster world, spiritual bodies that evolve into humanoid forms are all S-rank beings at the top of the pyramid. It worked. Zhao Xian let out a sigh of relief, feeling his body suddenly weak. The mental power infusion just now had nearly drained him dry. He propped Leah, who had fainted, onto a chair, his gaze fixated on the figure floating in midair. In the memories of his past life, there were no records of a light butterfly evolving into this form. It seemed that Leah's desperate effort, combined with his immense mental power catalyst, had accidentally unlocked a hidden evolutionary path never taken before. The spiritual body dressed in a glassy robe did not care about the astonishment of the crowd. She slightly lowered her head, her eyes, which seemed to contain the stars and seas, looked at the nearly dying Big Yellow on the operating table. At this point, Big Yellow's condition had worsened to the extreme. Almost all of his capillaries had burst, leaving him looking like a blood-filled gourd. The terrifying heat continued, even distorting the surrounding air due to the high temperature. The spiritual body sighed softly. Her voice was ethereal, distant, as if coming from the heavens. Then, she slowly raised the pink peony in her hand and gently waved it toward Big Yellow. Drip! A crystal-clear dewdrop fell from the peony's petal. This dewdrop presented an eerie light golden color, and as it fell, it did not evaporate at all. Instead, it absorbed the surrounding wood elements in the air, becoming even more plump and full. Drip! Drip! 3 drops of flower dew fell one after another, landing precisely on Big Yellow's bloodied body. A miracle happened. The wound, which was still sizzling and emitting blood-colored steam, instantly cooled down as if a hot iron block was thrown into ice water the moment it touched the flower dew. The suffocating heat wave dissipated at an unbelievable speed. Then, an even more astonishing scene unfolded. The blood vessels that had cracked on De Huang's body actually began to heal visibly. Chapter 56, The Apothecary descends, an S-class with 0 combat power. The skin tissue that had died due to the high temperature quickly shed, revealing the newly formed, tender flesh beneath. These flesh buds grew rapidly, scabbed over, peeled off, and finally grew into brand new fur. The newly grown fur was no longer the previous earthy yellow but instead showed a deep, dark golden color. Each hair shimmered with a tough gleam, like brushed metal, under the light. This is impossible? The old professor, like a madman, rushed to the instrument, staring intently at the values on the screen. Body temperature returned to normal? Heart rate stabilized? The violent biological enzymes inside disappeared? All neutralized? The old professor suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhao Xian, his eyes filled with fear and fanaticism. This is impossible. That is the poison of the frenzied blood bat. Even the best detoxifiers on the market need at least 3 days to gradually metabolize it. This only took a few seconds? 1 minute. Only 1 minute had passed. De Huang, who had been sentenced to death and was waiting for his heart to stop, now actually emitted steady breathing sounds. Its chest rose and fell rhythmically. Although still unconscious, the deathly aura that had once surrounded it had completely vanished, replaced by a vitality stronger and more vigorous than before the injury. Fortune from disaster. After this life-and-death ordeal and nourished by the mysterious flower dew, De Huang's physical strength had evidently risen to a new level. After completing all this, the spirit in the air slightly wobbled, clearly exhausted. She waved the peony flower in her hand again, which turned into a streak of light and entered the unconscious Leah's brow. The clinic returned to calm. Only the faint scent of peony in the air still reminded everyone that what had just happened was not a hallucination. A miracle. This is a miracle. The old professor, trembling, walked to the surgical table and reached out to touch De Huang's newly grown dark golden fur. It felt smooth like satin, without a trace of injury. He suddenly turned around and rushed to the computer connected to the Global Spirit Beast database, his hands trembling as he typed on the keyboard. Human form, plant symbiosis, healing system. S-class fluctuation. As he entered these keywords, numerous pieces of information appeared on the screen, but most were automatically filtered out by the system. Until the old professor entered the keywords peony and ancient mythology. The screen suddenly flickered. A long-sealed top-secret file slowly appeared before him. It was a blurry ancient painting rubbing. In the painting, a goddess draped in a long robe, holding a peony, was sprinkling nectar onto the human world. At the bottom right of the scroll, 2 ancient characters were written in seal script. The old professor stared at the 2 characters, his pupils sharply contracting, his breath becoming rapid like a bellows. Zhao Xian stood by, watching De Huang's steady breathing. His tense nerves finally relaxed. He glanced at the old professor's ghostly expression, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He of course knew what that was. That was the legendary Eastern mythology sequence, the one that governs all plants and trees and can revive the dead in flesh. Apothecary. Zhao Xian silently muttered the name in his heart. At this moment, the old professor finally snapped out of the extreme shock. He suddenly turned his head. Looking at Leah, who was unconscious in the chair, his gaze was no longer that of a teacher watching an ordinary student, but that of someone gazing at an extraordinarily rare treasure. No, a treasure 1,000 times more precious than any gem. He trembled as he pointed at the name on the screen, his voice hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. This is not just an S level. This is a miracle that could rewrite the history of spiritual body medical science. The air in the clinic finally stopped feeling tense, replaced by a calm that felt like surviving a disaster. On the operating table, Devouring, whose body had originally been swollen due to congestion, had now deflated, its new dark golden fur shining with a cold gleam under the surgical lights. Its breathing was steady and strong, its chest rising and falling slowly with each breath, occasionally twitching its nose, as if still savoring the life-saving flower dew from moments ago in its dreams. The old professor, like a child who had just received a new toy, walked around Devouring several times, the testing device in his hand beeping non-stop. A miracle, truly a biological miracle. The old professor pushed his glasses back up his nose, looking at Leah, who was sitting aside resting, with a face full of passion. Girl, how do you feel now? Can you summon that spiritual body again for me to see? The data from just now was so shocking, I need to confirm it again. Leah leaned back in her chair. Although her face was still a little pale, her eyes had already regained their clarity. She was holding a cup of warm water. Upon hearing the professor's words, she subconsciously glanced at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian was leaning against the window, playing with a coin in his hand, his gaze never leaving Devouring. When Leah looked over, he gave a slight nod. With Zhao Xian's approval, Leah took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. With a wave of gentle spiritual energy, the humanoid spirit wrapped in a glass-colored robe and holding a peony flower reappeared. It hovered about half a meter behind Leah, its face still shrouded in a faint mist, not clearly visible, but the compassionate aura around it seemed to raise the temperature of the entire clinic by a few degrees. Quick, quick, quick! Try attacking this target. The old professor excitedly pointed to a spiritual power testing target in the corner. Use all your strength. I want to see how terrifying the destructive power of this S-level spiritual body really is. Leah was taken aback for a moment, then tried to transmit the attack command to the spirit. However, the spirit just quietly hovered, the peony flower in its hand swaying slightly, showing no sign of attacking. What's going on? The old professor anxiously scratched his head. Is the command wrong? How can an S-level spirit body have no means of attack? Leah felt a little awkward. She could feel the spirit's emotions, a pure confusion, as if it didn't even know what an attack was. She tried again, and this time, the spirit finally responded. It raised its hand, and a bright green light beam shot toward the target. Ding! The testing device emitted a long beep, and a bright red number appeared on the screen, 0.5. The old professor's smile froze on his face. A damage value of 0.5? This was less than a scratch from a wild cat that hadn't even leveled up. Even the lowest level F-class spiritual beast would cause at least 10 points of damage, right? This isn't scientific. The old professor clutched his head, his worldview collapsing. The S-level pressure is so strong, how can it have no combat ability? Could it be a useless spirit body? It's not a useless spirit body. Zhao Xian, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke up. He put away the coin, stepped out from the shadow, his voice calm as though stating a fact that had long been known. All of her energy is focused on life, so naturally, there's no energy left for death. Have you ever seen a doctor use a scalpel to attack someone? The old professor opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but found no words. He could only dejectedly put down the testing device. But, an S-level with no self-defense ability, this. In actual combat. Who says she has no self-defense ability? Zhao Xian walked in front of Leah, his deep gaze fixated on the glazed spiritual body. As long as her teammates don't die, she is invincible. This is the ultimate support. Leah looked at Zhao Xian, her heartbeat involuntarily quickening a few beats. She could feel that Zhao Xian seemed to understand her spiritual body better than she, its owner, did. Zhao Xian, what exactly is she? Leah couldn't help but ask. The professor said she's a pharmacist, but I've never seen such a spiritual body in any of the textbooks. Zhao Xian didn't answer directly. Instead, he turned and looked out the window. The moonlight tonight was beautiful, casting a cold, serene glow on the hallway floor, adding a sense of mystery to the place. The professor was right, her name is indeed pharmacist. Zhao Xian turned around, his gaze burning as he looked at Leah. But behind this name, it represents not just a title, but a mythical path that no one has ever walked successfully. Mythical path? Both Leah and the old professor exclaimed in unison. In this world, mythical species of spiritual beasts were the ultimate dream of all beast masters. The heavenly dog bloodline in Devouring's body, and Li Fu's Holy Mary, both belonged to the mythical species category. But the name pharmacist sounded too ordinary, too plain, making it hard to connect it with those earth-shattering mythical creatures. You only know one side, but not the other. Zhao Xian pulled up a chair and sat down casually, yet the aura of control he exuded made it impossible to ignore. In the ancient Eastern mythological system, the title pharmacist actually points to two entirely different ranks. The old professor immediately took out a notebook, ears perked up like a schoolboy, afraid of missing a word. He had a feeling that what he was about to hear tonight might overturn the entire federal spiritual beast academic world. The first rank is called Pharmacist King Bodhisattva. Zhao Xian raised one finger. He specializes in curing all physical and mental ailments. If your spiritual body follows this path, she will eventually evolve into the top-level healing spiritual body. As long as there is a breath left, she can pull someone back from the brink of death. The upper limit of this form is SS rank. SS rank? The old professor gasped, nearly dropping his pen. What does SS rank mean? It's a national-level existence. There are barely a handful of SS rank spiritual beasts in Tianhai City, even across the Southeast War Zone. Leah was also stunned by this level. She stared at the quiet spiritual body behind her, her eyes full of disbelief. Don't be in a hurry to be surprised, this is just the lower limit. Zhao Xian gave them a faint glance, his words striking like thunder. Lower limit? Leah felt her throat go dry. Zhao Xian extended a second finger, his expression turning extremely serious, even tinged with a hint of reverence. The second rank is called Pharmacist Glazed Light Tathagata, also known as the Pharmacist Buddha. Buddha? This time, even the old professor stood up, his face filled with horror. In the mythological system, although both Buddha and Bodhisattva are high ranks, the gap between them is like the difference between heaven and earth. A Bodhisattva is an enlightened being, while a Buddha is the fully awakened, supreme being who has attained perfect enlightenment and perfect practice. That's right, it's Buddha. Zhao Xian's voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the silent clinic. The pharmacist Buddha is the leader of the Eastern pure glazed world. He can not only heal the body but also heal the soul, and even use his great vow power to create his own pure land. In this domain, all methods are invincible, all evils retreat. This is a path to the highest throne, and its upper limit is SSS rank. SSS rank. These three words hit like a thunderclap, and the entire clinic fell into a deathly silence. The old professor was completely petrified. SSS rank, that is the legendary level, a domain that only exists in theoretical speculation. There has never been a confirmed record of an SSS rank spiritual body in human history. Leah stared blankly at Zhao Xian, her mind completely empty. She had originally thought she was just lucky, having saved her life and incidentally allowed the light butterfly to evolve. But now Zhao Xian was telling her that what she held in her hand was the key to the throne of gods? But Zhao Xian's tone shifted, his gaze turning sharp. This is also where I must warn you. He stood up and walked in front of Leah, looking down at her from above. Right now, she is just an unborn embryo, like a blank sheet of paper. She could become a savior like the medicine king Bodhisattva, or she could become the medicine Buddha who rules over a domain. Everything depends on how you raise her. Raise? Leah instinctively asked. Exactly. Zhao Xian pointed at the spirit's glazed robe. Look at her color now. Although she has a glazed texture, it's still not pure enough. If you raise her according to traditional healing-type spirit beasts, feeding her a lot of life-type crystal nuclei or resources from the Western Church with holy light attributes, her status will be locked. She will gradually lose this glazed characteristic and turn into a pure caregiver. She may still be strong, but she will never reach that supreme domain. In fact, if there's an attribute conflict, she may even degenerate into a mismatched monster. Leah was drenched in cold sweat. She had just been considering whether to buy some high-level light-type magic nuclei to nourish the spirit after returning, but now it seemed like she would be feeding it poison. Then, what should I do? Leah panicked, grabbing Zhao Xian's sleeve tightly as if holding onto the only lifeline. Zhao Xian, you must know the way, right? Teach me. Seeing Leah's anxious yet trusting eyes, a slight softness melted Zhao Xian's coldness. To walk the path of medicine Buddha, conventional resources are useless. Zhao Xian said in a deep voice. You need to find special materials with three attributes, Eastern, glazed, and willpower. For example, the pure world glazed heart deep beneath the ocean, or the willpower crystal from an ancient temple that has been worshipped for 1,000 years. Chapter 58, Greatness Hides Its Edge, Willpower's Divine Miracle. The old professor listened, dumbfounded. He had never even heard of these materials. These things can't be bought anywhere. Zhao Xian looked into Leah's eyes and said, emphasizing each word. To obtain them, you must risk your life in the most dangerous, ancient secret realms. You may even have to fight powerful alien beasts and eerie evil spirits for them. This path is 1,000 times harder than you think. One mistake, and it's death. Leah remained silent. She lowered her head and looked at her hands, swollen and red from excessive sealing. She was just an ordinary college student. Although her family was somewhat wealthy, they were only middle class. She had never considered becoming a savior or standing at the peak of the world. Her initial wish was just to get stronger, to no longer hold Zhao Xian back, and to stop Devouring from getting hurt for her sake. But now, Zhao Xian had placed a choice before her. Should she stay safe and become a top-tier healer, enjoying everyone's adoration and protection? Or should she embark on a godly path full of thorns and blood, chasing the distant, unreachable legend? A few seconds later, Leah lifted her head. In her eyes, the confusion and fear had disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented determination. I'm not afraid. Leah's voice wasn't loud, but it was exceptionally clear. Zhao Xian, you saved me. If not for you, I would already be dead. Since heaven gave me this opportunity, I don't want to waste it. She turned around, looking at the glazed spirit floating in the air, and reached out her hand. She lightly touched the cold corner of the clothes. I want to see what this so-called Eastern pure glass world is really like. Zhao Xian looked at her, and the corner of his mouth finally curved into a genuine smile. He had not misjudged her. This seemingly fragile girl had an inner toughness that rivaled anyone. Very good. Zhao Xian nodded and turned to walk towards Devouring. Devouring seemed to sense the master's approach, twitching its eyelids and letting out a contented hum. Zhao Xian reached out and patted Devouring's head, feeling the warm sensation in his palm, and the last heavy stone in his heart finally fell away. He turned around, his back to the moonlight, his whole body seemed to melt into the shadows, leaving only a pair of eyes that shone with an incredible brightness. Remember what you said today. Zhao Xian looked at Leah, his tone lone, filled with a sense of both melancholy and expectation, as if seeing the future. The medicine king saves people, the medicine master saves the world. Leah, the bigger your ambition, the broader your future will be. The air in the clinic still carried a faint fragrance of peony flowers, but the delicate scent failed to soothe the wrinkles on the old professor's forehead. He stared at the screen of the precision spiritual energy detector in his hand, his fingers quickly sliding across the touchpad, muttering something under his breath. This isn't right. This is so wrong. The old professor took off his glasses and rubbed his swollen temples, a look of disbelief and disappointment on his face. The energy wave that exploded earlier indeed reached the S-class, or even higher, but now, look at this data. He turned the screen towards Zhao Xian and Leah. A series of wave-like lines had now become a dull, lifeless straight line on the screen, with numbers so low they were pitiful, even lower than some newly awakened D-grade auxiliary spiritual beasts. The energy response is extremely weak, and the spiritual energy circuits are also intermittent. The old professor sighed, his tone full of regret. It's like a sports car with a top-tier engine, but equipped with a bicycle's transmission chain. It has the potential, but can't bring it out. This kind of unstable state is deadly in actual combat. Leah, who had been immersed in the joy of evolution, suddenly felt cold when she heard this. She looked flustered at the floating glass spirit body behind her. At this moment, the medicine master did indeed appear a bit listless, the peony in his hand hanging limp, and the divine radiance of compassion seemed to have withdrawn completely, making him look like an ordinary translucent doll. Professor, does this mean the evolution failed? Leah's voice trembled, her palms drenched in cold sweat. I wouldn't say it's a failure. The old professor shook his head, his expression complicated. I can only say it's an incomplete evolution. This kind of case has happened in history before, when the beast master's mental strength or resources couldn't keep up, causing the spirit beast to change its form but still have a hollow core. It's like a premature baby, born with inherent weaknesses. Leah bit her lip, her eyes instantly turning red. She had put so much effort into this, almost risking her life, only to end up with a premature baby? Inherent weaknesses? Zhao Xian, who had been leaning by the window and hadn't spoken, suddenly sneered. He casually played with a coin, flipping it between his fingers, making a crisp metallic clinking sound. Professor, you've been in research for a lifetime, have you forgotten the essence of spirit-beast evolution? Zhao Xian walked up to the detection table, reaching out to knock on the expensive instrument. This thing is dead. It can only read data, not the heart of a person. The old professor was stunned for a moment and retorted somewhat unwillingly, data doesn't lie. The law of energy conservation is there, and her current output power is very low. That's because she doesn't want to output right now. Zhao Xian interrupted the professor's words. He turned to look at Leah. What were you thinking when you evolved just now? Leah froze for a moment, instinctively answering, I wanted to save Devouring. I only had one thought, I absolutely couldn't let Devouring die. That's right. Zhao Xian snapped his fingers, his gaze burning with intensity. The medicine master's spirit was born from your will. Her existence is for redemption, not to perform target practice for you in a lab. Just now, Devouring was hanging by a thread. Your will and her instincts resonated strongly, which is why she triggered a miracle. Now that Devouring is out of danger and there are no other patients needing treatment, she naturally enters a dormant state. Zhao Xian paused for a moment, his eyes growing deeper in thought. This is not a lack of innate ability, this is called hiding one's edge. A truly good knife only unsheathes when it sees blood. If you take it out and wave it around, that's just street vendor merchandise. The old professor was stunned, his mouth open for a long time without closing. This theory completely overturned his decades of academic knowledge, but when he thought about it carefully, he found it extremely logical. Emotional resonance. Willpower driving. The old professor muttered to himself, his eyes gradually brightening. Are you saying that her power switch is controlled by the Beastmaster's emotions? Chapter 59, Mastering Spirits with the Heart, Hiding the Edge in Weakness. Not just emotions, but also the compatibility of personality. Zhao Xian pulled over a chair, sitting down with his legs crossed, his posture lazy yet exuding undeniable confidence. Professor, you must have heard of the Neza spirit, right? Of course. The old professor immediately perked up. That's a fire type, high attack spirit, a real tough character from the mythology series. But this kind of spirit is extremely rare, and it's said to be very difficult to control, with a high rate of backlash. Exactly. Zhao Xian nodded. A few years ago, a genius in Kyoto awakened Neza, but less than 3 months later, he went mad. Why? Because that genius was a good boy, always following the rules, never even running a red light. You expect a good boy to control Neza, who cuts his bones to return them to his parents, and slices his flesh to return it to his mother. Isn't that asking for death? Zhao Xian's voice suddenly rose, carrying a chilling sense of seeing through the world. The mythological backing doesn't just give you a powerful name, it's a personality filter. Neza needs a rebel, a madman. Sun Wukong needs a lawless lunatic. And medicine master. He looked at Leah, his gaze softening a little. She needs a pure, compassionate heart, one that would sacrifice everything to save others. Leah just now was willing to risk her life to save Dave Wang. This kind of ultimate sacrifice is the only key to unlocking the medicine master treasure chest. So, stop using those cold data to measure her. As long as Leah's original intention remains unchanged, the upper limit of this spirit is infinite. The clinic fell silent. The old professor stared at Zhao Xian, all traces of disdain and doubt long gone, replaced by deep respect. This young man's understanding of spirit beasts was 100 times more profound than his own, this old scholar's. He even had the illusion that the person sitting across from him wasn't a freshman, but a creature who had lived for hundreds of years. I've learned. I've truly learned. The old professor sighed deeply, bowing deeply to Zhao Xian. It seems I'm really getting old, only knowing to worship instruments, but forgetting that the essence of controlling beasts is the heart. How shameful, how shameful. Leah listened, her blood boiling, and her previous sense of loss vanished without a trace. She looked at Zhao Xian's profile, feeling her admiration for him overflowing. This man always knows how to guide people out of desperation, as if there is nothing in this world he cannot see through. Alright, the academic discussion ends here. Zhao Xian waved his hand, his expression instantly turning cold. That lazy aura vanished completely, replaced by a suffocating atmosphere of deadly seriousness. Now, we should talk about the important matter. He turned his head, his gaze falling on the big yellow dog, who was deeply asleep on the operating table. Although the big yellow dog was out of danger, faint traces of blood could still be seen beneath its new fur, marks left by the struggle between life and death. That Lu Han. Leah hesitated for a moment, then asked. What exactly happened to her? She was never alive to begin with. Zhao Xian's voice was as cold as ice chips. Or to put it another way, she is now just a corpse being controlled. You've seen those living dead in the secret realm, haven't you? Lu Han's current state is a little more advanced than those low-level ones, but just a little. Thinking of Lu Han's twisted joints and the foul stench emanating from her, Leah couldn't help but shudder. The work of the Otherworld Society. Zhao Xian squinted, his fingers lightly tapping the table. They turned Lu Han into a human bomb, all to take down the big yellow dog. Once the big yellow dog dies, I will be seen as a toothless tiger, easy to slaughter. Then let's call the police. The old professor said, filled with righteous indignation. This is murder. And they used forbidden biological weapons, the Safety Bureau will definitely handle this. Call the police? Zhao Xian sneered and shook his head. Professor, you're too naive. Lu Han is already dead. What good is arresting a dead person? And since the Otherworld Society dared to act, they must have cleaned up all traces. That Li Fu is probably popping champagne right now, celebrating. Mentioning Li Fu, a bloodthirsty red light flashed in Zhao Xian's eyes. Since they want to see me fail so badly, then I'll give them a show. Zhao Xian stood up, walked over to the big yellow dog, and gently stroked its head. The big yellow dog seemed to sense its master's killing intent, its eyelids twitching, and it let out a low whine from its throat. Big Yellow, sorry to make you suffer for a few days. Zhao Xian bent down and whispered in the big yellow dog's ear. From now on, you need to pretend to be useless, like you can't even walk. Do you understand? Although the big yellow dog was still not fully awake, its intelligence was so high that it immediately understood its master's meaning. It responded with a few soft grunts, and its once strong and powerful limbs instantly went limp. Its tongue hung out, looking half dead. This. The old professor stared, wide-eyed. What are you trying to do? Feign weakness. Zhao Xian turned around, the corners of his mouth curling into a cruel arc, a smile that made Lia's heart shiver. Li Fu thinks the big yellow dog is doomed, right? Then I'll make him believe the big yellow dog is really finished. Only when he believes victory is certain will he expose all his cards without hesitation. At that time, Zhao Xian didn't continue, but made a slashing motion across his throat, the meaning clear. Lia, everything that happened today in the clinic, especially the big yellow dog's recovery and the medicine master's evolution, not a word of it should be spoken. Zhao Xian locked eyes with Lia, his tone serious. Including Lin Min, don't tell her for now. This isn't just to trap Li Fu, it's to protect you all. Since the Otherworld Society has set their sights on me, you as my teammates might become the next targets at any time. Lia nodded solemnly. I understand, I swear, I won't say a single word. Professor, what about you? Zhao Xian turned to look at the old professor. Don't worry. The old professor pushed up his glasses, a sly smile appearing on his face. Although my old bones aren't much use, I still know the rules of confidentiality. I'll just tell the outside world that the big yellow dog survived, but its foundation is completely destroyed, and it will only be kept as a pet from now on. How about that? Perfect. Zhao Xian snapped his fingers. The night outside deepened, and occasionally, distant sirens could be heard wailing. Zhao Xian walked to the clinic's door, pushed it open, and a cool breeze mixed with dampness rushed in. He looked up toward the direction of the coastal avenue, where Li Fuao's car had driven away. In the dark, his eyes glowed terrifyingly, like two ghostly flames burning in the abyss. Li Fu, I hope the coffin you prepared is big enough to hold all your arrogance. Chapter 60, The Great Deception. The heavy sensor door of the Spirit Beast Clinic slowly slid open with a somewhat harsh screech. Zhao Xian stepped out. He looked absolutely awful. His previously neat school uniform was now wrinkled, the collar crooked, with several dried dark red bloodstains on it. What was most alarming was his face, pale as though it had been soaked in water and left to dry, with not a trace of color. His eyes, which were usually calm and even a little cold, were now filled with dense blood vessels, his eye sockets sunken, giving off a dying aura. He was holding Big Yellow in his arms. Once a majestic black-gold giant beast that could make even SS-level spirit entities feel fearful, now it was curled up into a pitiful little bundle. Big Yellow's fur looked dry and messy, its once strong limbs now limp, swaying gently with Zhao Xian's steps. It had its eyes closed, its breathing so faint it was almost undetectable, occasionally letting out a soft, almost imperceptible whimper that broke the heart. The old professor followed behind, holding several test results in his hands. He sighed heavily, the sound echoing clearly in the quiet corridor. Zhao, don't be too sad, he said. The old professor shook his head, his tone full of helplessness and regret. Its life has been saved, but its foundation, Psi, the venom from the wild bloodbat is too dominant. Its spirit energy channels are completely destroyed. From now on, it probably won't even be able to release the most basic spirit energy, and will just be a normal pet dog. Zhao Xian didn't speak but tightened his hold on Big Yellow, his fingers turning slightly white from the pressure, his fingertips trembling lightly. Really, is there no way? Zhao Xian's voice was hoarse, as if sandpaper was rubbing against a table, carrying a tremor of despair. The old professor patted his shoulder and sighed deeply. Unless a miracle happens, but in this world, how many miracles are there? Go back, give it something good to eat, let it pass its remaining days peacefully. Zhao Xian lowered his head, and after a long while, he squeezed two words from between his teeth, thank you. He turned and staggered toward the school gate. His back seemed long under the dim streetlight, looking so lonely, so defeated, as if his spine had been forcibly taken away by life itself. At this moment, the school gate was not quiet. Li Fu's followers had already received the news and were gathered there in small groups. The leader was a boy with a buzz cut named Wang Chang, who often followed Li Fu, showing off his power. Seeing Zhao Xian walking over with the dog, Wang Chang's eyes lit up, and he immediately led his group to surround him. Oh, isn't this our big shot Zhao Xian from Tianhai University? Wang Chang mocked, deliberately blocking Zhao Xian's path. What's this? Just out of the clinic? Where's that mighty dog of yours? Why does it look like it's dying now? A few other students also started to laugh, their voices full of taunts. I heard that Zhao Xian almost spent all the money from selling the SS-level spirit beast just to save this dog? TSK, a dog raised with the entire family's fortune, and it ends up a dead dog. What do you call that? Fate. Weren't you pretty arrogant before? You even dared to challenge young Master Li in the black market, now why are you silent? Look at him, he seems to have lost his soul. Zhao Xian kept his head down, silent. It seemed as though he hadn't heard any of these mockeries, simply walking mechanically, trying to squeeze through the gaps in the crowd. Don't go, Zhao Dexiankai. Wang Chang reached out and pushed Zhao Xian, with considerable force. Zhao Xian stumbled, his body swaying, almost losing his balance. The big yellow dog in his arms let out a painful grunt, curling up tighter. Look, this dog still isn't completely dead? Wang Chang leaned in for a closer look, then waved his hand in front of his nose with a disgusted expression. It stinks of medicine and foul odor, so unlucky. Zhao Xian, if I were you, I'd dig a hole right now and bury it, save yourself the embarrassment of taking it back to the dorm. Zhao Xian slowly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes staring fixedly at Wang Chang. Wang Chang was startled by the look, feeling a chill in his heart, and instinctively took half a step back. But then he remembered Li Fu's instructions and puffed out his chest, shouting, "What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Do you remember the bet a month from now? With the way you look now, a beaten dog, how are you going to compete with Li Xiao? I'd advise you to prepare that 30 million early, so you don't end up losing everything, not even your underwear." Zhao Xian's lips moved, but no words came out. That feeling of a shattered heart, broken to the core, was at its peak in this moment. He walked around Wang Chang, continuing forward. As he passed a large trash bin near the school gate, Zhao Xian's foot suddenly faltered, and he stumbled, his knee hitting the ground heavily. With a thud, the big yellow dog almost fell from his arms, but he held it tightly to his chest. Around him, there was another round of harsh laughter. Haha, look, he can't even walk straight. This time he's done for, huh? He's lost all spirit. Zhao Xian leaned against the edge of the trash bin, struggling to stand up. His breathing became rapid and heavy, his gaze hollow as he stared ahead, as if the world before him had completely collapsed. He ignored the laughter and stumbled away, disappearing into the tree-lined path leading to the dorms. In the shadows, several pairs of eyes were fixed on Zhao Xian's retreating figure until he vanished completely. At the same time, in a luxurious villa on Binhai Avenue, Li Fu was swirling a wine glass in his hand, listening to the report coming from his phone. "Li Xiao, the video has been sent, take a look." Wang Chang's voice on the other end of the phone was full of sycophantic charm. "That kid's completely finished, the old professor said so himself. His foundation is ruined, and now he's just a useless dog. Just now at the school gate, I publicly humiliated him. He didn't even dare to say a word, and in the end, he fell like a dog. He looked so pathetic." Li Fu opened the video, watching Zhao Xian's dejected and hopeless expression, watching him stumble and fall in a disgraceful way, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha ha. Good. Well done." Li Fu laughed so hard that tears almost came out. He tilted his head back and drank the wine in his glass in one go. Zhao Xian, look at you now. You wanted to fight me? What did you have to fight with?" Sitting next to Li Fu, Lu Han seemed a little different. She wore a delicate silk nightgown, her makeup still perfect, but her gaze was empty, her body stiff, sitting there like a beautiful puppet. "Lu Han, you've really made a big contribution this time." Li Fu reached out and touched Lu Han's cold cheek, a glint of lewdness flashing in his eyes. "The toxin from the mad blood bat really works. Now Zhao Xian is no longer a threat. His dog is finished, and his heart is dead." Lu Han stiffly curled the corners of her mouth, showing a strange smile, as long as Li Xiao is happy. Li Fu didn't notice the stiffness in Lu Han's tone, he was currently basking in the great sense of accomplishment. "All right, recall most of the surveillance personnel." Li Fu waved his hand, instructing Wang Chang on the phone. "No need to waste energy on a dead man, just leave a few people to keep an eye on him. Lu Han, you keep watching too, see if he has any tricks left. But from the looks of him, I doubt he can cause any trouble." "Yes, Master Li," Lu Han whispered in reply. At Tianhai University, in the boys' dormitory, Zhao Xian pushed open the door, locked it with a snap, and casually pulled down the thick blackout curtains. The room was plunged into total, suffocating darkness. The moment the door lock clicked, the sense of decadence, despair, and lifelessness that had clung to Zhao Xian vanished without a trace. His previously hunched back straightened sharply, and his bloodshot eyes quickly lost their red hue, replaced by a chilling coldness and clarity that sent a shiver down one's spine. The large yellow dog in his arms moved as well. The once limp dog suddenly opened its eyes and nimbly jumped down from Zhao Xian's arms. Although its breath still seemed a little weak, its eyes were sharp and bright, radiating an aura of authority unique to a divine beast's bloodline, leaving no trace of the previous useless dog. The dog shook its fur and whined softly to Zhao Xian, as if asking what the next move was. Zhao Xian sat down at the desk, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the surface. In the darkness, a cruel and cold smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. "Well acted, Da Huang." Zhao Xian spoke softly, his voice filled with the confidence of someone who controlled the situation. Li Fu was probably already popping the champagne. The more he thinks victory is certain, the more he will lower his guard. He turned his head and looked toward a shadow in the corner of the dorm. Xiaohua, it's your turn to work. Chapter 61, The Underground Kingdom and the Withered Hair in the Mirror. The heavy blackout curtains completely blocked out the light in the dorm, leaving only a few faint strands of moonlight slipping through the gaps, casting thin, silver beams on the floor. Zhao Xian sat at the desk, his fingertips tapping a rhythmic tap sound on the surface. De Huang crouched by Zhao Xian's feet, its once murky, lifeless eyes now glowing brightly. Though it was still pretending to be weak, the spiritual energy in its body had stabilized, and the healing effect of the medic spirit body was even better than Zhao Xian had expected. Xiaohua, come out. Zhao Xian called softly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the thick, inky shadow in the corner of the dorm quivered slightly. Then, a dark red spiritual rat with fur as sharp as steel needles silently emerged. It stood upright on two legs, its front paws together as it bowed respectfully to Zhao Xian. This was Xiaohua, who had already evolved into a subgod. Though its size hadn't changed much, the oppressive aura of superiority it exuded made the air feel thicker. How's the cleaning up of those filthy things in the school? Zhao Xian looked at Xiaohua and asked in a calm tone. Xiaohua let out a series of urgent squeaks, and a mental wave directly entered Zhao Xian's mind. It was telling Zhao Xian that the school's underground pipeline system had been mostly mapped out, but the ordinary grey rats were too timid and had not yet formed an effective scale. They're timid because they've never seen a true king. Zhao Xian stood up and walked to the bathroom door, pointing at the drainage outlet. Go ahead, take over the underground kingdom. I want every inch of this Tianhai University under my surveillance. Xiaohua nodded, and with a flash of dark red, it transformed into a shadow and dove into the drainage pipe. Beneath Tianhai University was a complex and labyrinthine maze. It was damp, cold, and filled with the stench of decay. This was the shadow of human civilization and the paradise of countless rats. Xiaohua sped through the narrow pipes, moving so quickly that it didn't make a sound, its forepaws sliding silently against the wet walls. Soon, it arrived at a large water collection pit in the center of the school. Here, several thick pipes converged, and hundreds, even thousands of ordinary grey rats were gathered, fighting over scraps of garbage. When Xiaohua's dark red figure appeared at the edge of the pit, the previously noisy squeaking sound suddenly disappeared. A terrifying pressure, coming from deep within the bloodline, pressed down on these ordinary rats like a giant mountain. Little Fire slowly walked to the highest point of the water collection well, its crimson eyes scanning the area, letting out a deep, sharp hiss. That was the unique command of the subgod. The rats, who were still fighting and tearing at each other just moments ago, were now trembling and lying on the ground, their bellies pressed tightly against the damp earth. This was their highest form of submission. Little Fire didn't stop, its spiritual power began to run wildly, and a trace of dark red aura emanated from its fur, spreading through the pipes in all directions. In Zhao Xian's mental link, a massive, three-dimensional map slowly unfolded. Area 1, Underground Cafeteria, confirmed. Area 2, Behind the Library, confirmed. Area 3, Below the Girls' Dormitory, confirmed. Zhao Xian closed his eyes, feeling the massive amounts of information flowing from Little Fire. This feeling was strange. It was as though he had thousands of eyes, and every dark corner, every ventilation shaft, and even every cable ditch was under his control. So this is the commanding ability of the subgod? Zhao Xian opened his eyes, a cold smile appearing on his face. Although its combat power isn't the strongest, in this environment, it is the undisputed king. He walked to the desk, spread out a map of Tianhai University, and picked up a red pen to mark it. Li Fu's villa is on the coastal road outside the campus, but he comes to school every day. Wang Chang and his group also need to be closely monitored. Zhao Xian muttered to himself as the pen tip drew red lines across the map. At this moment, Little Fire sent back a special image. It was of a private club on Coastal Road. The image was blurry, transmitted through a few rats hiding at the sewer outlet. In the image, Li Fu was hugging two heavily made-up women, holding expensive champagne, laughing recklessly. Wang Chang sat aside, animatedly describing the scene where Zhao Xian had fallen at the school gate. Li Xiao, you should have seen it, that guy's face turned green. He was holding the dead dog, looking like he had lost his soul. Wang Chang's voice reached Zhao Xian's ears through the mental link, sounding somewhat distorted. Li Fu laughed loudly and took a big gulp of wine. It's good that he's ruined. It's better that way. I want him to watch as the thing he cares about rots away bit by bit. 30 million, hee, on the day of the bet, I want him to kneel and spit the money out to me. Zhao Xian looked at Li Fu's arrogant face in the image, his eyes not filled with anger, but a calmness as if looking at a dead person. Indulging in wine and women, lowering his guard. Li Fu, you really haven't disappointed me. Zhao Xian withdrew his gaze. This clown no longer deserved too much of his attention. What concerned him more now was something else. Little Fire, search for traces of the evil spirit society. Focus on finding people with a rotten stench or stiff movements. Zhao Xian issued a new command. However, the information that came back made him frown. The entire Tianhai University was unervingly clean. Aside from the anomaly Luhan, Little Fire's rat swarm had searched every corner, yet no further traces of the evil spirit society were found. Those living dead that had appeared in the secret realm seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no hint of their presence. Gone? Zhao Xian stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the pitch-black campus. This eerie silence instead made him feel an inexplicable pressure. The lunatics of the evil spirit society never retreat without reason. Since they had attacked Big Yellow, it meant they had already set their sights on him. The current calm. It was more like the calm before the storm. Li Fu is just a decoy pushed to the front, the real knife has always been hanging over my neck. Zhao Xian clenched his fist. He glanced at the big yellow dog resting on the ground, then gently touched the black hole worm in his arms, which had become smooth and warm like jade. Not enough, the level is still rising too slowly. Zhao Xian murmured. Li Fu thinks victory is in his grasp, the otherworldly beings will think I'm done for, this is indeed an opportunity, but I must have the power to overturn the whole game before they make their next move. He sat back at the table, his gaze falling on the several red circles marked on the map. Those were areas in the school where the spiritual energy fluctuations were unusually strong, and also the places he planned to explore next. Since you want to play, I'll play with you until the end. Zhao Xian closed his eyes and entered that godlike perspective once again. Countless rats scurried in the dark, they were his eyes, his tentacles. The entire dark side of Tianhai University was now clearly displayed in his mind. He saw Wang Chang secretly counting the money Li Fu had given him in his dormitory. He saw several students secretly trading illegal spiritual medicine in a small grove. He saw the patrolling security guard napping in the booth. Everything was under control, except for the missing organization. Have you hidden away? No worries, as long as you're still in this school, you will surely show your head sooner or later. Zhao Xian's finger lightly tapped on the table, and the final order was sent to Xiaohua. Keep a close watch on Lu Han. No matter where she goes, who she meets, or what she does, I want to know at the first moment. At this moment, in a dormitory of the girls' dormitory building. The roommates had already fallen asleep, their breathing even. A completely black thunder fire mouse, with faint red light flickering in its eyes, quietly crouched on the air conditioning unit outside the window. Its body perfectly blended into the darkness, only those small eyes were fixed on the glass window inside. The room had no lights on, only the faint glow of the streetlights outside shining through the window. Lu Han was sitting at the vanity. She was wearing a white dress, facing away from the window. In the mirror, her face was deathly pale with no color, but her lips were strangely red, almost too much. She held a wooden comb in her hand, slowly and mechanically combing her long hair, one stroke after another. The movement was slow, mechanical, like a puppet with a preset program. Her once smooth long hair now looked dry and frizzy, lifeless. As the comb passed through, large chunks of hair fell onto her shoulders, but she seemed not to feel any pain. In the mirror, Lu Han mechanically combed her lifeless long hair. Chapter 62, Frenzied Killing Evolution. Tianhai University's morning, with light mist like a thin veil covering the campus. Below the boys' dormitory, a few lackeys who had been waiting all night yawned, their eyes bloodshot. Wang Chang leaned against a utility pole, holding a cold meat bun in his hand, his eyes fixed on the window of Zhao Xian's dormitory. Brother Chang, that kid really knows how to hide, hasn't left the house in 3 days, right? A lackey rubbed his eyes, his tone full of disdain. Do you think he's just waiting for death in there? Wang Chang snorted coldly, shoving the last bite of the bun into his mouth, speaking through clenched teeth. If it were you, after spending everything raising a useless dog, would you still have the face to go out? Li Xiao said, just keep watching, he's now just a toothless rat, unable to stir up any waves. At this moment, inside the dormitory, Zhao Xian stood in front of the mirror, holding a large black hooded cloak. The cloak was something he had bought secondhand, the fabric rough, but it could effectively hide his figure. He stood in front of the mirror, applying a special dark face paint on his face with a few strokes. The once delicate face instantly turned waxy and weathered, with a grotesque fake scar now adorning the corner of the eyes. Big Yellow, I'm sorry. Zhao Xian murmured softly. The dog, Big Yellow, sitting at his feet, wagged its tail. Its current size had shrunk significantly, looking like a malnourished street dog. In its bright eyes, there was a hint of excitement, clearly unable to wait to go out and cause a stir. Xiaohua, have you checked the underground route? Zhao Xian turned to look at the drainage pipe. A dark red shadow flashed by, and Xiaohua immediately stood up, its front paws forming an OK gesture, followed by a faint squeaking sound. Good, let's use the back door. Zhao Xian strapped a large tactical backpack on, filled with high-energy compressed biscuits and empty medicine bottles. Instead of going through the front door, he silently slid into the underground pipeline of the dorm building through a concealed ventilation shaft Xiaohua had dug. Half an hour later, in a patch of weeds along the west side of Tianhai University's perimeter wall, a figure wearing a tattered cloak and hood appeared silently. He kept his head down, avoiding all surveillance cameras, and like a ghost, vanished into the thick morning fog. West Suburb, the entrance to the 9th-tier secret realm, Suiwei Forest Sea. The guards here were much stricter than a few days ago, with official patrol teams moving back and forth. Zhao Xian lowered his hood and handed over a forged wandering beast tamer's identification. Code, Ghost. Level, 8. Go ahead, life and death are your own responsibility. The clerk waved his hand without even looking up. Zhao Xian took the identification without a word and stepped into the portal. The lights flickered, and a damp, oppressive air hit him. Inside Suiwei Forest Sea, the dense mist swirled, and massive ferns blocked out the sun. The air was filled with a mix of rotting leaves and wild animal dung. Huff! Zhao Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly sharpened like a blade. He pulled open the zipper of his backpack with one hand, and Big Yellow jumped out lightly. Big Yellow, no need to pretend. For the next half-month, this forest is your cafeteria. Zhao Xian patted Big Yellow's head, his voice filled with a long-suppressed fervor. Roar! Big Yellow let out a low growl, and its body quickly inflated like it was being pumped full of air. Its dark golden fur stood on end, and the previously weak aura exploded in an instant. The pressure from the divine beast's bloodline spread like a tidal wave. The poison bugs, snakes, and ants that had been restless in the nearby bushes immediately fled in panic as if they had encountered a natural enemy. Xiaohua, spread out, I want to know the distribution of the exotic beasts within a kilometer. Squeak! Xiaohua turned into a red light and drilled into the ground. Soon, a clear radar map appeared in Zhao Xian's mind. 300 meters to the left, a group of 9-tier level 3 ironclad porcupines. Big Yellow, finish them quickly. As soon as Zhao Xian finished speaking, Big Yellow shot out like a black and gold lightning bolt. Bang! 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 The dull thuds and bone-crushing sounds echoed through the forest. Those ironclad porcupines, which would normally trouble an average beast tamer, were like paper in front of Big Yellow. Big Yellow didn't use any fancy skills, relying purely on its physical strength and divine beast's pressure, smashing one with a single paw. In less than 5 minutes, more than 10 porcupine corpses lay on the ground. Eat them. Zhao Xian stepped forward, calmly observing. Big Yellow opened its large mouth, and a powerful, invisible suction burst forth. The blood and flesh essence from the porcupine corpses turned into visible red light, which Big Yellow greedily swallowed. Zhao Xian immediately opened the system panel, staring at the constantly updating data. Spirit Beast, Big Yellow, Divine Beast Bloodline. Current level, 8 tier, level 1. Experience, 15%. 22%. 35%. Over 90% conversion rate. Zhao Xian stared at the number, his breathing becoming heavier. In the Federation's textbooks, the ordinary spirit beasts devour the flesh and blood of exotic beasts, with a transformation rate of 30% being considered excellent, and 50% being top-tier genius. But De Huang and Xiaohua, astonishingly, could reach an incredible 90% or more. This means that with the same resources, De Huang's leveling speed is 3 times faster than others, or even more. Is this the tyrannical power of the divine beast bloodline? Completely unreasonable plundering. Zhao Xian murmured to himself, a gleam of brilliance flashing in his eyes. In the following days, Zhao Xian completely turned into a ghost in the secret realm. He set off every morning and returned late at night. To avoid the surveillance of Li Fu, he would change secret realms every day, from the Suiwei Forest Sea to the lava caves, and then to the ice ruins. In these secret realms, De Huang fully unleashed its long-suppressed ferocity. It was no longer the gentle countryside dog wagging its tail in the campus, but had transformed into a true killing machine. On the 7th day, De Huang single-handedly fought a group of level 5, 9th-tier fire-scale lizards in the lava caves, raising its level to 8th tier, level 3. On the 10th day, in the depths of the ice ruins, De Huang, braving a snowstorm, tore apart a group of level 9, 9th-tier icefield berserk bears, advancing to 8th tier, level 4. Zhao Xian looked at De Huang's increasingly formidable body, but he didn't feel much relief in his heart. Although the transformation rate is high, the consumption is too terrifying. Zhao Xian flipped through the supplies in his backpack, which were already running low, his brows tightly furrowed. With the level increase, the energy provided by ordinary 9th-tier exotic beasts had already become a drop in the bucket. De Huang was like a black hole that could never be filled, its demand for high-level materials growing desperately hungry. It's been half a month. Li Fu should have completely let his guard down by now. Zhao Xian sat on a giant stone covered in moss, holding a dry, hard-compressed biscuit, his gaze deep and distant. At this moment, De Huang was lying at his feet, the dark golden patterns on its back faintly visible in the shadow. Its body had grown another size larger than it was half a month ago, the muscle lines sculpted like iron, exuding an overwhelming sense of power. De Huang, we're almost there. Once we break through that bottleneck, we'll have the power to flip the tables. Devouring raised its head, licked Zhao Xian's palm, and let out a low growl from its throat, seemingly responding to its master's ambition. The 15th day, at dusk. At the deepest part of the Tsuiwei Forest Sea, an area constantly shrouded in thick purple miasma, it was a forbidden zone for human beast masters. Zhao Xian stood behind a dead ancient tree, his cloak fluttering in the wind. His face was somewhat pale, a result of prolonged, high-intensity battles, but his eyes shone with incredible brightness. The last one. Zhao Xian whispered. Not far ahead, in a swamp, a beast the size of a small mountain was lying there. Its entire body was covered in thick green scales, and it had a spiraled horn on its head, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. That was the overlord of the secret realm, a 9th-tier peak exotic beast, the green-scale rhinoceros king. Devouring, go. Use it as a sacrifice. Devouring slowly walked out of the shadows. With every step it took, the ground cracked beneath its feet. The divine beast's pressure erupted completely at this moment, and the surrounding miasma was forcefully dispersed by this aura. The green-scale rhinoceros king sensed the threat and suddenly stood up, letting out a roar that shook the mountains and forests. It lowered its head, its horn flashing with violent lightning, charging towards Devouring in a suicidal attack. Boom! The two giant beasts collided fiercely. The shockwave overturned trees within a radius of several dozen meters, and the mud flew in all directions. Devouring let out a proud roar, using its two front paws to forcefully block the rhinoceros king's horn. Then, the dark golden patterns all over its body lit up in an instant, and a destructive force erupted from the tips of its claws. Crack! That incredibly hard horn, in Devouring's hands, was shattered like a biscuit. Big Yellow took advantage of the moment, biting fiercely into the neck of the rhinoceros king, crazily devouring the life essence of this peak exotic beast. Zhao Xian stood in the twilight, watching Big Yellow's lonely and violent back, a surge of indescribable heroic spirit rising in his heart. After half a month of wild harvesting, Big Yellow's level was rapidly jumping at this moment, finally stabilizing at level 5 of the 8th rank. Such an upgrading speed, if it were to be spread, could drive the entire Beast Master world crazy. Li Fu, the bet still has 5 days. Zhao Xian sneered coldly and turned to walk towards the secret realm's exit. I hope your heart is strong enough by then. At that moment, after Big Yellow had consumed the peak 9th rank exotic beast, the dark golden patterns on its back suddenly flashed violently, producing a muffled thunder. Chapter 63, Lurking in Turning Points in the Heavy Rain. The rain outside had been falling for 3 days straight. The buildings of Tianhai University appeared somewhat blurry in the curtain of rain, a grayish haze that suffocated the air. The rainwater poured down the dormitory building's drainage pipe with a loud whoosh, splashing dirty water on the cobblestone path. Zhao Xian sat at his desk, several crumpled drafts spread out before him. The dormitory lights weren't on, only a dim yellow desk lamp flickering in the dark. The light and shadow cast onto the wall, stretching his shadow long, making him appear a bit lonely. Did you hear? Zhao Xian's dog is completely ruined. I heard. The old professor said it himself at the school gate, his foundation is completely destroyed. TSK tisk, it's really tragic. The SS-grade spirit body he sold to get those treasures, and now they're all gone. If it were me, I'd probably jump straight off the rooftop. Jump off? Look at him now, he's like he's already dead. He hasn't even dared to leave the house these past few days, probably crying inside. The sound of a few students' deliberately lowered voices could be heard in the hallway. Though separated by a door, Zhao Xian's current hearing allowed every word to slip into his ears clearly. Zhao Xian remained expressionless, not even lifting his eyelids. He had heard this kind of mockery too many times, too much for it to stir even the slightest wave in his heart. What concerned him now wasn't these rumors, but a deeper crisis. Big Yellow was lying at Zhao Xian's feet, curled up into a ball. Its appearance did indeed look terrible now, its fur dull and lifeless, and its breathing a bit rapid. But only Zhao Xian knew that this was just Big Yellow deeply digesting the vitality brought by the apothecary spirit body, its internal power undergoing a qualitative transformation. Chirp chirp. A slight sound came from the drainage pipe. Little Fire climbed out, soaked through, its dark red fur clinging to its body. It jumped onto the table, shook off the water from its fur, and then called out urgently at Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian put down his pen, his gaze becoming deep. The information transmitted by Little Fire through the mental link made him feel a strange chill. 2 more have gone missing? Zhao Xian murmured softly. Little Fire nodded. In its surveillance network, a few students in the school had recently taken mysterious long leaves. These students were usually low-key and didn't stand out in the school, but according to Little Fire's observations, their spirit beasts weren't low-grade. They were the kind of hidden geniuses, with great potential, but not yet fully developed. What does the spirit clan want to do? Zhao Xian furrowed his brows. After Luhan was taken, then returned in that strange state, it itself was already a huge red flag. The madmen of the Spirit Clan never considered the consequences of their actions. Since they had already attacked him, logically, there should be follow-up deadly moves. But in the past half-month, except for Lu Han occasionally putting on some pity plays at the school gate, the Spirit Clan had seemingly disappeared completely. This calmness is too unnatural. Is there any movement from Lu Han? Zhao Xian asked. Xiao shook his head. Lu Han's life was extremely regular every day, attending classes, eating, going back to the dorm, and even her expression remained that pure and fragile look. But Xiao noticed that every night, Lu Han would comb her hair in front of the mirror, combing for hours. And the amount of hair she shed was astonishing. Her shoulders were always covered with a thick layer of dead hair. She's rotting, Zhao Xian said coldly. Lu Han's body now resembled a doll that had been forcefully stitched together. It looked dazzling on the outside, but the inside was already beginning to stink. The Spirit Guild would not return her just to discuss themselves. It's definitely not that simple. Zhao Xian stood up and walked to the window. A flash of lightning cut through the night sky, instantly illuminating the dark campus. What about Li Fu? Xiao was sent back a piece of footage. Li Fu had been partying wildly these days, drinking heavily at a private club on Binhai Avenue every day. Wang Chang and his group kept circling around him, flattering him with all sorts of praises. In Li Fu's eyes, Zhao Xian was already a dead man. That so-called bet was just the last procedure he used to humiliate Zhao Xian. Li Fu was just a stupid pawn that was pushed out. Zhao Xian looked out the window at the rain, his fingers lightly tapping on the windowsill. The Spirit Guild is using him as a shield. Their real target is probably the seat of the entire Tianhai University. The missing students were the best proof. Zhao Xian felt an unprecedented pressure. Although Devouring had been leveling up crazily in the secret realm, its combat power had already surpassed that of the same level, but it was still only B level. In the Beastmaster world, level represents the quantity of power, while quality represents the essence of that power. Even if a B-level spirit beast reaches level 9, it still faces natural suppression when facing truly A-level or even S-level spirit beasts. Although Li Fu was useless, his Li family's background was deep, and no one could guarantee what kind of trump cards Li Fu would have on the day of the bet. Moreover, there was also the Spirit Guild lurking in the shadows, watching closely. We must let De Huang advance. Zhao Xian clenched his fist. He opened the system panel, his eyes fixed on De Huang's evolution path. Spirit Beast, De Huang. Current quality, B level. Materials needed to promote to A level: Qian Gold Marrow, 0/1, Earth Core Fire Lotus, 0/1, High Level Gold Spirit Core, 0/10. These materials, each one, were things that were rare and hard to find. Especially the Qian Gold Marrow, it was a companion mineral from the extreme sun area, and it might take decades to find even one piece. Zhao Xian had searched through all the black market channels and official marketplaces these days but had not found any information about Qian Gold Marrow. Do I really have to be stuck here? Zhao Xian felt a sense of unwillingness. There were only 10 days left before the bet. If he couldn't promote De Huang before the bet began, even if De Huang won against Li Fu, it would still be difficult to deal with the Spirit Guild's next moves. The lights in the dorm suddenly flickered a few times, making a buzzing electrical noise. Zhao Xian sat back in his chair and casually picked up a document on the desk. It was a list of auction items from the auction house that Lin Min had brought back from outside the campus. Lin Min had been hiding with her grandfather in the countryside these days, helping Zhao Xian inquire about various rare materials. Brother Zhao, this is the auction catalog for Tianhai's big auction next week. See if there's anything you need. Lin Min's words echoed in his ears. Zhao Xian casually flipped through the catalog. The items in such large auctions were usually very mixed, ranging from antiques and calligraphy to high-level spirit medicine, but there wasn't much that could truly attract a Beastmaster. As he flipped, Zhao Xian's fingers suddenly stopped. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his breath became rapid in that moment. In the second-to-last page of the catalog, in an inconspicuous corner, a blurry photo was printed. The photo showed a stone that was completely bright red, with faint golden flowing light spinning in the center. Zhao Xian suddenly stood up, bringing the list close to the desk lamp. The light illuminated his increasingly deep eyes, and also revealed a trace of wild joy deep within them. I found it. Zhao Xian's voice trembled slightly. Chapter 64, Underlying Currents. After the rain, the air in Tianhai City carried the smell of wet soil. The neon lights on both sides of the street cast shattered reflections on the standing water, colorful yet somewhat desolate. Zhao Xian stood in front of the dormitory mirror, checking his disguise one last time. He wore a loose black trench coat, with the collar turned up high, covering most of his face. A Loki baseball cap was pressed on his head, and a pair of plain black glasses rested on the bridge of his nose. With some simple makeup skills, he made his skin appear sickly pale, and his eyes became dull and weary. Now, he looked like a fallen beast master who had been wounded in a secret realm and was desperately trying to sell his materials. De Huang, stay at home and don't move. Zhao Xian spoke softly to the empty room. Although De Huang was not in sight, he could feel the response from De Huang in the Beastmaster space. That pulse of connection through bloodline made him feel incredibly at ease. He opened the door, avoided the motion-sensing lights in the hallway, and quickly walked down the dim stairwell. At the school gate, Wang Chang and his lackeys were still dutifully guarding. They were squatting under the streetlight, smoking, chatting casually, and didn't notice a plain black figure quietly slipping past the greenery not far behind them. Zhao Xian hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Tianhai Grand Auction House in the city center. That was the auction house with the deepest official backing in Tianhai City, and a treasure trove that countless beast masters dreamed of. Here, as long as you had money, you could buy anything you wanted, as long as your wallet was thick enough. Zhao Xian touched the bank card in his pocket. That was the money left after selling the SS-class spirit body, plus the savings he had earned by harvesting materials like crazy in the secret realm during this time, a total of over 5 million. This amount of money was astronomical to ordinary people, but at this top-tier auction, it might not even be enough for the starting price of a featured item. I hope the competition won't be too fierce. Zhao Xian lowered the brim of his cap and walked into the luxurious auction hall. The hall was dazzling with lights, and huge crystal chandeliers emitted a soft and luxurious glow. The floor was covered with thick red carpets, and stepping on them made no sound. Many people were already seated, mostly dressed elegantly, exuding an air of superiority in every movement. Zhao Xian took a number tag and silently sat in a corner in the last row. He blended in perfectly with the shadows, like an inconspicuous stone. The auction soon began. The first item for auction, the complete spiritual core of the 9th grade fire-type beast, the Flame Lion, starting price is 500,000. The auctioneer on stage was a woman with a hot body, her voice crisp and pleasant, highly provocative. 550,000. 600,000. Bidding voices rose and fell. Zhao Xian watched coldly. These items were precious, but to him, they meant nothing. He was like a patient hunter, waiting for his own prey. Time passed by, and one treasure after another was auctioned off, while some were left unsold because the price was too high. The next item for auction is a bit special. The auctioneer lifted the red silk on the tray, revealing a stone that was completely bright red, with faint golden flowing light spinning in the center. In that moment, Zhao Xian felt a slight fluctuation of spiritual power in his body. Red Sun Gold Core, a companion stone from the extreme sun land. Although it can't directly raise the level of spirit beasts, it is an excellent material for refining the body and improving the quality, especially for metal and fire-type spirit beasts. The auctioneer glanced around the room, smiling as he said, the starting price is 1.5 million. The hall was quiet for a moment. Although the Crimson Sun Gold Marrow was rare, its audience was relatively narrow, as only specific spirit beasts could use it. 1.6 million. A voice came from the front row. Zhao Xian looked toward the voice, his pupils contracting slightly. It was a middle-aged man in a gray suit, sitting upright, his expression cold and stern. Zhao Xian recognized the face. It was the butler of the Li family, the trusted confidant of Li Fu's father. What is a member of the Li family doing here? Zhao Xian felt a hint of alertness rise in his heart. Could Li Fu also be eyeing this piece of gold marrow? No, Li Fu's spirit body is the SS-ranked Virgin Mary, a purely light-based spirit. He wouldn't need such a violent metal fire attribute material. The only explanation is that the Li family is collecting various high-grade materials for Li Fu, attempting to forcibly increase the compatibility of that SS-level spirit body through external means. 1.7 million. Zhao Xian raised his bidding paddle, his voice hoarse and low. The Li family butler glanced back, his brows furrowing slightly. Clearly, he didn't take this down-and-out figure sitting in the corner seriously. 2 million. The butler added calmly. 2.1 million. Zhao Xian followed closely. The atmosphere in the hall started to feel a bit tense. Many people started whispering, speculating who this mysterious man in black was, to dare challenge the Li family. 2.5 million. The butler's tone remained calm, but there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. 2.6 million. Zhao Xian didn't hesitate at all. He had to win this gold marrow. It was the key to Big Yellow's promotion to Grade A, and his only hope of turning the tide. The price soared rapidly, quickly crossing the 4 million mark. The murmurs in the hall grew louder. Is this person crazy? 4 million for a piece of Crimson Sun Gold marrow? The price has already far exceeded its value. Probably a young master from some big family, out here for some practice, and doesn't care about money. The Li family butler's face finally darkened. Although the budget for this trip was ample, it wasn't unlimited. The Li family, though large and wealthy, had every expense closely audited. 4.2 million. The butler gritted his teeth and said. 4.5 million. Zhao Xian's voice was still steady, as if it was just a number. The butler suddenly stood up, glaring at Zhao Xian. He tried to read something from Zhao Xian's face, but the duckbill hat pulled low over his head covered all his expressions. Friend, I am the butler of the Li family. My young master urgently needs this gold marrow. Could you give me some face? The butler's voice carried a hint of threat. Zhao Xian sneered, completely ignoring him. The auction rules are clear, the highest bid wins. If you don't have the money, sit down. Laughter erupted in the hall. The Li family butler's face turned a deep shade of purple, and he glared fiercely at Zhao Xian before sitting back down. The butler called out his final limit, then sneered, Kid, if you have the guts, keep going. The entire room went silent. All eyes were focused on Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian could feel his palms sweating. He only had just over 5 million on him, his last bullet. If this didn't crush his opponent, he would have lost completely. 5 million. Zhao Xian's voice was deep, like sand grinding in his throat. As soon as this number was said, the Li family butler's smile froze on his face, his previously cold eyes turning to disbelief. He opened his mouth, only to realize he no longer had the authorization to add more funds. For a secondary material to improve physique, 5 million had already far exceeded the family's budget. 5 million, once. The auctioneer's voice trembled slightly, this price had shattered the historical record for this material. 5 million, twice. The butler clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, and finally, he could only slump down in his chair, defeated. 5 million, 3 times. Sold. As the gavel fell, Zhao Xian's heart, which had been hanging in the air, finally relaxed. His bank card had almost nothing left, only a few thousand yuan for living expenses, but he had obtained the key to Big Yellow's evolution. The Li family's butler watched Zhao Xian's retreating figure, his eyes dark and menacing. He took out his phone and quietly sent a voice message, check the man in the black trench coat, see who he really is. He dares to steal from the Li family, he must be tired of living. Backstage transfer room. Zhao Xian swiped his card and received the exquisite wooden box containing the Red Sun golden core. The moment the wooden box was in his hands, a warm power surged through his fingertips. He could feel an incredibly violent and pure energy contained within the box. This is Big Yellow's lifeline, Zhao Xian muttered to himself. He didn't stay long at the grand auction hall, after grabbing the item, he immediately left through a side door. The street outside was still damp. Zhao Xian quickly walked in the shadows, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he stopped. A feeling of prickling on his back spread throughout his body. It was the instinct he had honed through life and death trials in the secret realm. At the corner not far away, a few people dressed in black suits were faintly visible. They were from the Li family, and clearly, they hadn't planned to let him go just like that. But besides the Li family members, Zhao Xian also sensed several even colder, more sinister presences. These presences were hidden deeper in the darkness, like venomous snakes, fixated on him. That feeling was exactly the same as the one he felt from Lu Han. The Spirit Society. Zhao Xian's heart sank. It seemed that he was not the only one targeting the golden core. Or rather, those people were not after the golden core at all, but him. Zhao Xian didn't panic. He lowered the brim of his hat, his figure flashed, and he directly darted into a complex alley. Want to play? Then come. He darted through the alley, using the complex terrain to shake off the Li family's henchmen. But the cold, eerie presences still followed him closely. No matter how he took detours, he couldn't shake them off completely. Seems like I can't escape. Zhao Xian stopped in the backyard of an abandoned factory. The place was overgrown with wild grass, and the broken walls looked especially desolate under the moonlight. He turned around, looking at the empty backyard, and coldly said, "You've been following me for so long, aren't you tired? Come out." In the darkness, several figures slowly emerged. They wore matching gray robes, with eerie white masks covering their faces. The masks had no facial features, only hollow eye sockets. "Give us the item, and we'll make it quick for you," the leader of the gray-robed figures said, his voice hoarse, like two rusty metal sheets scraping together. Zhao Xian tightly gripped the wooden box containing the golden core, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. "You want it? Come take it yourself." He didn't waste any words, directly communicating with the beast master space. Although summoning Big Yellow here would expose his identity, he no longer cared about that. These Spirit Society members had obviously come prepared. If he didn't end this quickly, once they entangled him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he was about to summon Big Yellow, the cold, eerie presences suddenly fluctuated violently. "Withdraw." The leader of the gray-robed figures seemed to have received some kind of order and swiftly retreated. Zhao Xian was momentarily stunned. In the distance, a few strong spiritual energy waves rapidly approached. It was the official patrol team from Tianhai City, clearly disturbed by the commotion near the auction house. The Spirit Society members disappeared quickly, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Zhao Xian did not chase. He concealed his presence, quickly leaving the scene before the patrol team arrived. Half an hour later, he returned to Tianhai University. At the school gate, Wang Chang and the others were already asleep, leaning against a utility pole. Zhao Xian, like a ghost, silently returned to the dormitory. He opened the door, and De Huang immediately rushed over, circling around him, wagging its tail excitedly. Zhao Xian locked the door behind him and drew the blackout curtains. He sat at the table and opened the wooden box. A crimson light instantly illuminated the entire room. De Huang stared at the golden marrow, a deep, yearning sound coming from its throat. "Don't rush, De Huang. This is yours now." Zhao Xian stroked De Huang's head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. "The Li family, the alien spirit society, you all want my life, you all want to see me fall into the abyss." He picked up the golden marrow, feeling the violent power surging within it. "Unfortunately, you're destined to be disappointed." He looked out the window. Though the heavy curtains blocked most of the view, it seemed as though he could still see Li Fu's arrogant, smug face. "Li Fu, 3 days from now, I'll make you understand what real despair feels like." Chapter 65, The Crimson Sun Golden Marrow, De Huang's Rebirth. The night was deep, and the street, just after the rain, looked especially slippery. Zhao Xian lowered his hat brim, holding De Huang, who looked sickly but was actually faking death, and slipped into an inconspicuous black taxi. "Driver, take me to the Blue Star Spirit Beast Training Center in the western suburbs." Zhao Xian's voice was hoarse, making it hard to tell his real age. The driver glanced at the heavily wrapped-up stranger through the rearview mirror but didn't dare ask more. He pressed the gas pedal and sped off. The Blue Star Spirit Beast Training Center was a famous money-spending pit in Tianhai City, also known for having the best privacy and security for private training bases. They didn't ask about your background, they only cared about money. As long as you could pay, even if you tore a hole in the sky, the boss would smile and patch it up, ensuring not a whisper of it got out. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of a low-key building, which had strict security inside. Zhao Xian paid the fare and walked straight to the front desk. The receptionist, a woman with heavy makeup, was bored, filing her nails. When she saw Zhao Xian's appearance, she didn't even bother to raise her eyelids. "I'd like a room." Zhao Xian placed a black card on the counter. "Standard room, 500 per hour, deluxe room, 2,000, top suite." The woman lazily listed the prices. "I want the top suite." Zhao Xian interrupted her. "The one with high-level protective formations, preferably one that can withstand the impact of an A-grade spirit beast's self-explosion. I don't want to be disturbed, and I don't want any noise leaking out." The woman paused, her nail file frozen for a moment. She finally looked up at Zhao Xian. "Withstand an A-grade explosion? That's quite a big claim." "The top suite, 8,800 per hour, with a deposit of 50,000. The woman put on a professional fake smile. "Card or cash?" "Card." With a beep, over 50,000 yuan vanished instantly. Though Zhao Xian's heart bled, his face remained calm, as if nothing had happened. For De Huang's advancement, this money had to be spent. He took the room card, and with the waiter leading the way, passed through several heavy metal doors before arriving at the top suite on the third basement level. The room definitely matched its price. The 4 walls were made of high-strength soundproof alloy, covered with dense defensive runes. In the center of the room was a massive spirit-gathering formation, the thick spiritual energy almost turning into mist. "Sir, unless you call for us, we will not disturb you." The waiter respectfully withdrew, shutting the half-meter-thick soundproof door behind him. With the lock clicking shut, Zhao Xian's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He walked to the center of the room and placed De Huang on the floor, then carefully checked every corner of the room. Only after confirming there was no surveillance probe did he finally let out a long breath. "All right, De Huang, stop pretending." Zhao Xian kicked De Huang's butt. "Get up and move around, we are going to do a big thing." De Huang, who had been lying on the ground whining, had his ears stand up in an instant. It suddenly shook its body, and under that dry and messy camouflage fur, a faint heart-shaking sense of power showed through. Although because of the previous camouflage skill its appearance still looked a little thin, those eyes were bright in a frightening way. The poison of the frenzied bloodbat was overbearing, but under the purification of the pharmacist's spirit body, it instead became like a raging fire, burning the impurities inside De Huang clean and pure. Now it was like a piece of refined iron tempered 1,000 times, at an unprecedented peak state. "Woof!" De Huang let out a low growl, and in the sound there was long-suppressed excitement. "Don't rush, the good show has just begun." Zhao Xian took out delicate jade boxes one by one from his backpack, lining them up on the ground like setting up a street stall. "Earthcore Fire Lotus Seeds, 3. This thing can protect your heart meridians and prevent fire poison from attacking the heart. High-level Metal Element Spirit Cores, 10. These are for you to grind your teeth with, to increase the hardness of your bones." Finally, Zhao Xian carefully took out that wooden box which he had spent 5 million to buy at auction. When the box opened, a scorching wave of heat rushed to the face in an instant. That piece of crimson red sun gold marrow lay quietly in the box, and the golden flowing light at its center moved slowly as if it had life, releasing violent and pure energy. De Huang's eyes went straight in an instant, and saliva flowed down from the corner of its mouth. It could feel that this thing had a fatal attraction to it. Want to eat? Zhao Xian smiled, but his eyes became serious. This thing is not easy to digest. If it goes wrong, it will burst you open. He did not directly throw the gold marrow to De Huang, but like doing a chemistry experiment, he took out a specially made grinding bowl. Eat the side dishes first. Zhao Xian threw the 10 high-level metal element spirit cores into the bowl, using the special method provided by the system to grind them into powder. Then he squeezed out the juice of the earth core fire lotus seeds, mixed it together, and prepared a bowl of thick liquid shining with golden light. Drink it. Zhao Xian pushed the bowl in front of De Huang. De Huang had no hesitation, stretched out its tongue, and in a few licks cleaned the bowl of the medicinal liquid completely. The medicinal liquid entered the belly, and the effect was immediate. De Huang's body began to tremble slightly, and its body temperature rose rapidly. Under its originally dim skin, a faint layer of golden light began to appear. That was the medicinal power warming its meridians, preparing for the next impact. Its breathing became long and powerful, and with each exhale, 2 streams of white-hot air sprayed from its nostrils. How does it feel? Zhao Xian squatted down, his palm pressed on De Huang's back, feeling the flow of spirit power inside its body. The toughness of the meridians has increased by 30%, almost enough. Zhao Xian took a deep breath and picked up that piece of red sun gold marrow. De Huang, listen carefully. Zhao Xian stared into De Huang's eyes, his tone unprecedentedly grave. After you eat this, it will hurt, very hurt. Just like pouring magma into your stomach. But as long as you endure it, you will shed your mortal body and exchange your bones, step from B level into A level, and become a true divine beast species. Are you afraid? De Huang looked at Zhao Xian, its eyes incomparably firm. It shook its head, then opened its mouth wide and let out a low roar, as if saying, "Come." Good one. Zhao Xian no longer hesitated and directly stuffed that piece of red sun gold marrow into De Huang's mouth. Gulp. De Huang's throat moved, and it swallowed it directly. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The room was dead silent. Suddenly, De Huang's body stiffened fiercely. Immediately after, a golden heatwave visible to the naked eye burst out violently with De Huang as the center. Roar! De Huang let out a shrill and miserable scream. Its skin instantly turned bright red, like a heated branding iron. The dark golden patterns, once hidden beneath its fur, now surged across its body like molten lava, as if trying to break through the skin's confinement. This was not evolution, this was pure torture. The energy within the red sun essence was too violent, like an uncontrollable beast rampaging inside De Huang's body, trying to tear apart every inch of muscle, burning every vein. De Huang's body convulsed in pain, its forepaws digging into the hard alloy floor, leaving deep grooves behind. Hang in there. Guide it. Don't let it run wild. Zhao Xian shouted loudly. He stared intensely at the life sign data of De Huang on the system panel. Warning. Target temperature has exceeded critical value. Warning. Energy overflow, meridian pressure reaches 90%. Zhao Xian's palms were drenched in sweat. He was ready to intervene at any moment, even if it meant wasting this evolution. He couldn't let anything happen to De Huang. But De Huang was tougher than he had imagined. Despite trembling with pain, despite his teeth grinding, and even with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, De Huang stubbornly endured without a single sound. It pressed down with a fierce strength that came from deep within its bones, forcing the violent energy inside its body to wash over its bones. Sizzle, sizzle. De Huang's fur began to curl and char, a burnt smell spreading throughout the room. It was the high temperature inside its body roasting its flesh from the inside out. Damn it, there's too much energy. Zhao Xian watched the constantly rising values, his heart sinking. The power of the red sun essence was far beyond expectations. Though De Huang's body had been tempered, it was still a B-class at its core, unable to digest such overwhelming energy. If this continued, it would explode from the inside. Just as Zhao Xian was about to forcibly interrupt the evolution, something unexpected happened. The little creature that had been hiding in Zhao Xian's arms suddenly poked its head out. It was the black hole worm. Ever since it hatched, this little thing had done nothing but eat and sleep. Now, it seemed the overwhelming energy in the air had woken it up, making it hungry. It climbed up to Zhao Xian's shoulder, its tiny green bean-sized eyes staring fixedly at De Huang, its antennae trembling excitedly. Squeak? It seemed to be asking, "Can I eat this?" Before Zhao Xian could react, the black hole worm suddenly jumped down and landed on De Huang's scorching back. Come back. You'll burn to death. Zhao Xian was startled, reaching out to grab it. However, what happened next left him dumbfounded. The black hole worm, lying on De Huang's back, not only didn't burn to death but seemed to be enjoying the warmth, stretching out like it was in a hot spring. Then, it opened its small mouth, which seemed to lead to another dimension, and sucked in the violent heat waves pouring out from De Huang's body. Whoosh! The excess energy that had been rampaging across De Huang's body, unable to be released, turned into visible red air currents, which the black hole worm continuously sucked into its stomach. This little thing was treating the waste energy De Huang couldn't absorb like a buffet. With the black hole worm's consumption, the pressure inside De Huang's body instantly dropped. The meridians, which were about to collapse, regained stability due to the release of pressure. The sense of imminent explosion that had been hovering over them was miraculously lifted. This. Zhao Xian watched in amazement, unable to stop himself from swearing. You glutton, you really are a treasure. With the black hole worm acting as a pressure release valve, De Huang could finally focus on absorbing the remaining essence without distraction. The bones inside its body crackled as they were scrubbed by the high heat, and the originally white bones gradually began to take on a faint golden hue. The blood flow accelerated, the heart beating like thunder, each throb delivering even purer strength throughout the body. Time passed second by second. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The light in the training room grew brighter, the temperature unbearably high, even the air was distorted due to the heat. On the black, ink-like shell of the black hole worm, faint golden lines began to appear. It lazily crawled back to Zhao Xian's feet and curled up to sleep deeply. At this moment, De Huang also reached the final stage. The charred dead skin on its body began to peel off, revealing newly grown skin that gleamed like obsidian. The dark golden patterns were no longer just on the surface, but had completely fused into its flesh, emitting an ancient and noble aura. Roar! With a roar that seemed to come from the distant past, De Huang suddenly stood up. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupted from De Huang, the surrounding area blasting outward. The spirit-gathering array in the room immediately overloaded, emitting a sharp alarm. The red light that had been enveloping De Huang suddenly contracted into its body, replaced by a terrifying aura of an A-level spirit beast. This pressure was more than 10 times stronger than the previous B-level. Zhao Xian felt his chest tighten, and was actually forced to take 2 steps back by this overwhelming force. He focused his gaze. At this moment, De Huang, although not particularly huge in size, had muscles filled with explosive power. Its eyes turned into pure dark gold, with flames that seemed to burn forever deep within its pupils. It was done. Zhao Xian clenched his fist excitedly, immediately opening the system panel. Spirit Beast, De Huang. Quality, A level. Level, 8th stage, level 9. New trait, Body of the Fiery Sun. Looking at the golden A flashing, Zhao Xian's worried heart finally relaxed. 5 million, not wasted. This was not only a level up but a leap in the level of life. Now, even facing a true 7th stage exotic beast, De Huang could stand its ground without losing. Li Fu, your nightmare has come. Zhao Xian smirked coldly. However, just as he was about to close the system panel, a line of glaring red text suddenly popped up, flashing wildly. Ding! Detected that host spirit beast De Huang has perfectly fused with the red sun gold marrow, and the divine beast bloodline concentration has broken the critical threshold. Next stage evolution preview unlocked. Evolution direction, S-level sun devouring celestial lord. Zhao Xian stared at the first material name on the list, feeling dizzy, and he gasped in shock. The air in the training room was still scorching, as if it had just experienced a small volcanic eruption. The spirit-gathering array on the ground was still emitting thin smoke, and the air carried a faint sulfuric scent, a unique odor left by the burning of high-level energy. Zhao Xian stood in place, his gaze fixed on the system's evolution preview interface that had just popped up on his retina. The joy that had surged when De Huang successfully advanced to A level was instantly cooled like being doused in liquid nitrogen upon seeing the shocking material requirements. Next stage evolution target, S-level sun devouring celestial lord. Core material, Sun God's Gold, 10 pounds. Auxiliary materials, 9 Heaven's Essence, 1 pound, True Dragon Heart Blood, 3 drops, Fusong Tree Branch, 1 segment. 10 pounds of Sun God's Gold? Zhao Xian's mouth twitched violently, almost unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. He pointed at the material name, which was glowing red and purple, and couldn't help but complain to the air system, do you have a misunderstanding of the unit pound? Or do you think I'm the son of a mint? What is Sun God's Gold? It is a legendary material that only exists in the core areas of mythical-level secret realms. In the Federation's auction records, this material was auctioned by the gram. 10 years ago, there was a piece of Sun God Gold the size of a fingernail in Kyoto. At that time, it was driven up to a 9-digit astronomical price, and eventually triggered a fierce battle between 2 top families. Now the system is asking for 10 pounds? This is simply the ramblings of a madman. And that true dragon's heart blood. Where can there be a true dragon in this world? Are you asking me to slaughter gods? Zhao Xian helplessly shook his head, that deep sense of powerlessness made his teeth ache. S-Class, that is the legendary domain of gods, the endpoint that countless beastmasters dare not even dream of. Although he already knew that this path was as difficult as climbing to the sky, when this astronomical number of a threshold was really placed in front of him, it still made him feel hopeless. Forget it, one should not be too greedy. Zhao Xian took a deep breath, forcibly moving his gaze away from that tempting yet deadly S-Class preview. He stretched out his hand and swiped through the void, decisively closing the interface. One step at a time, food must be eaten bite by bite, the road must be walked step by step. For me right now, an A level, combined with the Divine Beast bloodline, is already a jackpot start. Chapter 67, Transformed, the Devourer of the Sun God King form. He quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he was only a freshman. In the entire Federation University, it was rare for even a freshman to possess a B-level spirit beast, let alone an A-level. If people knew he held an A-level Divine Blood spirit beast, the next day, those crazy research institutes would probably come to tear him apart for research. Big Yellow, come here. Zhao Xian calmed himself and waved towards the black shadow not far away. Woof! A low and powerful response rang out. Big Yellow walked over with steady steps. Zhao Xian's eyes instantly brightened. Earlier, the evolution was so dazzling, and the situation was critical, so he didn't have time to take a closer look. Now, upon closer inspection, Zhao Xian realized that Big Yellow's change could truly be described as a rebirth. It didn't evolve into a giant beast with a bloated body like some power-type spirit beasts, instead, it became more refined and well-proportioned. Its once messy fur had now completely fallen off, replaced by a new coat of pitch-black fur like ink. These hairs were no longer soft, each one was like it had been made from the finest black gold alloy, with a metallic sheen flowing under the light. That texture resembled invulnerable armor, yet like flowing darkness at the same time. Its limbs were long and powerful, with muscle lines as smooth as an artwork, every muscle containing explosive strength. Its claws retracted into the pads, occasionally revealing a little sharpness, which could leave white marks on the hard alloy floor. The most striking feature was its forehead. In the center of Big Yellow's eyes, there was a golden mark. The mark was about the size of a thumb, shaped like a burning flame, yet also like a miniature sun. It wasn't painted on, but grew out of the flesh and blood, emitting a faint golden halo, radiating an aura of sacred, inviolable majesty. Manifestation of the sun-devouring bloodline. Zhao Xian couldn't help but reach out his hand, gently touching the scorching mark. The moment his fingertips touched it, he seemed to hear a roar from ancient times, the pride belonging to mythical creatures. This is no longer a Chinese rural dog. Zhao Xian clicked his tongue in awe, his eyes full of admiration. This is clearly the prototype of the howling heavenly dog from myth and legend. Big Yellow seemed to understand its owner's praise, slightly raising its head. A trace of human-like pride flashed in its dark golden eyes. It was no longer the dog that only wagged its tail and begged for food. Now, it truly possessed the majesty of a beast king. Come, let me see your abilities. Zhao Xian opened the system panel and clicked on Big Yellow's skill bar. When he saw it, Zhao Xian's breath became rapid again. The once simple and modest skill tree had now undergone a dramatic transformation. Skill 1, Breaking the Sky, Former Claw Evolution. Description: compresses metallic spiritual energy to the extreme and attaches it to claws or fangs. The attack carries an absolute penetration effect, ignoring 50% of the physical defense and energy shields of targets at the same level. For targets with strong traits, it causes double damage. Ignore 50% defense? Zhao Xian gasped. This was the nightmare of heavily armored tanks. Before, De Huang's claws were sharp, but when facing tough opponents like the Ironhide Rhinoceros, it still took some effort. Now, with Breaking the Sky, those so-called defenses were as flimsy as paper in front of De Huang. He continued to read. Skill 2, Devouring the Sun, Former Devour Evolution. Description: the core talent of the sun-devouring bloodline. Not only can it devour flesh and blood essence to heal quickly, but it can also activate the devouring field for a short time. During the field's duration, it can directly devour energy attacks from the enemy, up to its own bearing limit, and transform them into a personal shield or kinetic energy for the next attack. Damn! Zhao Xian couldn't help but curse. This skill was insanely overpowered. Before, Devour only allowed healing by eating meat, serving as a sustained skill. Now, Devouring the Sun had turned into an all-in-one godly skill for both offense and defense. This meant that if he faced a mage-type opponent in the future, and the opponent threw a big fireball, De Huang wouldn't even need to dodge. Instead, it could just open its mouth and eat it, then slap it back in return. How could anyone fight like that? Zhao Xian suppressed his excitement and looked at the third skill. Skill 3, Pursuing the Sun, Former Item Search Evolution. Description: greatly enhances perception. Once activated, it can lock onto all life fluctuations and energy sources within a 5-kilometer radius. For marked prey, no matter how they try to hide or enter a different space, they cannot escape tracking, and the damage to the prey increases by 30%. Full map vision plus damage boost. Zhao Xian stroked his chin, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With this skill, even if you burrow into a mouse hole, De Huang can drag you out. These three advanced skills had already caused a qualitative leap in De Huang's combat power. But Zhao Xian knew, the real showstopper was still ahead. His gaze fell to the bottom of the skill bar, where a new golden icon was shining. New form skill, Sun Devouring God form. Description: activate the thin divine beast bloodline within the body to briefly manifest the howling heaven form. Effect: when activated, all attributes are increased by 200%, immune to all mental control, and attacks carry a divine fire burning effect. Duration depends on spiritual energy consumption, currently estimated at 3 minutes. Side effect: after deactivation, enters a weakened state, all attributes decrease by 50%, lasting 24 hours. Hiss. Zhao Xian looked at this skill description, his scalp tingling. 200% increase in all attributes. What does that mean? It meant that in a short time, De Huang's combat power would triple. And it was immune to mental control. You see, in high-level battles, the most terrifying thing was mental control skills. Once controlled, no matter how strong your output, you couldn't deal any damage. With this immunity, De Huang would be like a bulldozer charging through the battlefield, unstoppable. Although there was a weakness phase afterward, this was undoubtedly the ultimate trump card for turning the tide or going all in. Is this the true value of an A-grade divine beast species? Zhao Xian murmured to himself. He glanced at De Huang's current level. Current level, 8th tier, level 9. Because of the overwhelming energy from the Crimson Sun Gold Essence, coupled with the feedback from the evolution, De Huang's level skyrocketed like a rocket, jumping from 8th tier level 5 straight to 8th tier level 9. It was only a step away from the huge milestone of 7th tier. 8th tier, level 9. Zhao Xian silently calculated in his mind. In the Federation University system, the average level of a first-year student was usually the mid-level of 9th tier. The so-called geniuses, at most, are only at the peak of the 9th rank or just touching the threshold of the 8th rank. Only when reaching the 2nd year, after a year of systematic training and resource accumulation, can most students stabilize at the 8th rank. As for the 7th rank, that is the standard for excellent third-year students. In fact, many fourth-year graduates are only at the 7th rank. I'm just a first-year student who's been enrolled for less than half a year, and I'm holding an 8th rank level 9 beast, with combat power comparable to a 7th rank A-class divine beast. Chapter 68, Lurking. When Zhao Xian returned to his dormitory, the sky was almost light. He didn't turn on the lights. Like a ghost, he silently shoved the backpack containing the empty box of Crimson Sun Essence under his bed. Big Yellow was very obedient. Without Zhao Xian needing to call it, it turned into a streak of light and directly dove into the beast master space to sleep. It had just completed its evolution and needed time to adjust to its newly transformed body, and more importantly, it needed to slowly rein in the almost overflowing divinity in its body in that space that belonged only to it. For the next 2 days, Zhao Xian lived like an invisible person. He didn't attend classes, didn't go to the cafeteria, and didn't even step out of the dormitory door once. When hungry, he would nibble on some compressed biscuits. When thirsty, he would drink a bit of cold water. He turned off his phone and threw it under his pillow, completely cutting off all contact with the outside world. He was adjusting. Not just physically resting, but mentally settling. The cicadas outside grew louder, a unique annoyance of the summer. Occasionally, a few students passing by would intentionally raise their voices when walking past his dormitory, saying some unpleasant things. Have you heard? That guy hasn't shown up for 2 days. He's probably scared out of his wits. 30 million, he wouldn't even be able to pay that off if he sold himself. I think he wanted to run, but the people from Young Masterly have the school gate surrounded tight. He can't fly away. Zhao Xian sat in the chair, eyes closed, listening to these harsh voices, but not a single ripple appeared on his face. He was like a bottomless ancient well, with stones thrown in by the outside world making not a sound. He was waiting. Waiting for that day to come. On the 3rd morning, sunlight pierced through the curtains, like a sharp sword breaking through the dormitory's gloom. Zhao Xian opened his eyes. His pupils were so clear it was almost frightening, not the slightest bit of grogginess. He stood up and walked to the mirror. The person in the mirror still looked somewhat pale, but that was a disguise he intentionally kept. But he took off the loose casual clothes and changed into a black combat uniform. This outfit had been issued to him when he enrolled, and he seldom wore it. The black special fabric tightly wrapped around his slender body. The belt at his waist was pulled very tight, outlining a straight waistline. On his feet were a pair of polished tactical boots, and when he stepped on the floor, they made a dull and forceful sound. He looked into the mirror and slowly adjusted his collar, his movements precise, like a general preparing for battle, making the final preparations. Big Yellow, are you ready? he asked softly in his heart. From the Beastmaster space came a low, deep response. The voice carried an uncontainable battle intent, like a beast that had been caged for too long, now sensing the smell of blood. Don't rush. Today, there will be times for you to bite. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He pushed open the door and strode out. Tianhai University, Central Arena. This was the largest open-air competition arena in the school, capable of holding tens of thousands of people. Normally, it was only open during school-level competitions, but today, it was packed with people. Not just students from this school, but even people from neighboring universities had come to watch the excitement. Even on the high stands, several professional cameras were set up. Those were the eyes of several underground casinos in Tianhai City, broadcasting live. After all, this betting match had made quite a stir. A freshman with no background, holding a useless mutt, was about to challenge the young master of the top family in Tianhai City, and face that legendary SS-class spirit body. This itself was a huge spectacle. It's coming! It's coming! A stir suddenly erupted from the crowd. Countless gazes immediately turned to the entrance of the arena. Zhao Xian walked in alone. His hands were stuffed in his pockets, walking neither too fast nor too slow. The black combat uniform made him look somewhat frail, especially with his pale face, which appeared even more bloodless under the sunlight. There was nothing around him. No teammates, no cheerleaders, not even that legendary spiritual beast, Big Yellow. He walked alone on the wide passage, with crowds of people on both sides, countless mouths opening and closing, and waves of malicious voices crashing toward him like the tide. Yo! Isn't this our Zhao, the big genius? A sharp voice rang out from the front row. Wang Chang, along with a few lackeys, was leaning on the railing, looking at Zhao Xian with a mocking expression. He was holding a loudspeaker in his hand, making sure everyone could hear. What's the deal? You came alone? Where's that divine dog of yours? Did it die in its den? Or did you stew it, afraid it would embarrass you if it showed up? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Zhao Xian, if I were you, I'd kneel down and crawl out right now. Maybe if young Master Li is in a good mood, he'll forgive you a few million in interest. Yeah. What's with the act? Look at his face, he looks like a dead man. Ah, what a shame about that face, he's actually quite handsome, but his brain doesn't work, going against young Master Li. Zhao Xian seemed to not hear any of these words. His gaze remained forward, his eyes hollow and indifferent. When he passed by Wang Chang's section, he didn't even glance up, as if walking past a pile of buzzing flies. This indifference froze the smile on Wang Chang's face. Damn, what a show-off. Wang Chang spat viciously, his eyes filled with venom. Wait till you're on the stage, I'll see how you die. Zhao Xian stepped onto the arena. He stood at one corner of the ring, hands still in his pockets, quietly waiting. At this moment, from the other entrance of the arena, a deafening cheer suddenly erupted. Young Master Li! Young Master Li! Young Master Li will win! Kill that poor loser! Amidst the crowd, Li Fu made a dazzling entrance. The spectacle today was frighteningly grand. A dozen bodyguards in black suits paved the way, forcibly squeezing a path through the crowded people. Lu Han was holding onto his arm, wearing that sickeningly sweet smile, occasionally waving to the crowd, as if this wasn't a life and death duel, but a celebrity runway show. Li Fu wore a custom-made white combat suit, embroidered with golden patterns that sparkled under the sunlight. His hair was neatly combed, thick with gel, so much so that even a fly landing on it would have to split. He held his head high, his face carrying an air of unrivaled arrogance, savoring the cheers and adoration from the crowd. However, when he stepped onto the ring and stood across from Zhao Xian's eyes slightly narrowed. Li Fu looked spirited, but beneath that appearance, there was a sense of decay. Beneath his eyes, even a thick layer of foundation couldn't cover the dark bruises, signs of long-term mental exhaustion. His pupils were somewhat dilated, occasionally contracting unnaturally, a sign of his nervous system being in a hyperactive state. The most obvious feature was his neck. At the collar of his expensive combat suit, faintly visible, were several swollen veins resembling earthworms. These veins were not the usual blue, but a strange purple-red color, pulsing slightly. Zixuating extract. Zhao Xian coldly whispered the name to himself. This is a powerful stimulant that circulates in the black market. Its function is simple, it can forcibly raise the mental limit of beast masters in a short period, allowing those who couldn't control high-level spiritual entities to barely manage them. But the side effects are equally terrifying. It burns the user's life potential, and long-term injection can lead to brain vascular sclerosis, or even mental breakdown, turning the user into a fool. Chapter 69, The Holy Mother Descends. You really paid a heavy price to control that SS-level spiritual entity. Zhao Xian looked at Li Fu, his eyes flashing with pity, but mostly with sarcasm. Li Fu had no idea how terrible his physical condition was right now. He was immersed in that false sense of power, believing himself to be invincible. Zhao Xian. Li Fu stood in the center of the stage, grabbing the microphone, his voice spreading across the entire venue. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. He pointed a finger at Zhao Xian's nose, a cruel smile on his face as though he were a cat playing with a mouse. Now, in front of all the teachers and students of the school, kneel down, bow 3 times, and spit out that 30 million. Perhaps I might show mercy and leave you with a whole corpse. Otherwise, once I make a move, my Holy Mary won't have mercy, and if I turn you into a cripple, don't blame me for being ruthless. The crowd below erupted into cheers. Kneel. Kneel. Li Xiao is mighty. Zhao Xian remained silent. He just quietly stared at Li Fu, his gaze as if watching a clown performing desperately on stage. This silence made Li Fu feel an inexplicable irritation. What he hated most was Zhao Xian's look. He was obviously a penniless fool, already at death's door, yet why was he still so calm? Why wasn't he afraid? Why didn't he beg for mercy? You're really asking for it. Li Fu roared, swinging his hand violently. Come out. Holy Mary. Boom. At his call, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the space behind him. A blinding white light poured out from the crack, instantly enveloping the entire arena. The light was so intense that the audience below hurriedly shielded their eyes. Then, a divine, magnificent, and terrifying pressure, like a tsunami, swept over the entire crowd. In the center of the white light, a 3-meter-tall female spiritual entity slowly emerged. She wore a pure white robe, a crown of thorns on her head, her hands clasped in prayer before her chest, her face filled with pity and holiness. Behind her, a pair of wings made from pure light elements slowly flapped, scattering tiny light spots. SS-level spiritual entity, Holy Mary. Oh my God. Is this the SS-level spiritual entity? So beautiful. So powerful. I feel like my spiritual power is completely suppressed. The students below were full of admiration, some trembling with excitement. Spiritual entities of this level were nothing short of miracles for ordinary people. Li Fu stood at the feet of Holy Mary, bathed in the holy light, as if he had become a god himself. He looked down at Zhao Xian, his eyes filled with fanaticism and smugness. Did you see? This is power. This is the height you'll never reach. However, Zhao Xian keenly noticed a detail. The moment Holy Mary appeared, Li Fu's left hand, which had been behind his back, suddenly spasmed violently. His fingers twitched uncontrollably, his nails digging deeply into his flesh, clearly in immense pain. Moreover, the seemingly Holy Mary entity, though wearing a compassionate expression, had eyes made of light that radiated a chilling indifference. Her gaze toward Li Fu was not like that of a master looking at their servant. It looked as if they were watching a battery being drained of its value. The contract is unstable. Zhao Xian understood in his heart. Li Fu's mental strength was simply insufficient to support the consumption of an SS-level spirit body. He was now completely relying on drugs to hold on. It was like a child swinging a giant hammer weighing hundreds of pounds, seeming powerful, but at any moment, it could crush his own foot. Zhao Xian. Where is your dog? Li Fu roared loudly, trying to cover up his physical discomfort with his voice. Release it. I want my virgin to personally purify that dirty beast. The terrifying pressure seemed to be a physical force, pushing toward Zhao Xian. Zhao Xian's combat suit rustled in the wind, his hair flying backward. But he still stood there, his feet seemingly rooted to the ground, not moving an inch. He slowly raised his head. In his once empty eyes, there was finally a spark. It was an extreme disdain, a contempt that came from the depths of his soul. He looked at Li Fu, who stood in the light, thinking he controlled everything, and a chilling smile slowly appeared on his lips. His voice was not loud, without a microphone, but in that vast space, it could be heard clearly. Zhao Xian swallowed. Big Yellow. Zhao Xian crouched down, staring into Big Yellow's imposing dark gold eyes, and said seriously, from now on, hide the mark on your forehead. Big Yellow tilted its head, seeming a little confused, but still obediently controlled the spiritual power within. The golden sun mark on its forehead gradually faded, eventually disappearing under its black fur, and if you didn't part the fur and look closely, you wouldn't notice. And your aura, conceal it. Zhao Xian continued to give instructions. Big Yellow shook its body, and the suffocating pressure of the divine beast vanished without a trace. It turned back into an ordinary black dog, its eyes still sharp. Still not enough. Zhao Xian shook his head. He took out a bottle of special potion from his backpack. It was a cheap dye he had bought for disguise, along with some herbal juice that emitted a rotten smell. Sorry about this, buddy. Zhao Xian said as he smeared the messy substances onto Big Yellow's newly evolved fur, which was as smooth as black gold satin. Big Yellow wrinkled its nose in slight disdain, but did not dodge. It knew why its master was doing this. A few minutes later, the majestic sun-devouring God King was gone. In its place was a scruffy, yellowish, disheveled dog with a faint smell of medicine and decay, looking sickly and pitiful. Zhao Xian nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. He patted Big Yellow's head, a sly curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Li Fu must think you're already useless, waiting to see my embarrassment. Let's give him a big surprise. Pretending to be weak while eating the tiger, although a bit cliché, is still effective. Zhao Xian stood up and began cleaning up the bottles and jars on the ground. The training room returned to calm, with only the residual warmth in the air proving that something had just happened. Big Yellow silently stood beside Zhao Xian. Though it looked miserable on the outside, its spine remained straight, like a silent statue. The killing aura hidden deep within its bones could not be covered up by any disguise. Zhao Xian finished packing, put his backpack on. He walked to the full-length mirror by the door of the training room and looked at himself in the mirror. The person in the mirror still had a pale face, eyes still tired, looking like a broken student crushed by life. But if you looked closely, you could see a cold flame burning deep within his eyes. That was the flame of revenge. It was also the flame of confidence. 2 days from now, it's judgment time, Li Fu. I hope your Virgin Mary can save you. Amidst the pressure and noise of the sky, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Just you? A useless piece of trash enslaved by power? Chapter 70, The Fangs That Tear the Disguise Apart. What did you say? Li Fu's wild laughter froze, like a duck's neck suddenly being grabbed, the proud look on his face not yet fully gone, suddenly replaced by a rush of anger. He squinted his eyes, the muscles at the corners of his eyes twitching uncontrollably due to the side effects of the drug, looking both comical and sinister. I'm trash? I'm a useless piece of trash enslaved by power? Li Fu seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world, pointing at his own nose, turning to look at the crowd of students below, his voice sharp and piercing. Listen. Listen to this. This poor bastard is still pretending tough even when death is knocking on his door. Zhao Xian, did you lose your mind from fear? Or do you think you can kill my Virgin Mary just by talking? A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, especially from Wang Chang and his followers, laughing so hard they nearly fell over, squeezing out tears to cheer for Li Fu. Zhao Xian, stop pretending to be mysterious. Li Fu withdrew his gaze, glaring at Zhao Xian with a sinister look, taking a step forward. The borrowed SS-level pressure he wielded was released even more recklessly. Who do you think you are? Where's that proud little mutt of yours? Why don't you let it out and show it off? Could it be that after being poisoned last time, it rotted away in the Beastmaster space? At this point, Li Fu purposely made a look of sudden realization, exaggeratedly covering his mouth. Oh, I forgot, such a lowly creature, it was bound to have a short life. If it's really dead, don't hide it, throw the corpse out. I'll let my Virgin Mary give it a blessing, and at least it'll have some good fortune in this life. Zhao Xian stood still, hands in his combat suit pockets, his face looking sickly pale, almost translucent in the sunlight. Facing Li Fu's humiliation and the ridicule from the crowd, he simply shook his head helplessly, his gaze like watching an ignorant child roll around in a mud pit. Since you want to see it so badly, then as you wish. Zhao Xian sighed softly, his right hand stretching out of his pocket, casually snapping his fingers in the air. Come out, Big Yellow, stop sleeping. With this command, the space in front of Zhao Xian rippled faintly. There was no earth-shattering light show, no roar that stunned the crowd, and even the fluctuations of spiritual energy were pitifully weak. Thud. A dull sound of a body hitting the ground echoed. A large dog, its fur a faded yellow and messy like a discarded steel wool ball, staggered onto the arena. It was still covered in some unclear plasters, emitting a pungent smell of traditional Chinese medicine mixed with a faint rotting stench. As soon as it landed, the dog seemed unsteady, its hind legs buckling slightly as it sneezed loudly, sending a string of snot flying. The entire arena fell into a deathly silence. Then, an even louder burst of laughter erupted, 10 times stronger than before. What the hell? This is Zhao Xian's trump card? Did he pick up this stray dog from some garbage heap? I'm dying. Look at the dog's legs shaking, is it even able to stand? This is called Beastmaster? My family's teddy is more spirited than this. Is Zhao Xian here to make us laugh? It's over, I thought Zhao Xian had some backup, turns out it's a lost cause. This dog looks half dead, and it's still supposed to fight? The mocking voices surged like a tidal wave, almost drowning the arena. Li Fu stared at the pathetic Big Yellow, first stunned, then nearly in tears from laughing. He pointed at Big Yellow, his finger trembling. Zhao Xian. You've really given me a big surprise. Is this your reliance? A nearly dying mangy dog? Are you planning to let it come up and fake an accident? If I touch it even a little, will it just fall down and not get up? Zhao Xian ignored the noise around him. He simply stared quietly at Big Yellow, a slight, almost imperceptible smile flashing in his eyes. Big Yellow seemed to pay no attention to the mocking sounds around him. He drooped his eyelids, looking listless, even scratching the itch on his neck with his hind leg. The movement was as sleazy as could be. However, just when Li Fu was laughing the loudest, the radiant figure of the Virgin Mary behind him suddenly trembled without warning. The eyes of light, which had previously coldly gazed upon all living things, suddenly shifted downward, locking firmly on the seemingly harmless mangy dog. Li Fu keenly sensed the strange change in the spiritual entity behind him. It was vigilance? No, it even carried a hint of instinctual rejection and disgust. Li Fu's laughter came to an abrupt halt. He furrowed his brows and looked at Big Yellow suspiciously. Not dead yet? Li Fu muttered to himself. Through his mental connection, he tried to calm the Virgin Mary entity behind him while carefully sensing the aura coming from Big Yellow. Weak. Too weak. The spiritual fluctuations were intermittent, like a candle in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The life force inside seemed murky and unbearable, completely resembling a grievously injured creature whose foundation was shattered. Strange. Li Fu murmured to himself. Could it be a moment of recovery? Or does this dog carry some disease that disgusts the Virgin Mary? He shook his head, dismissing the absurd unease from his mind. What a joke, behind him was an SS-level Holy Spirit, how could it be afraid of a B-level useless dog? It must be that the dog's stench was so overpowering even the spirit couldn't stand it. Alright, I can't be bothered to waste time with you. The mockery in Li Fu's eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce determination. Since you brought this beast here, let's cripple both the person and the dog together. Wan Chang is still waiting below to record, I need him to get a clear shot. Virgin Mary. Prepare to purify. Li Fu shouted, and the massive spiritual entity behind him immediately flared with bright light. Its palms slowly parted, and a dazzling white light ball began to form between its hands. The terrifying heat and pressure made the air around the arena warp. Zhao Xian watched the light ball with calm eyes. He slightly turned his head and whispered to Big Yellow, "Stop pretending, stretch your muscles. Remember, don't kill it all at once, leave some breath." Big Yellow, who had been scratching an itch, suddenly stopped his movements. He slowly lowered his hind leg, and all four paws firmly planted on the hard stone of the arena. The next moment, he raised his head. Those once murky, drooping eyes suddenly snapped open. There were no golden flames, nor any divine beast manifestations. Zhao Xian had long strictly forbidden him from using those conspicuous skills. But some things cannot be hidden. That was the gaze of a top-tier predator. It was the brutality from killing through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boom! A wave of invisible force erupted from Big Yellow, suddenly and without warning, spreading out in all directions. This momentum was not the pressure of spiritual power, but pure, savage, bloodthirsty energy from deep within the body and bloodline. It was like an ancient tyrannosaurus, disguised in sheep's skin, suddenly tearing off its disguise and showing its full set of sharp teeth. The students who had been laughing suddenly fell silent, as if their voices had been cut off by a knife. Those closest to the arena even felt a heavy pressure on their chest, as though they had been struck by a giant hammer, their faces turning pale in an instant. Li Fu's pupils contracted sharply. What's happening? This dog. Why has the aura from this dog changed? Clearly, there was no spiritual energy being released, and the person looked sickly, yet where did this nerve-wracking oppressive presence come from? This aura seemed to vaguely have the power to overshadow even the Virgin Mary's presence. Stop fooling around. Die. Li Fu's unease instantly grew to the extreme, and this loss of control made him become hysterical. He sharply swung his hand, pointing at Big Yellow. Judgment of holy light. The Virgin Mary's spirit in mid-air emitted an ethereal hum, and the light ball in her hand turned into a massive light beam, carrying a destructive force, and hurled towards Big Yellow's head. This strike was enough to instantly kill any being below the 8th rank. Roar! Big Yellow didn't dodge. It simply lowered its body and let out a low growl from its throat. Then, it powered up its back legs in an instant. Crack! The specially made alloy arena ground immediately cracked with web-like fissures under its feet. Big Yellow's figure vanished from its spot. It was too fast. So fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. The terrifying light beam struck the empty space, creating a large crater on the arena, and debris flew in all directions. And Big Yellow had already appeared at the side and lower part of the Virgin Mary's spirit. It didn't use any skills. It simply relied on its terrifyingly mutated physical strength after evolution. Leaping high, it opened its seemingly ordinary dog mouth and bit toward the Virgin Mary's spirit's calf, which was formed from light elements. Seeking death. That is a pure energy body, physical attacks are ineffective. Li Fu felt at ease for a moment, unable to stop himself from sneering aloud. However, the next second, his smile froze. Crack! A crisp cracking sound rang out. Big Yellow's bite, incredibly, seemed to shatter the physical body like breaking rail glass, tearing off a large chunk of glowing light from the radiant spirit. Ugh! The Virgin Mary's spirit actually let out a groan of pain, resembling a human's, and her once holy face twisted for an instant. What? Li Fu's eyes were about to pop out. How is this possible? How could a B-rank physical spirit beast possibly injure an SS-rank spirit body made of elements? Fool! Zhao Xian stood in the distance, coldly watching this scene. Who told you it was just an ordinary dog? Big Yellow landed, chewing on the clump of light energy, swallowing it with a gulp like a snack, and then licked its lips, its dark golden eyes full of greed and savagery. Although its swallowing sun divine power had been sealed by Zhao Xian, its body was now a sun-imbued body, remade with the blazing solar essence. It naturally had an extremely high resistance and affinity to light and fire attributes. This level of holy light was no different to it than eating a meat bun. Kill. Kill it for me. Virgin Mary. Use all your strength. Li Fu was completely panicked. He felt his own spiritual energy was rapidly draining. It was the Virgin Mary drawing on his strength to heal herself. The Virgin Mary's spirit was clearly enraged as well. The light wings behind her suddenly spread wide, and countless light feathers fell like a torrential storm, covering the entire arena. Big Yellow darted through the light rain, its form ghostly and elusive. Even though it was occasionally struck, it only caused sparks to fly from its seemingly disordered fur, unable to break through its defenses. In an instant, the two sides were locked in fierce battle. One side was the radiant, imposing SS-rank spirit body. The other side was a seemingly unremarkable but fiercely aggressive mutt. The scene actually presented a bizarre balance of power, and even, that dog was pushing the spirit body back. The audience below had completely lost their minds. Is this really a sick dog? Which sick dog chases after an SS-rank spirit body and bites it? Zhao Xian stopped giving instructions. He knew Big Yellow's current state. Even with just physical strength, it was more than enough to overpower the seemingly impressive Virgin Mary. His gaze passed over the two battling sides, locking onto the Virgin Mary suspended in midair. As the battle continued, the light on the Virgin Spirit grew stronger, but that sense of divinity was gradually weakening. Instead, it was replaced by an indescribable coldness. Yes, coldness. It was clearly a light-type spirit, emitting high heat energy, but Zhao Xian could feel a chill deep in his bones. What made Zhao Xian feel most uneasy was that every time the Virgin released a skill, Li Fu's face would turn grayer, and the way the spirit drained the host's power was almost like feeding. Normal contracted spirits would also consume the Beast Master's energy, but they would never plunder so recklessly, not even draining life force. Zhao Xian frowned slightly, his gaze sharp as he stared at the compassionate face of the Virgin. Though the aura was divine, this creature always gave him a strange feeling. The light on the arena was still blinding, as if it were going to boil the entire space. The huge Virgin Mary spirit hovered in the air, mercilessly dropping light orbs as if they cost nothing. With every strike, the special floor of the arena would emit a pitiful cry from the unbearable pressure, with shattered stones flying and dust swirling. The scene looked grand to the extreme, as if it were a one-sided divine punishment. However, as time passed, the onlookers, who had been loudly shouting and waiting for Zhao Xian to be humiliated, gradually quieted down. Something was wrong. Hey, look at the time. Someone pointed to the big screen above the arena and swallowed hard. It's already been 5 minutes. 5 minutes. For a battle between an SS-level spirit and a B-level dying beast, this time was a bit ridiculous. Logically, such an overwhelming display of power should have resulted in a one-hit kill. That dog still hasn't died? Don't even talk about death, just look at it. Does it even look like it's hurt? Through a corner where the smoke had dissipated, the big yellow dog, whose body was covered in patches of dogskin plaster and whose fur was dry and yellow, twisted its waist in a very strange posture, narrowly dodging a deadly beam of light. When it landed, it even rolled with the momentum, shook off the dust from its body, and in its drooping eyes, there was nothing but indifference, as if the earth-shattering attack had only given it a scratch. Li Fu stood on the opposite side of the arena, his face had gone from arrogance to a deathly pallor, even faintly exuding a sense of hopelessness. His hands were trembling. Not from excitement, but from fear and exhaustion. How is this possible? How could I miss? Li Fu's lips quivered, cold sweat ran down his face, into his eyes, stinging painfully. He could clearly feel the Virgin behind him wildly drawing his spirit energy. The rate of extraction was like a whale swallowing, his meridians ached as if they were being torn apart due to overload. Kill him! Kill him! Li Fu screamed frantically in his mind, desperately urging the spirit through their mental link. Zhao Xian stood at the edge of the arena, his hands in his pockets, his gaze as calm as a still pond. He watched the big yellow dog jumping and dodging in the arena, the corner of his mouth curving up into a barely noticeable smile. Nice performance. He silently gave the big yellow dog a thumbs up. In truth, with the current strength of the big yellow dog, even without activating the sun god form, just relying on its A-level body reshaped by the Crimson Sun's golden marrow, it could easily tear that superficial spirit to shreds in an instant. But he didn't let the big yellow dog do that. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. In this university where geniuses are as common as dogs, standing out too much isn't a good thing, especially since he had not fully grown yet. If a B-level dog killed an SS-level spirit, he would be sent straight to the Federal Research Institute to be sliced into pieces. So, he was waiting. He was waiting for the right moment, and also observing the so-called Virgin Mary. Zhao Xian's gaze pierced through layers of light screens, locking onto the spirit with a sorrowful face. It was really strange. In that ancient mythological system, the Virgin Mary represented compassion, redemption, and forgiveness. Even if she had a battle form, it should still have been a sacred, inviolable majesty. But this thing... Zhao Xian narrowed his eyes. This thing gave him the feeling of a beast wearing human skin. Each of its attacks carried an intense desire for destruction, and its malice towards the soul was almost overflowing. Moreover, when it was extracting Li Fu's spiritual power, the greed and violence were not like the attitude a contract spirit would have towards its master, but rather like feeding. "This is what you call sacred?" Zhao Xian suddenly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but amidst the chaotic roaring, it was exceptionally clear. Li Fu turned his head suddenly, glaring at Zhao Xian. "Shut up! What do you know, you useless fool? This is the power of God. You're just struggling to survive." "God?" Zhao Xian smiled, a bit sarcastically. "If God is like this, the world would have already ended." He looked at Li Fu's face, twisted in pain, and shook his head. "Haven't you realized? It doesn't care about your life or death." Chapter 72, Tear Apart the Hypocrisy. Is it God or demon? If this goes on, you won't need me to act, you'll be sucked dry by it yourself. Nonsense. This is a sacrifice. It's the price that must be paid to gain power. Li Fu roared, his eyes almost bursting with red blood vessels. "Virgin Mary. Use that move. Destroy the entire arena." At Li Fu's command, the spirit in midair suddenly stopped moving. It raised its hands high, and the surrounding light elements began to wildly converge, forming a huge light sphere several meters in diameter. The light sphere was extremely unstable, with black arcs of electricity dancing on its surface, emitting a chilling aura of destruction. At the same time, Li Fu suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body slumped down, as if his spine had been sucked out. "That's enough." Zhao Xian watched this scene, his teasing expression disappearing, replaced by a cold sharpness. Since he had already seen through it, there was no need to continue the act. "Big Yellow." Zhao Xian called softly. The large yellow dog, who had been pretending to be out of breath in the arena, suddenly perked up its ears. "Stop playing." Zhao Xian's voice was soft, but carried an unquestionable command. "Let everyone see what true power is, but remember, don't kill it, leave it some breath." The large yellow dog's once cloudy eyes suddenly brightened at that moment. It no longer hunched its body, but slowly straightened its back. Boom! A terrifying aura exploded without warning from the seemingly frail body. If the large yellow dog had seemed like a stray dog earlier, now, it was like an ancient ferocious beast awakening. The originally B-level spiritual energy fluctuation soared like a rocket in this moment. Tier 8 level 5. Tier 8 level 7. Tier 8 level 9. A level. The terrifying pressure belonging to an A-level divine beast species, like a tangible storm, instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. Holy shit! What's going on? The audience below exploded in shock, countless people retreating in terror, some even sitting on the ground due to the pressure of the aura. A-level? That dog is A-level? How is this possible? Didn't they say it was a useless dog? This aura is stronger than Li Fu's spirit. Li Fu was struck as if by lightning. His eyes widened, staring blankly at the large yellow dog standing proudly in the light, his mind completely blank. Roar! The large yellow dog let out a roar, no longer a dog bark, but a beastly roar like thunder, shaking the entire arena. The roar echoed through the arena, shaking the very ground beneath everyone's feet. The atmosphere was thick with dread, as the oppressive force of the A-level beast's presence became almost unbearable. The audience, who had been cheering moments ago, now stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even the light spirits in the sky seemed to waver under the overwhelming aura that was now filling the arena. Li Fu, still standing there, his face pale, looked up at the large yellow dog with a mix of fear and confusion. How is this possible?" he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Zhao Xian stood calmly, his eyes cold and unwavering as he watched the scene unfold. "I told you," Zhao Xian said, his voice carrying an air of finality, "this is what true power looks like." Li Fu's eyes flickered between the massive dog and Zhao Xian, his grip tightening around his fists in frustration and disbelief. But it was too late. The power that had been hiding within the large yellow dog was now fully unleashed, and there was nothing Li Fu could do to stop it. The large yellow dog took a step forward, its powerful form radiating strength and dominance as it moved toward Li Fu. No! Li Fu whispered, taking a step back, his face turning ashen with fear. The spirit that had been hovering in the air above them suddenly trembled and faltered, its once majestic light now flickering weakly. With a fierce snarl, the large yellow dog lunged forward in a burst of speed, its teeth bared and its claws ready to strike. The light spirit tried to react, but it was too slow, too weak in comparison to the raw force now bearing down on it. The first strike landed with a thunderous impact, and the spirit let out an agonized scream as it was thrown back into the air. For a moment, everything seemed to freeze as the audience watched in stunned silence. Then, the spirit began to dissipate, its form cracking and fading under the onslaught of the yellow dog's power. "Is this the end?" someone from the crowd whispered, their voice filled with awe and fear. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a slight smile as he watched the spirit crumble away, its essence consumed by the overwhelming strength of the yellow dog. "This is just the beginning," Zhao Xian said softly, his eyes gleaming with a cold, calculating light. Li Fu, now on the ground, could do nothing but watch in horror as his plan crumbled before him, his face pale with defeat. You betrayed me," Li Fu whispered, his voice shaking with rage and disbelief. Zhao Xian's smile never faltered as he stepped forward, his voice carrying the weight of inevitability. "No, Li Fu," Zhao Xian said calmly, "you betrayed yourself." With that, the large yellow dog let out another roar, this time in triumph, as it stood victorious over the broken spirit. The arena, once filled with the noise of battle, was now silent, save for the heavy breathing of the defeated and the roar of the victorious beast. And in that silence, Zhao Xian stood unscathed, the true power finally revealed for all to see. The next moment, it moved. There were no flashy skills, just pure speed and power. Its figure left a blur in its wake, instantly appearing in midair, right in front of the massive light sphere. "Break!" Zhao Xian coldly uttered a single word. Big Yellow raised its front paw. Although the paw wasn't covered in golden flames, it was wrapped in a suffocating dark force. Boom! With a thunderous crash, under the terrified gazes of everyone, Big Yellow's seemingly ordinary paw slammed hard into the terrifying light sphere. It was like smashing a watermelon. The light sphere, which contained all of Li Fu's spiritual power and was enough to flatten the arena, exploded instantly under Big Yellow's paw. Countless light particles scattered in the air like fireworks. And Big Yellow did not slow down, its body spinning in midair, its tail, like a steel whip, fiercely struck the face of the virgin spirit. Slap! The sharp sound made everyone's teeth ache. That SS-level spirit, which stood high above, was directly sent flying by the tail, crashing heavily into the edge of the arena. Half of its face's glow dimmed, looking utterly miserable. The entire place was silent. Everyone gaped, watching this scene as if seeing an absurd dream. A dog. A creature that looked like a mangy dog. A single slap shattered a big move, a single tail sent an SS-level spirit flying. Is this still a battle that humans can understand? Put. Li Fu spat out another mouthful of fresh blood, kneeling to the ground, his eyes vacant. The spirit was wounded, and as a beast master, he suffered severe backlash. Impossible, this is impossible. He muttered, as if he had gone mad. My virgin, that's a god, how could she be defeated by a dog? Zhao Xian ignored Li Fu's breakdown. He took a step forward, walking toward the spirit that was struggling to get up. Big Yellow landed beside Zhao Xian. Its fur was still messy, but no one dared to mock it anymore. It was like a loyal guard, coldly staring at the spirit, growling a low warning. Zhao Xian stood over the spirit, looking down at it. That once pure face now appeared somewhat twisted, due to the scattering of energy. The indifferent look in its eyes had disappeared, replaced by an extremely human-like hatred. Yes, hatred. Hey! Zhao Xian spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement and cold curiosity. Are you really the Virgin Mary? This sentence caused an uproar throughout the arena. Has Zhao Xian gone mad? Is he talking to the spirit? Is he questioning the picture book? That's a federally certified SS-level spirit. Is this guy out of his mind? However, the spirit's reaction to this question was shocking. It suddenly lifted its head, its once ethereal voice becoming sharp and harsh, like nails scraping painfully on a blackboard, sending chills down everyone's spine. You filthy insect! You are desecrating the gods! It roared, its light becoming unstable, flickering like a malfunctioning light bulb. Zhao Xian's smile grew colder. Desecrating? He stepped forward, his aura pressing down relentlessly. Look at you now. Full of resentment, greedy desires, and this face, like you want to swallow everyone whole. Zhao Xian pointed at Li Fu, who was kneeling at a distance, nearly unconscious. A real god, would they suck the life out of their followers like a vampire? A true virgin would show such a hideous expression, more terrifying than an evil spirit? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up! The spirit screamed frantically. It seemed like Zhao Xian's words had struck a nerve or triggered some taboo. Its light started to change color, from pure white. The scene gradually turned a strange, eerie crimson. I will kill you. I will pull your soul out and light it in the sky. It cursed with the most vicious words, completely overturning everyone's perception of the word Virgin Mary. The students in the audience were left stunned. Is this really the SS-level spirit that represents love and peace in legends? Why does it curse more harshly than a street-side shrew? Zhao Xian remained completely unfazed. He took another step forward, now less than half a meter away from the spirit. He stared into the eyes that had begun to redden, speaking slowly, each word landing like a hammer in everyone's hearts. I'll ask you again. Are you really the Virgin Mary? These words were like a key, completely opening some kind of Pandora's box. Before the spirit could respond, Li Fu, kneeling from afar, suddenly let out a scream that didn't sound human. Ah! Li Fu suddenly lifted his head. His eyes had no pupils, only a ghastly white, filled with dense black veins. Veins bulged on his face, like worms wriggling beneath the skin, making him look terrifying beyond belief. Don't speak! Don't speak! Li Fu howled, his voice gravelly, as though his throat were stuffed with sand. He staggered to his feet, his body twisting in a bizarre manner, like a puppet controlled by a clumsy puppeteer. Zhao Xian! I want you dead! In the next moment, Li Fu suddenly went berserk, disregarding the rule that beastmasters should not engage in close combat, clawing and gnashing his teeth, a nauseating stench of decay surrounding him, charging wildly at Zhao Xian. He's gone mad. Li Fu is completely insane. Shouts from the audience erupted one after another. No one expected what should have been a simple college arena match to evolve into such a life-or-death struggle. Li Fu's state was utterly chilling. His once neatly combed hair was now a disheveled mess, his eyeballs bulging, his eyes filled with veins about to burst. Drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth, his entire appearance like a wild beast that had lost all sense of reason. He hadn't used any of the tactics a beastmaster should, not even bothering to form a spiritual shield, simply charging directly at Zhao Xian. His posture was entirely that of an animal leaping to bite, claws scratching wildly. Zhao Xian! I want your life. I will tear you into pieces. Li Fu's throat let out a scream like wind in a broken bellows, the sound shrill, as if nails were scraping glass, making people's eardrums ache. Zhao Xian stood still, not even moving a single step. He coldly stared at the once proudly family young master, his eyes holding no pity, only a detached indifference, as if he saw through everything. Drained of spirit by the so-called god, resulting in damage to the cerebral cortex, completely becoming a walking corpse controlled by instinct? Zhao Xian murmured to himself, a sarcastic curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Li Fu, is this the power you sought? How pitiful. Just as Li Fu was less than 3 meters away from Zhao Xian, something unexpected happened. Li Fu, who had been scratching and clawing, suddenly thrust his right hand into his chest at a bizarre angle. His movements were unnaturally fast, completely pushing the limits of his muscle fibers, accompanied by a slight cracking sound of bones, as he suddenly pulled out something black. It was a black, finger-sized, sharp cone, covered with dense, dark red symbols. The moment it appeared, the temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees, and a nauseating smell of blood quickly spread. That's the soul shatter spike? The judges' seats exclaimed. An old professor with sharp eyes suddenly stood up, his face turning pale. That's a poisonous and forbidden weapon from the black market. Once it enters the body, not only will the flesh rot, but the soul will also suffer irreversible damage. How dare Li Fu use such a thing in front of everyone? Quick, stop him, another teacher shouted in horror. But it was too late. Li Fu had completely lost his mind, with only one thought in his head, kill Zhao Xian, no matter what means, even if they both die together, he must kill him. Die. Ha 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 ha. Die. Li Fu laughed maniacally, the soul shatter spike in his hand carrying a black aura of death, heading straight for Zhao Xian's heart. If this hit, forget about Zhao Xian being just a mortal man, even a heavily armored rhinoceros would die on the spot. However, facing this lethal blow, Zhao Xian's face showed a strange smile. I knew it, someone like you, a useless fool who can't lose, must have a backup plan. Zhao Xian's voice was soft, but it clearly reached Li Fu's ears. Just as the soul shatter spike was about to graze Zhao Xian's clothes, Zhao Xian moved. He didn't retreat, instead, he stepped forward. This step seemed casual, but it was incredibly clever, perfectly placing him at the blind spot of Li Fu's strike. Immediately after, Zhao Xian's right leg shot up like lightning, not kicking at Li Fu's wrist or his chest, but forcefully striking Li Fu's knee as he charged forward. Crack! A sound of bones breaking that made one's teeth ache rang out. Li Fu, already charging at high speed, suddenly lost balance as his knee took a heavy hit. His body tumbled forward as if tripped by a bowling pin. The soul shatter spike in his hand, originally aimed at Zhao Xian's heart, was, due to his sudden imbalance and the force of inertia, turned in a different direction by pure accident. No. Li Fu seemed to regain a brief moment of clarity, his madness turning into utter terror in his eyes. But inertia doesn't care about reason. Thud. The sound of a sharp blade entering flesh was followed by a deafening explosion. Boom. As the soul shatter spike pierced Li Fu's body, the explosion runes engraved on it were instantly activated. A burst of black-red energy exploded from Li Fu's lower body. Ah! A terrifyingly miserable scream echoed across the entire arena. The sound was so agonizing that it could break anyone's heart and bring tears to their eyes. Li Fu's body was blown half a meter into the air, then slammed heavily back onto the ground. He clasped his hands tightly over his groin area, curling up like a boiled shrimp. Blood mixed with fragments of flesh and cloth immediately stained the ground red. The arena fell silent. Everyone stood frozen, staring at the scene, with many men instinctively clutching their legs, their faces showing a painful expression as if they felt the pain themselves. This is too cruel, isn't it? What's this? He brought this upon himself? Tried to kill someone with a hidden weapon and ended up ruining himself? It's over, the young master of the Li family is now a eunuch for good, his lower body is completely gone. Zhao Xian stood by, lightly brushing non-existent dust off his pants, looking down coldly at Li Fu, who was writhing in blood, and said, "Seems like even heaven thinks your genes shouldn't be passed on. It just made the decision for you." Li Fu was now in so much pain that he couldn't speak, his eyes rolling back, his body twitching violently, nearly unconscious. However, the battle had not ended with Li Fu's collapse. On the other side of the arena, the St. Mary spirit, which had been sent flying by Big Yellow's tail, was slowly floating back up from the ground. It did not dissipate because of its host's severe injuries, instead, it appeared even more eerie.